Chapter 1 Ding. Severe injuries detected in the host. The Invincible system has been successfully activated automatically. I must be on the brink of death, even experiencing auditory hallucinations. Covered in blood, Yuan lay on the ground, staring blankly at the azure sky. He was not originally from this realm. Instead, he hailed from Blue Star, where he had met an unfortunate fate while crossing the street. He had been struck by a runaway truck after failing to consult the calendar. With a blink of his eyes, he found himself in this ancient continent where martial prowess reigned supreme, allowing the strong to soar through the skies and traverse mountains and seas. As a transmigrator, Yuan yearned to become a formidable being, unbound and free to roam the heavens. His aspirations were lofty, yet reality proved to be harsh. As a mere creature, even after his transmigration, he could not alter his destiny. By the age of 10, he had already lost both parents. His fate took a dire turn when he was sold by human traffickers to a demonic cultivator, almost becoming a pawn in the latter's alchemical experiments. Fortunately, fate had not completely abandoned him. At the brink of death, a sword cultivator from Linhai's sect intervened, slaying the demonic cultivator and rescuing him. That was the first time Yuan encountered another cultivator in this world, apart from the demonic one. Whether it was the other's strength, the thunderous might, or those long, elegant legs, he was utterly awestruck. After regaining his composure, Yuan bowed deeply in gratitude. Perhaps moved by his plight or impressed by his appearance, Luo Qingxuet took him as her disciple. Thus, Yuan seamlessly became a member of Linhai's sect. With his induction into Linhai's sect, he began to truly comprehend the extraordinary prowess of his master. She was, in fact, the foremost sword cultivator of Lingzhou. Countless individuals sought to curry favor with her. His master possessed not only immense strength, but also beauty, charisma, and an aura of thunderous might. The only drawback was her insatiable thirst for wine. When Lu Wufeng attempted to ingratiate himself with her by bringing 100 jars of fiery liquor, Yuan found himself bound by a marriage contract with Lu Wufeng's daughter, Lu Rian. Yuan opposed this arrangement. It was not merely because he was against arranged marriages, but rather due to his past experiences with the Emperor of Smoke. He feared betrayal. He feared being wronged. He feared emotional manipulation. Yet, his master's eyes gleamed with greed at the sight of the 100 jars of fiery liquor, and she persistently persuaded him. In the end, he was compelled to acquiesce to the marriage. He had anticipated potential betrayal, but he never imagined it would occur so swiftly. 2 years and 11 months prior, Lu Rian arrived at Linhai's sect with a young man, riding a celestial crane with ostentatious flair, heading directly to the desolate peak where Yuan resided. Such a grand entrance immediately captured the attention of countless disciples, elders, peak masters, and the sect leader of Linhai's sect. On that day, the desolate peak where Yuan dwelled saw an unprecedented gathering of people. Before the eyes of over 10,000 members of Linhai's sect, Lu Rian announced her intention to annul their engagement. A barrage of disparaging remarks aimed at Yuan ensued, as she elevated herself at his expense. For instance, your cultivation talent is mediocre, while I possess the potential to attain sainthood. I have already joined Yunshao sect as its holy maiden. We are not of the same world, and you do not deserve me. Agree to the annulment. You are like a loach in the mud, destined to wallow in filth for eternity, while I am a true dragon soaring through the heavens. How can a crow be worthy of a phoenix? You are akin to a toad dreaming of devouring swan meat, utterly deluded. Today's annulment is not up for negotiation. It is a mere notification. Such remarks were countless. Humiliated before the multitude of Linhai's sect, Yuan wished fervently for a crack in the ground to swallow him whole. It was only when his master, the thunderous one, spoke that Lu Rian reined in her disdain somewhat. Of course, this restraint was not genuine. She merely masked her contempt with veiled insinuations. Unable to endure any longer, Yuan wrote a letter of divorce and threw it in her face. Faced with Lu Rian's shock and disbelief, an impulsive thought crossed Yuan's mind, and he unwittingly set a 3-year challenge. A duel, a battle of life and death. He believed that pressure would breed motivation. If he worked hard, perhaps he could overwhelm Lu Ruyan in 3 years. However, if effort alone sufficed, what need would there be for talent? Despite his relentless efforts, the chasm between him and Lu Ruyan remained unfathomably vast. In despair, Gu Yuan recently discovered the existence of a dragon transformation grass in this vicinity. If he could obtain it, it would enhance his cultivation talent and significantly boost his strength. Determined to elevate his abilities, Gu Yuan ventured forth. Yet, he was unprepared for the powerful beast guarding the dragon transformation grass. After a fierce encounter, Gu Yuan found himself questioning his very existence. His body was battered and bloodied, his breath weak, on the verge of death. Even the voice that echoed in his mind, he instinctively dismissed as a final illusion. At that moment, the voice returned. This system is known as the Invincible system. It can empower the host to become invincible in this world. Currently, a new Invincible Novice System gift pack is available for distribution. Does the host wish to accept and open it? Upon hearing the voice once more, Gu Yuan blinked. Soon, a visible joy spread across his face. It was not a hallucination. It was a system. The essential system for transmigrators had arrived. Having perused countless mindless fantasy novels, Gu Yuan was no stranger to the concept of system. With the system in hand, the world is at his feet. The arrival of the system undoubtedly signified that he was on the brink of a rise. Haha, wonderful. I never expected the system to arrive, albeit belatedly. Unconsciously laughing aloud, Gu Yuan felt the pain throughout his body diminish significantly in that instant. Without any hesitation, he declared, accept and open the Invincible Novice System gift pack. The Invincible Novice gift pack is opening. Congratulations, host. You have received the Invincible Emperor's cultivation. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Invincible technique. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Invincible movement technique. Congratulations, host. You have received the Invincible fist technique. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Invincible sword technique. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Invincible sword intent. Congratulations, host. You have received. As the continuous announcements echoed in his mind, Gu Yuan was left in a state of bewilderment. Techniques, movement skills, fist techniques, leg techniques, sword techniques, saber techniques, formations, alchemy methods, talismans, sword intents, saber intents, fist intents, everything was included, and all were labeled as invincible. Furthermore, there was that one Invincible Emperor's cultivation. Was this truly a novice gift pack? This was beyond the realm of what could be described as large. It could only be deemed extraordinarily vast. If one were to insist on a comparison, it would be larger than his master's thunder. In that instant, he began to doubt whether this was merely a dying fantasy. The sheer magnitude of this boon was unfathomable. Even novels would not dare to depict such an exaggeration. Currently, everything within a novice gift pack is merging with the host. There may be a slight discomfort, so please bear with it, host. As the system's voice faded, an intense pain engulfed Gu Yuan's entire being. It felt as if his head was being pried open and filled with an overwhelming amount of information. Every bone in his body felt as though it were being shattered, only to regrow, shatter again, and then regrow once more. Even every cell in his body seemed to be crushed and reformed repeatedly. This pain was beyond what any human could endure. Gu Yuan cried out in agony. Was this merely a slight discomfort? This was an unfathomable amount of pain. Aya. Throughout the process, invincibility did not suppress the protagonist. Do you understand what invincibility truly means? It is not a struggle against adversity, but a sheer dominance of realms. With his mind set, the exhilarating journey commenced. The cultivation realms from low to high are as follows: body tempering, spirit nurturing, spirit origin, spirit sea, transcendence, king, emperor, venerable, saint, and finally emperor. Aya. As Gu Yuan's anguished cries resonated, his cultivation soared at a rocket-like pace. Spirit origin realm, level 3. Spirit sea realm, transcendence realm, king realm, emperor realm, venerable realm, saint realm. Emperor. In a mere span of 2.5 breaths, Gu Yuan's cultivation skyrocketed from the initial spirit origin realm, level 3, to the realm of Emperor. At that moment, he also fully absorbed the myriad of information flooding his mind. Clenching his fist, feeling the power within him capable of annihilating everything, Gu Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Though the integration of the system's gifts had brought him immense suffering, the benefits that followed made that pain seem trivial. Moreover, with his cultivation directly ascending to the Emperor realm, all previous injuries were completely healed in an instant. Wood, a menacing growl, akin to that of a wild beast, echoed through the air, drawing Gu Yuan's gaze towards the creature that had previously inflicted grave injuries upon him, nearly claiming his life. The beast bared its teeth at him, its eyes fixated on him, while it simultaneously retreated in trepidation. Within the depths of its eyes lay a palpable mixture of wariness and fear, as if it had instinctively sensed the sudden transformation that had overtaken Gu Yuan. He regarded the formidable beast, which had once been on the verge of killing him, without uttering a word. However, the moment his gaze settled upon the beast, a resounding bang erupted, reminiscent of a balloon bursting, as the creature was obliterated into a crimson mist, leaving not a trace behind. In an instant, an explosion. One glance and it detonates. Is this the might of an emperor? Truly terrifying. Observing the powerful creature, now irrevocably dead, and feeling the cataclysmic power coursing through him, Gu Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in awe. The beast had sought his demise, but now that he wielded strength, he would not show it mercy. Although this was his first time acquiring the cultivation of an emperor, he exhibited no signs of being overwhelmed by the immense power within him. It was as if he had inhabited this realm for countless years, mastering the control of his newfound abilities with remarkable precision. Had it been otherwise, the explosion he witnessed would not have been that of a mere ninth-tier spirit beast, but rather an entire mountain range. With a mere thought, he could rend mountains asunder, pierce the void with a gaze, obliterate entire worlds with a single strike, and eradicate forbidden zones with a sweep of his sword. Such was the essence of an emperor. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Yuan composed himself and calmly inquired, "System, enlighten me about your capabilities." Ding! This system is known as the Invincible system, designed solely to render its host invulnerable. Not only will this system endow the host with unparalleled combat prowess within a realm, but it also grants the ability to access personal information panels, as well as those of others, and provides an immensely vast storage space, among other features. Hiss! Listening to the continuous chime of the system, Gu Yuan could not help but draw in a sharp breath. This system was astoundingly powerful. Moreover, there was no need to undertake tedious tasks, pure exhilaration. After regaining his composure, Gu Yuan, unable to suppress his curiosity, inquired, "System, who is the mastermind behind your creation?" Ding! Information withheld. The host need only know that this system will not bring harm to you. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan was not particularly surprised. Such systems are cloaked in mystery and strength, with no one aware of their origins or intentions. As long as he knew it posed no threat to him, that sufficed. Even if the system were to betray him, its overwhelming might would leave him utterly powerless to resist. His only recourse would be to close his eyes and await his demise. Struggling? Utterly futile. Given that, he resolved to fully embrace the exhilarating sensation of wielding such power. Rumble, rumble. A tremendous roar of thunder reverberated from the heavens above. Gu Yuan looked up to see ominous dark clouds gathering in the sky, coalescing from afar. Soon, the dark clouds enveloped an expanse of 1,000,000 miles, casting the world into darkness. The clouds were pitch black, interspersed with flickering golden lightning, emanating an aura of annihilation that sent shivers down the spine. Under the weight of this ominous presence, the small creatures and beasts within the mountains recoiled in fear, trembling and losing control of their bowels. Is this the tribulation of thunder? Such a terrifying phenomenon. Has someone ascended to emperor? Who has achieved this? Is it that ancient, immortal being? For a millennium, I have struggled to attain the status of emperor. Witnessing the tribulation of an emperor may aid my own breakthrough. At this moment, powerful figures from countless factions in Lingzhou felt a stirring within them, collectively raising their gazes. Upon seeing the vast, dark clouds shrouding the land, they contemplated briefly before hastening towards the epicenter of the storm. Clearly, they all sought to ascertain the identity of the one who had ascended to emperor. Meanwhile, high above, the thunderous tribulation had already coalesced into form. Rumble, rumble! Accompanied by a resounding, earth-shattering roar, a golden lightning bolt, as thick as a water barrel, descended from the sky like a roaring golden dragon, hurtling towards Yuan. The blinding light illuminated the previously darkened realm, transforming Lingzhou into a scene akin to broad daylight. The overwhelming, spine-chilling aura emanating from the lightning made it abundantly clear just how formidable this bolt truly was. The potential for annihilation looms ominously. Yet, in the face of such terrifying golden thunder, Yuan remains utterly unfazed, his expression serene as if he does not regard this formidable golden lightning in the slightest. Indeed, he holds it in no esteem whatsoever. After all, he is not a newly ascended emperor, but a being of the 9th tier of emperors, a pinnacle emperor, an invincible emperor. The thunder before him may be fearsome, but to him, it is merely a matter of flicking his hand to extinguish it. Soon enough, the golden thunder descends at that moment. Yuan finally makes his move. His hand reaches out, and the unrivaled techniques honed over countless millennia within his being spring into action. An enormous palm print, capable of obscuring the heavens, materializes instantaneously as soon as the palm print appears. It lunges directly towards the golden thunder. The golden thunder, despite its terrifying nature, appears feeble beneath this palm print. The moment they make contact, the thunder is crushed as easily as soft tofu, shattering into a puddle of golden liquid that flows into Yuan's body as the golden liquid enters him. Yuan feels a delightful tingling sensation, accompanied by a slight enhancement of his internal power. A flicker of curiosity crosses his eyes as he inquires mentally, "System, what is this liquid?" The system responds promptly. Ding! To the host. This liquid is known as Thunder Calamity Liquid, a rare treasure in the world. When one reaches the status of emperor, they will attract the Thunder Calamity, which is extraordinarily fearsome and possesses the power to slay emperors. Yet, crisis and opportunity always coexist. If one can endure the calamity, they may absorb the Thunder Calamity Liquid contained within to refine themselves, gaining unimaginable benefits. Only those who have undergone the refinement of Thunder Calamity Liquid can truly become an emperor and have the potential for further breakthroughs. With that, the system's voice falls silent. Yuan nods, somewhat understanding. Sensing the Thunder Calamity Liquid flowing within him and the subtle surge of power, he furrows his brow and speaks again. "System, why do I feel this Thunder Calamity Liquid is not as impressive as you claim?" He does not perceive any extraordinary benefits, only a minuscule increase in power, so negligible that it is nearly imperceptible. Ding! To the host, it is not that the Thunder Calamity Liquid lacks merit. Rather, you are currently excessively formidable. Upon hearing the system's words, Yuan cannot help but click his tongue in realization. So, unbeknownst to him, he has become so remarkably powerful. The feeling of being overpowered is exhilarating. Just one word. Satisfying. Just as Yuan revels in his joy, a resounding thunderous roar echoes across the heavens once more. Instinctively, he looks up. Above, a new bolt of lightning coalesces within the ominous clouds, resembling a dragon of thunder, bearing an overwhelming aura of destruction as it descends toward him. This bolt of lightning is larger and more robust than the previous one, containing even greater and more terrifying power. Nevertheless, Yuan does not regard this lightning with any concern. His hand extends again, and the unrivaled techniques within him activate. An enormous hand materializes, moving to meet the incoming lightning. The lightning is indeed fearsome, with the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Yet, it appears utterly feeble before Yuan's colossal palm. As they make contact, Yuan's immense hand effortlessly crushes the lightning, transforming it into another puddle of golden liquid, the Thunder Calamity Liquid, brimming with tremendous energy. Observing the Thunder Calamity Liquid within his palm, a flash of contemplation crosses Yuan's eyes. He raises his other hand in a grasping motion, seemingly preparing to seize something. Without any visible action, an enigmatic aura emanates from his hand. Distantly, droplets of potent energy-laden liquid materialize from the void and swiftly rush towards him. As they traverse the air, they rapidly coalesce, ultimately forming a pale blue jade vial. Seizing the jade vial, Gu Yuan focuses his thought, and the thunder calamity liquid seems to animate, flying directly into the vial as if it were alive. The thunder calamity liquid, infused with immense energy, promises unimaginable benefits upon absorption, leading to a significant increase in strength. However, Gu Yuan is currently far too powerful. The increase in his strength from this liquid is minimal, almost negligible. Given this, he decides against absorption. Instead, he resolves to collect it for his esteemed master, the Great Thunder Master. She is the most benevolent figure in his life. Now that he possesses something valuable, she is the first person who comes to mind. However, the immense energy contained within the thunder calamity liquid cannot be easily collected. Thus, he employs the unrivaled forging technique acquired from the system to create the jade vial for storing the liquid. Though it appears ordinary, this vial is a genuine sacred artifact. The effortless creation of such a sacred item is a testament to Gu Yuan's current prowess. A single word: extraordinary. As Gu Yuan gathers the thunder calamity liquid, the resounding thunder continues to reverberate through the sky, accompanied by an even more formidable and terrifying bolt of lightning. It descends upon him with cataclysmic intent. Gu Yuan glances upward without uttering a word. His actions decisive. Once again, he effortlessly crushes this bolt of lightning, absorbing the thunder calamity liquid into his jade vial. Then comes the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th bolts of lightning. A total of 9 bolts strike from the heavens. Only then do the ominous clouds disperse, signaling Gu Yuan's successful passage through the thunder calamity that accompanies ascension to emperor. Each bolt of lightning contained increasingly formidable power, and had it been an ordinary emperor, even if they managed to survive the calamity, they would likely be gravely injured or on the brink of death. Yet, Gu Yuan is no ordinary emperor. These 9 bolts of lightning have not harmed a single hair on him. As he effortlessly neutralizes them, absorbing all the thunder calamity liquid into his vial, after securing the vial containing the thunder calamity liquid, Gu Yuan casts a glance at the nearby transformation dragon grass. Though it holds no value for him, it is a rare treasure that could enhance the cultivation talents of his junior sister, improving her strength. With a murmured thought, Gu Yuan gestures, and the transformation dragon grass transforms into a streak of light, swiftly flying toward her before being secured within his system's spatial realm. With a swift motion, Gu Yuan vanishes from his location, intending to return to Linhai's sect and present the thunder calamity liquid to his great thunder master. Preparing to bestow upon her a grand surprise, Gu Yuan's figure fades from sight. The air is filled with a series of whooshing sounds. Soon, over 100 figures materialize in the sky where he once stood. They encompass a range of ages, yet all exude an overwhelming and unparalleled aura of power. They are the elite among the various factions within Lingzhou. Their presence here is solely due to the ominous clouds and thunder that Gu Yuan attracted upon attaining emperor status. As their gazes sweep across the area, a flicker of astonishment appears in their eyes, for the place remains entirely intact, showing no signs of destruction. As if nothing had transpired, they understand precisely what this signifies. It illustrates that the individual who attracted the thunder calamity is an overwhelmingly powerful being, capable of effortlessly handling such a trial. Otherwise, there would be no explanation for the absence of any damage to the surroundings. Who could have imagined that Lingzhou would harbor such a terrifying emperor? Truly, it is a source of profound dread. A powerful figure surveyed the surroundings, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration as he spoke. Others, their eyes gleaming with intrigue, remarked, "Who is this great emperor, so formidable? I yearn to forge an acquaintance." Little did they anticipate that such words would provoke a disdainful laugh from a nearby strongman. Forge an acquaintance? With an emperor? With you? Do you truly think you are worthy? If I am unworthy, then what of you? Perhaps you wish to spar. Come. Who fears whom? Today, I shall impart a lesson on the perils of reckless speech. Battle, battle, battle. Amidst the ensuing squabble sparked by Gu Yuan, he had already returned to Linhai's sect, to the desolate peak he called home. The once barren peak lived up to its name, desolate and empty. Not a single creature roamed, and even the flora was limited to mere weeds. This desolation stemmed from the wine-loving Master Lei, who had sold everything of value on the peak to indulge his thirst. Thus, the peak earned its name. Fortunately, with Gu Yuan's arrival, vitality had returned to the desolate peak. He had since filled the mountain with peach trees. To his surprise, Master Lei was absent. Extending his spiritual sense, Yuan was taken aback. He had intended to present the Thunder Calamity liquid to Master Lei as a grand surprise, only to find that the master, often drunk or inebriated slumber, was not at home. Yuan then turned his attention to the courtyard of his junior sister. He had planned to give her the transformation grass, but upon sensing her cultivation efforts, he decided against interrupting her practice. He settled into the comfortable chair where his master often reclined. With a thought, Yuan opened his personal system panel. Name, Yuan. Age, 18. Appearance, 99 points, slightly inferior to the reader. Physique, chaotic divine body, sealed, will unseal automatically when the host is on the brink of death, or upon reaching the status of emperor. Techniques, invincible technique. Martial arts, invincible body technique, invincible fist technique, invincible sword technique, invincible blade technique. Weapons, none. Other, invincible forging technique, invincible alchemy technique, invincible formation technique, invincible talismans technique, invincible sword intent, invincible blade intent, invincible fist intent, invincible. Gazing at the panel, Yuan was momentarily stunned by the entry for his physique. The previous system rewards had not included the chaotic divine body. After a moment's contemplation, he couldn't help but inquire aloud, "System, do I possess a chaotic divine body?" The system's voice promptly responded, "Yes, host." A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes as Yuan began to examine himself. As he probed, he indeed discovered a vast reservoir of energy sealed within him. This energy lay hidden deep within his body, exceptionally well concealed. Had he not attained the level of an invincible emperor, he might never have detected it. This sealed energy, he surmised, was the chaotic divine body the system had mentioned. Another wave of uncertainty washed over him, prompting him to ask, "System, why is my chaotic divine body sealed?" The chaotic divine body is your innate physique. As for why it is sealed, that is simply how it is. Yuan was rendered speechless. I have 2 trees before my door, both of them peach trees. What difference does that make? The system, after a moment's pause, rephrased, "Host, your chaotic divine body is sealed due to powerful forces that acted upon your birth to seal your physique. The reasoning behind this remains unknown to the system. Someone sealed my physique at birth." Yuan furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Suddenly, a possibility struck him, and his expression shifted dramatically, his hair standing on end in an instant. After a prolonged moment, he murmured, unable to conceal his excitement, "Could it be that I am not orphaned, but rather my parents are sovereigns? If that were true, it would indeed be a momentous occasion. His parents had always treated him with utmost kindness, and the prospect of their survival filled him with unparalleled joy. Though this was merely speculation, was this not a common trope in novels? In the early chapters, parents often fake their deaths to grant the protagonist space for independent growth. To confirm his theory, Yuan moved with a swift motion, vanishing from his location. When he reappeared, he found himself in a quaint town. Qingyan Town. This was the place he once called home. 8 years had passed, and he was astonished by the drastic changes that had taken place. Gazing at the bustling town before him, Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. The former Qingyan Town had never been so prosperous. As he moved through the streets, he soon arrived at the site where his parents were buried. Kneeling before the 2 graves, he bowed deeply 3 times before rising to speak. "Father, Mother, forgive me." Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he waved his hand. With that motion, the soil over the graves parted, revealing the depths beneath. Yuan peered apprehensively into the grave. To his astonishment, the pit was entirely empty, no remnants of bones or remains. This was undeniable proof that his suspicions were correct. He was not orphaned. Rather, his parents were sovereigns. 8 years ago, they had faked their deaths. Otherwise, how could one explain the absence of remains? Suddenly, something caught his eye in a corner of the deep pit. There lay a jade pendant. He recognized it. It belonged to his mother. Reaching out, he grasped the pendant firmly in his hand. The jade was smooth and warm to the touch, a rare treasure. Within the pendant, Yuan sensed a powerful restriction. Before he could investigate further, the pendant erupted with blinding light. An overwhelming wave of energy surged forth from it, exuding an aura so terrifying that even Yuan, now an invincible emperor, felt an instinctive sense of danger. Just as he prepared to defend against this fearsome energy, it seemed to sense something and rapidly withdrew. Ultimately, the energy coalesced before Yuan into a figure clad in a light blue gown, her features gentle and enchanting. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the woman bore a striking resemblance to Gu Yuan. She was none other than his mother, Yi Qinglan. As he beheld Yi Qinglan, Gu Yuan's eyes welled with tears, and he could not help but whisper, "Mother. Yuaner," she replied, a warm smile gracing her lips as she spoke tenderly. Hearing that familiar and affectionate call after 8 long years sent a shiver through Gu Yuan's body. Unable to contain himself, he trembled and asked the question that had been plaguing his heart. "Mother, you and father, you are still alive, aren't you?" "Yes," Yi Qinglan replied, smiling and nodding, that a hint of guilt crossed her face as she continued. "Yuan, your father and I did not intend to deceive you. Our fake deaths were entirely due to family regulations." "Family regulations?" Gu Yuan's eyes widened in surprise as he instinctively responded, "Indeed? Yes, family regulations," Yi Qinglan confirmed with a nod. "Your father and I are not of the ancient desolate continent. We hail from the primordial ancient realm, which transcends the 3,000 great worlds. Your father is the patriarch of the Gu clan, one of the 8 supreme ancient clans of the primordial ancient realm. I am the younger sister of the patriarch of the Yi clan, one of the 8 supreme ancient tribes of the primordial ancient realm. Born into such a prestigious lineage, unless one is utterly inept, all must undergo the trials of the family. The so-called family trials entail sending the promising members of the clan into the 3,000 worlds for tempering. Only those who can emerge from their respective realms through their own strength are deemed to have passed the trials, and only then will they be welcomed back to the clan. This is also the reason why the supreme ancient tribes can endure through the ages, for all members are extraordinary talents forged through fierce battles. At this juncture, Yi Qinglan paused before turning to Gu Yuan and inquired, "Yuaner, are you aware that you possess the chaos divine body?" "Yes," Gu Yuan nodded. The person before him was his own mother, and there was nothing to conceal. "Are you aware?" Yi Qinglan's eyes flickered with surprise. Clearly not expecting Gu Yuan to know of his chaos divine body. Suddenly, a hint of pain flashed in her gaze. In her view, Gu Yuan's awareness of the chaos divine body signified that he had encountered perilous circumstances. Only under such dire conditions could the seal of the chaos divine body be unraveled. Thus, if the seal was broken, Gu Yuan would inevitably be aware of the existence of the chaos divine body. How could Yi Qinglan not feel heartache at this thought? Gently stroking Gu Yuan's head, her voice brimmed with tenderness as she said, "Yuaner, you have suffered for the sake of unsealing your chaos divine body." "Mother, the seal of my chaos divine body has not been broken." Shaking his head, Gu Yuan voiced his curiosity. "Mother, was the seal of my chaos divine body placed by you all? The seal of your chaos divine body has not been broken?" Yi Qinglan blinked, a look of confusion crossing her features. However, after a moment of contemplation, she surmised that Gu Yuan must have experienced some fortuitous encounter, leading him to discover his possession of the chaos divine body. Regaining her composure, Yi Qinglan responded to Gu Yuan, "Indeed, the seal of your chaos divine body was jointly placed by your father and me. The reason we sealed the chaos divine body was that it was far too powerful for your young self to control. Thus, we united our efforts to seal it at this point." Yi Qinglan gazed at her ethereal form, then pointed towards Gu Yuan, proclaiming, "The energy I have left within this jade pendant is dwindling, and now I shall assist you in unsealing the chaos divine body." As her fingertip imparted an enigmatic force into Gu Yuan's body, Yi Qinglan's eyes widened in utter astonishment. She was shocked to discover that Gu Yuan had already become an emperor. Moreover, he was not merely one who had recently attained this status. Judging by the depth of his internal power, it was likely that even some who had cultivated for tens or even hundreds of thousands of years would pale in comparison. At just 18, Gu Yuan wielded such terrifying strength. How could Yi Qinglan not be astounded? It was worth noting that when she and Gu Junlin departed, Gu Yuan had yet to embark on the path of cultivation. Even if they had just left, how long could Gu Yuan have been cultivating? Merely 8 years. In 8 years, he transformed from a novice into an emperor. This was nothing short of miraculous. And let us not forget that the potential of Gu Yuan, whose chaos divine body was sealed, had been significantly curtailed. Yet, under such circumstances, he still ascended to the status of an emperor within 8 years. The implications were even more extraordinary. She exhaled slowly, attempting to calm herself as she regarded Gu Yuan with a peculiar expression. Her demeanor intricate. It seems you have encountered remarkable fortuity. Indeed, you have stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity. Gu Yuan smiled and nodded. The system was his monumental opportunity. After a moment of reflection, he excitedly asked, "Mother, Does this mean that once I leave the ancient wild continent, someone will come to retrieve me, and I shall finally reunite with you? His strength had already placed him at the pinnacle of the ancient wild, making it an exceedingly simple task to depart. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Yi Qinglan's eyes brightened with joy. They had been apart for 8 years, and throughout this time, she had been consumed with worry and longing for him. Now, knowing that he possessed the power to easily leave the ancient wild continent and reunite with her, she was overwhelmed with happiness. However, as if recalling something, the joy on her face gradually faded. Looking at Gu Yuan, she spoke earnestly, "Yuaner, you are merely 18 and possess such cultivation. It is indeed remarkable, but you must understand the principle that a tall tree attracts the wind. Within the ancient wild continent, you may be invincible, yet beyond its borders, many formidable foes exist whom you are not yet capable of contending with. Although the Yi and Gu clans are supreme ancient tribes of the primordial ancient realm, we still have many adversaries. If you were to return now, those enemies would surely not permit you to grow unchecked. They would devise every possible means to deal with you. For now, it is best that you do not return. When the time is ripe, I will have your father send someone to retrieve you, that I have little time left. Since you have become an emperor, you shall unseal your chaos divine body on your own." With that, Yi Qinglan completely dissipated into specks of light in the air, her energy evidently exhausted. "Mother, in truth, upon arriving in the primordial ancient realm, I could directly wield the pinnacle power there, and there would be no need to fear any enemies." Gu Yuan murmured softly, but alas, Yi Qinglan could no longer hear him. Stowing the jade pendant away, Gu Yuan whispered, "Now that I am aware of the seal on the chaos divine body, it is time to break it." With his words, the invincible technique surged within him, effortlessly shattering the seal of the chaos divine body in an instant. As the seal broke, the winds roared, the heavens darkened, and an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. The chaotic energy permeated the void, and countless golden lotuses materialized. Figures emerged in the skies above, numerous and dense, likely numbering in the millions. The foremost figures bowed, while those behind them knelt in unison. Such a breathtaking scene instantly stirred the entire ancient wild continent. Countless powerful beings turned their gazes towards Qingyan Town. My goodness, so many people. Ah, my eyes. Those of lower cultivation could not comprehend what was transpiring. After merely a glance, their eyes burst open. Heavens, first someone in Qingyan Town breaks through to become an emperor, and now another has summoned such a phenomenon. Could it be that Qingyan Town is destined to rise? As chaotic energy filled the air, saints bowed, and emperors lowered their heads. This spectacle was none other than the legendary Chaos Divine Body. The Chaos Divine Body has manifested. Find it. We must locate the bearer of the Chaos Divine Body. Let me see what kind of person possesses the Chaos Divine Body. As they gazed up at the extraordinary sight above Qingyan Town, all who witnessed it were left in awe. Many recognized the figures, as they were either saints or emperors who had once existed in this realm. Whether deceased or still living, their phantoms appeared in the sky. How could one not be astonished by such a sight? Amidst the shock, some sent their subordinates to seek the bearer of the Chaos Divine Body, while others employed methods beyond ordinary comprehension to investigate. As the phenomenon gradually subsided, the chaotic energy in the void surged into Gu Yuan's body. The space above Qingyan Town suddenly split open, revealing numerous large eyes appearing in the sky. These were the means employed by a few emperors from the ancient wild continent, attempting to discern who possessed the Chaos Divine Body. Yet, before those large eyes could discern Gu Yuan's form, he sensed their intentions and let out a discontented snort. Humph! A cold snort echoed, causing ripples to surge through the space. These ripples, sharp as blades, struck directly upon the large eyes, resulting in a shower of blood as they burst apart in unison, accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries resonating in the void. The rift in space swiftly sealed, causing the dismembered eyes to vanish entirely. The extraordinary phenomenon dissipated, leaving behind an impression as though nothing had transpired. However, the rain of blood that fell from the heavens undeniably indicated that a confrontation had previously taken place here, a clash between formidable beings of the imperial realm. In a hidden cave, an elderly man with white hair suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vitality waning instantly. This man, the possessor of the Chaos Divine Body, was indeed a mighty emperor, an unrivaled one at that. The astonishment flickering in the depths of his eyes was palpable. He had never anticipated that someone endowed with the Chaos Divine Body would be an invincible sovereign. The greater the strength, the more pronounced the disparities between each minor realm. Once one reaches the imperial realm, The prospect of surpassing boundaries becomes nearly impossible, for those who attain such heights are all exceptional prodigies. One in a myriad, after achieving the imperial level, advancing even a minor realm becomes an arduous endeavor. Over time, the imperial realm has been further subdivided into three tiers: the Undying Emperor, the Unyielding Emperor, and the Invincible Emperor. The Undying Emperor corresponds to the first three levels of the imperial realm, the Unyielding Emperor to the middle three, and the Invincible Emperor to the last three. Furthermore, within these subdivisions, the imperial realm is categorized into early, mid, late, and perfected stages. Notably, the ancient continent is home to sages who perceive a significant gap between the saintly realms, similarly dividing them into three levels: Saint, Saint King, and Saint Sovereign. The white-haired elder had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years and was now an unparalleled powerhouse at the late stage of the Unyielding Emperor. He had believed himself to be invincible in the world, only to be grievously wounded by a mere cold snort. How could he not be astonished? Not only he, but even the other emperors who had suffered grievous harm were equally appalled. In the primordial ancient realm, within the territory of one of the 8 supreme ancient clans, the Gu clan, a conversation unfolded in a fragrant courtyard filled with the melodies of birds that a man clad in black brocade, handsome in appearance, radiated an overwhelming aura of authority, exuding an innate sense of majesty. Upon closer examination, one could discern a resemblance between him and Gu Yuan. He was none other than Gu Yuan's father, Gu Junlin, the patriarch of the Gu clan. As Gu Junlin conversed with his wife, Yi Qinglan, he abruptly ceased speaking, his gaze turning inquisitive toward her. But he had noticed that Yi Qinglan, who had been attentively listening, suddenly fell into a daze, her face reflecting a mix of shock and then blossoming into profound joy. This unexpected transformation left him utterly perplexed. Instinctively, Gu Junlin inquired, "Qinglan, what is the matter?" In response, Yi Qinglan appeared oblivious to his words, offering no reply. Observing this, Gu Junlin furrowed his brow, utterly bewildered by the situation. Fortunately, Yi Qinglan soon regained her composure. With a gentle exhalation, she calmed her racing heart and met Gu Junlin's gaze, stating, "Yuan has become an emperor." Upon hearing Yi Qinglan speak of Gu Yuan, Gu Junlin's heart immediately leapt with concern for his son. Yet, after absorbing her words, he found himself utterly stunned. In an instant, he questioned his own hearing, instinctively asking, "Qinglan, are you saying that Yuan is now an emperor?" His voice was tinged with disbelief. In response to Gu Junlin's astonished and incredulous gaze, Yi Qinglan earnestly nodded, affirming, "You have heard correctly. Yuan is indeed an emperor now." Hiss. The confirmation left Gu Junlin gasping in astonishment. It was evident he was profoundly shocked. They had departed the ancient wilderness continent merely 8 years prior. Gu Yuan's chaos divine body had been sealed, and with it, much of his innate talent for cultivation. Yet, in such a constrained circumstance, Gu Yuan had managed to break through and become an emperor in just 8 years. This pace of cultivation was truly astonishing to Gu Junlin, the patriarch of one of the 8 supreme ancient clans. Moreover, it seemed Gu Yuan had achieved this breakthrough some time ago, surpassing even those emperors who had cultivated for tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of years. At that moment, Yi Qinglan dropped another bombshell. Hiss. Gu Junlin couldn't help but draw in another sharp breath, clearly astonished once more. After a brief moment of shock, he regained his composure, his eyes narrowing in curiosity as he asked, "Qinglan, how did you come upon this knowledge?" With a faint smile, Yi Qinglan took a sip of tea from the table before responding, "Before we departed the ancient wilderness continent, I left a jade pendant in our tomb. Within that pendant resides a fragment of my soul. If it were to be discovered by anyone other than Yuan, they would perish. But if Yuan were to find it, I would convey everything to him through that fragment of my soul. Initially, I merely hoped for a stroke of luck, yet I never anticipated that Yuan would indeed come across the pendant." Upon hearing this, Gu Junlin's eyes glimmered with understanding, yet he couldn't help but frown slightly, irritation creeping into his voice. "Qinglan, how could you do such a thing? There are rules within our clan forbidding the bestowal of treasures upon clan members or revealing their true identities prematurely. You have already violated clan regulations. Are you planning to punish me, patriarch?" Before Gu Junlin could finish, Yi Qinglan shot him a discontented glare. Rising to leave, she had intended to share everything with Gu Yuan, But Gu Junlin's rigid demeanor had prevented her from doing so. In her frustration, she had opted to leave the jade pendant imbued with her soul's essence, hoping to find an opportunity to inform Gu Yuan of everything. Now that she had learned of Gu Yuan's ascension to the imperial realm, she had eagerly sought to share this joyous news with Gu Junlin, only to be lectured in return. Her good mood had vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan was immersed in a deep introspection, feeling the changes within himself. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes, a brilliant gleam flashing within them. A satisfied smile graced his lips as he remarked, "Absorbing the liquid from the lightning tribulation has only marginally enhanced my power. However, I did not anticipate that unsealing the chaos divine body would double my strength." The significant boost in power filled him with elation. He pondered whether his master had returned from procuring wine. Suppressing his excitement, Gu Yuan murmured as he set off swiftly toward Lingyun's sect. Although he was uncertain why Master Dalei was absent from Wasteland Peak, he could surmise, based on his master's habits, that he was most likely out buying wine. Now, Gu Yuan was a genuine and formidable invincible emperor, moving with a speed that was almost unfathomable. The distance from Qingyun town to Lingyun's sect was a staggering 90,000 miles. Yet Gu Yuan traversed it in less than 2.5 breaths, arriving at the summit of Wasteland Peak. Noticing that Master Dalei had still not returned, Gu Yuan reclined in the familiar rattan chair. Basking in the sun, he now stood atop the ancient wilderness continent, requiring no further cultivation, only the enjoyment of life. The thought of cultivation seemed futile. He had already reached an unparalleled state that a mere month remained until his duel with Lu Ruyan. At present, you neglect your training, basking in the sun instead. Have you truly succumbed to utter laziness? A familiar yet commanding voice, tinged with dissatisfaction, echoed through the air. Accompanying it was a potent aroma of liquor. As Gu Yuan opened his eyes, he discovered a woman had appeared before him, seemingly out of nowhere. The woman's skin was as white as snow, delicate as if it could break with a touch. Her waist was slender, her hips round like a full moon, her abdomen flat, and her bosom ample. The gentle breeze lifted her white dress, subtly revealing her long, elegantly curved, snow-white thighs on her stunningly beautiful face. A flush of red indicated that she had indulged in quite a bit of drink. The woman was none other than Gu Yuan's revered master, the foremost sword cultivator of Lingzhou, one of the three great powers of Lingyun's sect, and the master of Wasteland Peak, Luo Qingxue. Master, Gu Yuan, shifting his gaze from the majestic peaks, composed himself and respectfully bowed towards Luo Qingxue. I even sought out elixirs to help you enhance your cultivation aptitude and strengthen your abilities. Yet seeing you in this state is utterly disappointing. Luo Qingxue removed a gourd of wine from her waist and took a hearty swig before reproaching him with a mix of exasperation and affection. This 6th-grade elixir, the spirit-enhancing pill, can elevate your power and cultivation talent. If you do not wish to perish at the hands of that little vixen, Lu Ruyan, in a month's time, take this elixir and devote yourself to your training. As she spoke, a delicate blue jade vial appeared in her hand, which she extended towards Gu Yuan's 6th-grade elixir. A flicker of surprise and gratitude passed through Gu Yuan's eyes. It is known that only a pill king could concoct such elixirs. Their value is immense, particularly rare. Usually, even a single spirit stone would be coveted by his master for a drink. Now, to assist him in improving his cultivation talent and enhancing his strength, she had specifically sought out a 6th-grade elixir. How could he not feel astonished and touched? Observing Gu Yuan's expression, Luo Qingxue playfully pinched his cheeks with her slender, pale hands. My dear disciple, are you not moved? Gu Yuan gently brushed her hand away and replied earnestly, Master, I appreciate your kindness, but I do not require the spirit-enhancing pill. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue appeared momentarily stunned. Why? Clearly, she had not anticipated that Gu Yuan would refuse her goodwill. Meeting her gaze, Gu Yuan smiled faintly and stated, Because my current cultivation level is that of an emperor, the spirit-enhancing pill is of no use to me. Your cultivation level is that of an emperor? Luo Qingxue blinked in confusion, utterly unable to comprehend Gu Yuan's words. In exasperation, he released a wisp of his aura. Rather than wasting breath on explanations, it was more effective to let her experience it firsthand. Although it was merely a hint of his aura, it caused Luo Qingxue's expression to shift dramatically, instilling within her an overwhelming sense of imminent death. In an instant, the effects of the liquor were shaken off. Fortunately, Gu Yuan quickly retracted that wisp of aura. Otherwise, it would have been sufficient to easily subdue Luo Qingxue, the foremost sword cultivator of Lingzhou and one of the three great masters of Lingyun's sect. Despite Gu Yuan's withdrawal, the shock within Luo Qingxue remained undiminished. She swallowed hard, feeling a parched throat. Almost as if to confirm her suspicions, she asked again, "Your cultivation level is truly that of an emperor?" Though she sensed it, the abrupt transformation of Gu Yuan from a weakling at the third layer of Lingyuan realm to an emperor was still an unfathomable shock to her. It was so surreal that she could hardly believe it felt like a dream, prompting her to pinch her own fair thigh hard. The pain elicited a sharp intake of breath, meeting Luo Qingxue's enchanting gaze. Gu Yuan nodded with a smile. Indeed, receiving confirmation and feeling the pain in her thigh, Luo Qingxue couldn't help but draw in another sharp breath at that moment. She realized that everything happening before her was indeed reality. Her beloved disciple, her only male disciple, was truly an emperor. After a brief pause, as if recalling something, Luo Qingxue couldn't help but inquire, "Was it you who attracted the emperor's thunder tribulation at Ziyun Mountain?" Earlier, the mountain where Gu Yuan had been was indeed Ziyun Mountain. It was close to Lingyun's sect, and she had been drawn to the commotion during Gu Yuan's tribulation. Unfortunately, she had found nothing. Now, upon witnessing Gu Yuan's ascension to emperor, she immediately deduced that he was the one who had summoned the thunder tribulation. "Master, you are correct. I was indeed the one who attracted the emperor's thunder tribulation." Gu Yuan had no intention of concealing anything from his master. There was nothing to hide, especially considering his current cultivation level. This child is far too extraordinary. He must not be allowed to live. He must be eliminated at the earliest opportunity. Should anyone harbor such thoughts, it would only be their demise. Indeed, it was you. Upon receiving confirmation, Luo Qingxue was once again astonished. Previously, she had visited Ziyun Mountain and witnessed everything there. The area had not suffered any damage, indicating that the one who attracted the emperor's thunder tribulation was immensely powerful. Initially, she had assumed this emperor to be a reclusive master, never imagining that it would be her own cherished disciple. The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. At this moment, Gu Yuan spoke once more. "Master, this is the thunder tribulation liquid I have prepared for you. It may aid in your cultivation enhancement." With that, he produced a small jade vial and handed it to Luo Qingxue. She gazed at the vial he offered. Her heart trembled, and her beautiful eyes glimmered with unshed tears, clearly moved. As a powerful being at the 9th layer of Saint Realm, she had also attracted a thunder tribulation when she broke through to become a saint. Within that tribulation was indeed the thunder tribulation liquid. She was certainly familiar with it. It was a rare treasure, concealed within the thunder tribulation, and almost never gifted to others. After all, such liquids are typically absorbed and refined by the one who attracted the tribulation upon their success. Now, witnessing Gu Yuan collect the thunder tribulation liquid and present it to her, she felt genuinely touched. Regaining her composure, she accepted it without reservation, rationalizing that as Gu Yuan's master, it was only fitting for her to accept a token of his gratitude now that he had unexpectedly become an emperor. Opening the small vial, a tempestuous aura immediately wafted forth. Sensing the immense energy contained within the thunder tribulation liquid, Luo Qingxue's eyes sparkled with excitement. If this liquid were exchanged for wine, it would surely procure an abundance of fine spirits. And since the spirit-enhancing pill was of no use to Gu Yuan, it could also be traded for wine. Silently, she tucked away the spirit-enhancing pill and the thunder tribulation liquid. Then, as if recalling something else, her expression shifted to one of peculiar concern. Lu Rian had joined Yunxiao's sect, her strength surging dramatically. It was rumored that she had now reached the transcendence realm. She likely reveled in her rapid advancement, believing she could easily handle Gu Yuan in a month. Little did she know that he was now an emperor. In a month's time, Lu Rian is doomed. Indeed, as she had anticipated, at this very moment, Lu Rian was likely basking in the joy of her own cultivation progress. In the ancient land of the ruins, in the southern domain, within the imperial state, stands the esteemed Yunxiao sect. Inside a lavishly adorned cultivation chamber, Lu Ruan, seated in meditation with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide, her gaze brimming with joy. She meticulously sensed the immense power within her. A force so formidable it could effortlessly shatter a mountain. The corners of her mouth curled upwards, an expression she could not suppress. A thought crossed her mind, her eyes filled with resentment and hatred. Gu Yuan, 2 years and 11 months ago, you dared to dismiss me before the thousands of disciples of the Linhai sect, leaving me utterly humiliated. You brazenly proposed a 3-year agreement with me, a challenge. A battle of life and death. Now, with merely a month remaining until that fateful date, I have ascended to the 3rd level of the transcendence realm, while you remain a mere ant in the spirit origin realm. After 1 month, I shall make you understand the true meaning of cruelty. I will force you to kneel before me, groveling like a dog, and make you aware of the price for humiliating this saintess. At this juncture, a cruel smile flickered across Lu Ruan's face, as if she could already envision Gu Yuan, easily subdued, kneeling before her like a dead dog, begging for mercy, her delightful eyes filled with joy. Fixated on Gu Yuan, suddenly, Luo Qingxue seemed to recall something, a smile blossoming on her face that could thaw a millennium's worth of ice, and she chuckled. My dear disciple, you have been so kind to me, filling the barren peak with my favorite peach trees, and presenting me with such precious thunder tribulation liquid. You surely must have some thoughts regarding me, do you not? As she spoke, Luo Qingxue drew closer, her warm breath brushing against Gu Yuan, intoxicating him with its gentleness. Overwhelmed by this captivating aura, combined with Luo Qingxue's words, Gu Yuan felt an inexplicable flurry of anxiety within him. Their gazes locked. He sensed his inner turmoil intensifying. His master was the most cherished person in his life, possessing an allure that no man could resist, accompanied by an almost flawless figure and visage. What man could remain indifferent to such beauty? He was no exception. Yet, they were master and disciple. He could not commit such an act of betrayal. Shaking off his thoughts of his master, Gu Yuan instinctively took a step back. He then shook his head and replied, No, I harbor no disrespect towards my master. None at all. At his words, a flicker of disappointment passed through Luo Qingxue's eyes. However, this fleeting disappointment went unnoticed by Gu Yuan. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Qingxue gazed at him with sparkling eyes and inquired, My dear disciple, could you tell me just how strong you have become? Her gaze was reminiscent of one beholding a rare treasure, making Gu Yuan feel uncomfortable under her scrutiny. Nevertheless, he earnestly answered her question. I am not particularly strong. I can only claim to be invincible on the ancient continent. Have you heard the words of others? A simple statement rendered Luo Qingxue momentarily speechless. Such a declaration could not merely be described as arrogance. It was sheer, boundless hubris. She rolled her eyes at Gu Yuan, wishing to retort, but the potent aura of the emperor that Gu Yuan had just revealed stilled her tongue. Whether Gu Yuan could truly be deemed invincible on the ancient continent was uncertain. Yet he was undeniably a genuine emperor. The terrifying aura of his imperial might could not be feigned. He possessed the audacity to be arrogant. My dear disciple, could you share with me what transpired to transform you into an emperor? After contemplating, Luo Qingxue voiced her deepest curiosity. Just a short time ago, Gu Yuan had been exceedingly weak, akin to an ant. Now, he had suddenly ascended to the rank of an emperor. Such a monumental transformation was beyond comprehension. Who could resist the urge to inquire about this? Faced with Luo Qingxue's curiosity, Gu Yuan thought for a moment and concocted a casual excuse. I recently journeyed to the Ziyun Mountains, where I encountered an emperor on the brink of death. He remarked that my talent was extraordinary, my bones remarkable, a once-in-a-billion prodigy. He wished for me to accept his legacy, and I acquiesced. Thereafter, he bestowed his cultivation upon me. Speaking thus, Gu Yuan adopted a serious demeanor and added, And that is how I became an emperor. This was the most plausible explanation he could devise. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's account, Luo Qingxue was at a loss for words. When a powerful being reaches a certain level, they can indeed assist others in rapidly enhancing their cultivation. Yet, would an emperor truly be on the verge of death? And could there genuinely be an emperor in such a desolate place as Lingzhou? Her skepticism was palpable. However, gazing into Gu Yuan's earnest expression, she found herself believing him to some extent. After all, no other explanation could account for his sudden transformation from the 3rd level of the spirit origin realm to an emperor. As if struck by a thought, Luo Qingxue looked at Gu Yuan, her eyes ablaze with fervor, and said, My dear disciple, could you conceal the fact that you are now an emperor? Conceal? Gu Yuan was puzzled as to why he should hide it. Luo Qingxue, not one to waste time, immediately explained, My dear disciple, In just 10 days, the sect will hold a competition among its disciples. Those who perform exceptionally well will receive a wealth of cultivation resources. If you do not conceal your strength, you shall be barred from participating in the competition. Only by hiding your true power can you compete. You may be an emperor now, and the sect's resources may seem insignificant to you. But do not forget, you have senior sisters and junior sisters, and I, your master, that we should not refuse the resources the sect offers. By merely concealing a portion of your strength, you can secure the sect's generous rewards, which would be of no detriment to you. What say you? At this point, Luo Qingshua's beautiful eyes remained fixed on Gu Yuan, unwavering as their gazes met. Gu Yuan offered no further words and simply nodded. All right, since his master wished for him to conceal some of his strength, he would comply. Moreover, even if he were to hide his abilities, participating in the sect's competition would still be akin to a one-sided victory. Upon receiving Gu Yuan's affirmation, Luo Qingshua's face instantly brightened with a smile capable of melting glaciers. She couldn't help but let out a joyful laugh. Good disciple. As she spoke, she opened her arms, leaning forward as if to embrace Gu Yuan and plant a fervent kiss upon him. However, recalling that Gu Yuan was now 18 and an emperor, no longer the little boy he once was, she abruptly halted her advance. Instead, she raised her arms towards the sky and let out a yawn. Ah, it seems I must take my leave. Rest well, my dear disciple. I shall return to my cultivation. With that, she patted her mouth and leisurely walked back to her dwelling. Watching the graceful silhouette of his master, Gu Yuan couldn't help but sigh, feeling a tumult of emotions within him. After spending 8 years together, how could he not discern her intentions from her earlier actions? Yet now, he had matured. His master could no longer treat him as she once did. Perhaps this is the inevitable frustration of growing up. As one matures, the distinctions between male and female become apparent, and even the revered master has begun to maintain a distance. After some contemplation, a thought suddenly struck him. Gu Yuan's mind stirred, and a translucent azure virtual panel materialized before his eyes. That name, Luo Qingxua. Attractiveness, 98 points. Constitution, profound divine body. Cultivation technique, Lingyun method. Martial arts, Taiyin sword technique. Weapon, Taiyin mysterious sword. Cultivation level, 9th stage of the Holy King realm. Upon reviewing the information displayed on the virtual panel, Gu Yuan nodded in silence. This was merely a brief overview of his master. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Gu Yuan's gaze sharpened, fixating on the courtyard where his junior sister, Mu Nanwan, resided. From her courtyard, he detected an exceedingly terrifying aura emanating from the imperial realm. This aura was fleeting, yet Gu Yuan, now an invincible emperor, sensed it immediately. His brow furrowed slightly, and with a swift motion, he vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he found himself in Mu Nanwan's training chamber. Inside, a youthful maiden with delicate features, clad in simple yet clean azure attire, sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, seemingly engaged in meditation. The girl was none other than his junior sister, Mu Nanwan. Could it be that I misperceived the aura? Observing Mu Nanwan in meditation, Gu Yuan's brow furrowed once more. Earlier, he had indeed sensed a powerful imperial realm presence here, yet now it had completely dissipated. This was undeniably peculiar. Turning his gaze toward Mu Nanwan, Gu Yuan summoned another translucent azure virtual panel, which displayed her personal information. Name, Mu Nanwan. Attractiveness, 96 points. Constitution, azure lotus sword body. Cultivation techniques, Lingyun method, azure lotus method. Martial arts, azure lotus sword technique. Weapon, none. Cultivation level, 6th stage of the spirit sea realm. Note, this individual is the reincarnation of the azure lotus empress from the heavenly martial continent, who has now awakened her past memories. Due to severe damage to her soul, she cannot recover her peak state in the short term. The revelation that Mu Nanwan is the reincarnation of the azure lotus empress from the heavenly martial continent took Gu Yuan by surprise. He had not anticipated such a remarkable identity for his junior sister. Just then, as her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, Mu Nanwan finally opened her eyes, a fleeting brilliance flashing within them. That a flicker of hatred and murderous intent crossed her gaze as she murmured, "Betrayers must die." Yet, as soon as she uttered these words, she froze, seemingly realizing the presence of another individual in the training chamber. Meeting Gu Yuan's penetrating black gaze, Mu Nanwan felt a surge of panic. As if her innermost secrets were laid bare before him, He surely didn't hear what I just said, did he? With this thought in mind, Mu Nanwan steadied her nerves and respectfully greeted Gu Yuan. Senior brother Gu Yuan nodded slightly. With a wave of his hand, a dragon transformation herb appeared, drifting toward Mu Nanwan. This is the dragon transformation herb. It can enhance your cultivation talent and elevate your strength. With only 10 days left until the Disciples' Grand Competition, focus on your training and uphold the reputation of our barren peak. Senior brother, in a month, it will be the day of your duel with Lu Ruyan. Compared to me, you are in greater need of the dragon transformation herb. Mu Nanwan instinctively began to refuse Gu Yuan's kindness. Clearly, he, who was about to face Lu Ruyan, required this herb far more than she did. However, before she could finish her sentence, Gu Yuan's figure had already vanished from sight. Reluctantly, Mu Nanwan accepted the dragon transformation herb. Although her senior brother was currently weaker than her, he had never taken back anything he had given her. Gazing at the herb, memories of their past began to flood her mind. In this lifetime, she had lost her parents at a young age and wandered the streets. It was her senior brother who had stepped forward to save her in moments of peril. When she was weak, he had protected her. Upon entering Lingyun's sect, he had guided her in her cultivation. Whenever she required resources for training, he would undertake sect missions to provide for her. With a deep breath, Mu Nanwan exhaled a cloud of stale air. A resolute glimmer shone in her eyes. Given how well her senior brother treated her, if she were to falter against Lu Ruyan in a month, she would not hesitate to risk her soul's power to save him. As long as she was present, no one could harm her senior brother. System, how can I assist my junior sister in restoring her damaged soul? After exiting Mu Nanwan's training chamber, Gu Yuan immediately inquired within his mind. Mu Nanwan was his junior sister, the person he was closest to on the ancient continent aside from his master. Upon learning of her severe soul damage, he was eager to help her recover. As his words faded, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. In response to the host's inquiry, to help your junior sister restore her damaged soul is quite simple. You merely need to refine an emperor-grade pill, the soul consolidation pill, to facilitate her recovery. Hearing the system's response, Gu Yuan couldn't help but feel exasperated. He had acquired an unbeatable alchemy technique from the system, and he was well versed in the refinement of various pills and their effects, as well as an extensive knowledge of medicinal materials. He naturally understood that creating the emperor-grade soul consolidation pill would aid Mu Nanwan in recuperating her damaged soul. However, the problem lay in his ignorance of where to find the materials required for refining such a pill. As if anticipating Gu Yuan's thoughts, the system's voice resonated in his mind once more. Ding! The host can head to the Medicine Emperor Valley in the central region to seek the necessary materials. With the system's words, a vast azure virtual panel appeared, clearly indicating his current location and the location of the Medicine Emperor Valley. How considerate! Gu Yuan couldn't help but smile at the panel before him. Without further hesitation, he moved his feet and instantly vanished from his position, transforming into a streak of flowing light, racing toward the central region where the Medicine Emperor Valley was situated. The ancient continent is divided into 5 regions: Central Region, Eastern Region, Southern Region, Western Region, and Northern Region. Among them, the Central Region is the most prosperous, said to be filled with opportunities, revered beings, and countless saints. It is the dream cultivation sanctuary for all human practitioners. However, entering the Central Region is no simple task. The entire region is encircled by an immense, boundless ocean known as the Forbidden Sea. This sea acts as a natural barrier, safeguarding the central region while isolating the other 4 regions. Regardless of the entry point to the central region, one must traverse the Forbidden Sea. The sea is fraught with peril, teeming with terrifying sea beasts. Unless one possesses peak strength, recklessly navigating the Forbidden Sea could result in peril to one's life. Yet, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. High risks yield high rewards. Despite the myriad dangers within the Forbidden Sea, some sailors still choose to take the gamble, transporting those who yearn to venture into the central region. There are 2 types of people seeking to reach the central region: the elderly nearing the end of their lifetimes, wishing to witness its splendor, and the ambitious youth, eager to explore the opportunities it offers. At this moment, dozens of enormous ships were docked along the shores of the Forbidden Sea. The sailors aboard the ships called out warmly, hoping to attract more passengers bound for the central region. Hey, young friend, we have one last spot available on our ship. We're setting sail immediately. Would you like to come aboard? I can offer you a discount. On a colossal ship, a rugged man with a stubbled face was exuberantly shouting down to a young gentleman clad in white attire. The youth, exuding an extraordinary aura, was dressed in immaculate white. Untouched by the mundane world, tall and slender, with a visage reminiscent of jade, he was strikingly handsome, appearing as though he had descended from celestial realms. Such an individual was unmistakably of noble birth. A rare gem indeed, ripe for exploitation. The thoughts of the boatman mirrored that of the man. Several boatmen began to call out to the young man. "Young friend, I perceive a connection between us. If you board my vessel, I shall charge you but half the fare. Young friend, your remarkable physique indicates you are an unparalleled talent among the masses. Join me on my ship, and I can introduce you to powerful factions in the central domain. Little brother, do you find your sister beautiful? If you choose my vessel, I will keep you entertained." "No need," Yuan replied, shaking his head, "that I am pressed for time. You are too slowed. I shall cross this forbidden sea myself." With that, Yuan strode purposefully towards the forbidden sea. Initially, he had slowed his pace merely due to the crowd, not intending to board any vessel. No need, pressed for time. The notion of crossing the forbidden sea alone? Although they understood his words, the connection eluded them entirely. The gathered crowd was bewildered, utterly unable to comprehend the implications of Yuan's declaration that it was undeniably perilous to traverse the forbidden sea alone. A moment's carelessness could lead to utter annihilation. They perceived Yuan's youth as an indication of insufficient strength, and thus deemed his solitary crossing as a venture fraught with fatality. After a moment's contemplation, many boatmen concluded that Yuan was unaware of the dangers posed by the forbidden sea, prompting his decision to embark alone. One of the boatmen then spoke up. "Young friend, the forbidden sea is rife with ferocious beasts. It is perilous to traverse it alone. Better to board my vessel, and I shall ensure your safe passage to the central domain." As one began to speak, the others chimed in. "Young friend, crossing the forbidden sea alone is unwise. It is far safer to travel together. Young friend, if you find my fees excessive, we can negotiate." Hearing the boatman's pleas, Yuan waved his hand dismissively, without turning back. "No need." With that, he stepped onto the surface of the forbidden sea. With a swift motion, he transformed into a streak of light, speeding towards the central domain. In mere breaths, he vanished from the sight of all present. What astonishing speed! Witnessing Yuan's remarkable velocity, the onlookers were collectively taken aback, clearly astonished that someone so young could exhibit such swiftness. However, after the initial shock, many boatmen shook their heads in disbelief, their eyes betraying a hint of regret. Speed alone was insufficient to traverse the forbidden sea. Strength was paramount. They piloted their massive vessels, equipped with intricate offensive and defensive formations, as well as speed enchantments. Even so, should they encounter a sea beast, survival was not guaranteed. Now, Yuan was attempting to cross the forbidden sea alone. If he were to encounter a sea beast during his passage, his demise was all but certain. Such a handsome and youthful figure meeting such an end would indeed be a lamentable affair. The arrogant youth would ultimately pay the price for his hubris, the captain mused, eager to witness how this young man would meet his fate at the jaws of a sea beast. On board a grand ship, a portly middle-aged man clad in golden brocade, exuding an air of affluence, directed his gaze toward Yuan's position, snorting disdainfully. "Fu Lao, pursue him," he commanded with a wave of his hand. "Yes, master," an elderly man beside him responded. Raising his hand, a surge of spiritual energy shot forth, striking the vessel. The ship was instantly propelled into motion, transforming into a streak of light racing towards Yuan. Observing this, some boatmen shook their heads in resignation, while others hesitated briefly before urging their vessels to follow suit. It seemed this young man was not particularly fortunate, having encountered a sea beast so swiftly. As the grand ship sped along, the occupants soon witnessed a scene that left them in awe. In the distance, they beheld the white-clad youth standing upon the water, confronted by a colossal serpent spanning 100 feet in length. The serpent, adorned with pale blue scales, emanated an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Feeling the immense pressure from the serpent, the crew aboard the ship instinctively furrowed their brows, convinced that Yuan's fate was sealed. Their reasoning was sound. The serpent's aura was far too formidable, identifying it as a sea beast of the esteemed realm. While they could not discern Yuan's true strength, they could recognize his youth. He appeared to be no older than 18. Even the most exceptional prodigy could hardly stand against a sea beast of such caliber. Thus, they collectively concluded that Yuan was doomed. inevitably facing a gruesome demise, fearing that the sea beast might turn its wrath upon them after dispatching Yuan. The surrounding boatmen instinctively maneuvered their vessels further away. The pale blue serpent loomed above, gazing down at Yuan with disdain. After a lengthy pause, it finally spoke. To meet me, and yet remain composed. Commendable courage indeed. However, I wonder if you can maintain that calm when I devour you. In response to the serpent's taunt, Yuan coolly remarked, considering your arduous cultivation, I offer you a chance. Retreat now, and I shall spare your life. It was his first encounter with a speaking beast, and the creature had yet to attack him outright. Should it choose to heed his words, he would allow it to live. Spare my life? The pale blue serpent briefly faltered, only to be consumed by anger. Its massive eyes flashing with fury that it felt belittled by this young man it regarded as insignificant. How could it not be enraged? Arrogance. With a thunderous roar, the serpent unleashed its formidable aura, creating tumultuous waves in its wake. Without further ado, it coiled its body, opening its gaping maw wide, lunging at Yuan with the intent to swallow him whole. This boy is finished. Witnessing this unfold, the distant onlookers shook their heads in unison. Some, unable to bear the impending brutality, turned away, bracing themselves for the gruesome scene that was to follow. Yet, what transpired next left everyone in stunned silence. Their eyes wide with disbelief, jaws agape as if they could swallow an egg whole. Their astonishment was warranted. The spectacle before them was so surreal, so fantastical, that it seemed beyond the realm of possibility. Instead of being devoured by the pale blue serpent, Yuan merely cast a casual glance at the creature. Yet, that simple gaze elicited a visceral reaction from the serpent, causing its pupils to dilate in shock and a pained howl to escape its maw. Before it could react further, a deafening crash echoed across the sea. A resounding explosion reverberated through the air. It erupted violently, blood splattering everywhere, as if the sky above them were showered with crimson rain. The droplets stained the waters below, leaving those who witnessed the scene utterly astounded. In a mere heartbeat, a formidable sea beast of the met its untimely demise, utterly lifeless. Who among the onlookers could maintain their composure? Some, paralyzed by fear, nearly succumbed to shock. Glub, a sea beast has perished just like that. This was utterly preposterous. Absurdity incarnate. With a single glance, a creature of such might was vanquished. Could this truly be reality, and not a mere dream? Hiss. The pain in my arm confirms it. This is indeed real, not a figment of my imagination. Those who bore witness to the earlier spectacle found themselves in a prolonged state of disbelief. For the impact of the event was overwhelmingly profound. Some even questioned their own consciousness, unable to resist pinching their companions, only to be jolted into the realization that what they had seen was indeed tangible. Not a dream. Amidst the awe of the crowd, Yuan remained unfazed. After effortlessly dispatching the nearby sea beast, he waved his hand, collecting the creature's precious blood and the infused with its essence. Before swiftly departing, transforming into a streak of light racing towards the central domain. This was a sea beast, its entire being a veritable treasure trove, although he had no need for such spoils. He considered his, and as Yuan made his exit, some seasoned fishermen began to stir, realizing that the metallic scent of blood would attract a multitude of sea beasts from them. Staying here was perilous. They needed to flee. Without hesitation, the fishermen activated their colossal vessels, propelling them away from the ominous locale. In due time, terrifying sea beasts emerged from the depths of the. Alas, they had arrived too late. Left only to lap at the remnants of blood. At the very edge of the central domain, near the, stood a grand city known as. The inhabitants and cultivators of the city primarily derived their livelihoods from the sea. Despite the myriad of fearsome creatures lurking within, the safety was assured as long as one refrained from venturing into its depths. However, over time, their incursions had provoked the ire of some powerful sea beasts. Each year, these beasts would launch sudden, devastating assaults against, exacting a heavy toll. The most catastrophic assault nearly resulted in the city's obliteration, only to be thwarted by the timely intervention of some formidable warriors from the central domain. Today, once more, the sea beasts of the initiated a cataclysmic attack on. Boom. The earth-shattering sound echoed through the heavens. That it was the result of powerful sea beasts harnessing the waters to strike with ferocity against. The violent shock waves coursed through the city, causing it to tremble as though gripped by an earthquake. Ordinary citizens, devoid of cultivation, were thrown to the ground by the force, while only those with some degree of power could maintain their footing. Had it not been for this timely activation of the protective array, the entire city would likely have been obliterated in an instant. These sea beasts were truly terrifying, clad in golden armor. The imposing stood atop the city walls, his expression grave as he surveyed the approaching horde. I in the past had faced assaults from the, but never had the number and strength of the attacking beasts been so formidable. Tens of thousands of sea beasts surged forth, with no fewer than 100 at the level. The sheer volume of the assault rendered the city's chances of survival bleak. Thud, thud, thud. The rapid sound of footsteps drew closer. Prompting to turn, he instinctively inquired, "Have we managed to contact them from the central domain?" The response was grim, that we cannot establish contact. Upon hearing this, S. countenance darkened considerably. The absence of aid meant that would face this overwhelming onslaught alone. Despite his strength as A, and the capable forces at his disposal, including many at the end levels, the odds against the legion of sea beasts were insurmountable. Roar, a sudden, fearsome cry erupted, a monstrous wave surged forth from the sea. And from its depths arose a colossal figure, adorned with wings and 9 serpentine heads, soaring into the air. This grotesque being, brandishing a crescent-shaped blade and clad in silver armor, was none other than the sight of this entity sent a fresh wave of dread coursing through the inhabitants of. There was a being of unparalleled might, a true, the last time faced annihilation. It was at the hands of this very creature. The resurgence of such a formidable foe stirred painful memories, making it impossible to suppress their fear. How delightful to see you all so terrified, he cackled, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the citizens, reveling in their palpable dread. Last time you were fortunate enough to escape. How bold of you to reappear outside. Are you not afraid of the wrath of the human from the central domain? Bellowed defiantly, attempting to intimidate the, yet, at his words, the 9 faces of the darkened with fury. In a previous confrontation, he had led his sea beasts in an assault on, only to be thwarted at the last moment by the emergence of 9 human. Despite his formidable prowess, even he could not contend with 9 opponents simultaneously, resulting in a humiliating defeat from which he had barely escaped by employing a secret technique. This memory festered within him, and upon hearing's taunt, his anger boiled over. His already fearsome visages twisted even more grotesquely with rage. Yet, then a thought crossed his mind, and he smirked wickedly. The event of yore was a lapse in my planning, allowing you to survive. However, I have since devised meticulous strategies for your city's downfall. Your communication talismans have likely ceased to function, have they not? This time, no one will come to your aid. I am eager to see how you intend to shield from my wrath. With that, he unleashed a thunderous roar. Crush it. As his voice echoed, a torrent of power surged within him, and he raised his crescent blade high, bringing it crashing down upon. The unleashed energy coalesced into an enormous crescent blade, descending with a catastrophic force that bore an aura of annihilation, striking the protective array of the protective formation, meticulously crafted by at great expense with the assistance of powerful array masters, was designed to withstand attacks from typical. Yet, there was no ordinary foe, and his full-throttle assault possessed the potential to rend the very heavens asunder. The city of Linhai's defensive formation crumbled under the assault of the 9-headed saint. It barely withstood the attack for just over 2 breaths, not even lasting 3. A deafening explosion resonated as the protective barrier shattered explosively. The violent shockwaves cascaded down from the heavens, unleashing chaos in a frenzied torrent. In the blink of an eye, numerous structures within Linhai were obliterated, and many individuals of low cultivation, as well as those without any cultivation, met a tragic end beneath the onslaught of these ferocious waves. With the defensive formation breached, the command rang out, "Kill." The booming voice of the 9-headed saint spurred the surrounding sea beasts into action, who no longer hesitated and charged towards Linhai with ferocious roars. Witnessing the overwhelming tide of sea beasts, despair inevitably washed over the hearts of Linhai's defenders. Such a multitude of formidable foes, with no external aid in sight, left only one fate awaiting them: annihilation. If Linhai were to be destroyed, their own fates would be no better. Either they would perish in battle or be devoured by these ravenous beasts. This grim reality made despair inescapable. As he observed the desolation and the nearly one-sided battle unfolding on the faces of Linhai's people, a triumphant smile crept across the 9-headed saint's visage. What a delectable slaughter this shall be, he cackled. In stark contrast to the saint's glee, the inhabitants of Linhai wore expressions of anguish. Under the relentless assault of thousands of sea beasts, within mere breaths, The casualties among Linhai's defenders had risen dramatically. Even the strongest among them, the city lordly Lin, had sustained severe injuries from the beasts. Witnessing this, the nine-headed saint's smile broadened with palpable satisfaction. However, in an instant, he seemed to sense something amiss, his gaze snapping towards the rear. This glance transformed his expression into one of grave concern. In that direction, a streak of white light approached at an astonishing speed, and as it drew nearer, he discerned that it was not merely a light, but a youth clad in white, whose beauty was ethereal, reminiscent of an otherworldly being descending from the heavens. Almost instinctively, the nine-headed saint perceived this figure as Linhai's savior. A cold glint flickered in his eyes, and without further ado, he summoned his power. Channeling an immense force into a colossal crescent blade. Die, he hissed, unleashing the gigantic crescent blade, imbued with a terrifying aura of destruction, hurtling towards the white-clad youth. Watching the incoming attack, Yuan remained unperturbed, his expression tranquil and unchanged. Throughout his journey, he had encountered countless sea beasts that dared to challenge him. Thus, the nine-headed saint's strike appeared no different from those futile attempts to face his full power and yet remain composed. The nine-headed saint felt a flicker of surprise at Yuan's calm demeanor, but that surprise swiftly morphed into profound dread as he witnessed an unforgettable spectacle. The youth merely cast a casual glance at the saint's all-out assault, which immediately detonated, scattering into countless motes of light. The violent shockwaves surged outward, generating towering waves, yet not a single drop of seawater touched Yuan. The might of his gaze was utterly terrifying. This youth was undeniably formidable. Retreat. Panic flickered in the nine-headed saint's eyes as he quickly deduced that he stood no chance against Yuan. With resolute determination, he transformed into a streak of light, fleeing into the distance. This was not an act of cowardice, but a choice made from wisdom. Surviving for so long amidst the combined might of nine saints had taught him the value of prudence. He had believed he could navigate this encounter safely as well, but fate proved otherwise this time. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and the white-clad figure appeared before him in an instant. The speed was so astonishing that he reflexively glanced back at Yuan's previous position, questioning whether there were two of him. Since you wish to kill me, do not blame me for seeking your death. Yuan's voice, smooth yet chillingly indifferent, resonated in his ears, enveloping the nine-headed saint in an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Instinctively, he looked towards the source of this deathly sensation, only to see a slender, pale finger rapidly enlarging within his field of vision. No. Please no. The nine-headed saint could not suppress a desperate scream as he sensed the deadly aura emanating from that finger. He attempted to evade or block it, but his body had already been ensnared by its lethal intent, rendering his movements sluggish and unresponsive. Ultimately, even as he struggled to summon his power, Yuan's finger precisely struck the center of his forehead. A torrent of violent energy surged forth from the fingertip, and before the saint could utter a single cry, his form disintegrated into a mist of blood, his very soul obliterated, leaving behind naught but a small, pale blue orb, the essence of his strength and vitality. The demon core. Yuan, wishing to preserve the demon core, dismissed it from destruction, gathering it along with the remnants of the nine-headed saint's blood before shifting his gaze toward the direction of Linhai. At this moment, not only had all of Linhai's inhabitants gathered, but also countless sea beasts. Without exception, all eyes were fixed upon Yuan. The nine-headed saint had been the most formidable adversary, leading the assault on Linhai and posing the greatest threat. Thus, it was only natural that the attention of both the defenders and the beast was riveted upon him, now that the saint had been effortlessly dispatched by Yuan's finger. All gazes turned to the youth clad in white. Those who had witnessed the earlier events found their bodies involuntarily trembling, fear etched into their expressions. The impact of Yuan's single finger obliterating the nine-headed saint was monumental. A being of such caliber, a paragon among the ninth tier of saint-level cultivators, was not a weakling by any standard, even in the broader realm. Yet, this formidable entity had been crushed as easily as one might squash an ant. The magnitude of this revelation was staggering. Emerging from their shock, the people of Linhai erupted in jubilant celebration, believing they had been granted salvation. With the defensive formation shattered, the nine-headed saint looming above, and thousands of sea beasts attacking, they had anticipated certain doom. However, Yuan's effortless annihilation of the nine-headed saint illuminated their path to survival, igniting hope amidst the darkness. Overcome with gratitude and relief, some citizens of Linhai prostrated themselves before Yuan, showering him with praises that are in stark contrast to their exuberance. The sea beasts were paralyzed with terror, fleeing the city in a frenzy, scattering in all directions. It was a desperate measure. With the nine-headed saint slain by Gu Yuan's finger, remaining here meant certain death. To linger would be sheer folly. Yet, some remained oblivious to the danger. You dare kill the prince consort? You seek death. How dare you slay Lord Jiu? I will have your life. The prince consort has perished, and upon our return, we too shall meet a grim fate. Let us all charge forth and fight to the death. Amidst the chorus of anguished roars, a handful of sea beasts surged directly towards Gu Yuan. The outcome was thus. Gu Yuan beheld the scene. With a series of resounding explosions, every sea beast that charged at him was reduced to mere clouds of crimson mist. The blood mist coalesced, casting the heavens and the earth into a semblance of falling blood rain. Drops of blood fell, staining the ground a dark crimson hue. With a sweeping gesture, Gu Yuan collected numerous demon cores and droplets of potent beast blood. Brimming with immense energy, into his spatial storage, as the battle concluded, Li Lin soared before Gu Yuan, bowing respectfully and expressing, I am Li Lin, and on behalf of all the people of Linhai City, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your life-saving grace. It was merely a trifling effort. There is no need for thanks, Gu Yuan replied with a casual wave and a smile. That a trifling effort? Just so. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Li Lin could not help but smile bitterly. Had it not been for this individual's intervention, Linhai City would have faced utter annihilation. The combined populace of Linhai City numbered in the hundreds of thousands. To save so many lives while remaining so composed truly exemplified the demeanor of a formidable powerhouse. Li Lin cautiously observed Gu Yuan a few times before inquiring, I perceive that you are somewhat unfamiliar to me. May I ask from which faction you hail? To vanquish the nine-headed Saint Lord with such ease, one must surely be a renowned figure across the realm. However, despite scouring his memories, Li Lin found nothing. As though this powerful being had materialized out of thin air, igniting a sense of curiosity and doubt within him. From the southern domain, the Lingyun sect, Gu Yuan replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Li Lin felt his mind buzz with disbelief. The southern domain. This individual hails from the southern domain. What sort of place is that? A forsaken land with nary a soul. How could such a formidable powerhouse emerge from such a desolate region? Gu Yuan's declaration indeed struck him with considerable impact. Indeed, the strength of the powerful in this world is as plentiful as fish crossing a river. One must never underestimate anyone, he silently mused. The dismissive thoughts he held about the southern domain dissipating in an instant. After a brief pause, Li Lin curiously posed, Since you come from the southern domain, you must have some significant matters to attend to. Yes, if there is any way I can be of assistance, I am more than willing to serve you. No need. Gu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. I am merely intending to visit the Medicine Emperor Valley. You wish to go to the Medicine Emperor Valley? Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Li Lin's expression changed dramatically, and he could not refrain from exclaiming in surprise. What is the matter? Gu Yuan asked. Sensing Li Lin's sudden shift in demeanor. You may not be aware, but recently, the Dan Pavilion and the Medicine Emperor Valley have clashed over a supreme imperial herb. The Dan Pavilion has since issued an edict that anyone encountered who is associated with the Medicine Emperor Valley is to be executed without mercy. Your journey to the Medicine Emperor Valley is fraught with peril. I dare implore you not to proceed there. After absorbing Li Lin's warning, Gu Yuan nodded in understanding. However, he nonchalantly waved his hand, saying, It matters not. He had no desire to meddle in the feud between the Dan Pavilion and the Medicine Emperor Valley. He simply sought to acquire some herbs necessary for concocting the soul-condensing pill. If the Dan Pavilion chose to strike against him, so be it. With his current strength, he had no reason to fear anyone in this world. Matters not. Li Lin's expression turned peculiar upon hearing Gu Yuan's words. Realizing that the individual before him hailed from the southern domain, he speculated that he might be unaware of the Dan Pavilion's terrifying reputation. That he spoke again. You may not be aware, but the Dan Pavilion is one of the superpowers in the central domain. Its branches are numerous, its foundation deep, and its strength unparalleled. Not only is their inherent power formidable, but their influence is also second to none. Given the ongoing conflict between the Dan Pavilion and the Medicine Emperor Valley, should you venture to the Medicine Emperor Valley now, it will undoubtedly lead the Dan Pavilion to perceive you as an ally of the Medicine Emperor Valley, prompting them to target you. I urge you to reconsider this endeavor. My strength is unrivaled in this world. There is no need for me to deliberate. Gu Yuan chuckled lightly, stating, I appreciate your concern, but I must proceed to the Medicine Emperor Valley. Farewell. With that, Gu Yuan moved with a swift motion, transforming into a streak of white light heading towards the horizon. The direction of the Medicine Emperor Valley. He watched Gu Yuan depart. Li Lin could not help but shake his head in regret. Believing that Gu Yuan's journey was one fraught with danger, the Dan Pavilion was simply too fearsome. While Gu Yuan could crush the nine-headed Saint Lord with a mere gesture, there were equally formidable individuals within the Dan Pavilion. Should Gu Yuan truly become embroiled in conflict between the Medicine Emperor Valley and the Dan Pavilion, he would inevitably find himself in peril. With this thought, Li Lin let out a sigh. After his lament, he ceased to dwell on the matter and swiftly returned to Linhai City. That he immediately contacted some of the top array masters and powerhouses in the central domain, with the nine-headed Saint Lord slain in Linhai City. Given his status within the Sea Clan, it was certain that they would not rest easy. It would not be long before the Sea Clan launched a more terrifying assault on Linhai City. He must prepare thoroughly before that time arrives. Only then could they withstand the impending onslaught of the Sea Clan. Meanwhile, deep within the Forbidden Sea, which borders the southern domain and the central domain, in a grand crystalline palace, a group of armored individuals with dragon-like horns stood solemnly along the sides of the hall. In the center, a heavily made-up woman sat despondently on the ground, her voice quivering with sobs. Father Emperor, the last time those wretched humans pursued my husband, he nearly perished at their hands, and you did not intervene. Yet this time, my husband is dead, slain by those detestable humans. Will you not take action this time? Oh, my poor husband, how cruelly you have met your end. Observing the weeping woman, those around her could not contain themselves. One individual knelt before the man adorned in a blue dragon robe at the apex of the hall. Speaking earnestly, the humans have gone too far, devouring our kin, and now they have slain our dragon clan's prince consort. I beseech the Dragon Emperor to decree the annihilation of the human race. At this, others around also knelt, echoing the same sentiment with a unified voice that resonated like a thunderclap, shaking the hall. The Dragon Emperor, scanning the solemn faces of those present, wore a grim expression. He was the South Sea Dragon Emperor, one of the 4 Dragon Emperors of the Forbidden Sea, governing the waters from the southern domain to the central domain. Ordinarily, he maintained a neutral stance with the humans. While sea beasts would attack humans venturing from the Forbidden Sea, humans would also hunt certain sea beasts within the Forbidden Seatom. These were mere trifles. However, the situation was now different. His esteemed son-in-law, the nine-headed Saint Lord, had been slain. Those wretched humans had shown him no respect, brazenly killing his son-in-law. This act was, in his eyes, a blatant provocation. Such a transgression was utterly unforgivable. After a prolonged silence, the South Sea Dragon Emperor exhaled a deep breath. That a flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he raised his brow slightly. His voice, though low, reverberated powerfully, reaching the ears of all present and even the sea beasts throughout the South Sea Forbidden Sea. The humans have gone too far, devouring our kin and killing my son-in-law. I shall make them pay a bloody price. All sea creatures with cultivation beyond the transformation realm are to assemble outside the Dragon Palace. Today, I will demonstrate to those wretched humans the might of our sea clan. The moment these words were uttered, all sea creatures whose cultivation surpassed the transformation realm hastened towards the Dragon Palace. In the brief span of just a few dozen breaths, an overwhelming multitude of sea beasts gathered outside the Dragon Palace, an assembly so vast it was beyond counting. In the distance, powerful sea beasts surged swiftly towards this very location. Upon the surface of the Forbidden Sea, those who had encountered the sea beasts initially believed that death was inevitable on this day. Yet, to their astonishment, they discovered that these sea beasts inexplicably ceased their attacks and retreated into the depths of the ocean. Unaware of the true circumstances, they fancied themselves as chosen ones, blessed with the fortune to transform calamity into safety. In a moment of relief, they expressed their awe, completely oblivious to the fact that the withdrawal of these sea beasts was merely a prelude to a far more ferocious assault. At the very moment when the Dragon Emperor of the South Sea summoned the sea beasts in preparation to confront humanity, Gu Yuan had already arrived above the Medicine Emperor Valley. Guided by the system's map, the Medicine Emperor Valley lay nestled within a colossal canyon in the southern region of the central domain. This moment, The entire valley was enveloped by an enormous formation, its surface shimmering with runes that emanated an extraordinarily terrifying energy. Gazing down from above, the Medicine Emperor Valley sprawled across tens of thousands of square kilometers, shrouded in mist, adorned with pavilions and towers, and punctuated by towering alchemy spires that pierced the sky. Ancient trees reached towards the heavens, while medicinal fields were scattered like stars, occasionally graced by the presence of celestial cranes, all radiating an ethereal glow as if one had stepped into a realm of immortals. After observing for a moment, Yuan made his move, stepping directly into the formation. This formation was immensely formidable, capable of repelling beings at the Emperor level and immune to their attacks. However, Yuan had acquired the Invincible formation from the system, which encompassed all formations in existence. In other words, he was the most formidable formation master on the ancient continent. Though the formation before him was undoubtedly exceptionally sturdy, to his discerning eyes, it was riddled with flaws. He required no exertion to effortlessly penetrate its defenses. Upon entering the Medicine Emperor Valley, Yuan wasted no time. With a mere thought, a strand of invincible imperial might immediately radiated outward in an instant. The entire valley was engulfed in panic, as if faced with a dire threat. A middle-aged man clad in a crimson alchemy robe, his face etched with vigilance, materialized before Yuan, though he appeared relatively youthful. His gaze was profound and weathered, betraying the wisdom of countless millennia. The power within him surged, and his aura blossomed, revealing him to be an unparalleled being at the pinnacle of the undying Emperor realm, none other than the strongest entity of the Medicine Emperor Valley. The Valley Master, Yaohua. The sound of piercing air resonated continuously as numerous figures emerged around Yuan. Their numbers were vast, and each exuded an aura of unparalleled strength. The weakest among them were Saint Emperors, while the strongest possessed the cultivation of undying emperors. They were, unmistakably, the upper echelon of the Medicine Emperor Valley. At this moment, they regarded Yuan with eyes full of vigilance and tension, yet none dared to make a move. Junior Yaohua, Valley Master of the Medicine Emperor Valley, pays respects to the esteemed senior. Yaohua respectfully performed a junior's greeting towards Yuan before inquiring, "Might I ask the purpose of your esteemed presence in our Medicine Emperor Valley?" Though he discerned that the young man before him appeared no older than 17 or 18, the invincible aura radiating from him unequivocally indicated that he was a transcendent powerhouse, far beyond his comprehension. In a world where strength was revered, the titles were distinct: ants, fellow Taoists, and seniors. Ants referred to those weaker than oneself. Fellow Taoists denoted those of comparable strength, while seniors were those stronger. Currently, the conflict between the Medicine Emperor Valley and the Pill Pavilion had erupted due to a supreme imperial herb. The arrival of an invincible emperor at the Medicine Emperor Valley suggested that he was likely sent by the Pill Pavilion to confront them. Yet, before any hostilities commenced, Yaohua chose to extend a measure of respect towards such an extraordinary powerhouse. Having perceived the tension and vigilance in the eyes of those present, Yuan seemed to glean their apprehensions. With a smile, he reassured them, "There is no need for concern. I have come to the Medicine Emperor Valley merely to seek some medicinal herbs." With no ill intent. Seeking medicinal herbs, no ill intent? Upon hearing Yuan's words, the attendees were momentarily taken aback. Yet, after regaining their composure, each of them burst into laughter. They had initially believed that he was a formidable opponent sent by the Pill Pavilion, only to learn that he sought nothing more than herbs. The realization that they need not contend with an invincible emperor brought them immense relief. Yaohua's expression also brightened a being at the pinnacle of the undying emperor realm. He was acutely aware of the terror that an invincible emperor represented. The prospect of avoiding enmity with such a figure was indeed a cause for joy. Without the slightest hesitation, he inquired with a smile, "Might I ask what medicinal herbs you seek in our Medicine Emperor Valley?" "I require a total of 108 types of herbs," Yuan promptly stated, listing the ingredients necessary for the creation of the soul-condensing pill. Initially, Yaohua's face radiated with a smile, subconsciously assuming that the herbs Yuan sought would not be of excessive rarity. However, as each name was uttered, his smile gradually faded, ultimately transforming into an expression of profound dismay. The reason being that among the herbs Yuan requested, 3 were the treasured cornerstones of the Medicine Emperor Valley. Those 3 herbs were indeed supreme imperial herbs. Moreover, aside from those 3, the majority of the remaining herbs were imperial herbs as well. Even those that were not imperial herbs were still saintly herbs. With a deep exhale, Yahoo finally spoke. The herbs you seek are no ordinary items. If I may be so bold, might I inquire what purpose you have for such rare herbs? To concoct a single pill, Gu Yuan replied calmly. To concoct a single pill? Yaohua's pupils constricted, clearly astonished. The mere thought of using such an abundance of precious herbs for a single pill was enough to leave one dumbfounded. Almost instinctively, Yahua voiced his curiosity. What sort of pill do you intend to create, esteemed senior? Gu Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. Yahua's inquiry seemed somewhat excessive, however, considering he was there to request herbs. Gu Yuan still responded earnestly. The pill I wish to create is called the soul-condensing pill, an imperial-grade pill, the soul-condensing pill, the legendary pill. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Yahua's pupils once more constricted, and a look of astonishment crossed his face. As one of the foremost figures in the central domain's medicinal realm, he possessed profound knowledge of alchemy. Although he had never concocted the soul-condensing pill himself, he had encountered it in ancient texts that it was said that this pill was exceedingly difficult to forge, attainable only by the most adept imperial-grade alchemists. Furthermore, its effects were incredibly formidable, capable of restoring the remnants of an emperor's soul to its zenith in an instant. For an ordinary person, consuming it could amplify their spiritual essence manifold. Realizing that the individual before him sought to concoct such a pill left him utterly astounded. After regaining his composure, Yahua promptly exclaimed, "Esteemed senior, please follow me. I shall lead you to procure the herbs." Yet before Gu Yuan could respond, another voice interjected in alarm. "Valley Master, no. Those herbs are the foundation of our medicine Emperor Valley. The seven-colored snow lotus, the transformative spirit grass, the vermilion fruit. These are the treasures of our valley. How can they be so easily relinquished to another?" Casting a glance at the speaker, Yahua felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He too was reluctant to part with these herbs, but Gu Yuan stood as an invincible emperor. Refusal was not an option. It was evident that the proactive surrender of the herbs could foster goodwill with such a titan. However, should they be compelled to relinquish them, the price exacted from the Medicine Emperor Valley would be unfathomably steep. Suddenly struck by a thought, a glint of determination flickered in his eyes as he turned sharply to the one who had spoken. Rebuking, "Fool, fool, the conflict between Dan Pavilion and my Medicine Emperor Valley has erupted in full force. Soon, my Medicine Emperor Valley shall meet its demise at the hands of Dan Pavilion, those treasured possessions within my Medicine Emperor Valley. Rather than fall into the hands of that treacherous scoundrel Fong, I would rather entrust them to a senior at this juncture." Yahua turned to Gu Yuan and suddenly shifted his tone, saying, "Senior, your profound cultivation and unparalleled strength have become our beacon in this crisis. Might I implore you to lend your hand to my Medicine Emperor Valley?" Pausing for a moment, he added, "Dan Pavilion possesses immense resources and formidable power. If you choose not to assist us, we shall not press the matter." Having spoken, Yahua gazed eagerly at Gu Yuan, and he was not alone. All those from Medicine Emperor Valley looked on with similar anticipation, their eyes shimmering with hope. Medicine Emperor Valley stands as one of the superpowers of the central domain. With deep roots and considerable strength in recent years, it has cultivated numerous connections by refining pills for various major forces, thus wielding substantial influence. A mere call could summon many powerful allies. However, Dan Pavilion's power spans the entirety of the ancient continent, its foundation and might surpassing that of Medicine Emperor Valley, due to the conflict with Dan Pavilion. Many major forces have chosen to remain neutral, yet today, an invincible emperor stands before them. To rally him to their cause is a sight all within Medicine Emperor Valley fervently wish to see. An invincible emperor could indeed turn the tide against Dan Pavilion. Meeting the expectant gazes of the gathered members of Medicine Emperor Valley, Gu Yuan smiled lightly and said, "One who has received gifts is loath to remain indifferent. Since I have accepted your medicinal materials, it is only natural that I should not stand idly by in your time of peril." Upon hearing these words, smiles broke out on the faces of those present from Medicine Emperor Valley, a collective relief washing over them. With Gu Yuan's assurance, they felt emboldened against Dan Pavilion. Yaohua's joy was uncontainable, and he bowed repeatedly, exclaiming, "Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior. Please, allow me to escort you into Medicine Emperor Valley. I shall fetch the materials you require at once." "Very well." Gu Yuan nodded, pausing before adding, "You may call me Gu Yuan. I am but 18 years old, and being addressed as senior makes me feel ancient." This declaration caused a stir among those present, as none had anticipated that Gu Yuan's age was indeed as youthful as he appeared. Initially, they had speculated he must have consumed some elixir to maintain such a youthful visage, perhaps believing him to be an ancient being of countless years. Yet to learn he was merely 18 years old, having already attained the realm of an invincible emperor, left them all in profound astonishment. Amidst their shock, a wave of introspection washed over them. They too had once been hailed as prodigies, basking in admiration, but now, juxtaposed against Gu Yuan, they felt as if they had squandered their years in mediocrity. The title of prodigy had become painfully ironic. Very well, Gu Yuan. Following the initial shock, Yaohua promptly altered his address for Gu Yuan. As Gu Yuan followed Yaohua into Medicine Emperor Valley, shadows began to materialize outside the protective formation of the valley. These figures were the watchers from Dan Pavilion, monitoring every move of Medicine Emperor Valley. Who was that? His speed was astounding. I barely registered his presence before he entered the valley. I felt the same. The presence of someone whom Yaohua revered indicated a top-tier powerhouse. Dan Pavilion had issued a stern warning. Any who dared assist Medicine Emperor Valley would become their enemies. This declaration had deterred many major forces from intervening. Yet in this situation, someone still dared to support Medicine Emperor Valley, suggesting that Dan Pavilion had underestimated them. The emergence of a figure so esteemed by Yaohua within Medicine Emperor Valley was no trivial matter and warranted immediate notification to the Pavilion Master. Amidst the murmurs, someone produced a transmission jade talisman to report the occurrences to Fong, the Pavilion Master of Dan Pavilion. But in light of Dan Pavilion's stern warning, the audacity of those who chose to aid Medicine Emperor Valley was nothing short of a direct affront. A man with a cold gaze and an aura that repelled intrusion listened intently to the message from the jade talisman, but a flicker of chill crossed his eyes. He was Fong, Yaohua's senior brother and the founding master of Dan Pavilion, possessing the complete cultivation of an indestructible emperor. Now, nearly all members of Dan Pavilion had gathered in the central domain. Given this situation, he declared, to preempt any lingering threats, let us eradicate Medicine Emperor Valley today. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he activated another transmission jade talisman. Without hesitation, he summoned the voices of the domain masters. Greetings, Pavilion Master. What commands do you have? Are all of you presently in the central domain? Fong inquired. In reply to the Pavilion Master, we are indeed in the central domain, came the unified response from the talisman. Fong nodded in satisfaction before continuing. Since you are all present, utilize every resource at your disposal. We shall march upon Medicine Emperor Valley. Today, we shall annihilate them. Understood, Pavilion Master. The voices echoed in unison through the talisman. Fong, pleased, put away the talisman and set forth towards Medicine Emperor Valley with deliberate calmness. Meanwhile, from the opulent towers and resplendent halls, countless powerful figures soared into the air, heading in a singular direction, towards Medicine Emperor Valley. Their numbers were immense, surely amounting to tens of thousands. With more powerful beings joining their ranks as they manifested, their overwhelming strength drew the attention of countless onlookers. The mobilization of such a formidable force indicated that Dan Pavilion was poised for a full-scale conflict with Medicine Emperor Valley. In a battle between the two preeminent alchemical powers of the central domain, it remained uncertain who would emerge victorious. Surely, it would be Medicine Emperor Valley, having stood for 1,000,000 years. Its profound foundation could not possibly be rivaled by Dan Pavilion. This notion is misguided. Although Dan Pavilion has developed for merely a few thousand years, its influence spans the entire ancient continent. While Medicine Emperor Valley is indeed formidable, in my eyes, it pales in comparison to Dan Pavilion. As speculation regarding the outcome of the conflict between Dan Pavilion and Medicine Emperor Valley circulated among the powerful in the central domain. A gathering of several 100,000 strong individuals amassed outside Medicine Emperor Valley. They were the formidable forces of Dan Pavilion and their external allies, exuding an aura of immense power, with none among them appearing weak. Gu Yuan, within this storage ring lies the medicinal materials you require. Yaohua handed the ring to Gu Yuan and continued. However, we lack a 9-turn Emperor Soul Herb. This. Gu Yuan furrowed his brow. The 9-turn Emperor Soul Herb, a creation of heaven and earth, absorbs the essence of powerful divine souls to flourish. Even when consumed alone, it can nourish and strengthen the soul. This herb is one of the most crucial ingredients for crafting the soul-condensing pill. Without it, even if I gather all 107 materials required for the pill, the resulting product would fail to unleash its true efficacy, unable to restore my junior sister's soul to its peak. Noticing Gu Yuan's frown, Yaohua hastily reassured him, though we lack the 9-turn Emperor Soul Herb, I know of a place where it surely can be found. What place? Gu Yuan inquired without hesitation. Yaohua responded gravely, the forbidden zone of the southern region, Emosho, the 10,000 Souls Abyss. In the ancient and prosperous era, the eternal demon sect held dominion over the entire southern region, with Majo serving as the sect's graveyard, where countless formidable beings were interred, including several emperors. If one were to speak of the location of the 9-transmutation Emperor Soul Grass, it would undoubtedly be Majo in the southern region. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan's furrowed brow relaxed once more. As long as he knew of its existence, that was sufficient. With his strength, knowing its location meant he could procure it. Just then, an urgent voice broke through the atmosphere. Not good. Valley Master, a grave situation has arisen. A young attendant in a green robe rushed into the grand hall, panic etched across his face. What a disheveled display. Yaohua glared at the young attendant with displeasure before coldly inquiring. Speak. What is the matter? The young attendant, not daring to hesitate, opened his mouth to respond. Yet, before he could utter a word, a thunderous explosion resonated throughout the entire Yaodi Valley. The ground trembled violently, as if shaken by an earthquake. A booming voice reverberated from outside, crystal clear in everyone's ears. Yaohua, come out and face your demise. Upon hearing this explosive shout, the expressions of those present in Yaodi Valley changed in unison. They recognized the voice all too well. It belonged to Han Fong, the master of the Dan Pavilion, who possessed the complete cultivation of an unyielding emperor. Observing the reactions of those around him, Gu Yuan instinctively sensed something amiss and asked, "Is it the people from the Dan Pavilion?" To his inquiry, Yaohua nodded gravely. Indeed, the one who just spoke is Han Fong, the master of the Dan Pavilion. Gu Yuan nodded slightly, indicating his understanding, and then stated, "Let us go, I wish to meet him." Understood, Gu Emperor. Soon, a group exited the grand hall, ascending to the sky. They surveyed all those gathered outside Yaodi Valley. Swept by the protective barriers surrounding it, Gu Yuan could not help but exclaim, "Is this the foundation of the Dan Pavilion?" Indeed, it is remarkable. This moment, outside the Dan Pavilion, a throng of several tens of thousands had gathered, including many powerful emperors and revered saints. Such a foundation was truly astonishing. Outside Yaodi Valley, those who had previously encountered Gu Yuan immediately conveyed to Han Fong, "Master, the one who entered Yaodi Valley earlier is him." Han Fong nodded, casting a glance at Gu Yuan, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he bellowed, "Who are you? How dare you assist Yaodi Valley in this day and age? Are you seeking death?" His words dripped with unmasked killing intent. The Dan Pavilion had made it clear that anyone who aided Yaodi Valley would become their enemy. Under such circumstances, to still dare to assist Yaodi Valley was tantamount to disregarding the Dan Pavilion and Han Fong himself. Such a person, in his eyes, was destined for death. He had initially intended to engage in a civil conversation, but with such murderous intent, death was the only outcome. Sensing Han Feng's unabashed murderous aura, Gu Yuan could not help but feel a flicker of animosity rise within him. With a single step, he vanished from his position, reappearing outside the protective barrier of Yaodi Valley. Witnessing this scene, the individuals within Yaodi Valley felt a chill run down their spines. It was important to note that outside the protective barrier of Yaodi Valley gathered a formidable force of tens of thousands, including many at the emperor level. Yet, in such a precarious situation, Gu Yuan chose to step out alone to them. This action was tantamount to courting death. The numerous powerful figures from the Dan Pavilion also appeared momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting Gu Yuan to walk out of the protective barrier. After a brief pause, Han Fong was the first to react. Without a moment's thought, he bellowed, "Kill this madman." To step out alone and confront their host of tens of thousands was the very definition of madness. As he spoke, Han Fong was not idle. With a surge of power within him, he waved his hand, sending a colossal fireball crashing down towards Gu Yuan. The fireball shimmered with hues of red, orange, and blue, emanating a destructive aura that rippled through the space around it. A sight of unparalleled terror. The other Dan Pavilion cultivators followed suit, unleashing their own proud techniques in a dazzling display of power. In an instant, the area outside Yaodi Valley was filled with a plethora of colorful attacks, reminiscent of fireworks lighting up the sky. It's over. Everything is finished. Witnessing this spectacle, the people of Yaodi Valley were engulfed in despair. With close to 10,000 powerful beings launching attacks, many of whom were incredibly formidable emperors, the fate awaiting Gu Yuan was all too clear. Even if Gu Yuan were an invincible emperor, he would surely meet a gruesome end. The sheer number and strength of the attackers rendered him utterly doomed. The thought alone was enough to instill despair. They wished to intervene, but it was evidently too late. Han Fong shared the same sentiment, convinced that Gu Yuan would not survive the onslaught of so many powerful beings. Thus, when he saw the myriad of radiant attacks descending upon Gu Yuan, a smile crept onto his face, and he could not help but laugh heartily. I initially thought the helper of Yaodi Valley would be someone extraordinary, yet it turns out to be a complete fool. However, as he laughed, Han Fong suddenly found himself rendered speechless, as if a hand had clamped around his throat, and terror gripped his features, for before him, a figure clad in white had appeared in an instant. With a swift motion, the figure's hand seized his throat with the precision of a vice. Boom! The sound of a tremendous explosion reverberated through the heavens and earth. It was the result of the earlier attacks from the Dan Pavilion cultivators crashing against the protective barrier of Yaodi Valley. The valley trembled violently under the force of the collision, as if an earthquake had struck. The violent shock waves radiated outward from the point of impact, devastating everything in their path and causing the very fabric of space to ripple. It was truly a sight to behold. That moment, all eyes were fixated on the spot where Gu Yuan had stood. As the light from the explosion faded, the hearts of the Yaodi Valley cultivators sank. There was no trace of Gu Yuan. What did that signify? It implied that Gu Yuan had perished without a trace. Gu Yuan was their strongest external ally, yet he had met such a fate. With this realization, their spirits plummeted. There were those who rejoiced, and those who lamented. In stark contrast to their despair, the Dan Pavilion cultivators shared a collective smile, some even unable to suppress their derision. To face us alone amidst tens of thousands, and he thought he had some skill. How laughable. Indeed, utterly laughable. At this moment, they all believed that Gu Yuan had perished, completely oblivious to the fact that their Grand Master of the Dan Pavilion, Han Fong, was being held aloft as if he were a mere chick. Look at the Grand Master. A terrified scream erupted from the crowd, drawing everyone's gaze from Gu Yuan's previous location to Han Fong. Upon seeing this, their pupils dilated in shock, and a collective expression of horror washed over their faces. Clearly, they had never anticipated that Gu Yuan not only survived their onslaught, but had also approached Han Fong with a swiftness so stealthy that they failed to notice any anomaly. Executing a classic capture the leader first tactic, the members of the Medicine Emperor Valley, witnessing this scene, were both astonished and elated. The Yuan Emperor is not dead. How wonderful. Did you see when he reached Han Feng's side? I didn't see it. I thought the Yuan Emperor had died. Silence. Nonsense. I'll tear your mouth apart. To the reactions of those present, Gu Yuan remained indifferent. Instead, he gazed at Han Feng, whom he held like a chick, and spoke with a faint smile. Aren't you the one who loves to laugh? Why the lack of mirth? In that moment, Han Feng felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation coupled with terror. It was crucial to remember that he was in existence at the pinnacle of the undying emperor realm, one of the few standing atop the ancient continent. Yet now, he could not even discern how the person before him had appeared, finding himself effortlessly restrained by the other. This undeniably instilled a profound fear within him. The individual before him was simply too terrifying, more so than anyone he had ever encountered. He feared that only the legendary world guardian could hold a candle to this being. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he attempted to muster the strength within him to break free from Gu Yuan's grip. However, as soon as he stirred his internal power, he was horrified to discover an incomprehensibly vast and terrifying force surge into his body, instantly sealing his own powers and rendering him utterly powerless. In desperation, he wished to plead for mercy, but Gu Yuan's grip on his neck silenced him. His lips moved, yet no sound escaped at that moment. Some members of the Dan Pavilion finally snapped out of their shock. Release my master. Let go of the Grand Master. You wretched fiend. Free Han. With a roar of voices, several individuals rushed towards Gu Yuan. As their internal powers surged, they prepared to unleash their most potent attacks against him. They were the closest companions of Han Feng, A small group of 7 or 8, the strongest among them, had attained the undying emperor level. While the weakest barely reached the saint realm, some other Dan Pavilion members considered joining the fray, but upon witnessing Han Fong being held like a chick by Yuan, their expressions cleared, and they instinctively retreated, shielding their companions behind them. Want me to release him? Then you must speak up. How would I know if you don't? Yuan chuckled softly at the approaching members of the Dan Pavilion. Upon hearing his words, they momentarily froze, instinctively believing that Yuan would easily let Han Fong go. Yet in the next instant, they realized they had misinterpreted his intent, with a sharp cracking sound. Han Feng's neck twisted unnaturally, and the life force within him swiftly dissipated, leaving him as nothing more than a cold corpse. Yuan had obliterated his soul, making it clear that he was irrevocably dead. Though once an undying emperor with boundless longevity and the ability to regenerate limbs or even return from a single drop of blood, killing such an existence was exceedingly challenging, unless, of course, the one attempting to do so was Yuan, a being of unparalleled prowess. For him, slaying an emperor was scarcely different from slaughtering a chicken. Damn it, do you even realize whom you have slain? You scoundrel, for daring to kill my master, I will take your life. Han, I shall avenge you by killing this wretch. Fool, you will die. As the shouts echoed, the assailants launched their strongest assaults at Yuan. Your Grand Master has fallen to my hands, and yet you dare to strike at me. Such courage is commendable, Yuan remarked with a sidelong glance at the attackers. He then extended his fingers like a sword, a flash of indomitable sword intent gleaming at his fingertips. With a single motion, he became the sword, unleashing a strike as the blade cut through the air. A crisp ringing sound resonated throughout the realm. A beam of white sword light materialized, carrying with it a terrifying force that tore through space, hurtling towards the approaching attackers. This sword light was not only immensely powerful, but also exceedingly swift. Akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, vanishing in an instant, the attacks launched by the assailants were obliterated in the face of this sword strike. The sword light continued unabated, cleaving through the attackers. The ensuing explosions echoed continuously as the assailants were reduced to clouds of crimson mist. They died without uttering a single cry, a death that could be described as profoundly tranquil. Watching Yuan effortlessly crush Han Fong, followed by the casual slaughter of several powerful figures, the members of the Dan Pavilion could not help but swallow hard, clearly shaken by the display. Once the shock faded, their fighting spirit evaporated entirely, and they had no desire to continue the battle. With a swift motion, they began to scatter in flight, for Yuan to so easily dispatch their strongest. Han Fong was an indication of his otherworldly strength. To oppose such a being was akin to courting death. Moreover, with Han Fong dead, what was there left to fight for? However, just as they attempted to flee, they found themselves abruptly halted, for numerous powerful figures had materialized around them. It was evident from their attire that these individuals belonged to the Medicine Emperor Valley, numbering in the tens of thousands. Although they were fewer in number and overall power compared to the Dan Pavilion, the death of their Grand Master had fragmented the Dan Pavilion into a disorganized mass, coupled with the pressure emanating from Yuan. Even facing opponents who were fewer and weaker, they found themselves gripped by panic. Where do you intend to go? With a smile on his face, Yao Hua inquired, genuinely pleased. He had initially thought that the arrival of the Dan Pavilion would plunge the Medicine Emperor Valley into dire straits. But Yuan's effortless dispatch of Han Fong had left the Dan Pavilion in disarray, ripe for him to manipulate. It was hard not to feel joy at this realization. In response to Yao's question, the members of the Dan Pavilion remained silent, none daring to respond. Yao Hua, unfazed, seemed to have anticipated this reaction. Gradually, his smile faded, and the overwhelming aura of the perfected undying emperor erupted forth, pressing down mercilessly upon the Dan Pavilion members. As the faces of the Dan Pavilion members turned pale, Yao Hua spoke coldly. We are all alchemists here. You have merely been incited by that scoundrel Han Fong to oppose the Medicine Emperor Valley. In light of our shared profession, I shall not harm you. However, to prevent any of you from seeking vengeance for Han Fong, I require all alchemists of Saint Realm and above to surrender their life souls. Only then will I spare you. Are you willing to comply? At this point, Yao Hua's gaze swept over all the members of the Dan Pavilion. Surrendering one's life soul meant handing over one's very existence to another. Should the other party become displeased, they could extinguish their life in an instant. Under ordinary circumstances, no one would choose to relinquish their life soul. Yet, This was far from an ordinary situation. To refuse meant certain death. Thus, after a brief hesitation, someone finally spoke up. I am willing to surrender my life so that a voice emerged from one individual, prompting the others to gradually join in. Witnessing this scene, Yahoo could not help but nod in satisfaction. After collecting the primordial souls of all the great emperors, he respectfully approached Yuan and said, Your Excellency, the grace you have bestowed upon me is something I shall never forget. Should there ever come a day when you require my assistance, I shall not hesitate to traverse the most perilous paths for you. Yuan inclined his head slightly and replied, I have obtained the medicinal materials I need, and the troubles with the pill pavilion have also been resolved. I shall take my leave now. We bid farewell to your excellency. Yahoo responded with a smile. However, as if struck by a thought, he then inquired, Might I ask which faction you hail from? Linhai's sect, Yuan answered casually, not pondering further. With a swift motion, he soon vanished from Yahoo's sight. Linhai's sect? Is this a hidden sect within the central domain? Watching the direction in which Yuan disappeared, Yahoo fell into contemplation that he had never heard of such a sect in the central domain. After a moment's thought, he summoned a person and instructed, Shao Chun, go investigate. I wish to know the location of Linhai's sect. Upon hearing this, the young man named Shao Chun's expression shifted. Master, Yuan is from Linhai's sect. Asking me to investigate its location is akin to sending me to my doom. Slap. Yahoo raised his hand and struck Shao Chun on the back of the head. Then reproached, Yuan has shown great kindness to my Yao Emperor Valley. Should I not send him a token of appreciation from our valley? If I am to send a gift, do you not think it necessary to know where they are? Oh, Shao Chun replied, enlightened. However, he soon perceived a flaw in the reasoning and asked, Master, if we are to send a gift, why not do so immediately? Slap? Yahoo struck Shao Chun again on the back of the head and sighed. Due to the recent issues with the pill pavilion, Yao Emperor Valley has not refined any pills. What do we have to offer? Oh, meanwhile, in the skies above Linhai City, the atmosphere shifted ominously, with winds howling and clouds swirling. In the forbidden sea before them, the surface was teeming with sea beasts, so numerous that they were beyond counting. A towering wave surged skyward, resembling a great mountain, standing before Linhai City. Atop this wave were countless figures clad in golden armor. Sporting dragon horns, at the forefront of these dragonkin stood a middle-aged man draped in a blue dragon robe, adorned with a pair of commanding horns, exuding an air of authority. This man was none other than the Linhai Dragon Emperor, who governed the regions from the Forbidden Sea to the Central Domain. Gazing toward Linhai City, the Linhai Dragon Emperor spoke, Lin, reveal to me who has slain my son-in-law, the nine-headed sage. I may grant you a swift end. Otherwise, you shall find no escape from my wrath. His voice boomed like thunder, sending ripples across the sea. The recently repaired protective array of Linhai City shattered beneath the weight of his words. A violent shockwave swept outwards, instantly demolishing numerous structures within the city. Many individuals of low cultivation or no cultivation at all met a tragic fate. Even Lin, the strongest in Linhai City, was knocked back, spitting blood uncontrollably from the force of the shockwave. Such devastation from a single roar was truly terrifying. Li City Lord, hold on. We shall seek reinforcements from the central domain. Li City Lord. Farewell, voices echoed in Lin's ears. Instinctively, he looked up, and his countenance darkened. He beheld several figures shooting into the sky, hastening away toward the central domain. These were the powerful individuals and array masters he had hired at great expense from the central domain to defend against the Sea Tribe. Yet, to his dismay, as soon as the Sea Tribe arrived, these individuals fled without a fight. Despair welled within him, as he believed Linhai City was doomed. To flee without a fight is a cowardly act. They deserve punishment. The Linhai Dragon Emperor's voice turned icy as he observed the fleeing figures from Linhai City. With that, a barrage of water arrows shot forth from the Forbidden Sea, targeting those who had escaped from the city. The water arrows tore through the air with incredible speed and powered. In the blink of an eye, they reached the fleeing individuals. The arrows effortlessly pierced through their bodies, creating exquisite blooms of crimson. With anguished cries, the life force within them rapidly diminished, and they plummeted helplessly to the ground. Without a glance at the deceased, the Linhai Dragon Emperor's gaze fixed upon Lin atop the city walls, declaring, Lin, my time is limited. Will you not reveal to me who killed my son-in-law? Li Lin cast a glance at the Linhai Dragon Emperor, but remained silent. Yuan had aided him when Linhai City was in peril. He would not betray that kindness under the pressure from the Linhai Dragon Emperor. He was not one to forget a debt of gratitude. It seems you have chosen silence, the Linhai Dragon Emperor observed with a hint of amusement. Even if you refuse to speak, I have ways to uncover the truth. With that, he conjured a massive dragon claw that appeared from thin air, grabbing Li Lin and swiftly pulling him closer. "Release me," Li Lin shouted defiantly, struggling with all his might. However, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable, and no matter how he fought, he could not break free from the Linhai Dragon Emperor's grasp. Ultimately, he could only watch helplessly as he was drawn toward the formidable figure. "If you wish for me to release you, it is simple. You need only tell me who killed my son-in-law," the Linhai Dragon Emperor stated coldly. "Even if you remain silent, I can extract the truth with soul-searching." "You would do well to comply." At the mention of soul-searching, Li Lin's expression changed. As the power surged within him, he abandoned his struggle, channeling all his energy inward. He prepared to self-destruct. In a desperate bid to prevent the Linhai Dragon Emperor from discovering that Yuan was the one who had slain the nine-headed sage, he chose to sacrifice himself to keep that knowledge hidden. "Oh, you truly believe you can self-destruct before me?" The Linhai Dragon Emperor, having seen through Li Lin's intentions, let out a disdainful snort. With that, a terrifying imperial might erupted. Puffed. Under the weight of this imperial pressure, Li Lin found it unbearable. Blood surged forth from his throat as the energies he had summoned crumbled to dust. His aura diminished instantly, rendered feeble before the might of an invincible emperor. Realizing this, despair flooded Li Lin's eyes. And, observing the despair in Li Lin's gaze, the Linhai Dragon Emperor's lips curled in a smirk. His disdain palpable. "What is that?" Suddenly, one of the dragon kin beside the Linhai Dragon Emperor exclaimed, his eyes widening as he gazed toward the central domain. Unconsciously, he uttered a cry of astonishment. There, a streak of light was approaching at breakneck speed. In mere moments, it was within 1,000 meters of them. The sound of the previous exclamation, all eyes turned toward the streak of light. Revealed a tall, extraordinarily handsome youth, as if a celestial being had descended. Upon recognizing the youth's features, Li Lin's expression shifted dramatically, and he could not help but shout, "Run!" Quickly, the newcomer was none other than Yuan, with the Linhai Dragon Emperor amassing a quarter of the sea beasts and powerful beings from the Forbidden Sea. His objective was to locate the culprit behind the death of the nine-headed sage. Now that Yuan had arrived, it was nothing short of a death wish. Yuan is indeed the savior of his coastal city. Therefore, upon recognizing his silhouette, he instinctively wished for the other to distance himself from this perilous place. "Leave? Why?" Hearing Li Lin's words, Yuan appeared momentarily taken aback. However, a swift glance allowed him to surmise the situation. With a finger pointed like a sword, an invincible sword intent flickered at his fingertips. Without uttering any further words, Yuan raised his hand, wielding his finger as a sword, and struck out. As the sword was unleashed, a terrifying beam of sword light erupted forth, brilliantly illuminating the surroundings and tearing through space, carrying an overwhelming might as it cut directly towards the massive dragon claw of the South Sea Dragon Emperor, which was formed from condensed spiritual energy and grasping Li Lin. Shoo! The sword light reached its target in an instant, effortlessly tearing apart the colossal dragon claw formed from spiritual energy. The claw was rent asunder, and the South Sea Dragon Emperor clearly felt the backlash. His expression shifted subtly, and he involuntarily took a step back. He cast his gaze upon Yuan. A flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. He had not anticipated that someone who appeared so youthful could possess such formidable strength. Nevertheless, despite his astonishment, he held no fear of Yuan. After all, he was a genuine invincible emperor, one of the strongest beings at the pinnacle of the ancient continent. There were, in truth, very few in the world who could instill fear within him. At that moment, Yuan waved his hand, and a colossal palm imprint materialized, effortlessly pulling Li Lin closer. Although rescued by Yuan, Li Lin's expression remained far from pleasant. Looking at Yuan, he spoke without a moment's hesitation. "Yuan, the South Sea Dragon Emperor has come for the nine-headed sage. You must leave." "Leave? Why should I depart?" Yuan chuckled lightly, then turned his gaze toward the South Sea Dragon Emperor and spoke candidly. "The nine-headed sage is the one I killed. If you know what's good for you, then take your leave. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to send you down to accompany him." Upon hearing this, The South Sea Dragon Emperor was instantly enraged. Impudent wretch! With his booming voice echoing, the golden-armored dragon warriors surrounding him sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Gu Yuan, subtly blocking all potential escape routes. Kill him! With the South Sea Dragon Emperor's thunderous command, the warriors ceased their chatter as their powers surged. They connected their energies, amplifying their strength exponentially. Without a moment's hesitation, they unleashed their most potent strike. Seeing this, the South Sea Dragon Emperor's lips curled into a slight smirk. These golden-armored dragons were the elite of his clan. All of them formidable emperors. With the support of their formation, they could contend even against an invincible emperor. Now, these warriors were directing their mightiest attack at a seemingly youthful human cultivator. He did not believe that Gu Yuan could withstand it. The only outcome of failing to do so would be certain death. Yet, the events that unfolded in the next instant caused the South Sea Dragon Emperor's gaze to sharpen, facing the onslaught of the golden-armored dragon warriors. Gu Yuan remained calm, his expression unchanged. Just as the South Sea Dragon Emperor wondered if Gu Yuan had been rendered speechless by fear, Gu Yuan's lips parted, and he slowly uttered a single word, scram. With that utterance, a terrifying, overwhelming imperial might surged forth from Gu Yuan, radiating outward in all directions. Under this invincible imperial aura, the strikes from the golden-armored dragon warriors were all shattered. The warriors themselves were sent flying, their bodies drenched in blood, crashing heavily into the forbidden seas. This imperial might, that of an invincible emperor at the pinnacle, as the South Sea Dragon Emperor felt the sheer ferocity of Gu Yuan's aura. A deep-seated apprehension surfaced on his face. Though he too was an invincible emperor, there existed a disparity even among them. He was merely at the later stage of invincible emperor, while Gu Yuan had reached completion. While the gap between them seemed small, in reality, it was vast beyond imagination. If Gu Yuan so wished, he could easily vanquish 10 of him. Realizing this, how could he not be wary? It was indeed a revelation. Casting a glance at the South Sea Dragon Emperor, Gu Yuan noted the surprise in his eyes. This was the first time someone had directly acknowledged his realm. After observing Gu Yuan for a long while, the South Sea Dragon Emperor seemed to have made a resolute decision. Whoosh! He slowly exhaled a breath. Then, with a softening of his knees, he knelt down. Speaking earnestly and with gravity, he declared, "Little Dragon has been blind to the truth and has offended the esteemed senior. I implore you, senior, to overlook this transgression and spare my life. Should you grant me this mercy, I, Little Dragon, will serve you loyally, ready to face any peril for you." With that, the South Sea Dragon Emperor gazed earnestly at Gu Yuan. This was not an act of cowardice, but rather a heartfelt admission of defeat. He simply could not prevail. Moreover, with Gu Yuan's youth and strength, his future achievements were boundless. To submit to such an individual was not a loss. His choice to yield was one made after careful consideration, not merely out of fear of death, as others might assume that as the South Sea Dragon Emperor's words fell, all present were taken aback. No one had anticipated that the typically proud dragon clan would choose to capitulate without a fight, especially not the South Sea Dragon Emperor, one of the 4 rulers of the Forbidden Sea. After the initial shock, many dragon warriors began to voice their protests. "Dragon Emperor, you mustn't. Dragon Emperor, why? Father Emperor, do you realize what you are doing?" In response to these remarks, the South Sea Dragon Emperor's expression darkened, and he snapped back, "Silence." At his command, all dragon warriors fell silent, revealing the high esteem in which the South Sea Dragon Emperor was held within the clan. After reprimanding them, the South Sea Dragon Emperor turned his gaze back to Gu Yuan and inquired once more, "What is your decision, esteemed senior?" Looking at the South Sea Dragon Emperor, Gu Yuan smiled, his expression imbued with appreciation and admiration. Those who recognize the times are indeed the wise, and those who adapt to change are the true heroes. You have done well. Since you have sincerely chosen to submit, I shall spare your life. Now, take your people and return from whence you came. I only hope that after this incident, you will behave more modestly and refrain from troubling the coastal city. Otherwise, I assure you, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth." As he spoke, a formidable aura of murderous intent erupted from Gu Yuan. The South Sea Dragon Emperor could not help but shudder at this presence. He had the power to follow through with his threat. "Thank you for your mercy, esteemed senior." Nodding earnestly, the South Sea Dragon Emperor assured, "Rest assured, upon my return, I will ensure that all beings within the Forbidden Sea refrain from causing trouble for the coastal city and the human race." Then, as if struck by a thought, he waved his hand, sending a golden token flying toward Gu Yuan. Noticing the flicker of confusion in Gu Yuan's eyes, the South Sea Dragon Emperor explained, "Esteemed senior, this is the Dragon King's token of my clan, bestowed only upon those who have rendered great favors to my dragon clan. Whoever holds this token shall have one request fulfilled by us. Through this Dragon King's token, you may contact me at any time." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan nodded in comprehension and accepted the Dragon King's token. Seeing Gu Yuan accept it, the South Sea Dragon Emperor wasted no time. "Esteemed senior, I take my leave." After bowing sincerely to Gu Yuan, he waved his hand and called out, "Return to the sea." The individuals beside him were evidently on the verge of speaking further. However, upon meeting his gaze, they promptly closed their mouths in understanding that the South Sea Dragon Emperor led all the sea tribes away. A wave of joyous cheers erupted within Linhai City. The cacophony of voices surged upwards, resonating throughout the surroundings. Previously, Gu Yuan had saved them once, and from City Lord Lin, they had learned of Gu Yuan's identity. Now, with Gu Yuan once more intervening to rescue them, their gratitude was genuine. Thud. Li Lin's knees buckled, and he knelt in midair before Gu Yuan, bowing his head as he spoke. "Thank you, Emperor Yuan, for your life-saving grace. Your immense kindness and virtue leave me at a loss for how to repay you. This is all I have saved over the years. I know it may not be worthy in your eyes, but it is the best I can offer. Please, accept it." Saying this, Li Lin removed the storage ring from his hand and presented it with both hands. "There is no need for such formalities," Gu Yuan replied with a light chuckle. With a wave of his hand, a surge of spiritual energy lifted Li Lin back to his feet, seemingly recalling something. Gu Yuan produced a jade token and handed it to Li Lin. "This communication talisman will allow you to contact me. Should the sea tribes attack Linhai City again, simply inform me, and I will not let them go unpunished." The South Sea Dragon Emperor had already assured him that he would restrain all beings within the Forbidden Sea, ensuring they would no longer threaten Linhai City or the human cultivators. However, if they were to go back on their word, it would be tantamount to provoking him, and he would certainly not show them mercy. "Thank you, Emperor Yuan." Li Lin accepted the communication talisman and bowed solemnly. He wished to present his storage ring to Gu Yuan once more, but Gu Yuan had already transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the southern region. Only his voice echoed from afar. "This matter is settled. I have other affairs to attend to. Your savings are of no interest to me. Keep them for yourself." Watching Gu Yuan depart, Li Lin stood in a daze for a moment before kneeling once more in midair, earnestly bowing 3 times that I in the southern region's Forbidden Zone, Mo Province. Within the abyss of 10,000 souls, a thick demonic aura soared skyward, shrouding the area in perpetual darkness. Faintly, one could hear the harrowing wails of vengeful spirits echoing from within. A place where even birds would not dare to alight, yet at the bottom of the abyss lay a young man, his body drenched in blood, his complexion ashen, devoid of any trace of vitality. Resembling a lifeless corpse, suddenly, the young man's eyes flew open, revealing a depth and weariness that belied his youthful appearance that I never anticipated that the eternal demon emperor would one day return to life. He cackled, gazing upward into the unending darkness above. Clenching his fists, he felt the faint power within him and frowned. "This body is far too weak." Sensing the rejection from his new vessel, he murmured, "Do not worry, your vengeance shall be mine. I, the eternal demon emperor, shall avenge you. You may depart in peace." As his words fell, the young man found that the body's rejection had entirely dissipated. "The ancient continent, your nightmare has arrived." He grinned, elated. He had thought he would remain eternally trapped in the abyss of 10,000 souls, forever in the company of those vengeful spirits. But today, by fortuitous chance, Lin Xian had been pursued to this very place. In a twist of fate, the young man had traversed the formations surrounding the abyss and ultimately met his demise, allowing the eternal demon emperor to seize his body. For the eternal demon emperor, this was an immense stroke of fortune. With a corporeal form, the formations designed to bind the vengeful spirits and prevent their escape could no longer harm him. He could finally leave the abyss of 10,000 souls. This place had once served as the mass grave for the eternal demon sect during its prime, where countless powerful beings had been interred, including numerous emperors. To fully harness the corpses and the spirits within, the eternal demon emperor, as the sect master and sovereign of the southern region, had established formations to refine these bodies into puppets and incorporate the spirits into the abyss of souls to augment his own power. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the formations he had set had become shackles binding him in death, preventing his spirit from leaving. Now, however, all was well. With Lin Xian's body claimed, he could finally escape this cursed place. Though Lin Xian's body was frail and bore severe injuries, these were trifles for the ancient sovereign of the southern region. "Devour the heavens, I command you," he bellowed, channeling the techniques he had cultivated in his previous life. The devouring heaven technique absorbed the very essence of the universe, replenishing oneself with all that existed. Upon reaching a certain level, one could even refine an entire world, truly terrifying. As the technique commenced, all energies within the abyss were drawn to him, coalescing rapidly into a colossal vortex. Energy surged towards the eternal demon emperor, flooding into his body and coursing through his limbs and bones. His injuries healed almost instantaneously, and his cultivation ascended at an unfathomable pace. Spiritual sea realm, transcendence realm, monarch realm, emperor realm, venerable realm, saint realm, and finally, the immortal emperor realm. In the span of mere minutes, the eternal demon emperor had elevated his cultivation to the level of the immortal emperor. The swiftness of his advancement was akin to wielding divine powers. A glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he clenched his fists, feeling the vast ocean of power within him, his lips curling into a grin that was hard to suppress. Although his current strength fell significantly short of his peak, it was a far cry better than being a mere spirit unable to exit the abyss. "Lin Xian, you truly have a tenacious fate, surviving such a fall despite your grievous injuries." A voice, imbued with incredulity, emanated from a distance. The eternal demon emperor turned to see three figures approaching slowly. They were three dark-skinned, diminutive old men, their appearances utterly repugnant. Upon sighting them, the eternal demon emperor couldn't help but furrow his brow, a sudden urge to eliminate them surging within him. This bizarre impulse only made sense when he rifled through Lin Xian's memories. Realizing that these three were deeply entwined in enmity with Lin Xian's former self, before him stood the three specters of the Huang family, one of the three prominent families of Mo province. Lin Xian had caught a glimpse of the fiancée of Tang Chuan, the young master of the Tang family, prompting Tang Chuan to harbor resentment and send the Huang family's specters after him. It was no wonder that upon encountering them, Lin Xian's body felt an instinctive hostility, a desire to annihilate them. "Brother, there are countless vengeful spirits within the abyss. Should we disturb them, escaping will become a challenge. To avoid unnecessary complications, we should eliminate this little wretch first," suggested the second specter of the Huang family. "Indeed, brother, there is no need for further dialogue with this brat," echoed the youngest specter. The eldest specter of the Huang family had initially intended to mock Lin Xian. This ignorant little wretch, but upon recalling the abyss's nature, he swiftly abandoned that notion and nodded seriously. "In that case, let us take care of this little wretch." Upon hearing these words, the young ghost of the Huang family exchanged a knowing glance with the second ghost, and they both nodded in unison. In the next moment, they sprang into action, darting forth like arrows released from a bow, heading straight for the ancient devil emperor. "This place is fraught with peril. If we eliminate this little wretch, we shall depart." The elder ghost of the Huang family seemed to envision the scene of the ancient devil emperor's gruesome demise as the young and second ghosts of the Huang family surged forward. He turned away, casually uttering these words. However, at that very instant, two piercing screams echoed throughout the abyss of souls, screams so heart-wrenching that they could move listeners to tears, though the little wretch Lin Xian deserved the utmost punishment. There was no justification for such cruelty. Hearing those anguished cries, the elder ghost of the Huang family could not help but chuckle softly, shaking his head, convinced that the young and second ghosts of the Huang family had been excessively ruthless, to the point of making Lin Xian emit such a pitiful wail. In the midst of his musings, he instinctively turned back to witness how the young and second ghosts were tormenting Lin Xian. Clearly, he had yet to realize that the earlier cries were those of his beloved kin, his brothers, the young and second ghosts of the Huang family. With a smile still gracing his face, he fully turned around, only to have his expression freeze in shock as he comprehended the unfolding scene. The reality was a far cry from his expectations. He had imagined Lin Xian being pinned to the ground by the second and young ghosts of the Huang family. Yet the truth was that Lin Xian held one ghost in each hand. Akin to a mere chick, a terrifying force erupted from Lin Xian's palms, voraciously siphoning the energy from the young and second ghosts. In mere moments, their vitality waned, their energy diminishing to an alarming degree. At this rate, it seemed inevitable that the second and young ghosts of the Huang family would soon perish at Lin Xian's hands. Such a sight was utterly unacceptable to the elder ghost of the Huang family. Almost instinctively, he bellowed, "Release them, you little wretch." The moment his words fell, he surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. Seizing a blue-silver spear in his grasp, he summoned his inner strength, channeling it into the weapon. Raising it high, he thrust the spear fiercely towards Lin Xian. A glimmer of cold light heralded the spear's approach, which sliced through the air with a resounding crack, showcasing its formidable power and remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, the spear tip was poised before Lin Xian's chest. At that moment, Lin Xian appeared utterly paralyzed by fear, remaining completely still as the spear bore down upon him. Observing this, the elder ghost's eyes gleamed with a newfound confidence. He was a transcendent being, capable of shattering stones with a mere gesture, effortlessly slaying a bull. Now, faced with his full-fledged assault, Lin Xian was incapable of even a flicker of response. When the spear collided with him, the outcome could only be one. Lin Xian would be pierced through, transforming into a lifeless corpse. However, what transpired next left the elder ghost in a state of disbelief, nearly causing his eyes to pop from their sockets. The blue-silver spear landed squarely against Lin Xian. Yet the anticipated scene of Lin Xian being impaled and dying did not materialize. Instead, a crisp, melodious sound resonated, reminiscent of metal striking metal. Ding! As this clear note rang out, the elder ghost of the Huang family was astounded to discover that the blue-silver spear had not only failed to pierce Lin Xian's body, but it had not even broken the skin. Moreover, the tremendous impact force reverberated back, shattering his grip and sending a jolt through his arm, causing it to tingle painfully as he staggered backward. "How is it possible that my full force could not harm you?" he gasped in shock. The reality was too much for him to bear. If one strike had failed, then surely another would succeed. "I refuse to believe that my full power cannot breach your skin." Regaining a semblance of composure amidst his astonishment, he gritted his teeth, steeling himself as he summoned his inner strength once more. Propelling the blue-silver spear forward again without hesitation, his gaze was resolute. He was determined to drive his blue-silver spear through Lin Xian's flesh. However, in response to this second full-throttle assault, Lin Xian, the ancient devil emperor, did not remain as passive as before. Instead, he regarded the elder ghost with a contemptuous glance, as if dismissing an insect. As his lips parted, a single word escaped them, laden with ominous intent. "Die." With the utterance of that word, the very air shimmered with ripples, which transformed into blades, slicing directly towards the elder ghost. Thud! Blood erupted, a crimson spray blossoming in the air. The elder ghost had yet to react when his head was severed from his body. Soaring through the air, his eyes widened in shock and disbelief, filled with horror at the realization that he had met his end at the hands of Lin Xian, whom he had deemed no more than an insect. His lips quivered, as if he wished to speak, but with the life force rapidly draining away, his words were left unspoken. Bang! As his vitality ebbed, the headless corpse of the elder ghost fell heavily into a pool of blood. Without casting a glance at the lifeless body, the ancient devil emperor consumed the remaining energy of the second and young ghosts of the Huang family with his devouring heaven magic. With a flick of his hands, he discarded their emaciated, energy-depleted forms, mere bags of bones, aside like refuse. After dispatching the three ghosts of the Huang family, he set his sights deeper into the abyss of souls. Beneath its depths lay the he had once crafted, and the corpse-controlling talismans he used to command all the bodies within the abyss. These two demonic treasures were his trump cards for reclaiming his former glory. The abyss of souls harbored countless formidable beings, including many emperors. After eons of accumulation, resentment had birthed numerous malevolent entities. Not only were there vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts, but some corpses had undergone transformations, becoming monstrous creatures adorned with crimson fur. These ominous entities, bound by the ancient devil emperor's formations, could not escape the abyss of souls. Yet, Should a living being trespass into the abyss, they would inevitably be torn apart by these malevolent forces. This was why the Abyss of Souls had become a forbidden zone in the southern domain. Every living being that entered had perished. Now, with the emergence of the ancient Devil Emperor, some of these malevolent entities had been drawn to him. However, the moment he revealed even a hint of his aura, they retreated like a receding tide, while the current ancient Devil Emperor was not strong enough to contend with the red-furred creatures within the abyss. His aura instinctively instilled fear, deterring them from making a move against him. Thus, the ancient Devil Emperor traversed the depths of the Abyss of Souls unhindered until he arrived before a narrow cave. The cave was initially constricted, allowing passage for only one person at a time, but after traversing several dozen steps, it opened into a spacious chamber. At the end of the cave lay a secret room. Surrounded by intricate formations, at the center of this room stood a platform upon which rested two items. The corpse-controlling talisman. With a deft gesture, the ancient Devil Emperor pointed at the formation before him, instantly shattering its defenses in an instant. An overwhelming wave of demonic energy surged forth from the corpse-controlling talisman, flooding the entire secret room. With a sweeping motion of his hand, all the demonic energy flowed into his body, significantly enhancing his strength, propelling him from the early stage of the immortal emperor to the latter stage. Feeling the surge of power within him, the ancient Devil Emperor could not help but grin. The exhilaration of such rapid strength augmentation was utterly intoxicating. Upon arriving at the precipice, he grasped the Wand of Souls and the corpse-control talisman firmly in his hands. With a swift motion, the eternal demon emperor surged forth from the Abyss of Souls. Ascending above the abyss, he surveyed the scene below, observing the myriad of vengeful spirits and terrifying red-haired beasts. With the Wand of Souls in his left hand and the corpse-control talisman in his right, he summoned the power within him, activating these two demonic treasures in an instant. The entire Abyss of Souls was ensnared, drawing forth all vengeful spirits and ominous red-haired beasts, compelling them to kneel in reverence before the eternal demon emperor. Their cries echoed incessantly. Under the influence of the Wand of Souls and the corpse-control talisman, they were yielding to the authority of the eternal demon emperor. Go forth, unleash your primal instincts, revel in the carnage. Keek, a chilling, eerie laughter emanated from the eternal demon emperor. With a mere wave of his hand, the formations that once bound these corpses and vengeful spirits were shattered in an instant. The formations crumbled. The Abyss of Souls gaped open like the maw of hell itself. Countless vengeful spirits and red-haired beasts clawed their way out, surging forth in a frenzy, spreading chaos in all directions, wherever they tread. Despair reigned, and rivers of blood flowed. Every being that crossed paths with these vengeful spirits and red-haired beasts met a grim fate. Standing atop the Abyss of Souls, the eternal demon emperor gazed out into the distance, seemingly taking in the entirety of Mo Prefecture. A broad smile gracing his features, the sensation of slaughter was encapsulated in a single word: exhilarating. Rumble. A tremendous roar of thunder suddenly reverberated through the heavens. The eternal demon emperor lifted his gaze, witnessing ominous black storm clouds gathering from all directions. These storm clouds converged into a colossal shroud of darkness, enveloping the surrounding 100,000 miles, plunging the entire Abyss of Souls and Mo Prefecture into shadow. Only the flickering lightning within the storm provided a semblance of illumination. The eternal demon emperor regarded the tempest above with an unperturbed expression, devoid of any surprise. The overwhelming malevolence within the abyss had cloaked the skies, obscuring the heavenly senses, which was why the tribulation had not descended upon him during his ascension to emperor. Now, with all vengeful spirits and ominous red-haired beasts under his command, he directed them to slaughter all that they beheld. With their existence removed, the dark aura dissipated, revealing the celestial mechanisms, prompting the heavens to respond to him and unleash the tribulation necessary for his ascension. Rumble. Accompanied by a thunderous crash, a golden lightning bolt, as thick as a tree trunk, descended from the heavens like a dragon of thunder, striking fiercely towards the eternal demon emperor. The might of this lightning was tremendous, embodying the potential to obliterate worlds. Any ordinary newly ascended emperor would face this lightning with utmost vigilance. Yet, the eternal demon emperor remained astonishingly calm, as if he regarded it with indifference, and indeed, he had every reason to. In his previous life, he had effortlessly weathered the tribulation. Now, Having elevated his power to the late stages of the immortal emperor realm, encountering the emperor's tribulation posed no challenge whatsoever. Before long, the tribulation was upon him. At that moment, the eternal demon emperor stirred. "Devour the heavens. Grant me your power." With a thunderous roar, he unleashed the devouring heaven technique. As he activated it, an overwhelming torrent of pure demonic energy surged forth from his being. This energy coalesced above him, manifesting into a colossal, fearsome maw. As the monstrous mouth opened wide, the terrifying lightning was consumed entirely, the maw vanished. And the eternal demon emperor's power surged significantly, though he had not yet reached the pinnacle of the immortal emperor realm. He stood on the brink of that ultimate state, exhilarating, relishing in the newfound strength. The eternal demon emperor could not suppress his triumphant laughter, in stark contrast to his delight. The entirety of Mo Prefecture was engulfed in despair. The vengeful spirits and ominous red-haired beasts emerging from the abyss were overwhelmingly powerful. The cultivators of Mo Prefecture stood no chance against them. All who encountered these entities met a horrific demise. Why had such an abundance of vengeful spirits and red-haired beasts suddenly appeared in Mo Prefecture? Were these monsters so formidable that survival was impossible? Wails of fear echoed. "I do not wish to die. Who will save us?" In the grand ancient city of Mo City, countless inhabitants gazed skyward at the vengeful spirits and grotesque red-haired beasts assaulting the protective barrier, their faces etched with profound despair. Presently, the living beings of Mo Prefecture had suffered catastrophic losses. Only by relying on the ancient protective formations of Mo City had they managed to survive. Yet, despite their survival, their situation was dire. The vengeful spirits and red-haired beasts were far too powerful. Even though the protective formation was a formidable relic of antiquity, capable of withstanding an emperor's assault, it trembled under the relentless onslaught of these malevolent beings. As if it could shatter at any moment. Should the protective formation fall, the fate that awaited them was all too grim. The thought alone was enough to plunge them into despair, draped in silver armor. The valiant city lord of Mo City, Yuan Mo, stood atop the city walls, her expression grave. Yet, to reassure her people, she declared with fervor, "I have informed the major powers of the southern domain about the calamity befalling Mo Prefecture. It will not be long before they dispatch reinforcements to aid us, so remain calm." Furthermore, the protective formation of Mo City, a relic of ancient times, is capable of withstanding the attacks of an emperor. These monsters will not breach our defenses in the immediate future. However, before her words could fully settle, rumble. A resounding explosion erupted as the protective formation of Mo City shattered instantaneously. What? The vengeful spirits and ominous red-haired beasts had emerged from the abyss. What was happening? Why had these monsters suddenly breached the abyss? The strength of the creatures within the abyss was unparalleled. If we did not take action, they would surely bring devastation upon the southern domain. Summon the strongest within our sect. We must rush to aid Mo Prefecture for the southern domain. Let us move. Upon receiving news of the calamity in Mo Prefecture, the various factions of the southern domain could no longer remain idle. They promptly began to gather their strongest members and set forth to assist Mo Prefecture. Only a few major factions chose to remain aloof. Meanwhile, in the ancient city of Mo City, as the protective formation crumbled, the vengeful spirits and ominous red-haired beasts surged forth like a horde of starved wolves encountering a feast. Their eyes glimmered with ravenous intent. With a chorus of blood-curdling shrieks, they lunged at every living being within Mo City. Not even the chickens and eggs in the coops were spared in mere moments. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and countless souls perished at the hands of these monstrous entities. Puffed, as a torrent of fresh blood gushed forth, Yuan Mo, engaged in a fierce battle with a sinister red-haired beast, was sent hurtling backwards like a marionette with severed strings in her peripheral vision. She caught sight of vengeful spirits and malevolent apparitions wreaking havoc upon the denizens of Mo City. Tears of despair cascaded down her cheeks, for as the lord of Mo City, she had failed to safeguard its inhabitants. Guilt weighed heavily upon her heart. Was it truly the fate of Mo City to face annihilation this day? Her lips quivered, her voice laden with hopelessness. Yet, in that very moment, she was struck by an unexpected force. Instinctively, she turned her head to discover that she had collided with a person who had taken her into their embrace. Most astonishingly, it was a man, although Yuan Mo held the esteemed title of City Lord. She had never before engaged with any male. Now, In her first encounter with the opposite sex, she found herself cradled in his arms, causing a flurry of turmoil within her. She instinctively attempted to withdraw from his embrace. But upon catching a glimpse of his visage, she became utterly transfixed. What a countenance it was! Yuan found herself at a loss for words to describe it, but she recognized it as the most handsome face she had ever beheld. In that instant, she was captivated, her cheeks flushing with warmth as her heart raced uncontrollably. This moment evoked in her the notion of love at first sight, a concept she had previously dismissed. Yet now, she found herself a believer. If such a phenomenon existed, then surely it was embodied in her feelings for the man before her. Such is the curse of my undeniable allure, Yuan mused as he observed the woman in his arms gazing at him with unwavering intensity. He possessed unwavering confidence in his own charm, a presence that could ensnare millions of hearts. This was evident from the way female disciples of Linhai's sect would occasionally present him with cultivation resources. Now, as he arrived at a critical juncture to rescue the injured woman, the combination of his extraordinary looks and heroic deeds was bound to stir feelings in her. Unless, of course, she was not human. Thus, her attraction to him seemed entirely reasonable. The sound of Yuan's voice. Yuan abruptly snapped back to reality and hastily extricated herself from his embrace. She quickly tidied her somewhat disheveled hair before bowing earnestly. I am Yuan, the Lord of Emo City. You have come to assist us, have you not? The vengeful spirits and red-haired beasts have inexplicably emerged from the abyss of souls, wreaking havoc with their bloodthirsty nature. I implore you, noble sir, to aid us in vanquishing these monsters. At this juncture, Yuan deeply bowed to Yuan, exposing her pristine form to his view, though she was unaware of his origins or strength. His willingness to come here amidst the turmoil indicated his absolute confidence in his capabilities. Therefore, she humbly lowered herself, hoping he would swiftly eradicate the vengeful spirits and red-haired beasts plaguing Emo City. As a fellow inhabitant of the southern region, I cannot stand idly by in the face of such devastation, Yuan stated calmly as he surveyed the dire situation within Emo City. Hearing this, Yunmo's heart soared with joy, and she expressed her gratitude profusely. Without delay, Yuan sprang into action. In an instant, he ascended to the heights above Emo City. With a mere thought, an indomitable sword intent erupted forth, manifesting as numerous, razor-sharp sword energies that coalesced into countless longswords. The sheer quantity was staggering, easily numbering in the hundreds of thousands. A terrifying aura of destruction emanated from the blades, enveloping the entirety of Emo City. The malevolent spirits and red-haired beasts, sensing the imminent threat from above, instinctively ceased their assaults and looked up in unison. At that moment, Yuan made his move. With a gesture, he transformed his finger into a sword, striking downward with tremendous force. As he did so, the myriad swords above were simultaneously drawn to his command. With a resounding chorus of crisp sword cries, the multitude of swords plunged downward like a torrential rain, tearing through the fabric of space as they descended upon Emo City. The spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking, the aura of destruction carried by each blade instilling a profound sense of dread. Each sword contained power sufficient to rival a blow from an invincible emperor, and with millions of such blades, it was as if a legion of invincible sovereigns had unleashed their wrath upon the world. In that moment, the vengeful spirits and red-haired beasts felt the overwhelming sense of peril and, with anguished cries, scattered in all directions in a desperate bid for escape. Yet, some of the more formidable spirits, believing themselves invincible, defied the odds, charging skyward to confront the descending blades. The sound of explosions echoed through the air as those who dared to rise met their demise upon contact with the swords. Obliterated without a trace, the fleeing spirits, despite their initial advantage, were inevitably caught by the relentless blades, meeting the same grim fate. The entire sequence of events, from Yuan's intervention to the annihilation of the malevolent entities, transpired in the span of mere breaths. The surviving onlookers were left in a state of disbelief. Is it truly possible for such formidable beings to perish so effortlessly? They wondered, grappling with the surreal nature of the encounter. While others were ensnared in shock, Yuan gazed at Yuan, her heart racing with admiration. He was undeniably stunning. Taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart, Yuan approached him with newfound determination. Thank you, noble sir, for saving me and Emo City. Such a profound debt of gratitude cannot go unacknowledged. I can only offer myself in return. Despite her earlier resolution, the admission filled her with embarrassment. and her voice trembled as she uttered the last words. She instinctively lowered her gaze. Her cheeks flushed a vibrant hue, reminiscent of a ripened apple, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. Yuan regarded her with a calm smile that as fellow inhabitants of the southern region, it is only natural to lend a hand. Moreover, dealing with these monsters is but a trivial effort for me. To speak of dedicating oneself is an exaggerated expression. Upon hearing this, Yun Mo's gaze dimmed slightly. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke once more. I am acutely aware of my limited abilities and that I am unworthy to serve you, my lord. Yet, I cannot go ungrateful for your great kindness. My lord, please allow me to remain by your side as a maidservant. Is that agreeable, my lord? At this juncture, Yun Mo raised her eyes to Yuan. Her expression filled with apprehension and trepidation, as if fearing rejection. Yuan regarded her intently for several moments in silence. Instead of responding verbally, he quietly activated a system panel that displayed the information of others. Name, Yun Mo. Appearance, 93 points. Constitution, none. Technique, Qin Yun Ju. Martial arts, Demon Extermination Palm, Demon Extermination Fist. Weapon, Demon Extermination Spear. Cultivation level, 3rd stage of the Saint Realm. Noticing Yuan's silence as he examined her, a veil of mist began to form in Yun Mo's eyes. Her expression suggested that should Yuan decline her request, she would undoubtedly burst into tears, just as Yuan finished reviewing Yun Mo's brief profile. He was taken aback by her expression. After a moment's thought, he chose not to refuse her again and nodded, saying, "It is acceptable." Yun Mo's beauty was striking, rivaling that of his senior sister and master. Having someone of such caliber willing to serve as his maid seemed quite pleasant. There was no reason to decline. Upon hearing Yuan's words, the mist in Yun Mo's eyes dissipated instantaneously, and her delicate features lit up with palpable joy. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, master." She bowed deeply in gratitude, only to swiftly correct herself upon realizing that Yuan had consented to her becoming his maid. Yuan interjected, "There is no need to refer to me as master. Simply call me young master." The term master could easily lead to misunderstandings, and one might mistakenly think he had a penchant for frivolities. "Very well, young master," Yun Mo replied, nodding earnestly, oblivious to any impropriety. "Indeed," Yuan acknowledged with a slight nod. Pausing momentarily, he continued, "I must depart from this place for a matter of urgency. If you wish to accompany me, you may go and finalize your duties now. Should you prefer not to, I shall not compel you." Upon hearing this, Yun Mo quickly responded, "Young master, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly." With that, she soared back toward Imo City. Shortly thereafter, she returned with someone, having exchanged a few words, and promptly declared, "Young master, we may proceed." "Very well," Yuan affirmed. With a wave of his hand, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped Yun Mo, and with a swift motion, he transformed into 2 streaks of light, heading towards the location of the Wanhan Abyss. Deep within the Wanhan Abyss, a young man clad in black sat cross-legged upon a throne fashioned from bones. His eyes closed in meditation. A terrifying aura emanated from him, as the endless demonic energy within the abyss continually surged towards him, flowing through his limbs and enhancing his cultivation. This young man was none other than Linhai, who had been hunted down and slain by the Huang family's 3 ghosts after being revered by the Tang family. He had subsequently been possessed by the ancient demon emperor, having successfully transcended the tribulation of becoming an emperor. Now standing at the early stage of the indestructible emperor realm. It is worth noting that the ancient demon emperor's previous name was also Linhai. However, due to his ascended power, outsiders referred to him as the ancient demon emperor, causing him to gradually forget his former name. Suddenly, as he meditated, Linhai abruptly opened his eyes. In their depths, a flicker of surprise and incredulity was evident. Through the Wanhan banner and the corpse-controlling talisman, 2 powerful demonic artifacts, he had commanded the resentful spirits and malevolent red-haired creatures within the Wanhan Abyss. He was acutely aware of their formidable strength. Many of them were of emperor-level prowess. In his estimation, such a force could easily sweep through the entire southern region. Even if they could not annihilate the whole region, they would undoubtedly exact a grievous toll. Yet, just moments ago, he discovered that nearly 90% of the resentful spirits and ominous red-haired creatures had perished in an instant. How could he not be astonished? How could he not feel a sense of disbelief? The one capable of exterminating such a significant portion of these beings in an instant must be an invincible, perfected emperor. Truly, the world is rife with heroes, and one cannot help but marvel at the emergence of such a formidable figure in this era of the southern region. After the initial shock subsided, Lin Xian could not restrain a sigh of admiration. However, as soon as he uttered those words, his gaze sharpened. Through his acute perception as an early-stage, indestructible emperor, he sensed two figures approaching the Yuan abyss at an extraordinary speed. One of them seemed weak, at least in his eyes, akin to an ant that could be crushed under a single finger. Yet, the other was shrouded in mystery and exuded a formidable pressure. It was evident that this individual was the one responsible for the sudden demise of the majority of the resentful spirits and ominous creatures. Lin Xian contemplated in silence. Although he could not discern Gu Yuan's cultivation level, his instincts from the past allowed him to surmise it directly. Heaven has a path, yet you refuse to tread it. Hell has no gate, yet you seek to enter, were it in another place. This emperor might fear you. However, since you have ventured into my territory, even if you are an invincible emperor, you shall meet your demise here today. The hidden cards left behind from his previous life, which he had neglected to utilize due to underestimating his opponents, were now perfectly timed for use. A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Xian's eyes as power surged within him. He formed a hand sign and pointed forward. With his motion, the entire Yuan abyss trembled violently. Golden runes erupted from the ground, soaring into the sky in overwhelming numbers, impossible to count. These runes were the fruit of his painstaking efforts. Cultivated over countless millennia. In total, there were 1,111,111 runes, known as the Annihilation runes. Each one contained terrifying power, capable of unleashing devastation comparable to his full-strength strike at his peak. He had three aims in creating these Annihilation runes: to possess a trump card, to unify the ancient continent, and to overpower other emperors in the starry ancient road when it opened, seizing the opportunities to ascend to divinity. Regrettably, during that fateful battle, Lin Xian had underestimated his foes and was besieged by the emperors of the ancient continent, fleeing to the Yuan abyss without even deploying this trump card before he was brutally slain. While recalling the past, Lin Xian was not idle. He directed the Annihilation runes towards Gu Yuan with urgency. "Young master, are we heading to the Yuan abyss? Young master, do you intend to investigate the reason behind the resentful spirits and ominous red-haired creatures emerging from the Yuan abyss?" Throughout their journey, Yun Mo's gaze never strayed from Gu Yuan's remarkably handsome face. It was not until Gu Yuan appeared somewhat uncomfortable under her scrutiny that she finally shifted her attention to the surroundings. Upon realizing they were indeed heading towards the Yuan abyss, her curiosity could no longer be contained. "Not quite," Gu Yuan replied, shaking his head, and revealed without reservation, "I require a medicinal herb for alchemy, and the primary ingredient can only be found within the Yuan abyss. This is the purpose of my visit." Now that Yuan Mo was his maid, there were some matters he felt no need to conceal. Furthermore, there was no reason to hide the fact that he sought the 9 transformations Emperor Soul Herb in the Yuan abyss. "You can also concoct alchemical potions? Young master, you are truly remarkable." Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Yuan Mo was clearly taken aback, evidently surprised that Gu Yuan not only possessed exceptional combat prowess, but also had the skill to refine elixirs. Following her astonishment, the brightness in her eyes when she looked at Gu Yuan intensified significantly. Handsome, well-built, powerful, and adept at alchemy, such a flawless man is truly hard to resist. "I merely possess a modicum of understanding," Gu Yuan replied modestly with a smile. Seemingly sensing something, Gu Yuan turned his gaze toward the direction of the Yuan abyss. At that moment, the entire Yuan abyss began to tremble violently. Following this, golden runes burst forth from the ground like golden butterflies, rushing toward him at an astonishing speed. These golden runes moved so swiftly that they reached within 100 meters of Gu Yuan and Yuan Mo in the blink of an eye. The runes soared through the air, quickly surrounding Gu Yuan in layers. "What is this?" Yuan Mo inquired, her eyes reflecting curiosity as she gazed at the golden runes. Instinctively, she reached out towards them, seemingly eager to discern their nature. Gu Yuan, startled by Yuan Mo's action, instinctively exclaimed, "What are you doing? Do you wish to perish?" Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Yuan Mo visibly flinched, her outstretched hand freezing midair. Silently, she withdrew her hand and lowered her head. Remaining speechless, observing her demeanor, Gu Yuan could only shake his head helplessly before explaining. "These golden runes are known as the destruction runes. Each rune harbors an immensely terrifying power, comparable to the full-force strike of an invincible emperor, capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. Had you touched a destruction rune just now, the consequences would have been dire. At best, you would have perished. At worst, you would have been reduced to mere ashes. Hearing this, Yuan raised her head in confusion to look at Gu Yuan. Then, casting a glance at the golden runes, she felt a strong urge to ask him whether these seemingly beautiful runes were truly as fearsome as he claimed. However, seeing Gu Yuan's serious expression, she ultimately refrained from voicing her question. The seriousness with which he spoke convinced her of his sincerity. Realizing that Gu Yuan's earlier admonishment was for her own good, Yunmo's despondent mood lifted, and her heart felt warm that Gu Yuan was truly too kind to her. At that moment, a voice tinged with emotion broke through, answering the curiosity that had lingered in Yunmo's heart. With a mere glance, the speaker recognized the destruction runes. Heroes in this world are indeed as numerous as the fish in the river. Truly, there are countless heroes. Upon hearing this voice, both Gu Yuan and Yuan instinctively turned their gazes. In the distance, high above, a man clad in black sat upon a throne crafted from bones. Dark demonic energy swirled around him, marking him as a formidable demon cultivator. The terrifying aura of a nascent, invincible emperor radiated from him, causing the space around to ripple in response. An absolutely fearsome sight. Noticing the attention of Gu Yuan and Yuan, Lin Xian grinned and introduced himself. Allow me to present myself. I am Lin Xian, formerly the master of the ancient demonic sect that ruled the southern domain during the ancient times. Others fondly refer to me as the ancient demon emperor. The ancient demon emperor. You are the ancient demon emperor. But weren't you supposed to have perished in ancient times? Yuan exclaimed, her voice filled with shock, her delicate features paling visibly. The fear and astonishment within her nearly burst forth. It was no wonder she was so taken aback. The notoriety of the ancient demon emperor was legendary. Allegedly bloodthirsty, he left a path of devastation wherever he went, causing untold suffering and rivers of blood. He was a truly irredeemable monster. Think that such a terrifying existence, supposedly dead since ancient times, now stood before her alive. Who could remain calm upon hearing such news? I didn't expect that there are still those in this age who have heard of me. This truly surprises me, Lin Xian remarked, a sinister chuckle escaping him as he observed Yunmo's reaction. Yunmo's response evidently delighted Lin Xian, prompting a cold, eerie laugh from him. Hearing this laugh, Yuan trembled, her already pale face turning even whiter. Clearly, she was thoroughly frightened. Fear not. As long as I am here, you have no reason to fear him. Gu Yuan's voice, warm and reassuring, helped alleviate some of Yunmo's trepidation. Yuan nodded, her expression visibly brightening to that moment. Lin Xian's gaze shifted to Gu Yuan, appraising him thoroughly. After a moment, he speculated, from your appearance, you seem to be around 18 years of age. Possess such inscrutable power at such a young age, and to recognize my destruction runes at a glance. This is indeed remarkable. What surprises me the most is your calm demeanor upon witnessing my destruction runes. Speak, which ancient monster have you reincarnated from? Though Gu Yuan appeared youthful, his strength was beyond Lin Xian's comprehension. Coupled with the fact that he could identify the destruction runes, Lin Xian instinctively perceived him as a reincarnation of an ancient being. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain how one so young could wield such terrifying power and insight. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Yuan couldn't help but direct her beautiful eyes toward Gu Yuan, evidently curious whether the man she admired was indeed a reincarnated ancient monster. Meeting their gaze, Gu Yuan shook his head and replied honestly, I am not a reincarnation of any ancient being. I am simply myself. You deny it. Lin Xian chuckled lightly, displaying no significant surprise in his previous life. He had encountered many who were indeed reincarnated ancient beings, but none were willing to acknowledge their past. Him. Gu Yuan appeared to be one such case, simply reluctant to admit it. After a moment's thought, Lin Xian continued, since you can recognize my destruction runes, you must also comprehend their terrifying nature. Considering your arduous training, I am willing to offer you a path to survival. Simply swear an oath to the heavens and pledge your allegiance to me, and I shall spare your life. Training is difficult. Do not squander your existence. With that, Lin Xian fixed a serious gaze upon Gu Yuan. A being of Gu Yuan's caliber, if lost so easily, would indeed be a tremendous waste. If he could be persuaded to join Lin Xian, he would undoubtedly become a formidable ally in the future. However, upon hearing Lin Xian's proposal, Gu Yuan merely smiled, a smile filled with disdain and mockery. Spare my life. How utterly ridiculous. Is it conceivable that the Emperor of the world requires your mercy? As his words fell, the overwhelming might of an invincible emperor erupted from Gu Yuan. The imperial aura swept across the surroundings, causing ripples to form in the very fabric of space. Under this imperial pressure, the destruction runes circling Gu Yuan were visibly pushed back. The invincible emperor's full power now radiated from Gu Yuan, seemingly even stronger than Lin Xian during his peak. Feeling the overwhelming imperial aura emanating from Gu Yuan, Lin Xian's expression shifted slightly. He had once reached the pinnacle of the invincible emperor stage. Yet now he was astonished to discover that Gu Yuan surpassed him by a fraction. Despite being taken aback by Gu Yuan's display of imperial might, Lin Xian quickly regained his composure. After all, he possessed 1,111,111 destruction runes. Each rune contained power comparable to his full-force strike during his peak. With such an arsenal at his disposal, he feared no one in the world. I have given you a chance. Since you choose not to cherish it, then you shall meet your demise. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. And with a thought, all the destruction runes surged toward Gu Yuan with incredible speed. For a being like Gu Yuan, if he could not be utilized, then he must be eliminated. I also have a modicum of understanding regarding runes. As he beheld the swiftly approaching world destruction talisman, Gu Yuan broke into a grin. With a grand gesture of his hand, the space around him twisted, and a multitude of intricate golden runes promptly materialized. These runes surged forward to confront the oncoming world destruction talisman. World destruction talisman. How could this be possible? Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the golden runes before Gu Yuan, Lin Xian's pupils constricted sharply, and an unmistakable look of shock and disbelief overtook his features. He was astounded to discover that the golden runes conjured by Gu Yuan were identical to the world destruction talisman. Furthermore, the power they contained was by no means inferior to the talisman he had painstakingly crafted over an extensive period. Most astonishing of all was the realization that Gu Yuan seemed to have forged these world destruction talismans on the spot. The concept of effortlessly creating a world destruction talisman was nothing short of extraordinary. Just as he was reeling from this revelation, the two sets of world destruction talismans collided with tremendous force. The successive explosions reverberated throughout the heavens, engulfing the area in a tempest of terrifying flames and smoke. Obscuring all visibility of the chaos that ensued, a violent energy storm erupted from the epicenter of the explosion, tearing through space and obliterating everything in its path. The entire southern region quaked violently, as if gripped by a cataclysmic earthquake. Lin Xian's gaze remained fixed on the site of the explosion. An unusual tension and worry etched across his face. The world destruction talisman was his greatest trump card. If Gu Yuan could withstand the onslaught of 1,111,111 world destruction talismans, he would be utterly doomed. After all, he was merely at the early stage of the undying emperor realm and stood no chance against Gu Yuan. An invincible and perfected existence. As time progressed, the explosions subsided, and the flames and smoke dissipated, revealing a palpable sense of relief as Lin Xian's anxiety began to fade. Though I concede that you possess incredible talent and formidable strength, your arrogance will ultimately cost you your life. With a smile, Lin Xian remarked upon seeing the emptiness where Gu Yuan and Yun Mo had previously stood. Although the world destruction talismans Gu Yuan had conjured were equal in power to his own, Gu Yuan was situated at the very center of the collision. In such a position, the explosive force generated by their clash would surely engulf even an invincible perfected emperor like Gu Yuan, leaving nothing but ashes in its wake. The absence of any trace of Gu Yuan and Yun Mo, coupled with his failure to witness their escape prior to the explosion, led him to instinctively believe that they had perished in the cataclysm of the talisman's collision, utterly and irrevocably dead. However, just as his words hung in the air, a light, mocking laughter echoed nearby. Is that so? The calm voice sent Lin Xian's heart plummeting, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. He recognized that voice. It was Gu Yuan's. But how could Gu Yuan still be alive after the catastrophic explosion? Before he could ponder further, Lin Xian swiftly activated the swallowing heaven demon technique. Summoning his inner strength, without a moment's hesitation, he propelled the bone throne to retreat in the opposite direction of the sound. His speed was astonishing, covering vast distances in the blink of an eye. Only then did he dare to glance back at the site of the explosion. To his dismay, it was completely deserted. The image of Yuan he had envisioned was nowhere to be found. Could it be that I experienced auditory hallucinations? Was that voice merely a figment of my imagination? In an instant, doubt crept into Linhai's mind. Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, he sensed something and swiftly turned around. To his astonishment, two figures stood mere inches behind him, one male and one female. The man, clad in immaculate white, possessed an ethereal beauty that made him appear as if he had descended from the heavens. Who but Yuan could it be? The woman, adorned in silver armor, bore an exquisite visage and an imposing presence, reminiscent of a goddess of war. No one else could be Yuan. How is it possible that you both survived the explosion resulting from the collision of the world destruction talismans? When did you appear behind me? How was I completely unaware? Upon seeing the two of them, Linhai's first instinct was to flee. However, the realization that Yuan had managed to approach him undetected quelled his urge to escape. Instead, he quietly activated the swallowing heaven demon technique to its fullest, voicing his underlying curiosity. What need has a dying man to know so much? Yuan chuckled softly, raising a finger to point at the eternal demon emperor. His body technique, bestowed by the system, was unparalleled. When fully unleashed, it rendered him nearly imperceptible, moving with such speed that even a strong opponent in the same realm might struggle to see him. Given that Linhai was merely at the early stage of the Undying Emperor realm, it was entirely reasonable that he had not noticed Yuan's arrival behind him, not wishing to waste time explaining to a man on the brink of death. Yuan decided to send him on his way. As Yuan's finger advanced, Linhai felt the terrifying power it contained, and a fleeting glint of ferocity crossed his eyes. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, swallowing heaven demon technique, devour. He bellowed, slamming his palm against Yuan's finger. A black vortex materialized within his palm, unleashing a dreadful suction force when Yuan's finger made contact with Linhai's hand. The surging power was promptly absorbed by the vortex. Linhai refined this power, allowing it to flow through his limbs and bones, becoming a part of his strength. To his astonishment, Linhai discovered that simply refining the power from Yuan's finger had propelled him from the early stage of the Undying Emperor realm to the mid-stage. The realization filled him with uncontainable joy. Merely by refining the power contained within Yuan's finger, he had ascended a minor realm. If he could absorb the entirety of Yuan's strength, he might even return to his former peak, or possibly exceed it. With this thought, how could Linhai not be elated? In his exuberance, he summoned the swallowing heaven demon technique with all his might. The suction force emanating from his palm intensified, to the point where Yuan could feel his own power beginning to flow into Linhai's grasp. Although the amount was negligible, it still caught Yuan by surprise. Amidst his surprise, Yuan smiled, a smile filled with mockery. He had heard tales of certain demonic techniques that allowed one to enhance their own strength by absorbing and refining the power of others. And witnessing it firsthand today was quite enlightening. Since you wish to absorb, I shall grant you your desire. As these words fell, Yuan's internal power surged forth violently, rushing toward Linhai's palm at an astonishing speed. Linhai was left bewildered, unable to comprehend why Yuan would willingly allow him to absorb his strength. For a moment, he even doubted whether Yuan had lost his senses. Nevertheless, regardless of Yuan's intentions, Linhai was eager to accept the influx of power. The more, the better. He immediately drew in the energy and began to refine it, transforming it into his own combat prowess. As time passed, the amount of power Linhai absorbed continued to swell, and his strength surged at an incredible pace, from the late stage of the Undying Emperor realm to the perfection stage, then to the early stage of the Invincible Emperor realm, followed by the mid-stage, the late stage, and finally, the perfected Invincible Emperor realm. And still, it was rising, as Linhai felt the increasingly potent imperial might emanating from Yuan. An unmistakable flicker of fear surfaced in Yunmo's eyes. It was only when her gaze shifted to Yuan, and she noted his calm demeanor, exuding an air of complete control, that her trepidation began to dissipate somewhat. Relying on you, I not only returned to my former glory, but have also progressed further. I truly owe you my heartfelt gratitude, Linhai remarked, her tone light and relaxed. At present, he had regained his peak cultivation and advanced even more. In this moment, he felt no fear towards Yuan whatsoever. Consequently, their dialogue became considerably more at ease. There's no need for thanks. Yuan replied with a light chuckle. As long as you can endure and not let the power within me overwhelm you. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Lin Xian found it akin to the most amusing joke in the world. Bursting into laughter, "Be overwhelmed by your power. What nonsense. Relying on the strength within you. Not only have I regained my peak, but I have also ascended further. At this point, you must be on the brink of being drained dry by me. No. How could you possibly overwhelm me? Ha ha ha." Gu Yuan smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. With a mere thought, a surge of power, far more terrifying than before, erupted from his body, rushing directly towards Lin Xian's palm. Upon sensing this new influx of strength, which was indeed more formidable and vast than any he had absorbed previously, Lin Xian's expression shifted dramatically, his heart seized with astonishment. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Gu Yuan, despite being drained for so long, still harbored such an immense and terrifying force within him. The power contained within him was truly excessive. After a moment's calculation, Lin Xian immediately ceased the operation of the devouring sky demon technique. He had no intention of absorbing this power. It was too vast, too fearsome. At his current state, he simply could not refine it. Moreover, should he attempt to absorb it into his body without the means to refine it, he would undoubtedly meet the fate Gu Yuan had warned of. His body would be overwhelmed and destroyed. Realizing this, he hastily halted the operation of the devouring sky demon technique, wishing to avoid incorporating this power. However, Lin Xian was soon shocked to find that even though he had stopped the technique, that power continued to surge into his body at an astonishing speed. This revelation filled him with dread. He could not refine this force. In his panic, Lin Xian tried to mobilize his internal power to expel the foreign energy from his body. Yet, he soon discovered that his strength was utterly feeble in comparison to this incoming power. He could not expel it. Realizing that this method was futile, Lin Xian took a step back, hoping to distance himself from Gu Yuan as long as he did not make contact with Gu Yuan. Then Gu Yuan's power could not enter him. Yet, no sooner had this thought crossed his mind and he attempted to move, did he find himself frozen in place, as if bound by an unseen force. Unable to move even an inch, let alone creating distance from Gu Yuan. Thus, he could only helplessly endure as the power surged into his body. Once this force entered Lin Xian, it rampaged within him like a primordial beast, wreaking havoc on all his internal organs. In mere moments, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and his complexion rapidly turned ashen, devoid of any color. His veins swelled at an alarming rate, threatening to burst at any moment. In this instant, Lin Xian could no longer concern himself with distancing from Gu Yuan. Instead, he began to desperately channel the devouring sky demon technique, hoping to regain control over the raging foreign power within him. Yet, this force was overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond his ability to dominate. If nothing unexpected occurred, it seemed his obliteration by this violent energy was all but certain. Realizing this, Lin Xian ceased his efforts to control the foreign power through the devouring sky demon technique. He lifted his gaze to Gu Yuan, his eyes filled with a frenzied determination. Having just come back to life for less than 2.5 hours, you wish to end me? If so, then I shall take you down with me. The destruction wrought by an invincible emperor exploding would surely devastate the entire southern region. You are so close to me. If I perish, you shall perish too. If you do not wish for my survival, then I shall drag you down with me. With that declaration, as if to prevent Gu Yuan from escaping, he summoned his internal strength, directing it towards the very core of his being. This action would only hasten his demise. His eyes were locked onto Gu Yuan, seeking any flicker of regret, fear, or despair on his face. However, Gu Yuan's reaction was disappointing. His expression remained unchanged, as though he already possessed a countermeasure for the devastation that would ensue from Lin Xian's explosion. This realization darkened Lin Xian's heart. Yet, before he could react, Gu Yuan made his move. A terrifying imperial might suddenly envelop Lin Xian, encasing him entirely. With a swift motion, Gu Yuan activated his unparalleled body technique, soaring into the sky with astounding speed, vanishing in an instant, in the blink of an eye. They found themselves soaring at an altitude of 1,000,000 miles. An emperor can traverse vast distances in an instant, but Gu Yuan, fully mobilizing his unmatched technique, could span 1,000,000 miles in the same time. Enveloped by Gu Yuan's imperial might, Lin Xian also found himself instantaneously elevated to a height of 1,000,000 miles. What astounding speed! Witnessing Gu Yuan demonstrate such swiftness, Lin Xian was clearly taken aback. Having not anticipated that his speed far surpassed that of his peak period, just as he was reeling from this astonishment, Gu Yuan vanished from his side. With Gu Yuan's disappearance, Lin Xian suddenly realized that the immobilizing force that had held him captive was now dissipating. Yet, before he could revel in this realization, despair washed over him as he discovered that his body had reached the critical point of explosion that he longed to pursue Gu Yuan, dragging him down with him. But it was evidently impossible now. No. No. Please, no. Ultimately, he could only emit a roar filled with despair and reluctance that in that moment, a tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. Lin Xian's entire being erupted into a mist of blood in an instant. His very soul obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. The violent force of the explosion radiated outward from the point of Lin Xian's demise, quickly engulfing the surrounding area, under the terrifying explosive power. The very fabric of space tore apart, only to heal, then tear again, repeatedly until an unknown duration had passed before the space finally mended. The devastation wrought by this explosive force was far from over. Even the ancient continent, a million miles away from the point of explosion, suffered tremendous repercussions. Mountains crumbled, and the earth fractured. Countless innocent lives were lost in the aftermath. To inflict such catastrophic damage from a million miles away was unfathomable. Had Lin Xian exploded at ground level, the destruction would have undoubtedly been even greater. It might truly have been as he claimed, dragging the entire southern region down with him, swallowing hard 3 times. Yuan finally managed to quell her astonishment somewhat. The destruction caused by an invincible emperor's explosion was truly horrifying, even though her cultivation was not weak and she stood a million miles away from Lin Xian's detonation. She felt her blood surge uncontrollably. Those of lesser cultivation would fare far worse. Such a terrifying existence could be subdued by her master with a mere flick of his hand. How incredibly powerful must he be? With this thought, Yuan quickly shook her head, unwilling to contemplate further, utterly daunted by the notion. Merely contemplating this, she felt that even serving as a maid for the young master was an unattainable aspiration. Now that the matter was settled, I shall escort you back to my sect. Gu Yuan's voice suddenly resonated from the side, startling Yuan. She had not even noticed when Gu Yuan had appeared beside her. Once she regained her composure, Yuan promptly nodded with her small pouch and replied, "Certainly, young master." However, as if recalling something, she hastily inquired, "Young master, did you not seek to procure some medicinal herbs? I have acquired them." Gu Yuan chuckled lightly. With a flick of his hand, several sprigs of violet grass materialized before him. The ethereal energy swirled around the violet grass, emanating strands of imperial might. It was none other than the 9-turn Emperor Soul Grass. After descending from the heights, his first action was to venture into the abyss of 10,000 souls. The unparalleled divine consciousness of the invincible Emperor erupted forth, instantly enveloping the entire abyss of 10,000 souls. In that fleeting moment, everything within the abyss was laid bare before his eyes. That he gathered all that was of utility before soaring back to Yuan's side. Among the treasures were not only the 9-turn Emperor Soul Grass, but also the 8-turn and 7-turn varieties. The promised crisis in Mo City, besieged by the vengeful spirits and the ominous red-haired fiends from the abyss of 10,000 souls. Why was it that now not a single vengeful spirit or a shadow of an ominous red-haired fiend could be seen? Was it possible that Lord Yuan had deceived us? Deceived? Are you blind? This Mo City is on the verge of ruin. Do you truly believe it has not faced a crisis? Observing the devastation of Mo City, it is evident that a crisis has indeed transpired. Yet, where are the vengeful spirits and the ominous red-haired fiends that Lord Yuan spoke of? Why have I not glimpsed even a shadow of them? I share your curiosity on this matter. As the powerful factions from the 13 states of the southern region continued to arrive in Mo City, they gazed bewilderedly at the absence of any monsters. In an instant, all were perplexed, unable to comprehend why no monsters existed within the city. It is worth noting that when Lord Yuan informed them, he had declared that Mo City was facing an unprecedented crisis. Just as they were enveloped in confusion, a figure soared forth from within Mo City. This was a youth, bearing a striking resemblance to Yuan, who appeared remarkably composed. Upon reaching the gathered crowd, the youth immediately bowed respectfully and addressed those present. "I am Yuan Shan, the Lord of Mo City. It is an honor to meet all esteemed predecessors." He was indeed Yuan's brother, now the Lord of Mo City. Yuan Shan, the Lord of Mo City. Upon hearing Yuan Shan's words, the crowd was met with astonishment that in their memories, it was Yuan who held the title of Lord. When had it shifted to Yuan Shan? Suddenly, as though realizing something, one individual approached Yuan Shan, placed a hand gently on his shoulder, and sighed. My condolences, my condolences. One person spoke, and the others followed suit, offering their sympathy. Earlier, Yuan Mo had informed them that Mo City was beset by an unprecedented crisis. Now that they had arrived, although they were unaware of the reasons, the crisis appeared to have been averted. However, the sudden transition of the lordship from Yuan Mo to Yuan Shan led them to instinctively believe that Yuan Mo had perished in the earlier battle against the vengeful spirits and ominous red-haired fiends. Otherwise, there would be no explanation for the shift in leadership. Hearing the words of condolence, Yuan Shan felt an urge to unleash a torrent of curses. These imbeciles were practically cursing his sister. Yet, considering that these individuals had come to aid Mo City, he ultimately refrained from expressing his ire. Instead, he suppressed his anger and clarified, "Esteemed guests, my ascension to the position of Lord of Mo City is due to my sister departing with another. Not because she has met with misfortune. Your sister left with someone? Was she abducted? Yuan Mo, the most beautiful woman in Mo Prefecture, being taken away. While difficult to accept, it was not entirely implausible." Upon hearing Yuan Shan's words, the crowd was once again struck with disbelief. Amidst their astonishment, they began to formulate their own analyses. Listening to their conjectures, veins throbbed on Yuan Shan's forehead, his anger nearly reaching its zenith. How presumptuous could these fools be with their analyses? Though he was enraged, Yuan Shan ultimately contained his fury. It was not merely due to his temperament, but rather because those before him were the foremost powers within the 13 states of the southern region. And he could not hope to contend with them. Ahem. Clearing his throat to interrupt their presumptuous analyses, Yuan Shan finally spoke. "You are all mistaken. My sister was not abducted. She willingly left with another. I believe you are all curious as to why my sister claimed Mo City was engulfed in crisis and besieged by countless vengeful spirits and ominous red-haired fiends. Yet upon your arrival, you found not a single one in sight?" Indeed. At his words, the crowd nodded earnestly. This was indeed a point of curiosity for them. Not wishing to keep them in suspense any longer, Yuan Shan began recounting the events that had transpired. "What? One person annihilated countless vengeful spirits and ominous red-haired fiends. How is that possible? I once inadvertently ventured into the outskirts of the abyss of 10,000 souls and witnessed the terror of those vengeful spirits and ominous red-haired fiends. The weakest among them could rival the sacred kings and sacred sovereigns. That as for the stronger ones, they were on par with emperors, some even exceeding that level. According to Lord Yun's description, the vengeful spirits and ominous red-haired fiends that attacked Mo City numbered in the hundreds of thousands, many of which could match emperors in strength. With such a multitude of vengeful spirits and ominous red-haired fiends, even if we gathered all the strength of the southern region, eradicating them would exact a grievous toll. And now, you claim that one individual dispatched hundreds of thousands of vengeful spirits and ominous red-haired fiends in an instant. Are you certain of your words? Are you not merely spinning a tale to deceive us? Currently, in Mo City, I indeed see no vengeful spirits or ominous red-haired fiends. It seems a powerful entity intervened to save you. Yet you assert that this individual instantly obliterated hundreds of thousands of vengeful spirits and ominous red-haired fiends? Is that not somewhat exaggerated?" Upon hearing Yuan Shan's assertion that a powerful being had arrived in Mo City and effortlessly dispatched hundreds of thousands of vengeful spirits and ominous red-haired fiends, the crowd erupted in skepticism. It was not that they did not believe Yuan Shan, but rather that the claim was far too extravagant. The vengeful spirits and ominous red-haired fiends that attacked Mo City were formidable adversaries, not mere livestock to be dispatched so readily. Who could possibly believe such a tale? They could not accept that such a powerful being existed in this world, let alone that one would fortuitously arrive in Mo City. Thus, they were resolutely skeptical of Yuan Shan's words. "I understand your disbelief. However, fear not, for I possess a recording jade that can vividly recreate the prior events." Observing the crowd's reaction, Yuan Shan was unsurprised. Smiling lightly, he produced a piece of jade. This was the recording jade. The recording jade could capture both images and sound. "Good lad. You even recorded the earlier events with recording jade. Well done. Quickly, do not dawdle. Activate the recording jade, for I wish to witness what transpired before. I too wish to see it." As Yuan Shan presented the recording jade, the eyes of those present brightened visibly. With the recording jade, they would be able to witness the previous events and determine whether Yuan Shan's claims were genuine or mere fabrications. If what he said was true, they would behold the stunning spectacle of one person annihilating hundreds of thousands of vengeful spirits and ominous red-haired fiends. Such a breathtaking scene. Who could resist the urge to witness it? Witnessing the reactions of the crowd, Yuan did not hesitate as the power within him surged. He raised his hand to activate the Shadow Stone. When the Shadow Stone was set in motion, it suddenly erupted with an unbearable brilliance. Once the radiance dissipated, an image materialized in the air. The scene depicted countless vengeful spirits and ominous red-haired beasts launching an assault on Mo City. Observing the relentless attacks of these vengeful spirits and sinister creatures against the city's protective formation, those present felt as though they were experiencing the event firsthand, instinctively holding their breath for the inhabitants of Mo City. The sheer number of vengeful spirits and ominous red-haired beasts was overwhelming, dense and seemingly inexhaustible. Furthermore, each of these entities possessed immense strength, rendering Mo City's defenses to tremble violently with each onslaught. Although they had received prior warnings through Yuan's messages about the happenings in Mo City, witnessing it through the Shadow Stone still left them profoundly shaken. Amidst their astonishment, one individual could not contain a gulp. Murmuring softly, with so many terrifying vengeful spirits and ominous red-haired beasts, is there truly a strong being capable of annihilating them in an instant? His voice was barely audible, yet among the gathered, there were no weaklings, all possessing keen senses. Naturally, they all heard his words. However, they refrained from addressing his query, their gazes fixated on the image projected by the Shadow Stone, as if fearful of missing any detail. As time progressed, the protective formation of Mo City succumbed once more to the assault of the vengeful spirits and ominous red-haired beasts. It shattered. In an instant, countless spirits and beasts surged into Mo City like wolves among sheep, commencing a massacre of the city's inhabitants. These entities were horrifyingly powerful, with none able to stand against them. Anyone who encountered them was either gravely wounded or met an immediate demise. Even Yuan, the lord of Mo City and its foremost warrior, proved no match for these vengeful spirits and beasts in a mere encounter. He was severely injured and sent flying at this moment. All eyes converged sharply on Yuan. No, rather than focusing on him, their attention was drawn to the figure clad in white who held Yuan. Surely, he must be the one capable of instantaneously vanquishing all the vengeful spirits and ominous beasts. At that moment, a singular thought emerged in the minds of those present. As this thought arose, their gazes shifted toward the face of the white-clad figure, eager to discern the identity of this formidable individual. Yet, upon fixing their eyes on him, they were left bewildered. They could not discern the face of the figure in white. It appeared as though obscured by a mosaic, rendering it entirely indistinguishable. Even Yuan was taken aback, unable to suppress a soft exclamation, pondering the situation. What was happening? Why had the Shadow Stone failed to capture the visage of that esteemed person? Could it be malfunctioning? Yet, if the Shadow Stone were indeed defective, why then were the faces of others recorded? Strange, truly strange. At this moment, a bewildered Yuan was left utterly perplexed. Just then, an elder of considerable cultivation from the crowd spoke up to clarify his confusion. It was not that the Shadow Stone was broken, but rather that the white-clad figure was an emperor, unless he himself chose to reveal his visage, could not be recorded by the Shadow Stone. After a brief pause, the elder continued, now that we observe him through the Shadow Stone, this act may also alert the emperor if he so desires. He could even communicate with us through this image. Upon hearing this, Yuan nodded in partial understanding. He was not alone. Others who were unaware of such matters also nodded in agreement after hearing the elder's words, although they could not ascertain the truth of the elder's assertions. His reasoning was coherent, leading them to believe it was likely true that as soon as the elder finished speaking, the figure in white moved. With a swift motion, he ascended to hover above Mo City. As he pointed his finger, a flash of sword intent emanated from his fingertip, and a torrent of sword energy erupted in all directions, centering around him. In an instant, over 100,000 strands of sword energy materialized above Mo City. The sword energy coalesced into long swords. The white-clad figure wielded his finger like a sword and struck down. The multitude of swords descended like rain, mercilessly ravaging the vengeful spirits and ominous beasts that plagued Mo City. These entities had no means of defense against the onslaught of the sword energies manifesting as swords. Upon mere contact, they were utterly obliterated. Such a stunning spectacle left not only the inhabitants of Mo City visible through the Shadow Stone, dumbfounded but also those present, who gasped in astonishment. The visual impact of the scene was overwhelmingly profound. A thought, with a mere thought, 100,000 swords, each one is terrifyingly formidable. This is beyond powerful, reverberated in their minds. They had never imagined such a terrifyingly strong being existed in the world. It seemed their previous perspectives had been woefully short-sighted. In the wake of their astonishment, the crowd began to speculate about the identity of the individual who had intervened. Given such immense power, he could not possibly be an obscure figure. I surmise he is a powerful being from the central domain. A powerful being from the central domain. Among them, possessing such strength and formidable swordsmanship. It could only be the Sword Emperor, Jian Wushuang of the 10,000 Swords sect. Now that you mention it, it does seem plausible he might be that individual. After all, aside from him, it is difficult to conceive of anyone else who could possess such terrifying strength alongside such remarkable swordsmanship. As the speculation circulated, the crowd swiftly regarded the white-clad figure as Jian Wushuang, the elusive leader of the 10,000 Swords sect from the central domain. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly emerged. Refuting their conjectures, he could be anyone, but he cannot possibly be Jian Wushuang. Upon hearing this voice, the crowd instinctively sought to retort. Yet, upon recognizing the speaker, their rebuttals fell silent. The speaker was none other than Lookings, the leader of the Huangwu Peak, one of the three foremost experts of the Lingyun sect, and the preeminent sword cultivator in the entire southern domain. Additionally, Lookings bore another title. She was the direct disciple of Jian Wushuang himself. Although the assembly gathered nearly all the top-tier cultivators of the southern domain, if anyone were to be most familiar with Jian Wushuang, it would undoubtedly be his direct disciple, Lookings. Now that she asserted that the white-clad figure could not be Jian Wushuang, it meant he indeed was not. Having studied swordsmanship under Jian Wushuang, Lookings' time with him, while not overly long, was certainly not short either. Even if she could not see the face of the white-clad figure now. Had he truly been Jian Wushuang, she would have recognized him instantly, since the white-clad figure was not Jian Wushuang. Who could he possibly be, possessing such terrifying strength and swordsmanship? This individual should surely be a renowned powerhouse. Yet aside from Jian Wushuang, she truly could not think of a second candidate. The crowd resumed their speculations about the identity of the white-clad figure, but no matter how they racked their brains, they could not arrive at an answer. Aside from the Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang, who else possesses such terrifying strength while also exhibiting an equally formidable mastery of swordsmanship? Some individuals perked up their ears. Their gazes fixated on the Luing Yu, for at that moment, the images within revealed Yuan Mo engaged in conversation with the man in white. Clearly, they sought to discern the identity of the white-clad figure through the dialogue between the two. Yet, this was undoubtedly a futile endeavor, for throughout their exchange, right until Yuan Mo followed the white figure away, the latter never revealed any personal information. The leader of Lingyun's sect, Mu Taiyu, was evidently equally curious about the identity of the man in white. Casting a glance at Luo Qingxuang, he casually inquired, "Luo Peak Master, can you discern who this man in white is?" Since the appearance of the white figure, Luo Qingxuang's gaze had remained unwaveringly fixed upon him. Although she could not see the man's face, his presence evoked a profound sense of familiarity within her. Initially, she unconsciously assumed that this white-clad individual was her master, the Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang of the Wanjian sect in Central Region. For his swordsmanship was indeed unparalleled, and his strength was overwhelming. Apart from her master, she could think of no one else capable of such terrifying prowess combined with equally astonishing swordsmanship. However, as she scrutinized him more closely, she realized that this white figure was not her master. After careful consideration, she finally understood why he felt so familiar, because this man in white was none other than her disciple, Gu Yuan. Although Gu Yuan's sudden surge in strength and his remarkable swordsmanship puzzled her, she was certain, having spent years with him, that he was indeed her disciple, Gu Yuan. Upon hearing Mu Taiyu's question, Luo Qingxuang nodded confidently, replying, "I know." The simplicity of her two words sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd. All eyes turned to Luo Qingxuang, their expressions filled with surprise. "Luo Saint, you truly know who this man in white is?" "Luo Peak Master, I merely asked casually." "Yet you genuinely know." Mu Taiyu was taken aback. He had simply posed a question, yet it turned out she truly had the answer, acknowledging the curious and astonished gazes of those present. Luo Qingxuang smiled gently and replied, "Indeed, I know who this individual is. Luo Saint, please tell us, who is this man in white? Hurry, elaborate on his identity. The moment Luo Qingxuang declared her knowledge of the white figure's identity, the crowd erupted into a frenzy of inquiries, each eager for her to divulge the man's identity. In the face of their eager gazes, Luo Qingxuang chuckled lightly before shaking her head, stating, "While I am aware, I choose not to disclose it." Although Gu Yuan was indifferent to whether his strength was revealed, Luo Qingxuang had no intention of exposing his extraordinary abilities. Moreover, she hoped he would conceal part of his power to dominate the other disciples in the sect's competition, thereby earning the sect's rewards. Although these rewards might seem trivial to both her and Gu Yuan, even the smallest prize holds value. After all, every little bit counts. Hearing Luo Qingxuang's words, the crowd collectively twitched at the corners of their mouths. Given her character, they instinctively suspected that she was preparing to extort some fine wine or cultivation resources from them. After a moment of contemplation, one among them spoke up. "Luo Saint, I know you enjoy fine wine. This is the Xianren Zue I have treasured for many years. I present it to you now, so please tell me the identity of the man in white." "Luo Saint, I know you favor spirit stones. This storage ring contains 1,000,000 spirit stones. Here, take it, and please reveal the identity of the man in white." As one person spoke, others followed suit, each producing items to offer, manipulating their spiritual energy to send them flying toward Luo Qingxuang. Whether it was storage rings filled with spirit stones, jars of exquisite wine, martial arts manuals, or weapons, the sheer quantity formed a small mountain. Gazing at these offerings, Luo Qingxuang's eyes sparkled with delight, and she could not suppress a gulp. Her lips curled into an involuntary smile. She did not hold back. With a sweep of her spiritual energy, she collected what could fit into storage rings, for those items that could not be stored in such rings, she simply used sacks to gather them. As she collected these treasures, the crowd once again turned their curious and expectant gazes toward her, all hoping she would reveal the identity of the man in white. Yet, in response to their eager looks, Luo Qingxuang remained silent. Instead, she cast her gaze toward those who had offered nothing, wishing to glean the identity of the white-clad figure for free, with just a simple glance. The crowd instantly understood. Some, though reluctant, were compelled by their desire to learn the man's identity and reluctantly presented some offerings. However, others were unwilling to pay any price just to uncover the identity of a powerful individual. The consequence of such reluctance was swift. The crowd turned on them with scornful words. "If you wish to know, you must pay the price. Do you think such knowledge comes without cost?" "Exactly. You want to gain insight without offering anything? We want to force you. But if you refuse to contribute, then feel free to leave and stop trying to leech off us." Thus, all present eventually surrendered some items. Luo Qingxuang beamed at the two overflowing sacks filled with storage rings, nearly laughing with glee. These rings were brimming with treasures. If she exchanged all of these for wine, it would last her several hundred years. "Peak Master Luo, stop smiling and please reveal the identity of the man in white," Mu Taiyu interjected, his tone tinged with frustration. He too had faced the crowd's ire and had to part with some items. Meeting Mu Taiyu's exasperated gaze, Luo Qingxuang chuckled softly and nodded. "Very well. I shall now reveal the identity of the man in white." However, at this point, Luo Qingxuang's smile vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor as she continued. "Are you all certain you wish to hear this? If you learn his identity and suffer misfortune as a result, it will not concern me in the slightest." Upon hearing this, the crowd instinctively furrowed their brows. Someone could not help but ask, "Luo Saint, what do you mean by that?" "I mean no offense," Luo Qingxuang replied, her expression still grave and earnest. "I am quite familiar with this man in white. Yet he does not wish for anyone else to know his identity. Everyone who has known his identity, apart from myself, has perished. Now, do you still wish to hear?" The atmosphere grew tense, and the crowd fell into an uneasy silence. They perceived Luo Qingxuang's words as an exaggeration meant to frighten them. However, they had no evidence to refute her claims. Yet, given her assertiveness, they hesitated to pursue the matter further. It was simply a matter of self-preservation. The emperor's methods were unfathomable, and someone like the man in white, capable of instantly obliterating countless vengeful spirits and ominous beings, possessed even more incomprehensible powers. They understood that if they learned his identity and he desired their demise, he could easily do so without them ever realizing it. "So you choose not to listen," Luo Qingxuang said with a smile. as warm as the winter sun, capable of melting even the iciest of hearts. Since you have decided against it, then I shall refrain from disclosing it. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent once more. After a prolonged pause, someone finally broke the quiet. I no longer wish to know the identity of the man in white. Please return my belongings. One voice was soon echoed by many. Yes, I too do not wish to know. Quickly return what I gave you. Do you think you can take back what has already entered my possession? I dare say you are mistaken. Luo Qingxuang let out a soft snort, her words dripping with disdain. You offer me something, and in return, I divulge the identity of the man in white. This is what you call an exchange. Do you truly understand the concept of an exchange? In summary, to put it plainly, I have no intention of returning what you have given me. As for the identity of the man in white, if you wish to hear it, I can reveal it to you right now. Of course, should you unexpectedly meet a tragic end in your homes tomorrow, that would be of no concern to me. At this juncture, Luo Qingxuang noticeably hesitated. She had realized that, apart from the members of Lingyun's sect, the others present were already stirring their internal energies that a terrifying aura began to emanate from them. Rippling through the space around them, it was evident that these individuals were preparing to forcefully reclaim what they had previously given away, with a slight furrow of her brows that soon relaxed like the gentle flow of water. A playful smile spread across Luo Qingxuang's face. Surely, you do not intend to lay hands on a weak woman such as myself. The crowd fell silent, their expressions unreadable. Yet, the ominous aura surrounding them was a clear testament to their intentions. They were indeed ready to seize back what had been given away, and more importantly, they felt deceived. They were eager to teach Luo Qingxuang a lesson. Despite the turmoil brewing within her, Luo Qingxuang's expression remained composed. She smiled nonchalantly. As for me, I am riddled with flaws, and my strength is quite modest. If you wish to confront me, I assure you, I am no match for you. But do not forget the company I keep. They are not only formidable, but possess a fierce protective instinct, unable to bear even the slightest injustice against me. The last time I was gravely injured by the third elder of the Batian sect. My master, the Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang, came to my aid, utterly annihilating the Batian sect. This incident stirred the entire southern region, and you are aware of it. Then there was that occasion when I clashed with the leader of the Black Tiger sect. I assured them it was of no consequence. Yet my eldest disciple still brought the northern region's Fox clan to obliterate the Black Tiger sect in my defense. This too caused quite a stir in the southern region. One is situated in the central region, and the other in the eastern region. I do not wish to trouble them. If you intend to act against me now, I will have no choice but to contact the man in white who remains in the southern region. At this point, Luo Qingxuang's smile widened. She surveyed the crowd, her voice lilting. So, are you still prepared to strike at a weak woman like me? The assembly remained silent once more, but this silence was markedly different from the previous one. They had reigned in their ominous auras, the energies they had summoned dissipating. After hearing Luo Qingxuang's words, they found themselves calming down, recalling that this lady had connections far beyond their reach. Observing their expressions, Luo Qingxuang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She was not one to revel in bloodshed. If she were to be beaten due to their earlier deceptions, not only would she suffer, but she would also have to conceal the incident. Otherwise, if the news reached her master, brothers, sisters, or her eldest disciple, they might very well wreak havoc. Her mentors and her eldest disciple were exceedingly volatile. Moreover, the gathering consisted of nearly all the formidable figures of the southern region. The ramifications of any incident could lead to a seismic shift in the entire southern region's dynamics. Thankfully, they had been intimidated by her. They refrained from taking action. Otherwise, she would have truly become a pariah in the southern region. Reflecting on this, Luo Qingxuang couldn't help but silently marvel at her own benevolence. Witnessing the gathering's frustration at being unable to strike her, ultimately left to secretly grind their teeth in anger, she paused before speaking again. Although the man in white prefers to keep his identity under wraps, should you truly wish to learn it, you may do so when Yuan visits the Yunxiao sect, for at that time, the man in white will also be present, and you shall discover his identity. Upon hearing this, curiosity sparked among the crowd. They were perplexed as to why the man in white would accompany Yuan to the Yunxiao sect. Nevertheless, despite their confusion, they resolutely resolved in their hearts to follow Yuan to the Yunxiao sect. As for Yuan's reasons for going to the Yunxiao sect, they were well aware. To fulfill a 3-year pact with Lu Rian. Years ago, Lu Rian had made a grand departure from the Lingyun sect to annul her engagement. ultimately being rejected in turn, leading to a 3-year agreement with Gu Yuan. This event had caused quite a stir in the southern region, and they had heard snippets of it. This statement of hers should compel them to accompany Gu Yuan to the Yunxiao sect. Luo Qingxuang mused, a glint of coldness, resentment, and delight flashing in her eyes. Lu Ruyan, you once made a grand spectacle of your visit to the Lingyun sect, publicly annulling your engagement before thousands, humiliating my disciple, and leaving her in disgrace. Now, as the 3-year pact approaches, when my disciple reveals her prowess, I wonder if you will weep openly before the powerful figures of the southern region. The thought brought a smile to Luo Qingxuang's face. A sense of satisfaction swelling within her as she envisioned Lu Ruyan's regretful tears. Just as Luo Qingxuang was lost in these thoughts, a thunderous explosion suddenly reverberated through the heavens and earth. The entire southern region trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck, with many areas witnessing the shattering of mountains and the splitting of the ground. This was the aftermath of Lin Xian's explosive demise reaching this vicinity. What is happening? Is that the direction of the Wanhan abyss? What has transpired there? Upon hearing the colossal blast, all eyes instinctively turned towards the Wanhan abyss. After a moment's hesitation, they swiftly transformed into streaks of light, racing towards the Wanhan abyss, evidently eager to uncover the truth behind the commotion. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan had already brought Yuan Mo to a desolate mountain in the southern region, far removed from human habitation. After surveying the surroundings, Gu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Without further ado, he waved his hand, causing numerous medicinal herbs to soar from the spatial pocket of his system. He intended to concoct pills here. The reason for choosing this location for alchemy instead of within the Lingyun sect was straightforward. The soul condensation pill was an imperial-grade elixir. Such a pill was exceedingly difficult to concoct, achievable only by the most elite alchemists. Should he succeed, it would attract a pill tribulation, creating considerable commotion that if he were to attempt this within the Lingyun sect, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of the entire sect, thereby revealing his strength. While he did not mind his strength being exposed, his master had specifically instructed him to conceal his power prior to the disciples' competition to avoid premature exposure. Thus, Gu Yuan had opted for this secluded location for his alchemical endeavors, rather than the Lingyun sect. Young master, are you preparing to refine pills? Yuan Mo inquired. Her curiosity piqued at the sight of Gu Yuan, retrieving numerous medicinal materials. Indeed, Gu Yuan affirmed with a nod. Opening his palm, he summoned a flickering flame from his hand. This was Gu Yuan's alchemical fire. From the system, he acquired the unparalleled alchemical technique. The flame utilized in this process is also derived from the system, serving as an extraordinary gift accompanying the unmatched alchemical method. As Gu Yuan infused his inner power, the flame blazed brighter and soon transformed into a massive inferno. The temperature of the flames soared, causing ripples to dance across the surrounding space. The aura emanating from it was terrifying, instilling an overwhelming sense of impending death within Yuan Mo, prompting her to instinctively retreat and increase the distance between herself and Gu Yuan. At that moment, under Gu Yuan's meticulous control, various medicinal herbs began to orderly soar into the flames before him. This spectacle rendered Yuan Mo utterly astonished. As the lord of Mo City, she possessed profound insights and had witnessed the practices of several alchemists. Yet, did alchemy not require a cauldron? Why did Gu Yuan not need one? How could he simply cast the herbs into the fire without fear of incinerating them? Just as this question arose in her mind, Yuan Mo was soon astounded to discover that the herbs thrust into the flame had not been completely consumed. While portions of them were indeed burnt, these remnants were merely the least valuable parts of the herbs, leaving the essence perfectly intact. Such an extraordinary alchemical technique. Unable to contain her admiration, Yuan Mo silently marveled. As the lord of Mo City, her knowledge was vast, and she had seen various alchemists at work. However, the techniques of those practitioners paled in comparison to Gu Yuan's mastery. Although she did not comprehend the intricacies of alchemy, she could certainly discern the excellence in his method. As time trickled by, Gu Yuan successfully introduced a total of 108 herbs into the flames. All the useless parts were incinerated, leaving only the essential essence behind. This essence shimmered with golden light within the fire, creating a breathtaking sight. Condense. With a low command from Gu Yuan, the essence of the medicinal herbs began to merge and coalesce as if animated, ultimately forming a pill that radiated golden brilliance. Rumble. The The sound of thunder suddenly resonated from the heavens. Yuan instinctively looked up to see dark tribulation clouds converging from all directions above. These ominous clouds coalesced into a massive shroud, enveloping the sky and plunging the surrounding area into darkness. Golden lightning flickered within the clouds, producing a deafening roar. Was this the tribulation of alchemy? Glancing at the ominous clouds that overshadowed the world, and then at the pill taking shape in the flames, Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Shock and incredulity rapidly spread across her beautiful face. As the Lord of Mo City, her knowledge was extensive. Although she had never witnessed an alchemical tribulation, she had certainly heard of it. To concoct a pill capable of attracting a tribulation, two conditions must be met. First, the pill must reach the imperial grade, and second, it must achieve perfection in its refinement. Only then could it summon a tribulation. The grades of pills range from 1 to 9, with the 9th grade, known as the imperial pill, being the highest. Alchemists are similarly classified by these grades. The difficulty of creating an imperial pill that could invoke a tribulation is unimaginably high. Even some alchemists at the imperial level cannot accomplish this feat. Only the most exceptional among them have a chance. Now, Yuan effortlessly crafting an imperial pill that could summon a tribulation was utterly astonishing to Yuan. At just 18 years old, possessing the peak cultivation of an unrivaled emperor and remarkable swordsmanship skills, he casually concocted an imperial pill capable of attracting a tribulation. How could this not leave Yuan in awe? Amidst her shock, she couldn't help but marvel at Yuan's terrifying strength. Unperturbed by Yuan's astonishment, Yuan remained fixated on the flames before him. Once he determined the timing was right, he concentrated and swiftly retracted the flames. At that moment, the pill in the sky had finally coalesced. Rumble. With a resounding thunderclap that echoed throughout the heavens, a bolt of golden lightning, thick as a barrel, descended swiftly toward the pill before Yuan, striking it with tremendous force. The dazzling light of the lightning illuminated the surroundings as an overwhelming aura of destruction radiated from it, causing nearby creatures to cower in fear. Even Yuan felt an acute sense of danger from this bolt of lightning. Instinctively tightening her focus, as she glanced at Yuan, a look of bewilderment crossed her face. She was shocked to realize that, in the face of such a terrifying tribulation, Yuan not only refrained from taking action, but actively directed the pill toward the descending lightning, as if preparing to let the tribulation obliterate the imperial pill. Young master, this tribulation is frightful. Are you not going to intervene? In her astonishment, Yuan quietly voiced her concerns. Yuan glanced at her with a slight smile and asked, "Why should I intervene?" That simple question rendered Yuan speechless. Why should he intervene? The lightning was indeed terrifying. If it struck the pill, it would surely be destroyed. How could he ask such a question? Although she was left speechless. After a brief moment of silence, Yuan spoke again. "Young master, if you do not intervene, that pill will be destroyed." "It won't," Yuan replied with a gentle smile. He had complete confidence in his ability to withstand the tribulation with the pill he had refined. Just as the two were conversing, the pill in the sky made contact with the tribulation. Rumble. The sound of thunder echoed as the terrifying lightning enveloped the pill, with blinding flashes illuminating the surroundings. Yuan fixated her gaze on the location of the pill, anxiety evident in her eyes, clearly worried that Yuan's refined imperial pill would be obliterated by the tribulation. The imperial pill was extraordinarily precious, especially one capable of attracting a tribulation. Its value was beyond imagination, but if such a pill were to be destroyed beneath the tribulation, it would be a tremendous loss, in stark contrast to Yuan's concern. Yuan's expression remained calm and composed. He held unwavering faith in his alchemical creation, confident that it would effortlessly navigate the tribulation. Soon, the blinding lightning gradually dissipated, revealing a golden pill, radiating imperial might. Before their eyes, an intense fragrance of medicinal essence wafted through the air, invigorating Yuan to the extent that she felt a surge of energy coursing through her, hinting at a potential breakthrough in her cultivation. She could not help but exclaim, "Is this the imperial pill that has passed through the tribulation? Merely inhaling its fragrance has already signaled a potential breakthrough in my cultivation. How terrifying!" Before her words could fully escape her lips, she suddenly cried out, "Young master, look, the pill is trying to escape." To her utter astonishment, she discovered that the elixir had transformed into a streak of light, Swiftly vanishing into the distance, Yuan cast a glance at the displaying no surprise. The pill, having transcended the tribulation, had awakened a semblance of consciousness, now possessing the wisdom to seek fortune and evade calamity. This insight was gleaned through the invincible alchemical techniques he had mastered. With a mighty gesture, a colossal handprint appeared, obscuring the sky as it reached out toward the imperial pill. The speed of the imperial pill was astonishing, rivaling that of some emperors. Yet, beneath Yuan's immense palm, it was subdued in an instant and effortlessly absorbed into his spatial system. Let us depart. I shall escort you back to my sect, Yuan remarked coolly, glancing at Yuan as you wish. My lord, Yuan replied with a nod. With her agreement, a surge of power enveloped them, and the pair transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards Linhai's sect. The sound of tearing air echoed continuously. Soon, figures began to materialize in the vicinity. They were formidable beings from various powerful factions of the southern domain. Previously, they had received word from Yuan and were preparing to support her in Mo City. However, they were drawn to the commotion at the 10,000 Souls Abyss and had ventured there instead. Just as they were investigating the abyss, eager to uncover the nature of the disturbances, a gathering of calamity clouds drew their attention once more. Thus, they arrived at this location. Observing the desolate surroundings and the dissipating calamity clouds above, the onlookers could not help but sigh, once again. We are too late. Amidst their lamentation, one voiced, in recent times, strange occurrences have plagued the southern domain. It remains uncertain whether this is a boon or a bane. Now that the crisis in Mo City has been resolved and the 10,000 Souls Abyss is devoid of remnants. This is indeed a monumental blessing for our southern domain. To ponder whether it is good or bad seems rather nonsensical. Indeed, with the crisis in Mo City averted, I shall return to my cultivation. Farewell, esteemed colleagues. I too take my leave. Following a fruitless inquiry, these individuals did not linger and promptly departed. Behold, this is my sect, Linhai's sect. As they soared above the entrance of Linhai's sect, Yuan gestured towards the sect below. Yuan gazed at Linhai's sect, utterly bewildered, for within Linhai's sect resided Luo Qingxue, the foremost sword cultivator in Lingzhou and indeed the southern domain. She was well aware of its significance, yet she could scarcely fathom that Yuan was affiliated with Linhai's sect. Linhai's sect is one of the three great sects of Lingzhou, boasting a rich legacy spanning millennia, profound heritage, and substantial influence. In Lingzhou, Linhai's sect is undoubtedly one of the most formidable powers, although not overwhelmingly strong in the grand scheme of the southern domain. Due to Luo Qingxue's reputation, none would dare to underestimate this sect. The emergence of a superlative powerhouse like Yuan from such a sect was, for Yuan, a staggering revelation. After a considerable pause, she gradually came to terms with this reality. Subsequently, Yuan succinctly introduced Yuan to Linhai's sect and his status within it. Upon learning that Yuan was merely a true disciple of a peak master within the sect, Yuan was left in a state of disbelief. How could it be that someone of Yuan's unparalleled caliber was merely a minor peak master disciple at Linhai's sect? Absurd. It was utterly outrageous. Following Yuan's introduction, he paid no heed to her reaction, and with a swift motion, he led Yuan into Linhai's sect. In an instant, they found themselves before the door of the secluded chamber where his junior sister, Yuan, was cultivating. Where has my senior brother returned from? How did he arrive? Why did I not perceive his presence earlier? And who was that woman beside him? Inside the chamber, Yuan, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide, her gaze filled with numerous questions. Although she was in the chamber, she had awakened her past life memories, mastering many of the techniques from her previous existence. Thanks to these skills, she sensed Yuan's arrival at the door. With a creak, the door swung open, and Yuan and Yuan entered the chamber in succession. Senior brother, Yuan exclaimed, immediately rising to greet him with respect. Despite her awakening of past life memories, her reverence for Yuan remained unwavering. Yuan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. His gaze appraised Yuan, and he could not help but marvel inwardly. Truly deserving of the reincarnation of the Empress. Even with her spirit severely damaged, her cultivation speed remains astonishingly rapid. Since leaving Linhai's sect and returning, merely 3 days had passed. Yet, in that brief span, Mu Nanwan's cultivation had undergone a remarkable transformation. 3 days prior, she was at the 6th level of the Spirit Sea realm, but now she had ascended to the 9th level, a realm gained each day. Such a cultivation speed was simply astounding. If she can achieve such rapid advancement with a damaged spirit, how terrifying would her progress be once her spirit is restored? As this thought crossed his mind, Yuan swiftly retrieved the he had previously concocted from his spatial system. The moment the elixir emerged, an overwhelming fragrance enveloped the chamber. In the blink of an eye, the entire space was filled with the rich aroma of the medicine. This is an imperial pill. Sensing the potent fragrance and gazing at the Yuan's hand, Mu Nanwan's eyes widened in disbelief, her breath quickening. Once, she had been the Azure Lotus Empress of the heavenly martial continent. Although she was now merely a fragment of her former self, her prior knowledge remained intact. Thus, with just a glance, she recognized the elixir in Yuan's grasp as the supreme imperial pill capable of fortifying the spirit and instantly healing spirit injuries. Presently, her spirit was gravely damaged, rendering her unable to restore her strength in the short term. However, with she could swiftly mend her spirit. Should her spirit be restored, she could leverage the unparalleled power of her former self to rapidly regain her peak cultivation. This was the reason for her overwhelming excitement upon seeing observing Mu Nanwan's fervor. Yuan could not help but smile gently. He then spoke. Junior sister, your spirit is severely injured. This has been specially crafted for you by your senior brother to facilitate the swift recovery of your spirit. I bestow this elixir upon you. Accept it and use it to mend your wounded spirit. With a flick of his finger, the sword towards Mu Nanwan, specifically crafted for me. Hearing Yuan's words, Mu Nanwan was momentarily stunned. She had never anticipated that Yuan would forge such a rare imperial pill specifically for her. Gratitude swelled within her. A multitude of questions arose in her mind. Senior brother, do you know how to refine pills? Yuan nodded. Indeed, he is a top-tier imperial pill, requiring only the most skilled alchemists to concoct it. Are you an alchemist, senior brother? Yuan replied. Yes. To become an alchemist, one not only needs exceptional refining techniques, but also must possess the cultivation of an emperor. Are you truly an emperor, senior brother? Yuan. Indeed. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Mu Nanwan couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. She never anticipated that her seemingly weak senior brother was, in truth, a formidable emperor. Moreover, not only was he an emperor, but he also possessed the rare skill of alchemy. As if that weren't enough, he was, in fact, an alchemy emperor. She was utterly flabbergasted at this moment. Mu Nanwan truly felt overwhelmed. After taking a considerable time to digest this cascade of information, she proceeded to inquire. So, senior brother, your previous weakness was merely a fade? No. Yuan shook his head with a wry smile. I was genuinely weak before as he uttered these words. He couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. Were it not for the arrival of the system, he would not only have remained weak before, but would likely still be weak now. No, if he had not encountered the system, he would have become fodder for the beast lurking in the Ziyun mountain range. After 3 days, he might have been reduced to mere sustenance. Senior brother, you were truly weak before? Upon hearing Yuan's words, Mu Nanwan was clearly taken aback. She had assumed that her senior brother was merely playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger. Concealing his true strength, it was utterly unexpected that he had genuinely been weak, rather than merely masquerading. After a moment of astonishment, Mu Nanwan couldn't help but ask again, Senior brother, if you were so weak before, how did you suddenly transform into an emperor? How did you become an alchemy emperor? At this moment, her gaze was fixed intently on Yuan's face, seemingly seeking to discern the truthfulness of his forthcoming words. Yunmo's attention was similarly directed towards Yuan, evidently curious about how he had undergone such a remarkable transformation into an emperor and an alchemy emperor. Meeting the gazes of the two women, Yuan chuckled lightly, and without hesitation recounted the explanation he had previously given to Luo Qingxue. He spoke of obtaining the legacy and cultivation of an emperor whose lifespan was nearing its end in the Ziyun mountain range, which had enabled him to ascend to the status of an emperor and an alchemy emperor. The two women were immediately left dumbfounded, their eyes wide with shock. Young master, your luck is truly extraordinary. Could it be that you are the fabled child of fortune? After their initial astonishment, Yunmo couldn't help but exclaimed as she spoke. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Gu Yuan. She had perused numerous texts in the past, and those tales of the Child of Fortune were said to be individuals endowed with immense luck, capable of turning peril into safety, transforming misfortune into fortune, and making the impossible possible. Previously, she had thought those stories were overly fantastical and detached from reality. Yet, upon hearing Gu Yuan's account, she realized that he resembled the legendary children of fortune even more than those in the books. Child of fortune? Perhaps. Gu Yuan pondered for a moment, then smiled lightly, choosing not to refute her statement. After all, he did seem to embody the traits of someone blessed with exceptional luck. Do emperors also faced the end of their lifespans. At this moment, Mu Nanwan was lost in thought. Once, she had been the Qinglian empress of the Tianwu continent, a fully realized emperor. She understood all too well the longevity of an emperor's lifespan, which was nearly equal to that of the heavens themselves. Unless one encountered an existence stronger than themselves, the likelihood of falling was almost non-existent. Now, when Gu Yuan claimed to have encountered an emperor nearing the end of their lifespan and received their legacy and cultivation, she found it hard to believe. Yet, after contemplating various possibilities, she could not conceive of any other explanation for Gu Yuan's sudden ascendance to the rank of an emperor and an alchemy emperor. At that moment, Gu Yuan spoke again. "Stop dawdling. Quickly consume the soul-condensing pill to restore your damaged spirit." Upon hearing this, Mu Nanwan immediately snapped back to reality, looking at the soul-condensing pill floating before her. She took a deep breath before reaching out to accept it. "Senior brother, your immense kindness will forever be etched in my heart. I shall repay you well in the future." Flushing with embarrassment, she earnestly expressed her gratitude to Gu Yuan, unable to meet his gaze. With a swift motion, she brought the soul-condensing pill to her lips and closed her eyes, sitting cross-legged to commence her cultivation. The soul-condensing pill was extraordinarily precious and crucial for her, and she could not refuse it. In her mind, the only way she could repay Gu Yuan's kindness was through her very being. After all, Gu Yuan was now an emperor, a being capable of concocting the soul-condensing pill. Such a presence rendered ordinary means of gratitude utterly inadequate. Hearing Mu Nanwan's words, Gu Yuan couldn't help but roll his eyes in exasperation. Why does everyone seem so fixated on my body? He had intended to give Mu Nanwan a gentle reprimand, urging her not to dwell solely on such thoughts, but seeing her already in the midst of her cultivation, he swallowed his words. As the soul-condensing pill entered her body, a terrifying surge of medicinal power erupted within Mu Nanwan. In an instant, her aura dramatically intensified. However, her energy also began to fluctuate wildly. Noticing the instability of Mu Nanwan's aura, Yan Mo furrowed her brow, glancing anxiously at Gu Yuan, prepared to intervene. The soul-condensing pill was a top-tier emperor-grade elixir, containing an incredibly formidable energy. Those with insufficient cultivation would find it impossible to refine. Even with her current cultivation level, refining this pill would be an arduous task, let alone Mu Nanwan. If she failed to refine the emperor-grade elixir, she would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by the violent energy contained within and perish. In her view, Mu Nanwan was incapable of refining the soul-condensing pill. For her to succeed, Gu Yuan would undoubtedly need to intervene. But when she turned to look at Gu Yuan, she was taken aback. He was simply standing there, arms crossed, watching Mu Nanwan without any intention of intervening. Seeing this, she couldn't help but voice her concern. "Young master, the emperor-grade elixir is exceedingly dangerous. Your junior sister's cultivation is not high. Aren't you going to help her refine it?" "There's no need." Gu Yuan gently shook his head, responding indifferently. "My junior sister should be able to refine this pill. If it were any other emperor-grade elixir, given Mu Nanwan's current cultivation, it would indeed be uncertain whether she could refine it. However, the pill she has just consumed is the soul-condensing pill. Although it also harbors terrifying energy, its purpose is to heal the spirit. If it were a typical 9th-layer Linhai cultivator, without the intervention of a stronger individual, they would certainly be unable to refine the effects of the soul-condensing pill, ultimately leading to a catastrophic explosion of their spirit. At best, they would be rendered a fool. At worst, they would perish. Yet Mu Nanwan had no such concerns. The energy contained within the soul-condensing pill would swiftly mend her damaged spirit, even if her spirit were uninjured. Given the means she once wielded, Gu Yuan was confident she could completely refine the soul-condensing pill. "Young master, the energy contained within this elixir is so formidable that even I might struggle to refine it." Your junior sister is merely a ninth-layer Linhai cultivator. Can she truly manage it? Yuan Mo murmured, still unconvinced of Mu Nanwan's ability to refine the soul-condensing pill. As she spoke, her gaze instinctively fell upon Mu Nanwan. However, upon doing so, she was taken aback. Mu Nanwan's previously unstable aura had now returned to tranquility. This undoubtedly indicated that she had successfully refined the soul-condensing pill she had ingested, even if she had not fully refined it. It was likely only a matter of time. Upon closer inspection, Yuan Mo's eyes widened in astonishment as she realized that Mu Nanwan's spirit realm was ascending at an astonishing pace, from the ninth layer of Linhai to the transformation realm, and then to the monarch realm, and finally to the emperor realm, the realm of the venerable, the realm of the saint, the realm of the saint king, the realm of the holy sovereign. The undying emperor, the immortal emperor, the invincible emperor. Although Mu Nanwan's cultivation had not ascended, her spiritual essence was rapidly advancing at an astonishing pace. In merely a few breaths, her spiritual realm surged from the ninth level of the spirit sea to the consummate stage of the invincible emperor. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, and within them, a brilliant light flickered, instinctively meeting her gaze. Yuan Mo's heart quivered. What kind of eyes are these? They are eyes that tower above, devoid of emotion, looking down upon the world as if no one matters. Furthermore, Yuan Mo faintly sensed an extremely dangerous aura emanating from Mu Nanwan, as if she were an exceedingly terrifying entity, being scrutinized by her ignited an irresistible urge within Yuan Mo to prostrate and submit. Fortunately, this feeling was fleeting. Otherwise, she might have truly succumbed to the impulse to kneel. The pressure Mu Nanwan exerted upon her was simply overwhelming, as she savored the restoration of her spirit. A smile involuntarily graced Mu Nanwan's face. At this moment, her spirit had returned to its peak. Although her cultivation remained at the ninth level of the spirit sea, the terrifying might of her perfected emperor-level spirit would allow her to unleash unfathomable combat power. She was confident in her ability to be invincible beneath the emperor. After taking a moment to suppress her joy, Mu Nanwan immediately bowed respectfully to Gu Yuan, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, senior brother, for the soul-condensing pill. Your kindness will forever be etched in my heart. What need is there for thanks between us siblings? Mutual assistance is what we ought to do, Gu Yuan replied with a light smile. Hearing this, Mu Nanwan also smiled, her expression brimming with joy and happiness. However, as if struck by a sudden thought, she hesitated momentarily before finally voicing her lingering doubts. Senior brother, you are now an emperor. A pill emperor. Since you discerned the damage to my spirit, are you not curious about how it was harmed? Not curious. Gu Yuan shook his head. Mu Nanwan was momentarily taken aback, but she soon spoke again. Senior brother, you should also be able to see that my spirit is extraordinarily powerful. Are you not curious why it is so? Not curious, Gu Yuan reiterated, shaking his head once more, seeing the look of astonishment on Mu Nanwan's face. Gu Yuan finally chuckled softly and said, because I already know, you know? Upon hearing this, Mu Nanwan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, shock and incredulity washing over her features as an exclamation escaped her lips. She was the reincarnation of the Qinglian empress of the Tianwu continent, having suffered severe spiritual damage due to betrayal. This was a secret she had never revealed to anyone. Yet now, Gu Yuan claimed to know. How could she not be astounded? I know. Meeting Mu Nanwan's astonished gaze, Gu Yuan nodded slightly. Casting a glance at Yuan Mo beside him, he hesitated briefly before continuing. You are the reincarnation of the Qinglian empress of the Tianwu continent. Correct? This statement caused Yuan Mo's heart to leap in astonishment. She never expected that this seemingly younger and more beautiful girl before her would possess the true identity of an emperor. Although she was not an emperor of the primordial ancient continent, an emperor from any realm was a being of exalted status, despite Mu Nanwan currently not having regained her peak, remaining merely a ninth-level spirit sea cultivator. Her past as an emperor foretold an immeasurable future achievement. Even if she could not return to her zenith, her future accomplishments would be beyond Yuan Mo's reach. The presence of such a being before her was truly astonishing. As for Mu Nanwan, hearing Gu Yuan's words, her shock deepened even further at that moment. She felt utterly exposed before him. Clearly, she had never anticipated that the secret buried deep within her heart had already been uncovered by Gu Yuan. She longed to deny it, but the truth remained unchanged. Moreover, Gu Yuan was the closest person to her in this world. She could never deceive him. Thus, amidst her astonishment, she instinctively nodded, yes, with a bitter smile. She continued, Senior brother, you know even the secrets of my heart. Do you also understand the art of divination? Somewhat, Gu Yuan replied with a light chuckle. Although he had not practiced divination, he had acquired the art of invincible divination from the system, allowing him to decipher all things in the world. Somewhat. At Gu Yuan's words, both Mu Nanwan and Yun Mo couldn't help but twitch their lips, and Mu Nanwan thought, you discern the secrets of my heart. And you say you only somewhat understand? How is that reasonable? Yun Mo recalled the last time he claimed to somewhat understand was regarding alchemy, and yet he casually concocted a pill that could attract the tribulation of an emperor. Was this truly somewhat understanding? At this moment, Gu Yuan spoke again. Whether you are the wandering beggar of Lingyun City or the Qinglian empress of the Tianwu continent, to me, you will always be my little junior sister. With a warm smile, Gu Yuan reached out to ruffle Mu Nanwan's hair. Upon hearing this, Mu Nanwan couldn't help but look up at Gu Yuan, her mind flooded with memories of the past. Back then, she was merely an orphan beggar in Lingyun City, nearly starving to death within its confines. It was Gu Yuan who had brought her to Lingyun's sect. Had it not been for him, she would have perished long ago. Thinking of this, her eyes softened with unshed tears. Gu Yuan had given her hope for survival. Now that she had just awakened her past memories, Gu Yuan had specifically concocted a pill to restore her damaged spirit, enabling her to quickly regain her peak cultivation. In this life, as well as the last, there was only one person who had treated her with utmost kindness, Gu Yuan. In light of this realization, Mu Nanwan's emotions surged forth, and she threw herself into Gu Yuan's embrace. Senior brother, your kindness will be remembered for a lifetime. Given the chance, I will repay you well. Her tone was resolute. Gu Yuan gently ruffled her hair, offering comfort. We are siblings. Mutual aid is only natural. There is no need to speak of repayment. Ahem. A familiar, melodious cough interrupted the sound. Mu Nanwan sprang back from Gu Yuan's embrace like a startled fawn, her face rapidly flushing crimson in an instant. Her cheeks resembled ripe crimson apples, evoking an unstoppable desire to take a bite. Regaining her composure, she turned her gaze towards the door from which the voice emanated. There stood a woman, fair as snow, with a figure that was both graceful and alluring. Her waist was slender, her hips rounded, her abdomen flat, and her bosom ample. As the breeze swept by, her white dress fluttered, revealing glimpses of her long, smooth, and perfectly shaped legs. The woman's stunningly beautiful face bore a hint of rosy hue, unmistakably indicating that she had indulged in wine. In her hands, she carried 2 burlap sacks. The woman was none other than Luo Qinxue, the esteemed leader of Huangwu Peak, one of the 3 great powers of Lingyun's sect, and the foremost sword cultivator in Lingzhou and the entire southern region, who had just returned from Mo province. Greetings, master. Upon sighting Luo Qinxue, both Gu Yuan and Mu Nanwan bowed respectfully. Greetings, Saint Lu owed at that moment. Yun Mo also bowed respectfully to Luo Qinxue. She nodded in acknowledgement, her gaze falling upon Yun Mo, instinctively responding with a nod. Earlier, the lord of Mo city had departed with a figure clad in white. She surmised that the person in white was Gu Yuan. Now, witnessing Yun Mo's appearance at the desolate peak undoubtedly confirmed her suspicions. That figure in white was indeed Gu Yuan. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Qinxue directed her gaze towards Gu Yuan and inquired, Disciple, was the recent explosion at the Wanhan Abyss related to you? Yes, Gu Yuan affirmed with a nod, revealing, the explosion was caused by the demise of the ancient demon emperor. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinxue's eyelids involuntarily twitched. The ancient demon emperor was the sovereign of the ancient southern domain, the leader of the ancient demon sect, and the preeminent powerhouse of that era. Ultimately, he had fallen under the assault of countless formidable foes. Now, to learn that he had inexplicably returned to life, only to die again due to Gu Yuan's actions, left her truly astounded. After regaining her composure and suppressing her astonishment, Luo Qinxue feigned calmness and asked, Disciple, could you elaborate on what transpired? After a pause, she added, Of course, if you prefer not to share, I shall not insist. Since you wish to know, I shall oblige, Gu Yuan replied with a light chuckle. The events surrounding him, aside from those involving the Invincible system that could not be disclosed, were all fair game for discussion. Then please, do share, Luo Qinxue urged, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. She was genuinely curious about the events that had unfolded. At this moment, Mu Nanwan also turned her gaze towards Gu Yuan, curiosity evident in her depths. Although she was unaware of what had occurred, her intrigue remained undiminished. Yuan Mo, on the other hand, displayed no curiosity. Rather, she was brimming with triumph. She was fully aware of why the ancient demon emperor had perished. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan began to recount in detail everything that had transpired upon his arrival at the 100 Abyss. Upon concluding his narrative, both Luo Qingxue and Mu Nanwan were left in a state of profound shock that it was at that moment they truly comprehended the terrifying prowess possessed by Gu Yuan. Even the formidable ancient demon emperor, restored to his peak strength, had been effortlessly subdued by him. Gu Yuan's strength was nothing short of extraordinary. After the initial shock, Luo Qingxue seemed to recall something. Her tone uncertain as she spoke. After the explosion at the 100 Abyss, I noticed that there was a thunder calamity occurring over at the desolate mountains. By the time I arrived, the calamity had already dissipated. That incident wasn't also related to you, was it? Indeed, it was, Gu Yuan confirmed with a nod, responding with a light-hearted smile. That thunder calamity was summoned by me while I was refining pills there. The elixir I concocted was an emperor pill, and its successful creation would inevitably attract a pill tribulation. If I had refined it within the sect, the commotion would have been too great. Risking exposure of my strength, since you instructed me to conceal my power, I chose to refine the elixir in that desolate mountain range. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Her heart swirling with astonishment, instinctively she felt that the earlier thunder calamity at the desolate mountains was likely connected to Gu Yuan, prompting her inquiry. Gu Yuan's admission only served to affirm her intuition. However, while she suspected the calamity's association with him, she had never anticipated that it was a pill tribulation. To produce a pill that could attract such a calamity, one must be a pill emperor, indeed. A distinguished one among pill emperors. Otherwise, it would be impossible to concoct an elixir capable of invoking a pill tribulation. Gu Yuan already possessed the cultivation of a great emperor and exceptional swordsmanship, which was astonishing enough. Yet now, he indirectly revealed that he was not only a great emperor, but also a pill emperor, and a remarkable one at that. How could she not be astonished? After a considerable pause to regain her composure, Luo Qingxue exhaled slowly, her gaze fixed on Gu Yuan, her expression a mix of peculiarity and complexity as she asked, "My dear disciple, just how many hidden talents do you possess that I am unaware of?" Gu Yuan pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. "I have a basic understanding of various subjects. A basic understanding. Well, that's acceptable. It remains within my capacity to comprehend. If you were to claim mastery in everything, that would simply be too extraordinary," Luo Qingxue remarked, visibly relieved by Gu Yuan's words. Even though his current capabilities were enough to leave her utterly astonished, it was reassuring that he merely had a basic understanding of other techniques. However, compared to her relief, Mu Nanwan and Yuan Mo could not suppress their astonishment, gasping audibly as they regarded Gu Yuan as if he were some kind of monster. "What is with your expressions?" Luo Qingxue instinctively inquired, noticing the bewilderment on their faces, clearly perplexed as to why the two suddenly displayed such reactions. In response to Luo Qingxue's question, Yuan Mo answered bitterly. He previously claimed to have a basic understanding of pill crafting. Yet he effortlessly concocted an emperor pill capable of attracting a pill tribulation. Luo Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. After a brief contemplation, Mu Nanwan also chimed in. "My senior brother mentioned that he had a basic understanding of divination. Yet he deduced my identity as the reincarnation of the celestial lotus empress of the Tianwu continent. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue was once more caught off guard. Not only was she surprised by Mu Nanwan's identity, but also by Gu Yuan's use of the term basic understanding. After a prolonged silence, Luo Qingxue finally turned to Gu Yuan, her voice trembling slightly as she asked, "Disciple, when you said you have a basic understanding of various subjects, does that imply the same as what they just mentioned?" At this, both Yuan Mo and Mu Nanwan instinctively turned their gazes toward Gu Yuan, clearly sharing the same curiosity as Luo Qingxue. In the face of the three women's scrutiny, Gu Yuan replied with a light smile, "Yes." Those simple words plunged the three women into silence. Of mastery, described as merely a basic understanding. At that moment, all three felt that Gu Yuan was indulging in a form of humble bragging, yet they had no evidence to dispute it. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Luo Qingxue's eyes brightened. "Disciple, since you are well versed in divination, Could you please help me deduce what your senior sister is up to? At this point, Luo Qingxue couldn't help but huff slightly. This rebellious disciple, I have been unable to reach her for quite some time. It is a basic understanding, not mastery, Gu Yuan retorted as he spoke. He wasted no time and immediately began his divination. However, as he delved into the divination, his expression shifted dramatically. What's wrong? Witnessing the sudden change in Gu Yuan's demeanor, both Luo Qingxue and Mu Nanwan felt a sense of foreboding arise within them, their hearts sinking. Almost instinctively, they spoke in unison. Meeting their concerned gazes, Gu Yuan took a deep breath before stating, "Your senior sister is indeed in some trouble." Luo Qingxue's eyes flashed with urgency as she pressed, "What happened to Xiaojiu? What is wrong with her?" Mu Nanwan, equally anxious, inquired, "What has happened to my senior sister?" "This matter is urgent. I will explain upon my return." Gu Yuan offered no further explanation. With a swift movement of his feet, he transformed into a streak of luminous light and dashed out of Lingyun's sect, vanishing from the sight of the three women in the blink of an eye. Having deduced that his senior sister was in peril, he felt compelled to rush to her aid without hesitation. Luo Qingxue furrowed her delicate brows slightly, carelessly discarding the two burlap sacks she held onto the ground. Instantly, she summoned the full extent of her inner strength and pursued the direction in which Gu Yuan had disappeared. Her speed so rapid that she seemed to become a flash of light. Disappearing in an instant, Mu Nanwan's eyes briefly flickered with uncertainty, but she soon resolved to follow suit. Channeling her soul power, which was at the peak of the Emperor realm, she immediately set off after him. Observing the retreating figures of the three, Yuan let out a resigned sigh and hastily activated his own strength to keep pace. What was that just zipped past us? Mu Taiyu and the other formidable members of Lingyun's sect had just returned from Mo City when something seemed to dart by them. Yet, in the blink of an eye, nothing was discernible, prompting him to question the surrounding experts of Lingyun's sect. Gu Yuan's speed was simply too astonishing, so swift that he barely caught a glimpse. "Master, have you been overly fatigued of late? Are you perhaps seeing things?" A Lingyun sect expert hesitantly suggested, for he had not noticed anything whisked past them moments earlier, just as they were speaking. Another figure suddenly shot out from within Lingyun's sect. Upon closer inspection, they recognized the newcomer as the master of Huangwu Peak, Luo Qingxue. "Master Luo, why the haste? Is there an urgent matter at hand?" Mu Taiyu inquired with a light chuckle. Glancing at Luo Qingxue, the other members of Lingyun's sect also greeted her in succession, but Luo Qingxue seemed to ignore them entirely, flying past without a single glance and heading swiftly towards the northern region. In response, the Lingyun sect experts could not help but shake their heads. This Master Luo seemed to be somewhat dismissive of others. Suddenly, yet another figure sped out from within Lingyun's sect as the onlookers recognized the individual. Shock rendered them speechless. It was none other than Mu Nanwan, the youngest disciple of Luo Qingxue. What astonished them further was her speed. It surpassed even that of their own saint and king-level experts by a considerable margin. It was astonishing to think that Mu Nanwan, merely a 9th-level practitioner in the Spirit Sea realm, could unleash such terrifying speed. Just as they were grappling with their astonishment, Mu Nanwan had already transformed into a streak of light, zipping past them with incredible velocity. Indeed, like master, like disciple. If the master was oblivious to others, the student was no different, seeing that Mu Nanwan did not even offer them a greeting as she sped by. A senior member of Lingyun's sect could not help but let out a huff, revealing his displeasure. Is that Yuan Mo, the lord of Mo City? Someone suddenly exclaimed, drawing the attention of the gathered crowd to Lingyun's sect. Upon looking, many were taken aback. Another figure had emerged from within Lingyun's sect. Upon closer observation, they realized it was none other than Yuan Mo himself, who had been with the enigmatic white-robed emperor. Now that he appeared within the confines of Lingyun's sect, it indirectly suggested that the white-robed emperor was also present. Previously, when Master Luo claimed to know the identity of the white-robed emperor, some thought she was merely trying to deceive the experts of the southern region. However, upon witnessing Yuan Mo's arrival, they began to believe her words. After all, Yuan Mo had been in the company of the white-robed emperor. It seemed that the mysterious white-robed emperor shared a profound connection with Master Luo. As Yuan Mo approached, the gathered experts of Lingyun's sect could not suppress their curiosity. The sect leader, Mu Taiyu, and the Battle Sky Peak Master, Lin Zhantian, both acknowledged Yuan Mo. However, Yuan Mo did not respond, but instead summoned his inner strength to chase after the direction where Moon Nanwan had departed. He was unaware of Gu Yuan and the other's intended destination. To keep up, he had no choice but to follow Moon Nanwan, lest he lose track of them, watching Yun Mo fly past without so much as a word. The expressions of the Lingyun sect seniors darkened slightly. In just a few breaths, they had been overlooked thrice. Typically, as the upper echelons of Lingyun's sect, they received due respect wherever they went. Yet, just moments ago, they had been completely ignored. This feeling of being disregarded was naturally displeasing. However, they dared not voice their grievances now, considering Yunmo's connection to the mysterious white-robed emperor and his own formidable strength, which was not far beneath theirs, along with the powerful backing of Mo City. Meanwhile, in the ancient continent, northern region, within the depths of the 10,000 Beasts secret realm, an enormous explosion reverberated through the air. Shaking the very heavens, the stunning figure plummeted towards the ground like a kite with severed strings. "Submit to me, Su Jior, and I shall grant you mercy." "Not a chance," she retorted defiantly. The beautiful figure that rose was a strikingly tall and exquisite woman, adorned with a pair of charming white fox ears. Her blue eyes sparkled like ancient glaciers, while a white fox fur cloak enveloped her alluringly curvaceous form, with 9 pristine white tails trailing behind her and long, flawless legs bare upon the ground, untainted by dust. A red ribbon tied with a golden bell adorned her ankle. Just a glance was enough to captivate anyone. She was Su Jior, the 9th princess of the Northern Region Fox clan and Gu Yuan's senior sister. The more you resist, the more excited I become. Across from Su Jior stood a young man with a grotesque visage, who grinned at her words, his expression brimming with excitement and exhilaration. A lewd glimmer flickered in his eyes, as if he could already envision Su Jior weeping beneath him. As he spoke, he took deliberate steps closer to her. "My dear, I can hardly contain my anticipation." Observing the advancing youth, Su Jior coldly rebuked. "I am the 9th princess of the Northern Region Fox clan. If you dare to lay a finger on me, the Northern Region Fox clan will not spare you." "The Northern Region Fox clan? Are they truly formidable?" The young man scoffed, a hint of disdain evident in his gaze. The Northern Region Fox clan was indeed one of the 8 dominant powers of the Northern Region, with profound heritage and formidable strength. However, that was only relevant in comparison to others. He was not a native of the Northern Region. Rather, he was the 3rd prince of the North Sea Dragon clan from the Forbidden Sea of the Central Region, known as Long Quang. While the Fox clan was strong, in comparison to the North Sea Dragon clan, they were undoubtedly much weaker. Thus, he paid them no mind. Moreover, even if the Northern Region Fox clan sought to retaliate, he could simply marry Su Jior, couldn't he? He could hardly believe that the Northern Fox clan would truly wage war against the Northern Sea Dragon clan for the sake of Su Jior. Noticing that his background did not intimidate Long Quang, Su Jior pondered for a moment before speaking again. "Do you know who my master is?" "Who is it?" Long Quang frowned slightly at her words, his mind unable to suppress a murmur of doubt. Could it be that Su Jior possessed an even more formidable background? Upon seeing Long Quang's inquiry, Su Jior promptly declared, "My master is the leader of the 10,000 Sword sect in the Central Region. The Sword Emperor, Jian Wushuang." The name of the Sword Emperor, Jian Wushuang? Upon hearing Su Jior's words, Long Quang felt a jolt of surprise within him. Although he usually resided in the sea, occasionally coming ashore only to the stronghold of the Northern Region, he had indeed heard of the illustrious name of the Sword Emperor. His father had long warned him of the individuals in this world that one should avoid provoking, and Jian Wushuang was certainly among them. If Su Jior's master was truly Jian Wushuang, he would have to seriously reconsider whether he could employ force against her. Seeing the astonishment on Long Quang's face, Su Jior couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Seizing the moment, she continued, "If you depart obediently now, I can overlook the previous matters. Otherwise, when my master arrives, it will be your demise. You dare to threaten me?" Long Quang's brows furrowed sharply, a distinct displeasure rising within him. In all his life, no one had ever dared to threaten him. However, upon recalling that her master was the Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang, a figure his father had expressly warned him against provoking, he managed to regain a measure of composure. After a moment's thought, Long Quang coldly replied, "I can spare you, but you must hand over the previous Shisei, spirit ginseng." Upon entering the secret realm of 10,000 beasts, he had discovered an imperial herb, the Shisui spirit ginseng. This herb, which absorbs the essence of heaven and earth in the radiance of the sun and moon, greatly enhances the cultivation aptitude of the one who consumes it. Even someone with no innate talent for cultivation would gain extraordinary abilities from it. Such an imperial herb was exceedingly rare, and having encountered it, he certainly did not wish to miss the opportunity. To his dismay, someone had discovered the shisei, spirit ginseng, before him and had taken it away. Namely, Su Jiu. It was precisely because of this herb that he had developed animosity towards her. After appraising her beauty and figure, he had subsequently entertained ulterior motives. Now that he was aware of Su Jiu's master being Jian Wushuang, he contemplated a second option, to reclaim the shisui, spirit ginseng, and spare her life. Absolutely not. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Jiu directly refused Long Quang's demand. Her sole purpose for entering the secret realm of 10,000 beasts was to seek every opportunity that could enhance her junior brother Gu Yuan's strength and cultivation aptitude. She wanted Gu Yuan to elevate his abilities, so that when the upcoming 3-year appointment arrived, that arrogant Lu Ruyan would learn the lesson that one should not underestimate the young. Having finally obtained such a scarce imperial herb as the shisui spirit ginseng, she certainly would not relinquish it. Not possible. Long Quang's brows knitted tightly as he lowered his voice. Are you certain? Anger was evident in his tone, with flames of rage flickering in his eyes. Despite recognizing Long Quang's fury, Su Jiu resolutely shook her head and declared, certain. Very well, very well. Long Quang laughed in anger, repeating the phrase thrice. Since you refuse my offer, I shall have to force you to drink the bitter cup of punishment. I am also curious to see if Jian Wushuang will truly wage war against my northern sea dragon clan for your sake. Receive my strike, the great wilderness captive dragon claw, with a thunderous roar. A colossal dragon claw materialized above him, casting an overwhelming shadow. Under Long Quang's command, the dragon claw descended with a force that seemed capable of annihilating all, sensing the terrifying power contained within the claw. Su Jiu wore a grave expression. Yet, instead of retreating, she advanced. As her internal power surged, a formidable force radiated from her, transforming into a white fox of mountain-like proportions. Ow! A beastly roar erupted from the white fox as it soared upward, charging headlong toward the gigantic dragon claw descending upon it. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the white fox and the colossal dragon claw dissipated in a spectacular clash. The violent force of their collision swept through the area, causing ripples to spread across the space, an utterly terrifying sight. Puffed! The force of the collision sent Su Jiu sprawling backward, blood gushing from her mouth. She felt like a kite severed from its string. After barely stabilizing her form, she noticed that one of her tails had fallen, disintegrating into countless specks of light. The 9-tailed fox possessed 9 lives, with each tail representing 1, although Su Jiu had managed to withstand Long Quang's devastating blow. She had undoubtedly consumed one of her lives in the process. Having blocked one strike, he doubted she could withstand his second. A cold snort escaped Long Quang's lips as he conjured another massive dragon claw, preparing to strike down upon Su Jiu once more. Upon witnessing the incoming claw, despair flickered in Su Jiu's eyes. The previous battle had already left her gravely injured, and Long Quang's last attack had cost her one of her lives. Now, she found herself utterly incapable of resisting his onslaught. Even with 8 lives remaining, she knew she could not escape the fate of death. How could such thoughts not plunge her into despair? Sensing the hopelessness in her gaze, Long Quang let out a triumphant snort, a smile breaking across his face. He envisioned Su Jiu being grievously injured by his assault, subsequently humiliated, and ultimately compelled to surrender the shisui spirit ginseng. Yet, in an instant, his smile froze. The enormous dragon claw he unleashed suddenly erupted in a violent explosion. This unforeseen turn of events left him momentarily dazed. That moment, a cold, indifferent voice, laden with an inexorable killing intent, resounded beside him. You dare to harm my senior sister. Upon hearing this voice, Long Quang involuntarily shuddered. In an instant, he felt enveloped by an overwhelming sense of deathly crisis. Instinctively, he turned his head toward the source of the voice, only to find that a figure had appeared at his side. This was a young man clad in white, tall and slender, with a breathtakingly handsome visage, resembling a celestial being descended to earth. The young man in white was none other than Gu Yuan, who had just arrived on the scene. Gu Yuan's expression was calm, yet the fury in his eyes seemed capable of incinerating the very world. Just meeting Gu Yuan's obsidian eyes, which appeared capable of devouring all, made Long Quang break into a cold sweat. He felt an immense threat emanating from him. Under Gu Yuan's gaze, he felt as if he were being scrutinized by some great terror, leaving him profoundly uncomfortable. Driven by an instinctual sense of danger, Long Quang's immediate reaction was to distance himself from Gu Yuan. As he prepared to retreat, Gu Yuan's hand shot out, gripping his neck with unerring precision. Though Gu Yuan's movement appeared swift, it was, in truth, deliberate. Long Quang barely registered how he had acted before Gu Yuan's powerful hand had already seized him by the throat. "Let go of me." Seized by the throat, Long Quang instinctively let out a thunderous roar as the power surged within him. He raised his hand and delivered a devastating punch towards his adversary. This blow, infused with immense force, shattered the air, producing a terrifying sonic boom. It was a strike of unparalleled ferocity, capable of cleaving mountains and effortlessly obliterating a great peak. Yet, astonishingly, this fearsome attack was effortlessly caught by Gu Yuan, who remained unfazed. His expression unchanged. At a glance at the calm demeanor of the hired hand caused Long Quang's heart to sink. The other party had effortlessly neutralized his strike, and the inability to discern the depth of his opponent's cultivation left him acutely aware of one undeniable truth. The strength of the individual before him far surpassed his own. Realizing this, Long Quang chose to relent. Lowering his posture, he spoke, "I do not know what offense I have caused. Esteemed senior, I implore you to overlook my transgressions and spare me." Before Long Quang could finish, Gu Yuan's cold voice interrupted sharply. "You have grievously injured my senior sister, and now you seek my mercy. Do you not find that laughable?" As he spoke, he unleashed a sudden surge of force. Pff, blood gushed forth violently as Long Quang's arm was torn from his body. A pain beyond description engulfed him, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The wretchedness of his cries was such that it moved listeners to sorrow, bringing tears to their eyes. Below, Su Jiuer, who had resigned herself to despair, had closed her eyes awaiting death. However, upon hearing the anguished screams from above, she couldn't help but open her enchanting eyes in confusion. She observed the massive dragon claw that Long Quang had summoned inexplicably dissipate, a look of bewilderment flashing across her gaze. As her eyes fell upon the source of the piteous cries, she found herself stunned into silence. What did she behold? Her junior brother, Gu Yuan, had arrived. Moreover, he seemed to have subdued Long Quang with remarkable ease. This scene utterly shattered her worldview. It was known that Gu Yuan had always been perceived as a cultivator of mediocre talent and low cultivation, and Long Quang, a terrifying presence from the Sacred King realm. Yet now, Gu Yuan had effortlessly subdued Long Quang of the Sacred King realm. How could she remain calm in the face of such a spectacle? In an instant, she questioned whether her eyes deceived her. Unable to resist, she rubbed her eyes, for the unfolding events felt too surreal, too dreamlike. Yet no matter how she rubbed, the scene before her remained unchanged. The youth who had effortlessly subdued Long Quang was indeed her junior brother, Gu Yuan. What lay before her was undeniably real, not a mere figment of imagination. Her junior brother had indeed subdued Long Quang with ease. How could he possess such strength? Could it be that he had been feigning ignorance all along? In the wake of her astonishment, two conjectures emerged in Su Jiuer's mind. Meanwhile, high above, Long Quang gradually acclimated to the excruciating pain coursing through his body. He gazed at Gu Yuan, a fleeting glimmer of resentment and hatred flashing in his eyes that he spoke. "You are undeniably powerful, but I am Long Quang, the third prince of the North Sea Dragon clan. Should you dare to kill me, the North Sea Dragon clan will not let you escape unscathed, and neither will the other sea tribes within the Forbidden Sea. That I advise you to be wise and release me at once." "Huh?" Gu Yuan chuckled upon hearing Long Quang's words, his smile rife with disdain and mockery. "Are you attempting to threaten me?" Possessing the pinnacle of strength in this world, he feared no man or force. In his eyes, Long Quang's words were nothing more than a jest. "I am not threatening you. I am merely informing you of the consequences of killing me. Of course, if you wish to interpret it as a threat, that is your prerogative." As he spoke, a trace of pride flickered in Long Quang's eyes. His status as the third prince of the North Sea Dragon clan was indeed his source of arrogance. At that moment, Gu Yuan declared, "I am not fond of threats. However, since you are pleading for your release, I shall grant it." Long Quang maintained a facade of composure, but inwardly, he scoffed. This was the so-called noble human race. Clearly fearing the North Sea Dragon clan behind him, they had no choice but to let him go, yet they still pretended it was due to his plea. How ironic, but soon, he realized he had misinterpreted the situation. The release Gu Yuan spoke of seemed to differ vastly from his understanding, for in the very instant Gu Yuan's words fell, he exerted a terrifying force upon Long Quang's neck. "You dare to kill me. The North Sea Dragon clan will not spare you." Long Quang bellowed, desperately hoping Gu Yuan would fear the might of the North Sea Dragon clan and relent. As he spoke, he summoned all the power within him to resist. Yet, whether through his words or his struggles, all was in vain, having no effect on Gu Yuan whatsoever. With a sudden surge of power, a crisp sound of bones fracturing echoed. Long Quang's head tilted, and the vitality within him rapidly ebbed away. In an instant, he had transformed into a lifeless, cold corpse, his soul extinguished in the blink of an eye. Dead beyond resurrection, Gu Yuan loosened his grip, and Long Quang's body plummeted swiftly towards the ground. Junior brother, you should not have killed him. Su Jiuer flew to Gu Yuan's side, sighing as she spoke. Although she understood Gu Yuan's actions were motivated by his desire to protect her, the consequences of slaying Long Quang, who was entangled with the formidable North Sea Dragon clan, were grave. This would undoubtedly incite the wrath of the North Sea Dragon clan, turning him into their enemy and placing him in perilous circumstances. She could not ascertain Gu Yuan's level of cultivation, but from the strength he had just displayed, she knew he was far beyond her own capabilities. Yet, despite Gu Yuan's might, she did not believe he could contend with the North Sea Dragon clan. The strength of the North Sea Dragon clan was simply too formidable. It was no small matter. Even emperors were prevalent among them. Since he dared to harm you, he deserved to die, Gu Yuan replied. His gaze fixed on Long Quang's lifeless body, a coldness flickering in his eyes. He then appraised Su Jiuer, a wave of relief washing over him. Thank goodness he had arrived in time, for the consequences of delay were unimaginable. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Su Jiuer felt a warmth in her heart. In that moment, she could clearly sense her significant position in Gu Yuan's thoughts. That a look of contemplation crossed her features as she turned to Gu Yuan. Speaking earnestly and urgently, Junior brother, having slain the third prince of the North Sea Dragon clan, I believe their powerful warriors will soon arrive here. While I cannot gauge your cultivation, which signifies that you are far superior to me. The North Sea Dragon clan possesses deep roots, immense power, and formidable strength, with many emperors among them. If their powerful warriors arrive, you will be in grave danger. Now is the time to leave this place and escape the myriad demon secret realm while the North Sea Dragon clan has yet to arrive. Though she was currently filled with curiosity about Gu Yuan's strength, wondering why he had fortuitously arrived just as she faced danger, and how he had managed to enter the secret realm of 10,000 beasts. The urgency of the situation was apparent. It was clearly not the moment to indulge her inquisitiveness. Consequently, she swiftly suppressed her curiosity, solely wishing for Gu Yuan to leave this place of chaos. However, just as her words fell, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens and earth. You dare to kill the third prince of the North Sea Dragon clan and still wish to escape? Do you truly believe you can flee? Upon hearing this voice, Su Jiuer instinctively turned towards its source, and her complexion drained of color, turning as pale as a sheet. In the distance, a multitude of colossal dragons surged forth with alarming speed. Their terrifying aura soared into the sky, warping the very fabric of space, creating ripples that sent shivers down one's spine. As the dragons passed, the world itself seemed to change color. Winds howled, clouds gathered ominously, instilling an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Moreover, they approached with astonishing swiftness. Initially, they had been tens of thousands of miles away, yet within mere breaths, they had encircled Gu Yuan and Su Jiuer completely. Seemingly intent on preventing their escape. It's over. Su Jiuer could not help but swallow hard, her face paling further, despair evident in her eyes. These dragons were immensely powerful, and the mightiest among them. Exuding an imperial aura, left her gasping for breath. How could she and Gu Yuan possibly contend against such formidable opposition? The mere thought filled her heart with an inescapable despair. Senior sister, do not panic. I will handle everything. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, Su Jiuer felt a reassuring hand on her shoulder, accompanied by a soothing voice that calmed her tumultuous heart. Turning her head, she was met with Gu Yuan's tranquil smile. Despite the surrounding threats, the sight of his reassuring visage steadied her nerves. Young man, do you realize who you have slain? The leader of the dragon clan fixed his icy gaze upon Gu Yuan, reprimanding him coldly. I do, Gu Yuan replied with a nod, his demeanor calm. The third prince of the North Sea Dragon clan. His nonchalance suggested that he was speaking of a mere inconspicuous fowl rather than a figure of immense prestige. This attitude provoked an immediate fury among the assembled dragon warriors. How dare you? Knowing he is the third prince of the North Sea Dragon clan, you still dare to kill him. You are aware of Long Quang's identity and yet proceeded to slay him. Do you hold our North Sea Dragon clan in such low regard? You wretched creature, You deserve death. To kill the third prince of the North Sea Dragon clan, regardless of who you are or where you come from. Only death awaits you. This boy has slain our third prince. Why are we wasting words? We must swiftly eliminate this pestilence. Die, pestilence, a hot-tempered dragon warrior bellowed, charging toward Gu Yuan and Su Jiuer with alarming speed. The overwhelming aura of a saint-level warrior surged forth, chilling the air around them and plunging the surroundings into an oppressive cold. The very atmosphere trembled at the might of the dragon's assault. Long Song. This boy dares to kill the third prince of the North Sea Dragon clan. He is challenging our clan's dignity. He must not die too easily. Indeed, he must not meet an easy end. He should be taken back to the North Sea, tortured day and night until he begs for mercy, so he understands the dire consequences of killing the third prince. Very true. Through this person, we can also send a warning to the world, letting them know the might of the North Sea Dragon clan at a Long Song prepared to strike. The surrounding dragon warriors voiced their reluctance for him to dispatch Gu Yuan too swiftly. Fearing it would be too merciful, they dismissed any doubts about whether Long Song could defeat Gu Yuan, for the latter appeared exceedingly young, his youth almost palpable. Such a youthful individual could not possibly possess strength surpassing Long Song's. It was simply inconceivable. However, the next moment unfolded in a manner that left them utterly astounded. What did they witness? They saw Gu Yuan standing before the approaching Long Song, seemingly paralyzed with fear, making no move to defend himself. But just as everyone assumed Gu Yuan was paralyzed by terror, he parted his lips and uttered a single word, "Die." As this simple word fell, the space surrounding Long Song warped violently. Boom! Long Song had no time to react before a tremendous explosion erupted, and his entire form disintegrated, reduced to a cloud of crimson mist. In an instant, a saint-level dragon warrior lay dead, irrevocably so. Blood rained down, saturating the earth. This shocking scene left the assembled dragon warriors in sheer disbelief. One word, and a saint-level warrior perished? How could this be possible? Who is he? Why is he so terrifying? Long Song was so strong, yet he died from a single word. Surely, this cannot be a dream. Hiss, it hurts. It is definitely not a dream. At that moment, the gazes of the dragon warriors fixed upon Gu Yuan transformed. No longer filled with disdain, they were now laced with solemnity and incredulity. Su Jiuer was similarly taken aback by Gu Yuan's display of power. Turning to him, she swallowed hard and instinctively asked the question that gnawed at her curiosity. Junior brother, what is your current cultivation level? Earlier, when Gu Yuan had slain Long Quang, he had already revealed formidable strength, yet she had thought him only slightly stronger than Long Quang. But now, it was evident that this was not merely a slight advantage. How could one explain Gu Yuan's effortless annihilation of Long Song? The dragon warriors present were clearly as curious about Gu Yuan's true strength as she was. Upon hearing Su Jiuer's inquiry, they fell silent, their eyes fixated on Gu Yuan, ears perked, eagerly awaiting his response. Meeting the scrutinizing gazes of all present, Gu Yuan smiled faintly, choosing not to conceal his cultivation. That he chuckled lightly and replied, "My cultivation is not high. I am merely an invincible emperor at perfection." This. The crowd erupted into incredulous silence. Not high. An invincible emperor at perfection, was that not a high level? It was known that this was the pinnacle of cultivation in the ancient continent. While they were bewildered, they were also unwilling to accept that Gu Yuan's cultivation could truly be at such heights, believing instead that he was merely boasting. Their skepticism was understandable, as invincible emperors at perfection were exceedingly rare. Though there were many emperor-level warriors in the ancient continent, they were certainly not numerous. However, invincible emperors were an entirely different matter. Such beings were the overlords of the ancient continent, standing atop its pinnacle. The existence of invincible emperors at perfection was even more scarce, likely numbering less than the fingers on one hand. Now, with Gu Yuan claiming to be an invincible emperor at perfection, who among them could possibly believe it? The leading dragon clan expert gradually calmed himself and began to analyze the situation seriously. This young man possesses considerable strength, yet he claims to be the epitome of an invincible emperor, which undoubtedly suggests that he lacks the power to contend with all of us present. He intends to deceive us into retreating in fear. Given this, everyone prepare yourselves. Let us strike together and eliminate this youth. Avenging the third prince of our Beihai dragon clan. Upon hearing the words of the leading dragon expert, the other dragon clan members could not help but nod in agreement, recognizing the validity of his analysis. Not only they, but even Su Jiuer, who overheard this conversation, shared the same sentiment. causing a flicker of concern to appear in her eyes. However, at this moment, although she found it hard to believe that Yuan was indeed the invincible emperor, she wisely refrained from voicing her doubts. If he could truly intimidate these Dragon Clan experts into retreating, then perhaps they could survive this day. Noticing the worry in Su Jiaoer's eyes, Yuan could not help but chuckle and shake his head. He understood that his senior sister did not believe his words. This was quite reasonable. An invincible emperor at the tender age of 18 is an unprecedented phenomenon, so extraordinary that disbelief is entirely justified. If an 18-year-old were to tell him that he was an invincible emperor, he would not believe it either. Nevertheless, in an effort to reassure Su Jiaoer, Yuan spoke again. Senior sister, I truly am an invincible emperor. Su Jiaoer glanced at Yuan, seemingly about to say something, but before she could utter a word, a cold sneer erupted from the leading Dragon Clan expert. Boy, you may deceive us, but do not deceive yourself. I have no desire to waste words with you. Everyone, let us act together. Kill these 2 dogs and avenge the 3rd prince of the Beihai Dragon Clan. With that, the Dragon Clan members all nodded in agreement. They unleashed a collective roar that echoed through the skies, their voices resounding in all directions. Simultaneously, their overwhelming aura surged forth, charging towards Yuan and Su Jiao. Yet, just at that moment, a thunderous voice suddenly rang out across the expanse. Who dares to harm the daughter of this emperor? In the instant the words fell, a terrifying imperial might swept through the air. Following this, a figure descended from the heavens, positioning itself in front of the Dragon Clan experts. This was a middle-aged man clad in a white robe, tall and handsome, exuding a masculine vigor. A closer inspection would reveal that he bore a resemblance to Su Jiaoer. He was none other than Su Zhantian, the leader of the Fox Clan, one of the 8 dominant powers of the northern region, and Su Jiaoer's father. Upon seeing Su Zhantian, Su Jiaoer could not help but exclaim softly. Su Zhantian nodded, his gaze sweeping over the absent tail of Su Jiaoer, his expression darkening noticeably. Though unaware of the circumstances, witnessing his daughter's inexplicable loss of life naturally incited his fury. The sound of air being sliced echoed continuously. In the blink of an eye, thousands of figures appeared in the sky above. Their auras were formidable, with not a single weakling among them. They were the powerful beings of the demon clan from the northern region. The 10,000 Demons' secret realm served as a training ground for the younger generation of demons. These powerful beings of the northern region could only observe from outside the realm but had rushed in due to the commotion caused by the Beihai Dragon Clan. They surmised that something significant had transpired within the 10,000 Demons' secret realm, prompting their entrance to uncover the truth. Su Zhantian, do you know what your 2 companions have done? The leading Dragon Clan expert fixed his icy gaze on Su Zhantian and spoke coldly. Instinctively, Su Zhantian inquired, what have they done? The 2 behind you have slain my Beihai Dragon Clan's 3rd prince. The leading Dragon Clan expert's voice was frigid. If you wish to avoid conflict, step aside and allow me to eliminate these 2 dogs. Otherwise, you will be declaring war against my Beihai Dragon Clan and all the beings within the Forbidden Sea. Upon hearing this, Su Zhantian's expression darkened significantly. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Su Jiaoer and Yuan had killed the Dragon Prince. Long Quang, although his Fox clan was powerful, being one of the 8 dominant forces in the northern region, it was undeniably weaker compared to the Beihai Dragon Clan. Moreover, the Dragon Clan was known for its protective nature. If a conflict arose between the Fox clan and the Beihai Dragon Clan, the other 3 Sea Dragon clans would not remain indifferent. If the other 3 Sea clans intervened, the Fox clan would undoubtedly be outmatched. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Zhantian looked towards the leading Dragon Clan expert, his tone noticeably subdued. Dragon Xie, my daughter, Su Jiaoer, has merely just entered the Saint Realm, while your 3rd prince, Long Quang, is a being of the Saint King Realm. How could my daughter possess the strength to kill Long Quang? Surely there must be a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? What nonsense! Sensing Su Zhantian's concession, Dragon Xie's aura surged with intensity. He cursed angrily before continuing. Your daughter indeed lacks the power to slay my Beihai Dragon Clan's 3rd prince, but that little beast beside her possesses such capability. Just moments ago, that little beast killed my Beihai Dragon Clan's Long Song Xingzuan. With this declaration, everyone present was taken aback, clearly not expecting Yuan to have the strength to slay Long Song Xingzuan. Almost instinctively, their gazes fell upon Yuan, and upon looking, they were once again astonished. Not a single person could discern Yuan's true level of cultivation. Of course, while they were shocked, They merely attributed it to Gu Yuan possessing a rare treasure that concealed his cultivation aura, not believing he had surpassed them in strength. After all, Gu Yuan was exceedingly young, his youthful appearance so fresh that it seemed one could almost squeeze water from his skin. Such youth, combined with the ability to kill Long Song Xingzuan, was already an unprecedented feat. If he were to possess cultivation that transcended theirs, it would be utterly implausible. After all, the assembly consisted of powerful beings from the northern region's demon clan, including many who were immortal emperors and unyielding emperors. Even among them were several invincible emperors. To suggest that Gu Yuan's strength exceeded theirs was nothing short of absurd, completely unbelievable. Su Zhantian evidently shared this sentiment, withdrawing his gaze from Gu Yuan. He contemplated briefly before addressing Dragon Xia once more. Dragon Xia, grievances have their source, since the ones responsible for the death of your third prince and Long Song Xingzuan are not my daughter. But this young man, I shall now take my daughter and leave. You may handle your affairs as you see fit. Upon hearing this, Dragon Xia did not hesitate to nod in agreement. Very well. Su Zhantian was known for being a devoted father. Should he attempt to act against his daughter, he would undoubtedly intervene. Moreover, Dragon Xia was a being of genuine invincible emperor late-stage strength. If a confrontation were to arise, Su Zhantian would surely perish. Additionally, since the primary culprit behind the death of Long Quang was Gu Yuan, eliminating him would be tantamount to avenging Long Quang. Hearing Dragon Xia's words, Su Zhantian nodded in affirmation. He turned his gaze towards Su Jiuer, preparing to speak and lead her away, but before he could utter a word, Su Jiuer interjected. Father, I will not leave. Disciple, he killed the third prince of the Northern Sea Dragon Clan for my sake. How could I possibly disregard his life when he is in peril? Father, I present you with two choices. First, allow these disgraceful dragonfolk to depart. Second, do not concern yourself with me any longer. You may leave. I intend to share life and death with my disciple. Do not even think of forcibly taking me away. Should anything happen to him, I shall not live either. Upon finishing her declaration, Su Jiuer fixed her resolute gaze upon Su Zhantian. Observing the unwavering determination in her eyes, Su Zhantian's brow furrowed deeply. The father knows his daughter best. He understood her well. She was indeed a woman of her word. After a prolonged silence, Su Zhantian finally exhaled a heavy sigh. A firm resolve flickered in his eyes, as if he had made an irrevocable decision. I am grateful to you, young sir, for previously saving my daughter. He sincerely expressed his gratitude to Gu Yuan. Without waiting for Gu Yuan's response, he turned to face the assembly of dragon warriors led by Long Xia, his demeanor now radiating an imposing authority. My daughter has given me two choices. I choose the first. Now, I shall grant you two choices as well. Either leave or perish. As his voice echoed, the overwhelming aura of an invincible late-stage emperor surged forth, engulfing the realm. Under this immense pressure, the dragon warriors could not help but change color. Acutely aware of the terrifying weight of a late-stage invincible emperor's presence, Su Zhantian, do you comprehend the implications of your actions? Have you truly resolved to become an enemy of the Northern Sea Dragon Clan? Long Xia questioned loudly while struggling against the oppressive force. That I shall not repeat myself. The coldness in Su Zhantian's eyes flashed ominously, revealing a hint of murderous intent. He was fully aware that his current stance would irrevocably offend the Northern Sea Dragon Clan. Yet, for the sake of his daughter, he felt he had no other choice. Truly, my daughter is the first in the northern region to have such a devoted father, to offend the Northern Sea Dragon Clan so completely for her sake. The clan leader of the Su family has indeed lost his rationality. The Dragon Clan is notoriously protective. While today Su Zhantian may appear formidable, the future holds tears for him, from a distance. A group of powerful beings from the northern region's demon clan shook their heads in unison, lamenting his fate. However, upon meeting Su Zhantian's gaze, they prudently fell silent. Many among them were unafraid of Su Zhantian. Yet they had no desire to provoke him at this moment. It appeared that the clan leader of the Su family was resolute in his decision. They could only hope that he would not regret his actions in the days to come. Long Xia cast a cold glance at Su Zhantian before snorting disdainfully, "We shall take our leave. Back to the Northern Sea." With that command, he swiftly turned away, and the other dragon warriors followed suit, preparing to depart. Yet, just as they began to turn, a voice, smooth as jade yet chillingly cold, reached their ears, causing them to halt involuntarily. "I do believe I have yet to consent to your departure." "Have I?" The gathered crowd was momentarily stunned by this statement. Almost instinctively, They turned to the source of the voice. Upon realizing it was Gu Yuan who had spoken, confusion washed over them. What could this young man possibly mean? The clan leader of the Su family had already permitted the dragon folk to leave, yet this young man dared to utter such words. What was his intention? What do you mean by that? Long Xie inquired, his gaze fixed on Gu Yuan, a flicker of bewilderment in his eyes that it means precisely what it sounds like. I shall slay you, allowing you to rest eternally here, Gu Yuan replied. His demeanor calm. The previous hostility directed at him would not be overlooked. He would not allow them to escape. The only reason he had refrained from acting earlier was due to Su Zhantian's arrival. He was curious to see how Su Zhantian, who had once abandoned Su Jior, would confront the dragon clan's might. Now that he had witnessed Su Zhantian's stance, it was time for the dragon warriors to meet their end. Kill us? You think you can? Long Xian narrowed his eyes, irritation evident within. They had chosen to spare Gu Yuan, but how could he allow this young man to threaten them? Indeed, is that a problem? Gu Yuan responded with a faint smile. His words sent shockwaves through the assembly once more, leaving them stunned. There were 31 dragon warriors present, many of whom held the rank of Saint King or Saint Sovereign. The leader of the Northern Sea Dragon clan, Long Xie, was in existence at the pinnacle of an undying emperor. Under such circumstances, Gu Yuan's assertion that he could single-handedly eliminate them all was nothing short of bewildering. Su Zhantian furrowed his brow, preparing to dissuade Gu Yuan. They had already offended the Northern Sea Dragon clan, yet there might still be a way to resolve their conflict. However, should Gu Yuan proceed to eliminate the dragon warriors present, they would be irreversibly at odds with the Northern Sea Dragon clan. Moreover, he did not believe Gu Yuan possessed the strength to confront them. In his view, it would ultimately require his intervention. Yet, he was reluctant to act. Before he could voice his concerns, he instinctively fell silent, for an overwhelming aura of an undying emperor surged forth from Gu Yuan, shaking the very foundations of the realm. This terrifying presence instilled a profound sense of oppression in everyone present. Excluding Su Jior, all those beneath the emperor's realm trembled uncontrollably, their bodies quaking in fear that he is truly an undying emperor at the pinnacle. How could someone so young possess such unparalleled strength? This must be a dream, yet my younger brother is in agony. This is no dream. An undying emperor at such a tender age is unprecedented. As the aura radiating from Gu Yuan enveloped the area, every individual present was left in a state of stunned disbelief. The dragon warriors of the Northern Sea were equally taken aback. The young man had claimed to be an undying emperor at the pinnacle, and they had initially dismissed it as a mere boast. Little did they know, he was indeed telling the truth. Long Xie's gaze fixed upon Gu Yuan, filled with shock and incredulity that he had not anticipated that Gu Yuan truly possessed such formidable power. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and shouted, "Flee! We must escape." As he spoke, his massive dragon form twisted away, retreating into the distance. This was not an act of cowardice. It was a matter of survival, knowing that Gu Yuan was an undying emperor at the pinnacle. Remaining would only lead to death. Such a being stands atop the ancient continent, a peerless powerhouse. If they did not flee now, when would they? Upon hearing Long Xie's command, the other dragon warriors swiftly reacted, channeling their powers and scattering in all directions. Was it not too late to seek escape now? Observing the hasty retreat of the formidable North Sea Dragon clan warriors, Gu Yuan's gaze turned frigid as he spoke. As he spoke, his fingers pointed like a sword, and an unrivaled sword intent flickered at his fingertips. With a mere gesture, he unleashed a strike as if wielding a blade that in an instant, a resplendent beam of sword light shot forth. Dazzlingly brilliant and imbued with an overwhelmingly terrifying aura of destruction, its speed was unparalleled, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Despite the impressive swiftness of the Dragon Clan warriors, who had already fled hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of miles away within mere moments, their speed paled in comparison to the approach of this sword light, in the span of a heartbeat. One of the Dragon Clan warriors was overtaken by the beam, which then tore through him in an instant. Thud! Blood erupted forth, accompanied by a wail that echoed like a slaughtered beast, as a Dragon Clan warrior met his untimely demise on the spot. The sword light did not dissipate after claiming the life of a North Sea Dragon warrior. Rather, it seemed to come alive, pursuing another North Sea Dragon warrior with relentless fervor. No. Witnessing the rapidly approaching sword light, and feeling the terrifying aura of annihilation it harbored. This warrior was paralyzed with fear, his escape hastening considerably as he sought to distance himself from the lethal beam. Nevertheless, his fate remained unchanged. He too was ultimately overtaken and torn apart by the sword light, perishing instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, 2 North Sea Dragon warriors lay lifeless. Then came the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, the 30th. My life is forfeit. As he gazed upon the 30 fallen North Sea Dragon warriors and the sword light barreling towards him, Long Xie could not help but feel a wave of despair wash over him. The power contained within this sword light was utterly terrifying, something he could not hope to withstand, though he yearned to flee. The speed of the sword light was insurmountable, as if it were equipped with a tracking mechanism, relentlessly pursuing him with an unwavering resolve to claim his life. It seemed that death was the only path awaiting him that day. I will fight back. A flicker of determination flashed in his eyes. Long Xie summoned all the power he could muster, preparing to confront the sword light head-on. Yet at that moment, a piercing sound sliced through the air. An ice spear, imbued with an incomprehensibly terrifying aura of destruction, surged past him, heading straight for the sword light. The ice spear flew by. The frigid air it exuded plunged Long Xie into an icy abyss, causing him to shiver involuntarily, as if his very blood had been frozen in that instant. It was evident just how formidable this ice spear was. Moreover, the speed of the ice spear was astonishing. In no time, it collided with the sword light. Boom! The moment they met, a tremendous explosion erupted, sending a deafening roar reverberating throughout the myriad demons' secret realm. The cataclysmic force of the collision radiated outward from the point of impact, wreaking havoc in all directions. The destructive power was so immense that everything in its path was obliterated, even warping the very fabric of space itself. The myriad demons' secret realm trembled as if a dragon had stirred beneath the earth, shaking violently for an extended period, with many areas experiencing catastrophic upheaval. This clash was nothing short of terrifying. Long Xie, positioned perilously close to the epicenter of the explosion, was hurled backward, blood spewing forth as he struggled to regain his footing. Once he steadied himself, he couldn't resist glancing toward the direction from which the ice spear had come. Upon doing so, a glimmer of hope ignited within him, for he beheld nearly 10,000 figures rapidly approaching. These individuals moved with remarkable speed, and at first glance, they appeared to be distant, yet upon a second look, they had drawn near. They exuded immense power, each sporting a pair of dragon horns. They were undeniably the elite warriors of the North Sea Dragon clan. Leading them was a middle-aged man adorned with a magnificent golden crown of horns, clad in golden armor, and possessing a robust physique that exuded authority. His face, however, was shrouded in a grim expression. He was none other than the North Sea Dragon Emperor, Long Xiaotian. Through the soul lamp left by Long Quang in the North Sea Dragon Palace, he had learned of his son's demise in an instant. Though he had many offspring, most were mere wastrels, consumed by indulgence. The only one who had caught his eye, Long Quang, had fallen in the North region, inciting his wrath upon learning of Long Quang's death. He had immediately rallied the North Sea Dragon warriors and set forth to the North region. He intended to make the one who dared to slay his beloved son pay a grievous price. Utilizing secret methods to locate Long Quang's demise, he had swiftly arrived at this very place. Upon his arrival, he witnessed his Dragon Clan warriors being slaughtered in succession, further fueling his fury. Seeing that Long Xie, the leader of the North Sea Dragon Clan, was also on the brink of death, he could not remain idle. Thus, he intervened. The terrifying ice spear was one of his offensive techniques. "Your Majesty, I have come." Long Xie addressed Long Xiaotian with a respectful bow. Long Xiaotian did not spare him a glance, instead casting a cold, scrutinizing gaze over everyone present. His voice, frigid and laced with a hint of accusation, reverberated. "Who killed my son?" In the face of Long Xiaotian's icy, murderous gaze, the North region demon warriors involuntarily took a step back. Their eyes collectively fell upon Gu Yuan, as if to indicate to Long Xiaotian, "The murderer is Gu Yuan." Long Xiaotian absorbed the expressions of the North region demon warriors before finally fixing his gaze upon Gu Yuan. "It was you who killed my son." His eyes, cold and brimming with lethal intent, bore into Gu Yuan as he assessed him. That moment, Gu Yuan's cultivation aura remained unmasked, and upon sensing the overwhelming aura of an invincible, perfected emperor emanating from him, Long Xiaotian was visibly taken aback, observing Gu Yuan's youth. With a complexion so fresh one could almost squeeze water from it, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This young man was indeed an unparalleled genius. As he met Long Xiaotian's icy, murderous glare, Gu Yuan raised his hand and pointed toward the lifeless Long Quang. If your son is this one, then indeed, I am the one who killed him. If you have come seeking vengeance, I would be more than willing to send you to reunite with him. If you do not wish to seek revenge, then be gone. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Long Xiaotian's brow furrowed as he could not contain a furious roar. Arrogant. Though I know not how you possess the cultivation of an invincible, perfected emperor at such a tender age. Your foundation must undoubtedly be shallow. You cannot possibly unleash the full might of your invincible emperor's cultivation. Young man, if you have any sense, you should self-destruct your cultivation and kneel to accept your fate. I could grant you a swift end. Otherwise, not only will you die, but your friends and family shall also pay the bloody price for your actions. With that, Long Xiaotian's gaze remained icy as he fixed it upon Gu Yuan. Seemingly waiting for him to kneel and accept his demise, in response to Long Xiaotian's menacing stare, Gu Yuan could not help but chuckle, his face alight with scorn and disdain. You want me to self-destruct my cultivation and kneel to die? Just based on you. You call me arrogant. Yet do you not realize the true arrogance lies with you? Knowing full well that my cultivation vastly surpasses yours, you still dare utter such words. Are you a fool? Hearing this, Long Xiaotian narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening. That it seems you truly intend to refuse to self-destruct your cultivation and kneel to accept your fate. Gu Yuan remained silent, merely gazing at Long Xiaotian with an expression akin to that of a fool. He had no desire to converse with someone he deemed foolish. Observing Gu Yuan's demeanor, Long Xiaotian's already dark expression grew even more ominous. When the choice was between self-destruction and kneeling to accept death, it seemed he would have to personally eradicate Gu Yuan. As he spoke, his gaze swept over all the powerful beings of the northern region's demon race present, his voice chillingly cold. This emperor is about to activate the 10,000 Dragons formation. Once it is unleashed, all within its confines will be considered enemies of the Dragon clan and shall meet their demise. If you wish to avoid death, depart at once. At these words, the faces of the northern region's demon race warriors all changed dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, they transformed into streaks of light, fleeing into the distance. Though they had never witnessed the 10,000 Dragons formation, they had certainly heard of its fearsome reputation. It was said to be the Dragon clan's most formidable trump card, possessing unparalleled power. Now, Long Xiaotian was prepared to employ it against Gu Yuan, and fearing they might be caught in the crossfire, they hastily distanced themselves. At this moment, Long Xiaotian spoke again. All members of the Dragon clan, prepare to activate the 10,000 Dragons formation? Yes, the Dragon clan warriors responded in unison, their voices resounding. In the blink of an eye, those who had been positioned behind Long Xiaotian dispersed, only to regroup in a mysterious formation that encircled Gu Yuan at its center. Their internal energies surged as they formed gestures with their hands, and an enigmatic aura immediately began to emanate from them, ultimately intertwining into a cohesive force. The faint blue light curtain materialized, appearing from above the realm of myriad demons, resembling a gigantic blue bowl that enveloped Gu Yuan. The Northern Sea Dragon Emperor had repeatedly claimed that the young man in white was exceedingly youthful. Even if he possessed the complete cultivation of an invincible emperor, it was impossible for him to unleash the true might of such a being. Yet, the moment he took action, he resorted to the Dragon clan's strongest trump card, indicating that he did not regard the young man as lightly as his words suggested. Despite the youth of this white-clad emperor, he was still an invincible emperor at the pinnacle, a terrifying presence truly standing atop the ancient continent. Who would dare to underestimate such an existence? It was rumored that the 10,000 Dragons formation could both attack and defend, being the Dragon clan's most powerful secret weapon. Its interconnected energies could greatly enhance the strength of the one controlling the formation. The Northern Sea Dragon Emperor's cultivation was only a minor level below that of the white-clad emperor. With the support of the 10,000 Dragons formation, he might very well possess the strength to contend with him. The disparity in cultivation could not be compensated for by mere numbers. Though the 10,000 Dragons formation was formidable, I do not believe the white-clad emperor would be defeated if it were a long-established, invincible emperor. I might share that sentiment, But this white-clad emperor is simply too young. Oh, are you implying that the white-clad emperor will be defeated? Indeed, haha. In that case, let us wager. I bet the Northern Sea Dragon Emperor will triumph. And I wager an imperial weapon. Are you bold enough to take the bet? Let us wager, who is afraid of whom? The group of Northern Region demon race warriors that had retreated to a distance began to speculate on who would emerge victorious now that the Northern Sea Dragon Emperor had activated the 10,000 Dragons formation. Some believed that the Northern Sea Dragon Emperor, employing the formation, would surely win, while others felt that Yuan, as an invincible emperor, would prevail, asserting that the gap in cultivation could not be bridged by mere numbers. Amidst their conjectures, they even began to place bets at the center of the 10,000 Dragons formation. Su Zhantian's expression darkened significantly upon witnessing the Northern Sea Dragon Emperor resorting to the Dragon Clan's strongest trump card. Although he had never seen the formation with his own eyes, he had heard much about it. It was said to be the Dragon Clan's most potent secret, capable of both offense and defense, while also greatly enhancing the strength of its controller. Most crucially, every enemy that had ever witnessed the Dragon Clan employ the 10,000 Dragons formation had perished. Realizing this, how could his expression remain composed? Instinctively, he glanced toward Yuan, hoping to see if he had any countermeasures. However, what he saw startled him. At this moment, Yuan's expression was tranquil, exuding an air of nonchalance. It appeared as though he had no regard for the Dragon Clan's strongest trump card. The 10,000 Dragons formation. Unconsciously, Su Zhantian voiced his inner confusion. Do you possess a method to break the formation? I do, Yuan replied with a smile and a nod. The 10,000 Dragons formation was indeed powerful. Composed of Dragon Clan warriors with their energies interconnected, it could both attack and defend while significantly boosting the strength of its controller. If an average invincible emperor were to confront the Northern Sea Dragon Emperor wielding the 10,000 Dragons formation, even if they could eventually break the formation, they would likely emerge either dead or severely injured. But who is Yuan? He is a terrifying existence blessed with extraordinary capabilities. Not only does he possess the pinnacle combat strength of this realm, but he also has inherited the unparalleled formation techniques from the system. This inheritance encompasses all formations in existence. Having acquired the unparalleled formation techniques, he is the most formidable formation master in the world. Though the 10,000 Dragons formation is exceedingly powerful, in his eyes, it is riddled with flaws. He possesses at least 99 methods to dismantle it. With a mere flick of his fingers, he could reduce the 10,000 Dragons formation to ashes. Furthermore, even without the inheritance of the unparalleled formation techniques, relying on his own strength, he could still shatter it by sheer force. The 10,000 Dragons formation was created by a powerful ancestor of the Dragon Clan who ascended to the Dragon Realm. And until now, no one has been able to break it. To claim that you can dismantle the 10,000 Dragons formation is utterly laughable. Upon hearing Yuan's words, the Northern Sea Dragon Emperor could not help but emit a disdainful snort. He found himself looking down on Yuan even more. Although this young man possessed astounding cultivation, he was ultimately still too young, excessively arrogant, for a fleeting moment. He even believed he could face Yuan without relying on the 10,000 Dragons formation. However, this thought was extinguished almost as soon as it appeared. Despite Yuan's youthful arrogance, his cultivation as an invincible emperor was undeniably genuine. If he were to engage in battle with him, the odds would be at best 3-7 in favor of Yuan. 3 of Yuan's strikes would shatter him into 7 pieces, and that was under the assumption that he held complete confidence in himself. In stark contrast to the Northern Sea Dragon Emperor's disdain upon hearing Yuan's words, Su Zhantian's expression improved significantly in an instant. Since Yuan dared to assert such a thing, he believed that even if he did not possess absolute confidence in breaking the formation, he must at least have a 70% chance of succeeding. Due to his daughter's connection, he and Yuan were now as inseparable as 2 peas in a pod. If Yuan could break the formation, he would undoubtedly be pleased. At that moment, the Northern Sea Dragon Emperor addressed Yuan again. Now I offer you one final opportunity. Self-destruct your cultivation and kneel to die. I can grant you a swift end. Otherwise, not only will you perish, but your friends and family shall suffer for your choices. Yuan regarded the Northern Sea Dragon Emperor with an expression akin to that of a fool. Without uttering a word, he moved his feet, and in an instant, he vanished from his location. Not good. Seeing this, The Northern Sea Dragon Emperor was instantly alarmed. A wave of impending doom enveloped him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end, and cold sweat to bead upon his forehead. Almost instinctively, the Northern Sea Dragon Emperor summoned all the power he could muster. Just as he moved to flee, Gu Yuan's figure materialized before him. Meeting Gu Yuan's calm, unperturbed black eyes, the Northern Sea Dragon Emperor was struck with disbelief at the astonishing speed. He never expected Gu Yuan to be capable of such swiftness. He could barely comprehend how Gu Yuan had appeared before him in an instant. The speed was truly astonishing. As the formidable Gu Yuan unleashed a powerful strike, the North Sea Dragon Emperor, though taken aback, responded with astonishing swiftness. Channeling his inner strength in an instant, he raised his hand to meet the incoming blow. Boom! The two palms collided with a thunderous sound that reverberated through the air. The terrifying force of their clash radiated outward from the two combatants, warping the very fabric of space around them. Poof! The North Sea Dragon Emperor's countenance shifted dramatically as the armor on his arm shattered, and a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. In that moment, he was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing violently to the ground. Rumble! A deafening explosion echoed once more as the North Sea Dragon Emperor created an immense crater upon impact. In an instant, debris flew, and dust filled the air, rising from the wreckage. The North Sea Dragon Emperor was cloaked in grime, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his golden armor riddled with cracks, and his arm trembling incessantly. His breath came in labored gasps, and he appeared utterly disheveled. Impressive, he gazed at Gu Yuan. His eyes filled with astonishment. He understood that the invincible emperor at full power was immensely strong, and thus, despite Gu Yuan's youth, he could not afford to underestimate him. Even if he feigned disdain, he immediately activated the 10,000 Dragons formation. However, he had not anticipated the sheer terror of his opponent's might. That a mere casual strike had left him severely injured, an overwhelming strength that instilled despair. Without hesitation, he retrieved a healing pill and swallowed it, then soared towards the outer perimeter of the 10,000 Dragons formation. Simultaneously, he bellowed, "Activate the 10,000 Dragons formation!" Yes, Dragon Emperor. The dragon warriors present responded in unison. As their powers surged within them, they fully energized the formation. Within the 10,000 Dragons formation, ethereal five-clawed golden dragons emerged, charging towards Gu Yuan and his companions. These spectral dragons were incredibly solid and exuded an aura of unparalleled strength, each rivaling that of the Undying Emperor. They possessed the potential to unleash combat prowess equal to that of the Undying Emperor. What was most astonishing was the sheer number of these golden dragon apparitions, countless, perhaps numbering in the thousands. Yet, despite their might, they appeared somewhat feeble in the presence of Gu Yuan. With a mere flick of his hand, hundreds, if not thousands, of golden dragon apparitions detonated, transforming into the purest energy that returned to the dragon warriors. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Zhantian marveled at the overwhelming power of the invincible emperor, while a smile crept upon his face, convinced of victory. Though the golden dragon apparitions were numerous, Gu Yuan was simply too strong. He believed that within a few breaths, Gu Yuan would annihilate them all. However, his smile quickly froze in place. As soon as one batch of golden dragon apparitions was shattered, new ones appeared, just as Gu Yuan obliterated a portion of them. More emerged, seemingly limitless. Moreover, with each new emergence, the strength of these golden dragons intensified. Thus, even with Gu Yuan's formidable prowess, he would inevitably exhaust his energy over time and ultimately succumb. Observing Su Zhantian's expression, the North Sea Dragon Emperor could not help but wear a smug grin. The 10,000 Dragons formation was the strongest trump card of the Dragon clan. Even the invincible emperor at full power would find only a dead end against it. "Let me hasten your demise." With that declaration, the North Sea Dragon Emperor's power surged, an enigmatic aura emanating from him and intertwining with the dragon warriors activating the formation. As a result of this action, the golden dragon apparitions within the formation grew even stronger. Their aura now approached that of the invincible emperor, and their combat potential neared that of the invincible emperor as well. Over 10,000 golden dragon apparitions, each drawing near to the strength of the invincible emperor, simultaneously launched an assault on Gu Yuan and his companions. It was a relentless onslaught of dragons that could be killed only to reappear anew. In this moment, despair settled in Su Zhantian's heart that he no longer believed Gu Yuan could breach the formation. Not only did he think this way, but so did the many powerful demonic beings from the North region who stood at a distance. The legend of the 10,000 Dragons formation spoke of its unparalleled might. Once activated, enemies would surely be vanquished. Today, it proved true. Would even the invincible emperor at full power be defeated? Certainly. As the myriad golden dragon apparitions, each approaching the strength of the invincible emperor, launched their attacks, it was evident that whoever faced them would meet a grim fate. It seems I made the right bet. You sure, San. You haven't forgotten our wager. Have you? Now, hand over the imperial weapon of your tiger clan. You fool. Can't you see that the white-robed emperor is still at ease? He must possess a way to breach the formation. Who sure, San? You wouldn't dare to renege, would you? Renege? If you truly guessed right, who sure, San, will undoubtedly deliver the imperial weapon. Humph. Let us hope you uphold your promise, as they witness the terrifying power of the 10,000 Dragons formation. The powerful demonic beings from the North region couldn't help but be filled with awe. Aside from Hushur San, the leader of the Tiger Clan, one of the 8 dominant forces of the North region, few believed Gu Yuan had any hope of breaking the formation. Just as everyone was lost in thought, Gu Yuan suddenly let out a light chuckle from within the 10,000 Dragons formation. I've had my fun. It's time to break the formation to AT this statement. Everyone couldn't help but smirk, perceiving it as mere bravado. Kid, if you truly possess the ability to breach the formation, then do so instead of posturing. The North Sea Dragon Emperor scoffed disdainfully, utterly unconvinced of Gu Yuan's capabilities. Hearing his words, Gu Yuan merely smiled and remained silent. He had only intended to test the might of the 10,000 Dragons formation. He was not without the strength to breach it. Pointing his finger as if it were a sword, an aura of invincibility flickered at his fingertips as he disregarded the approaching golden dragon apparitions. Instead, he directed his gaze towards a few seemingly insignificant dragon warriors. With a swift motion, he transformed his finger into a sword and struck at those locations in the blink of an eye. Several brilliant beams of sword light shot forth, targeting the vulnerabilities of the 10,000 Dragons formation. The demonic beings from the North region failed to notice anything amiss, but the North Sea Dragon Emperor and all the dragon warriors present turned pale with shock. They realized that the trajectory of the sword light was aimed directly at the formation's weak points. Block those beams of light. The North Sea Dragon Emperor bellowed instinctively, directing all the golden dragon apparitions to intercept the incoming sword light. The speed of the golden dragon apparitions was astonishingly swift, yet they were still far slower compared to the beams of sword light. Ultimately, the beams of light struck the dragon warriors with devastating force. Poof! Amidst the blossoming bloodflowers, the sword light swiftly claimed the lives of several dragon warriors. With their demise, the 10,000 Dragons formation was immediately shattered. The golden dragon apparitions dissipated into the ether, and the backlash from the formation's destruction surged forth, engulfing all dragon warriors, including the North Sea Dragon Emperor. This backlash was immensely terrifying, and as the dragon warriors were caught off guard, they spewed blood and plummeted to the ground like cannonballs. The earth trembled, and the sound of thunderous crashes echoed incessantly, a cacophony born from the impact of all the dragon warriors crashing to the ground. Upon landing, the aura of all the powerful members of the dragon clan instantly became lethargic, clearly indicating they had sustained severe injuries. Was the formidable 10,000 Dragons formation truly breached in such a manner? This was the dragon clan's most potent trump card, the 10,000 Dragons formation. How could it be so effortlessly dismantled? In the blink of an eye, the formation was shattered, and this white-clad emperor was indeed terrifying beyond measure. Witnessing this scene from afar, a group of formidable beings from the northern domain could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Amidst their exclamations, Hushur San immediately turned his gaze towards the individual he had previously wagered against. It was time to fulfill the bet and hand over the imperial weapon, was it not? Bet? What bet? I know nothing of it. Do you intend to renege on your word? Are you testing the sharpness of my sword? Here, take it. I am not the kind of person who would be untrustworthy. To the events unfolding in the distance, Gu Yuan appeared oblivious. After effortlessly dismantling the 10,000 Dragons formation, he immediately focused his attention on the position of the North Sea Dragon Emperor. As the North Sea Dragon Emperor rose, he instinctively locked eyes with Gu Yuan. At that moment, he was evidently startled. Without hesitation, he summoned his power and swiftly turned, transforming into a streak of light as he fled into the distance. If the 10,000 Dragons formation could not contend with Gu Yuan, He now clearly understood the disparity between himself and Gu Yuan. His only option was to escape. He aimed to flee to the Forbidden Sea and seek assistance from the Dragon Emperors of the other three seas. For that was his only chance of survival. Otherwise, remaining here would surely lead to his demise. With this thought, the North Sea Dragon Emperor quickened his pace. In the blink of an eye, he had already escaped tens of thousands of miles away. Vanishing from the sight of the crowd, his speed was truly astonishing. You wish to flee? Have you consulted me first? Observing the direction in which the North Sea Dragon Emperor was escaping, Gu Yuan let out a soft snort from his nostrils. The invincible movement technique activated in an instant. With a single step, he vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he was already far ahead of the North Sea Dragon Emperor's fleeing path. An unfathomable distance away that I have already fled so far, yet that fellow has not pursued me. It seems I am safe now. Glancing back and seeing no sign of Gu Yuan, the North Sea Dragon Emperor couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Believing himself to be secure, however, this thought had barely taken root before he was left dumbfounded. For Gu Yuan's figure had suddenly materialized right before him, as if he had appeared out of thin air, sending a chill down his spine. Yet his reaction was swift. With a quick movement, he immediately distanced himself from Gu Yuan. He looked towards Gu Yuan and spoke in a solemn tone. "Oh, you truly intend to drive the dragon towards a dead end? Allow me to offer you a word of advice. Leave a thread of hope for future encounters. My kin of the Dragon Clan have always been united and protective. If you kill me, the Dragon Emperors of the East Sea, West Sea, and South Sea will not let you go. Their power far surpasses mine. If you wish to take my life, you ought to think twice." As he spoke, the North Sea Dragon Emperor couldn't help but scrutinize Gu Yuan's facial expression. Upon seeing his unchanging demeanor and icy gaze, the North Sea Dragon Emperor's heart sank. He realized that his threat bore no weight in Gu Yuan's eyes. After a moment's contemplation, he softened his tone and continued. "Earlier, I acted impulsively and offended you. Esteemed one, I am willing to offer compensation. Women, cultivation resources, whatever you desire, I can provide. I beseech you to spare my life." Gu Yuan listened quietly until the North Sea Dragon Emperor finished speaking, before casually inquiring, "Have you finished?" Although the North Sea Dragon Emperor did not understand the reason behind Gu Yuan's question, he nodded earnestly. "Yes, I have finished." Gu Yuan nodded. Since he had finished, you may now die. As his words fell, Gu Yuan raised his hand and pointed. The speed of this gesture was unhurried, yet it carried an extraordinarily bizarre power. Even from a distance, the North Sea Dragon Emperor felt an inescapable inevitability about this finger. Resolutely, he chose not to evade. Bang! The North Sea Dragon Emperor stomped his foot, causing ripples to emanate through space. Before him, a phantom of a colossal dragon materialized, baring its fangs and rushing towards Gu Yuan. Simultaneously, he formed a hand seal, raising his hand to unleash a palm strike. Immediately, the cracked golden armor on his body erupted with an unyielding golden light. The light coalesced, forming a massive energy shield before the North Sea Dragon Emperor. Complex and esoteric symbols flickered across the surface of the shield. These symbols appeared to be alive, swirling around the North Sea Dragon Emperor, enveloping him within their protective embrace. This moment, the North Sea Dragon Emperor's frantic emotions began to stabilize slightly. He unleashed all his means. Even if Gu Yuan was an invincible emperor at the peak of his power, he believed it would take time to breach his defenses. However, the following moment proved otherwise. The dragon phantom shattered into fragments, exploding instantaneously. The palm strike disintegrated the moment it made contact with Gu Yuan's fingertip. The energy shield before him burst apart like a bubble at the moment of contact with Gu Yuan's finger. The North Sea Dragon Emperor's pupils constricted, and the terror and horror in his eyes nearly erupted from their confines. He never anticipated that even with all his defenses, he could not withstand Gu Yuan for even a heartbeat. As he beheld the rapidly enlarging finger in his vision, the North Sea Dragon Emperor finally broke down. Unable to restrain himself, he cried out, "Do not kill me. I am the North Sea Dragon Emperor. I am an invincible sovereign. You cannot slay me. If you do, the Dragon Clan of the other three seas and the Forbidden Sea will not spare you. Spare me, and I shall serve as your mount. I can be of service to you. I beg you." Yet, no matter how loudly he screamed, the finger in his vision continued to expand at an unrelenting pace. Ultimately, Gu Yuan's finger struck the center of the North Sea Dragon Emperor's brow. Puffed. A brilliant spray of blood erupted from the back of the North Sea Dragon Emperor's head, and a bloody hole appeared in the center of his brow. A violent and terrifying force surged through the blood hole into the North Sea Dragon Emperor's body, rampaging within, obliterating his soul, extinguishing his vitality. In the blink of an eye, the North Sea Dragon Emperor was dead beyond recovery. He plummeted heavily towards the ground. With a single finger, an existence at the peak of an invincible sovereign was extinguished. With a wave of his hand, Yuan collected the North Sea Dragon Emperor's storage ring and the dragon elixir containing his essence into the system's spatial dimension. Without sparing a glance at the lifeless North Sea Dragon Emperor, he moved towards the position he had occupied earlier. Upon reaching his previous location, he gazed down to witness an intense battle unfolding below. On one side were the injured Dragon Clan warriors, and on the other were Su Zhantian and many others like Su Jiuer, who bore a pair of fox ears. Presumably, these fox-eared individuals were the formidable members of the Northern Domain Fox clan. Though the strength of these Northern Domain Fox clan members was not weak, they were overall inferior to the North Sea Dragon Clan warriors. However, now that the North Sea Dragon Clan warriors were all injured, they could not exert their peak battle prowess. Coupled with the presence of Su Zhantian, an invincible sovereign at the peak of his power, the North Sea Dragon Clan found themselves comprehensively suppressed. Faintly, Yuan could hear the anguished wails and furious curses of the North Sea Dragon Clan warriors. "Ah, you Northern Domain Fox clan have such audacity. How dare you strike against my Dragon Clan? You are courting death. Cease at once and allow us to depart. Otherwise, once my Dragon Clan from the Forbidden Sea arrives in full force, we shall surely annihilate your Northern Domain Fox clan." Listening to the scornful curses of the Dragon Clan, Yuan furrowed his brow slightly, impatiently exclaiming, "Enough!" The simplicity of those two words unleashed a terrifying wave of sonic power that instantly engulfed the surrounding realm. This sound wave was exceedingly fearsome. Wherever it passed, the very fabric of space warped violently. Many dragon warriors, caught off guard, found themselves spitting blood uncontrollably. As for those of lower cultivation, they were left bleeding from all 7 orifices. Succumbing to death on the spot, witnessing this scene, all present were taken aback, clearly astonished that Yuan's seemingly simple words could harbor such formidable might. Truly astonishing. Su Zhantian cast a glance at Yuan. A flicker of shock passing through his eyes, though he skillfully concealed it. With all his might, he resolved to eliminate the dragon warriors present. He let out a thunderous roar, his internal power surging as he struck once more at the Dragon Clan warriors. The Northern Fox Clan warriors, hearing Su Zhantian's command, promptly complied, launching another assault on the Dragon Clan. These dragon warriors, already weakened from the backlash of the shattered 10,000 dragons formation, were further ravaged by Su Zhantian and the Northern Fox warriors. Now, with Yuan's sonic power sweeping through, they were grievously injured once again in less than half a teacup's time. They all perished on this battlefield as Su Zhantian ordered all the Fox Clan warriors present to clear the area. And only then did he approach Yuan. Laden with sacks filled with storage rings, he placed the bags before Yuan and spoke earnestly. "I am deeply grateful, esteemed sir, for saving my daughter and myself. These are all the valuable items from the fallen dragon warriors. I beseech you to accept them. Uncle Zhantian, as Su Jiuer S. Jr., there is no need to address me as esteemed sir. You may simply call me Yuan." He replied with a light chuckle. Having spent considerable time with Su Jiuer, Yuan was aware of Su Zhantian's name. His gaze fell upon the bags brimming with storage rings, and he spoke again. "These dragons were slain by you. It is only fitting that you keep the spoils. There is no need to present them to me." No sooner had his words left his lips than a delicate voice rang out. "Absolutely not." At the sound, all gazes turned towards its source in the distance. 3 graceful figures hastened towards them. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that the newcomers were Luo Qingxue, Mu Nanwan, and Yun Mo, arriving just as the battle concluded. They finally reached the scene. Hovering before Yuan, Luo Qingxue took several deep breaths, her presence commanding attention like a tempestuous tide. After a moment, she exhaled heavily, casting a playful glare at Yuan, and remarked, "Why refuse what others offer? Are you not aware that our barren peak is desolate and impoverished?" As she spoke, she waved her delicate hand, sending forth a spiritual rope that bound all the bags together, then drew them behind her. Though new to the situation, she could surmise the events from the destruction surrounding her and the lifeless bodies of the dragon warriors, with Su Zhantian, the invincible emperor, Bestowing the sacks of storage rings upon Gu Yuan, she deduced that Gu Yuan had aided in resolving the danger faced by Su Zhantian and his daughter. Thus, she accepted the bags without a hint of guilt. Casting a glance at Luo Qingxue, Gu Yuan could only smile wryly, choosing not to comment further at that moment. Su Zhantian looked at Gu Yuan with concern flickering in his eyes, speaking once more. Your Majesty, having slain the North Sea Dragon Emperor, and with the demise of the North Sea Dragon warriors, though the Dragon clan is often divided, they unite against external threats. If the other 3 Sea Dragon clans learn of this, they will undoubtedly retaliate. What do you propose we do now? Despite his connection to his daughter, Su Zhantian did not dare to address a complete invincible emperor so casually. His apprehension stemmed from the fear of retribution from the remaining 3 Sea Dragon clans. Gu Yuan, possessing unparalleled strength and the cultivation of an invincible emperor, feared no one or any force. Yet, Su Zhantian was merely at the late stage of invincible emperor, though the Northern Fox clan wielded significant power in the northern region. They were not a match for the Dragon clan. Should Gu Yuan choose to depart, the Northern Fox clan would face utter ruin. Upon hearing Su Zhantian's concerns, Gu Yuan understood the gravity of the situation. After a moment's contemplation, he calmly replied, the fate of the Dragon clan rests upon their own choices. With that, he summoned a golden token into his hand. The Dragon King's command. What? The Dragon warriors atop the North Sea Sacred Realm, their soul lamps extinguished. What? Even Long Xiaotian's soul lamp has gone dark? The South Sea Dragon Emperor, seated atop the Grand Hall of the South Sea Dragon Palace, was rendered utterly speechless by the shocking news. Never had he anticipated such a revelation. With a slow exhale, he suppressed the astonishment within him. The South Sea Dragon Emperor regarded those below with a glimmer of coldness in his eyes. Speaking in a stern voice, the extinguishing of soul lamps signifies the death of their bearers. Are you implying that all the dragon warriors atop the North Sea Sacred Realm, including Long Xiaotian, are dead? Although the North Sea's overall strength may not match that of the South Sea, and Long Xiaotian's power was slightly inferior to the Emperor's, the North Sea remained one of the mightiest factions in this realm. Moreover, who among the formidable forces was unaware of the Dragon clan's unity against external threats? Who would dare to challenge them? Now, you tell me that the soul lamps of the North Sea Dragon Emperor and the warriors atop the North Sea Sacred Realm have all been extinguished. Are you serious? As his words fell, an overwhelming aura of an invincible late-stage emperor swept through the entire South Sea Dragon Palace. Under this imperial might, the speaker trembled uncontrollably. Thud. His legs buckled, and he knelt, repeatedly banging his head against the floor. With a quivering voice, he implored, Please, Dragon Emperor, temper your wrath. While I too find it hard to believe that the North Sea Dragon Emperor and the warriors of the North Sea Sacred Realm have all perished, I personally witnessed the extinguishing of their soul lamps. The North Sea Dragon Emperor possessed formidable strength, and the North Sea Dragon clan was undeniably one of the most powerful forces on the ancient continent. The sudden extinguishment of their soul lamps signified their demise. That he found this situation utterly inconceivable and wished to deny it. Yet the reality was undeniable. Upon hearing this, the South Sea Dragon Emperor's already grim countenance darkened further. I shall personally visit the Soul Palace. If you deceive me, I shall ensure your suffering knows no bounds. Casting a cold glance at the individual before him, the South Sea Dragon Emperor vanished from sight in an instant. Reappearing, he found himself within a palace filled with soul lamps. The Soul Palace, home to countless soul lamps, was one of 4 such palaces in the South Sea, alongside the East Sea, West Sea, and North Sea Soul Palaces. This fairy palace was the North Sea Soul Palace, one of the 4 grand soul palaces of the South Sea. Within the Soul Hall of the North Sea, the soul lamps are remnants left by the formidable Dragon clan warriors who have transcended the sacred realm. Upon entering the Soul Hall, the South Sea Dragon Emperor cast a sweeping glance, and his countenance darkened to such an extent that it seemed almost capable of dripping with sorrow. This was due to the fact that every soul lamp within this palace had been extinguished. Even the lamp left by the North Sea Dragon Emperor had been snuffed out. Where were the 8 dragon marshals? A flicker of coldness flashed in his eyes as the South Sea Dragon Emperor spoke in a grave tone. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated with the power of an invincible emperor, instantly reverberating throughout the South Sea. Suddenly, the space before the South Sea Dragon Emperor warped, and 8 figures clad in various colored armor materialized before him. They knelt on one knee, clasping their fists in salute, and spoke in unison, Your humble servants are here. What are your commands, Dragon Emperor? casting a glance at the 8. The South Sea Dragon Emperor coldly instructed, "You have a quarter of an hour to summon all the powerful members of our clan." Upon hearing this, the 8 dragon marshals felt an involuntary tightening in their hearts. Although they were unaware of the events that had transpired, they sensed that something monumental was unfolding. However, they wisely refrained from further inquiries, responding in unison, "Understood." With that simple word, they vanished from their spots, embarking on the task of gathering all the formidable beings within the South Sea Dragon clan. Turning his gaze back to the extinguished soul lamps within the soul hall, the South Sea Dragon Emperor declared, "Rest assured, no matter who it may be, anyone who dares to slay you is challenging my dragon clan. I, the South Sea Dragon Emperor, shall avenge you. The blood of those who have wronged you shall be repaid in kind." As his words fell, a resonant sound emanated from a token within his storage ring. The South Sea Dragon Emperor focused his thoughts and retrieved the token. Channeling his power to activate it, 2 images promptly appeared before his eyes, each depicting an individual, the East Sea Dragon Emperor and the West Sea Dragon Emperor. Observing their surroundings, it became evident that they were positioned within the same North Sea Soul Hall as the South Sea Dragon Emperor, though the dragon clans were divided and rarely interacted with one another. They were united against external threats. Moreover, each faction possessed 4 soul halls to house their respective soul lamps alongside those of the other 3 Sea Dragon clans. The East Sea Dragon Emperor was the first to speak. "I presume both of you are aware that the North Sea Dragon Emperor has perished, along with all the powerful warriors of the North Sea." The South Sea Dragon Emperor and the West Sea Dragon Emperor silently nodded in agreement. Noticing their acknowledgement, the East Sea Dragon Emperor continued, "What do you both suspect is the identity of the perpetrator?" Upon hearing this, the South Sea Dragon Emperor and the West Sea Dragon Emperor both shook their heads in unison. They had only just learned of the North Sea Dragon Emperor's demise, and thus could not possibly know who was responsible. Seeing their response, the East Sea Dragon Emperor's demeanor chilled further, and he proclaimed, "Regardless of who it may be, if they dared to slay the powerful warriors of the North Sea and the North Sea Dragon Emperor, they are provoking our entire dragon clan. They have chosen the path to their own demise. Now, while you summon the powerful members of your clan, I shall also gather the might of my own that we shall converge at the North Sea Dragon Palace to uncover the identity of the one who dares to challenge our dragon clan. I will ensure they cannot escape death." The South Sea Dragon Emperor and the West Sea Dragon Emperor nodded in agreement, affirming the plan to meet at the North Sea Dragon Palace. Upon severing the communication talisman, the South Sea Dragon Emperor swiftly moved, reappearing outside the South Sea Dragon Palace. This moment, the area surrounding the South Sea Dragon Palace was already filled with numerous individuals clad in light blue armor. Their formidable auras palpable. The sheer number amounted to several tens of thousands. They were the powerful warriors of the South Sea Dragon clan. At this moment, these individuals were murmuring among themselves, curious about what had transpired and why the Dragon Emperor had summoned them all. However, as soon as the South Sea Dragon Emperor made his appearance, silence fell over the crowd. Everyone assembled. The South Sea Dragon Emperor coldly surveyed the gathering and inquired. In response, the clan's warriors affirmed, "All are present, Dragon Emperor." The 8 dragon marshals approached the South Sea Dragon Emperor, first respectfully bowing, before voicing their response. The South Sea Dragon Emperor nodded in acknowledgement. He cast his gaze around the assembled crowd and asked in a booming voice, "Now, someone has slain the North Sea Dragon Emperor and many powerful members of the North Sea Dragon clan. This act is nothing short of a provocation against our entire dragon clan. What do you propose we do about it?" Upon hearing these words, the Dragon Clan warriors finally comprehended the reason for their summons. Without hesitation, they responded loudly, "Though our dragon clans may be divided, if anyone dares to insult our dragon lineage, they shall undoubtedly pay with their blood." The chorus of several tens of thousands of Dragon Clan warriors erupted in a thunderous roar, shaking the heavens and sending shockwaves across the forbidden sea of the South Sea, startling those aboard passing vessels who were left bewildered by the unfolding events. The South Sea Dragon Emperor was undoubtedly pleased with the reaction of his warriors. After a slight nod, he declared, "Let us set forth for the North Sea. We must uncover who has dared to lay hands on the North Sea Dragon clan, and ensure they pay dearly for their transgressions." With those words, he led the multitude of South Sea Dragon warriors towards the North Sea. Meanwhile, large contingents of East Sea and West Sea Dragon warriors were also making their way to the North Sea. What were the Dragon clans plotting? Were they unwilling to remain confined to the Forbidden Sea, and preparing to venture onto land. The massive mobilization of the three sea dragon clans immediately attracted the attention of numerous powerful factions, prompting speculation about the intentions of the dragon clans. Concurrently, a resonating sound emanated from a token within the South Sea Dragon Emperor's storage ring. Without hesitation, he activated the token, which had unexpectedly established contact with the Dragon King's token. Upon realizing this, the South Sea Dragon Emperor was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating such swift communication from Yuan via the Dragon King's token. Though puzzled, he proceeded to channel the token. As he did so, an image materialized before him. Upon seeing Yuan in the image, the South Sea Dragon Emperor immediately bowed with respect, saying, "This humble dragon greets you." Esteemed one, Yuan chuckled lightly. Observing the multitude of dragon warriors behind the South Sea Dragon Emperor, it seems you have gathered quite the entourage. What are your intentions? Hesitating slightly, the South Sea Dragon Emperor ultimately replied earnestly. In response to your inquiry, just prior, the North Sea Dragon Emperor and all the powerful warriors of the North Sea have perished. As a member of the Dragon Clan, I cannot stand idly by while my kin have been slain. Before he could finish, Yuan interrupted. So, you intend to avenge the fallen North Sea Dragon Emperor and the warriors of the North Sea? Indeed, the South Sea Dragon Emperor confirmed. Very well. I shall await you at the Fox clan in the northern region. Understood. The South Sea Dragon Emperor instinctively nodded, but as soon as he spoke, he abruptly paused, as if a realization struck him. After a moment of contemplation, he tentatively asked, "Esteemed one, do you imply that the North Sea Dragon Emperor and the warriors of the North Sea were slain by you?" Before he could finish, Yuan interjected, "Indeed, it was I who did so." Upon hearing this, the South Sea Dragon Emperor fell silent, clearly taken aback. He had never anticipated that the one responsible for the deaths of the North Sea Dragon Emperor and the North Sea warriors would be Yuan. After a moment of thought, the South Sea Dragon Emperor finally managed to inquire, "Might I ask why you chose to take such action?" He had chosen the path to his own demise. Yuan replied with a hint of indifference. After a pause, he added, "I shall await your arrival for vengeance at the Northern Domain Fox clan for one day. Should you fail to appear within that time frame, I will come to seek you myself." Upon hearing this, the South Sea Dragon Emperor was instantly taken aback and hurriedly interjected, "My lord, you have misunderstood. We harbor no intentions of seeking vengeance against you." No intentions of vengeance. Upon hearing this, Yuan cast a glance at the multitude of dragon warriors behind the South Sea Dragon Emperor and could not help but chuckle. "If you truly bear no ill will, then what is the purpose of bringing so many with you?" The South Sea Dragon Emperor's expression turned grim. He had indeed intended to lead his forces to exact revenge on the Northern Sea Dragon Emperor and the warriors of the Northern Sea Dragon clan. Yet, in all his calculations, he had never once considered that it would be Yuan who had slain the Northern Sea Dragon Emperor and his kin. He had witnessed Yuan in action before. The sheer terror of his prowess was unmistakable. Yuan was stronger than any invincible sovereign he had ever encountered, making the prospect of opposing him akin to courting death. Now, upon realizing that Yuan was the one responsible for the deaths of the Northern Sea Dragon Emperor and his warriors, the South Sea Dragon Emperor felt no desire for revenge whatsoever. Instead, a sense of unease began to creep in, fearing that Yuan might retaliate against them due to their ties to the Northern Sea. After a moment of contemplation, the South Sea Dragon Emperor forced a somewhat obsequious smile and said, "My lord, the previous statements were merely a misunderstanding. This little dragon had no intentions of seeking vengeance against you. The Northern Sea Dragon Emperor and his clan, in their ignorance, dared to offend you, and indeed, they have chosen the path to their own demise. You have done well in slaying them. To express the Dragon Clan's apologies, I have prepared some gifts. Please allow me to visit the Northern Domain Fox clan to convey my gratitude in person." Yuan utilized the Dragon King's token to contact the South Sea Dragon Emperor, presenting the conversation in a visual format. The obsequious demeanor and words of the South Sea Dragon Emperor were audible to Su Zhantian and the others. Witnessing the South Sea Dragon Emperor's subservience and his intent to personally deliver gifts to Yuan left Su Zhantian and the others utterly astounded, their expressions resembling that of a dog staring blankly. In an instant, they began to doubt the reliability of their own senses. The South Sea Dragon Emperor, rather than seeking vengeance for the slaying of the Northern Sea Dragon Emperor and his warriors, was instead preparing to offer apologies. Who could have imagined such a turn of events? Moreover, that sycophantic expression was hardly reminiscent of the proud South Sea Dragon Emperor. It was more akin to a lickspittle, a licking dragon. To be precise, to that moment, Yuan spoke once more that if the South Sea Dragon clan has no intention of seeking vengeance against me, then what is the stance of the East Sea and West Sea Dragon clans? Upon hearing this, the South Sea Dragon Emperor's heart tightened, yet he quickly responded, "Rest assured, my lord, our clans have always been at odds. The Northern Sea Dragon Emperor was arrogant and lacking in strength." Dismissing everyone around him, the other three Sea Dragon Emperors had long harbored grievances against him. Were it not for the fact that he was one of our kind, we would have eliminated him long ago. Now that you have slain the Northern Sea Dragon Emperor, the East Sea Dragon Emperor, the West Sea Dragon Emperor, and myself, we could not be more pleased. How could we possibly seek vengeance for that scoundrel Long Xiaodian? Haha, Yuan chuckled lightly, shaking his head in amusement. That I grant you one day to reach the northern domain Fox clan. If you fail to appear within that time, I shall come to seek you out myself. With that, Yuan severed the connection of the Dragon King token, sighing as he beheld the fading image before him. The South Sea Dragon Emperor could not help but exhale deeply, turning to glance back at the vast assembly of dragon warriors behind him. He sighed again. Let us return to the South Sea. With that, he took the lead in heading back. Hearing the South Sea Dragon Emperor's words, a series of question marks floated above the heads of the South Sea Dragon warriors. In an instant, they questioned whether they had misheard. They had set forth with great fanfare to the North Sea, intent on avenging the Northern Sea Dragon Emperor and his warriors. Yet now, having barely ventured a short distance from the South Sea, the South Sea Dragon Emperor was instructing them to return. What sort of nonsense was this? Nevertheless, despite their confusion and curiosity, they recognized the despondent look on the South Sea Dragon Emperor's face and wisely chose not to voice their questions. After a moment's hesitation, they turned back toward the South Sea. Along the way, the South Sea Dragon Emperor took out another token, one that could connect him to the East Sea and West Sea Dragon Emperors. Another sigh escaped his lips as he summoned the token, channeling his power through it. Soon, as space before him shimmered and twisted, two images manifested, the East Sea Dragon Emperor and the West Sea Dragon Emperor. Through the images, the South Sea Dragon Emperor could see several dragon warriors gathered behind them, clearly having assembled their forces to head towards the Northern Sea. What troubles you, South Sea Dragon Emperor? The East Sea Dragon Emperor immediately sensed something was amiss in the South Sea Dragon Emperor's demeanor and instinctively inquired. Although the West Sea Dragon Emperor did not speak, his expression bore evident confusion, indicating he too discerned something was wrong. Facing their curious gazes, the South Sea Dragon Emperor sighed once more before finally speaking. Let us not pursue vengeance for the Northern Sea Dragon Emperor and his clan. What nonsense is this? The West Sea Dragon Emperor furrowed his brow, his dissatisfaction evident as he exclaimed, "How can we tolerate this? The one who dared to kill the Northern Sea Dragon Emperor and his clan, knowing full well that our dragon clans stand united, is clearly disregarding us and provoking our kin. Can you bear this? Even if you are timid and fearful, I cannot remain idle. We must seek vengeance." In stark contrast to the West Sea Dragon Emperor's sudden outburst, the East Sea Dragon Emperor maintained a more composed demeanor. Once the West Sea Dragon Emperor finished speaking, he turned to the South Sea Dragon Emperor and asked, "What do you know?" Indeed, the South Sea Dragon Emperor nodded. "I have discovered the identity of the one who killed the Northern Sea Dragon Emperor and his clan." "Who is it?" the East Sea and West Sea Dragon Emperors both instinctively inquired, their curiosity piqued regarding the identity of the perpetrator. Meeting their inquisitive gazes, the South Sea Dragon Emperor chose not to withhold the information that he immediately declared, "It is he," with a sweeping gesture of his hand. A white-robed figure materialized in the air. It was Yuan. After scrutinizing the figure, the East Sea and West Sea Dragon Emperors furrowed their brows. This youth, vibrant and clear-eyed, despite his distinguished presence, was unmistakably a junior. Could he truly be the one capable of slaying the Northern Sea Dragon Emperor and his kin? Although the figure of Yuan was merely a manifestation of spiritual energy, the East Sea and West Sea Dragon Emperors could distinctly perceive that he was quite young. They found it hard to believe that such a youthful individual possessed the strength to kill the Northern Sea Dragon Emperor and his clan. Seeing their skepticism, the South Sea Dragon Emperor swiftly interjected, "Do not be deceived by his appearance. He is an invincible sovereign at the pinnacle of his power." "What?" The East Sea and West Sea Dragon Emperors could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Clearly taken aback by the revelation that this seemingly youthful individual possessed the cultivation of an invincible sovereign at full maturity, "Do not interrupt me," the South Sea Dragon Emperor chided, slightly annoyed by their exclamations. Once they fell silent, he continued, "I have witnessed his prowess firsthand. The depth of his aura is utterly terrifying, surpassing any invincible sovereign I have ever encountered. He is even stronger than the Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang and the Lord of the Imperial Palace." What? This individual is even stronger than the Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang and the Lord of the Imperial Palace. Upon hearing this, the Dragon Emperor of the East Sea and the Dragon Emperor of the West Sea could not contain themselves and gasped in astonishment once more. Yuan and his companions were unfamiliar with these figures, yet the Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang and the Master of the Imperial Palace were well known to them. Who is the Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang? He is the leader of the 10,000 Sword sect in the Central Domain, the foremost Sword Emperor of the Central Domain, a terrifying existence possessing the complete cultivation of an invincible great emperor. Likewise, the Master of the Imperial Palace is also an individual of formidable might, having achieved the pinnacle of invincible great emperor cultivation. Moreover, both of these individuals have previously provoked his dragon kin. The pride of the dragon clan made it intolerable to be insulted. Although the 4 dragon emperors were merely at the late stage of invincible great emperor, there was a significant disparity in strength between them and these two. However, let it not be forgotten that the dragon clan possesses hidden trump cards, the 10,000 dragon formation. When the 4 dragon clans fully activated the 10,000 dragon formation, its power was sufficient to annihilate the heavens and obliterate the earth. Yet even so, they ultimately could not subdue these two formidable figures. Despite injuring them, they still allowed them to escape. This clearly demonstrates the immense strength of the Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang and the Master of the Imperial Palace. Now, however, the Dragon Emperor of the South Sea claims that the young man in white before them surpasses both Jian Wushuang and the Master of the Imperial Palace in strength. How could they not be astounded? If this individual truly possesses such overwhelming power, then our current concern should not be about vengeance, but rather whether he will implicate our dragon clan due to the affairs of the Dragon Emperor of the North Sea and the North Sea Dragon Clan. After regaining some composure, the Dragon Emperor of the East Sea spoke with a troubled expression. When the Dragon Emperor of the North Sea and the powerful beings of the North Sea Dragon Clan were still alive, their 4 dragon clans joined forces to activate the 10,000 dragon formation, and even then, they could not vanquish the Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang and the Master of the Imperial Palace. Now, with Yuan being stronger than Jian Wushuang and the Master of the Imperial Palace, and with the Dragon Emperor of the North Sea and the powerful beings of the North Sea Dragon Clan deceased, the potency of the 10,000 dragon formation will undoubtedly be greatly diminished. In such circumstances, should Yuan come seeking trouble, they would have no means to defend themselves. Contemplating this, his expression darkened further. Upon hearing the words of the Dragon Emperor of the East Sea, the Dragon Emperor of the South Sea felt a surge of joy within. He had been pondering how to persuade the Dragon Emperor of the East Sea and the others to let go of their hatred and personally extend their apologies to Yuan. Now, the words of the Dragon Emperor of the East Sea provided him with an opportunity to voice his thoughts. Without hesitation, he spoke up. To prevent this great emperor from causing us trouble, I suggest we 3 go to meet this great emperor, express our stance, and extend our apologies for the affairs concerning the North Sea Dragon Clan. I am acquainted with this great emperor and consider him reasonable. If we clarify our position and apologize, he is unlikely to make things difficult for us. This proclamation. Both the Dragon Emperor of the East Sea and the Dragon Emperor of the West Sea were momentarily taken aback. He has slain so many powerful members of our Dragon Clan. Even the Dragon Emperor of the North Sea perished at his hands. Are we now not only refraining from seeking vengeance, but also going to apologize to him? In that moment, the bewildered expressions of the Dragon Emperor of the East Sea and the Dragon Emperor of the West Sea were palpable. They had not anticipated that the Dragon Emperor of the South Sea would utter such words. Quickly snapping out of their stupor, the Dragon Emperor of the East Sea fell into deep reflection. Ultimately, he sighed and stated, "While I too wish to avenge the Dragon Emperor of the North Sea and the powerful beings of the North Sea Dragon Clan, this individual is far too powerful, and we have no chance of victory. To avoid retribution from him, it seems we indeed should go bearing gifts to express our stance. What, you also wish to go and apologize to the one who slaughtered my Dragon Clan?" Upon hearing the words of the Dragon Emperor of the East Sea, the Dragon Emperor of the West Sea furrowed his brow, nearly exclaiming in disbelief, glancing at the Dragon Emperor of the West Sea. The Dragon Emperor of the East Sea sighed. Circumstances compel us. We have no choice. Upon hearing this, the Dragon Emperor of the West Sea's frown deepened, nearly contorting into a knot. After a moment's thought, he hesitantly spoke. Dragon Emperor of the South Sea, I observe that this young man is quite youthful. Are you certain he possesses strength that far exceeds that of Jian Wushuang and the master of the Imperial Palace? Are you sure your earlier claims are not merely a ruse? Seeing the skepticism of the Dragon Emperor of the West Sea, the Dragon Emperor of the South Sea refrained from further discussion. Raising 3 fingers and solemnly swearing an oath that I hereby swear an oath to the heavens that my previous words were entirely truthful. Should there be even a fraction of falsehood, may my soul be obliterated. And may I have no place for burial. Upon hearing this, the Dragon Emperor of the West Sea immediately ceased to doubt Gu Yuan's strength. A sigh escaped his lips as he spoke. In that case, let us go seek this white-clad great emperor and extend our apologies. Agreed. The Dragon Emperor of the South Sea nodded in affirmation, stating, this individual is currently within the territory of the Northern Domain's Fox clan. Bring along the gifts, and we shall gather in the Northern Domain before heading to the Fox clan together. Very well. Understood. With the 3 Dragon Emperors reaching an accord, they promptly set about preparing their gifts. As for the powerful members of the Dragon clan that they had brought along, arrangements were made for them to return to their respective homes. The Dragon clan, which had initially made a grand entrance, was now retreating once more. What was the Dragon clan up to? Their actions left many of the powerful factions observing them in utter confusion, unable to comprehend why the Dragon clan had made such a grand display only to return to their own territories. They were at a complete loss regarding the significance of their actions. Meanwhile, under the guidance of Su Zhantian, Gu Yuan and his companions made their way to the territory of the Northern Domain's Fox clan. Along the way, Luo Qingxuang began to inquire about the events that had transpired earlier. Before Gu Yuan could respond, Su Jiuer eagerly recounted every detail of the preceding events. Upon hearing that she had encountered Long Quang and had been pursued, only for Gu Yuan to arrive at a critical moment to rescue her, Luo Qingxuang, Su Zhantian, and Mu Nanwan could not help but feel a sense of relief. They were grateful for Gu Yuan's timely intervention. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. When they learned of Gu Yuan's effortless dismantling of the 10,000 Dragon formation and the subsequent slaying of the Dragon Emperor of the North Sea, Luo Qingxuang, Mu Nanwan, and Yun Mo could not suppress their gasps of astonishment. Clearly, they were profoundly shocked. Previously, they had only known that Gu Yuan was strong, but they had not realized the extent of his power. Now, hearing that he could easily dismantle the 10,000 Dragon formation and vanquish the Dragon Emperor of the North Sea, their understanding of Gu Yuan's might was significantly deepened at that moment. After finishing her account of the earlier events, Su Jiuer produced the essence cleansing spirit ginseng from her hand. Senior brother, this is the Imperial Medicine Essence Cleansing Spirit Ginseng, which can greatly enhance one's cultivation aptitude. I present it to you. Although Gu Yuan appeared to have no need for the Essence Cleansing Spirit Ginseng to enhance his cultivation aptitude, this gift was something she had prepared for him, and she still wished to present it to him. Senior sister, my cultivation aptitude does not require enhancement that I appreciate your kindness, but you should keep this Essence Cleansing Spirit Ginseng for yourself. Gu Yuan replied with a smile after glancing at her. Wherever he went, he gained the top-tier combat power of that world, rendering cultivation unnecessary, and thus he had no need for enhanced aptitude. Very well, Su Jiuer bit her lip, but ultimately nodded and accepted the Essence Cleansing Spirit Ginseng. Soon after, under Su Zhantian's guidance, Gu Yuan and his companions finally arrived at the Northern Domain's Fox clan. Less than half a day later, the Dragon Emperor of the East Sea, the Dragon Emperor of the West Sea, and the Dragon Emperor of the South Sea also arrived, bringing with them a plethora of rare treasures and resources from the Forbidden Sea, an abundance of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and countless cultivation resources. As she gazed upon the scene, Luo Qingxue found herself utterly mesmerized. The 3 Dragon Emperors displayed an attitude of sincere contrition, leaving no room for criticism, accepting all the offerings presented by the 3 Dragon Emperors. Gu Yuan and his companions, under the warm invitation of Su Zhantian, remained with the Northern Region Fox clan for a full fortnight before taking their leave. During this time, the leader of Lingyun's sect reached out to Luo Qingxue via a communication jade talisman, inquiring about her whereabouts and expressing confusion over the absence of any individuals atop the desolate peak. He also questioned whether her 3 disciples would participate in the sect's disciple competition. Initially, Luo Qingxue intended for Gu Yuan and Mu Nanwan to take part in the competition to claim the meager rewards offered to the disciples. However, upon glancing at the numerous storage rings filled to capacity with treasures and cultivation resources bestowed by the three dragon emperors, she found the sect's trifling rewards beneath her interest. With a resolute tone, she responded, "At present, my disciples and I are guests of the Northern Region Fox clan. Regarding the sect's disciple competition, my eldest disciple has attained the third level of the Saint Realm. My second disciple has reached the pinnacle of the Invincible Emperor Realm, and my third disciple has also achieved the third level of the Monarch Realm. They would have no trouble defeating you. Is it reasonable to send them to participate in the sect's competition?" Upon hearing these words, Mu Taiyu was rendered speechless. Once he regained his composure, he found it impossible to believe Luo Qingxue's claims. Dismissing her as merely inebriated, Su Jiuer's strength at the third level of the Saint Realm seemed somewhat plausible, given her status as the ninth princess of the Northern Region Fox clan. Yet the assertion that Gu Yuan had reached the pinnacle of the Invincible Emperor Realm was laughable, impossible. As for Luo Qingxue's statement regarding Mu Nanwan's third level of the Monarch Realm, there was a sliver of possibility, considering the remarkable speed at which Mu Nanwan had flown that day. Subsequently, Mu Taiyu severed their connection and ceased to engage with Luo Qingxue and her disciples, proceeding instead to host the disciple competition as scheduled. The reason Gu Yuan and his companions chose to depart the Northern Region Fox clan today was not due to having had their fill of entertainment, but rather because a significant figure had arrived at Lingyun's sect, none other than Luo Qingxue's master, the Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang, the leader of the 10,000 Sword sect in the Central Region. "Farewell, Uncle Zhantian." "Farewell, clan leader Su." With their farewells exchanged, Gu Yuan waved his hand, and the fabric of space was immediately torn asunder, revealing a spatial passage. The ability to open such a passage was a privilege reserved for emperors. Previously, Gu Yuan had refrained from utilizing this skill because his destinations were unfamiliar to him. Blindly opening a spatial passage could lead to considerable miscalculations, wasting precious time. Thus, he opted for flight instead of creating a spatial conduit. Now, having recently flown from Lingyun's sect to the northern region, he was well acquainted with the route, enabling him to establish a spatial passage that would accurately reach his intended destination. Let us proceed. With the spatial passage opened, Gu Yuan glanced at Luo Qingxue and her companions before speaking. As his words fell, he was the first to step into the passage, with Luo Qingxue and the others promptly following suit. As they entered in succession, the spatial passage sealed itself behind them. Observing the now empty space, Su Zhantian seemed to ponder something, unable to suppress a sigh of reflection. 3 years in the east, 3 years in the west. 3 years ago, the Emperor of Abyss was merely a fledgling cultivator. Who could have imagined that in less than 3 years, he would ascend to such heights that I could only gaze in awe? I wonder what expression will grace Lu Ruoyan's face when she encounters him at the Cloud Sky sect. Now an invincible emperor? Considering the timeline, there are only a few days left until the 3-year appointment between Gu Yuan and Lu Ruoyan. Due to Su Jiuer's connection, he was aware of how Gu Yuan had once been humiliated by Lu Ruoyan. Suddenly, the space above Lingyun's sect was torn open, and a spatial passage materialized from thin air. 5 figures emerged: Gu Yuan, Luo Qingxue, Su Jiuer, Mu Nanwan, and Yun Mo.I. In her youth, Su Jiuer had been sent to Lingzhou, one of the 13 states in the southern region, for her safety during internal strife within the northern region Fox clan, where she was taken under Luo Qingxue's wing for protection. Once the conflict had subsided, Su Zhantian retrieved Su Jiuer, hoping to provide her with a more conducive environment for cultivation. However, upon witnessing Gu Yuan's prowess, Su Zhantian believed it wiser for his daughter to remain at Lingyun sect rather than return to the northern region Fox clan, thus allowing Su Jiuer to accompany Gu Yuan and the others. With a swish, a figure appeared before Gu Yuan and his companions, clad in a green robe, with sharp brows and bright eyes. The tall, middle-aged man bore a long sword on his back. His aura was subdued, making it difficult to gauge his power, yet his mere presence exuded an air of sharpness and intensity, as if he were not a man but a peerless sword radiating brilliance. He was none other than Jian Wushuang, the Sword Emperor of the 10,000 Sword sect, possessing the consummate strength of an invincible emperor. His arrival was prompted by recent events in Imo City, where a white-clad emperor effortlessly summoned 100,000 swords, annihilating countless vengeful spirits and formidable foes. This incident had caused quite a stir not only in the southern region, but also among many factions in the central region. The Sword Emperor. He had heard of another swordsmanship being on par with his own. igniting his curiosity. Upon learning that Luo Qingxue was acquainted with the identity of that white-clad emperor, he promptly made his way to Lingyun's sect. Eager to inquire about the individual with such remarkable swordsmanship and terrifying power, upon his arrival and finding Luo Qingxue absent, he chose to wait within Lingyun's sect, just moments ago, when a spatial passage had been opened above Lingyun's sect. He sensed it and hastened to appear. Master. Upon seeing Jian Wushuang, Luo Qingxue immediately bowed respectfully. Recognizing the identity of the man before them, Gu Yuan and the others followed suit, offering their own bows of respect. Having met with the Grand Master, the Sword Emperor, Jian Wushuang seemed to disregard their gestures. His gaze fell upon Gu Yuan as he inquired, "Are you the white-clad Sword Emperor who effortlessly vanquished countless vengeful spirits and formidable foes in Mo City?" He could perceive the cultivation levels of everyone present, yet Gu Yuan eluded his insight. It was evident who had opened the spatial passage. It had to be Gu Yuan. From this alone, it was easy to deduce that Gu Yuan was an emperor, potentially one of equal standing to himself. Coupled with Gu Yuan's white attire and Luo Qingxue's recognition of him, Jian Wushuang instinctively surmised that Gu Yuan was indeed the white-clad emperor responsible for the earlier incident in Mo City. At Jian Wushuang's words, the women present were noticeably taken aback, having not anticipated that he would recognize Gu Yuan's identity so readily. Even Gu Yuan himself was somewhat surprised. However, despite his astonishment, Gu Yuan chose not to conceal the truth and nodded affirmatively. "It is I.To possess the consummate strength of an invincible emperor at such a young age, not to mention your remarkable swordsmanship. It seems you have encountered extraordinary opportunities." Jian Wushuang expressed his surprise upon hearing Gu Yuan's affirmation. Though he had suspected as much, the confirmation still astonished him. After a moment of astonishment, he regarded Gu Yuan and continued, "I wish to engage in a friendly spar with you. Would you be willing?" Upon the utterance of these words, the several women present were visibly taken aback. They had not anticipated that Jian Wushuang, the renowned sword emperor and the leader of the Wanjian sect, would proactively seek to spar with Gu Yuan. Amidst their astonishment, Luo Qingxue, without a moment's hesitation, was the first to voice her concern. "Master, what are you saying? Although Gu Yuan has obtained an extraordinary opportunity and ascended to the rank of an emperor, how could he possibly compare to you? Seeking to spar with him would be akin to bullying." At her words, Su Jiuer and the others nodded in unison, in complete agreement with Luo Qingxue. The prowess that Gu Yuan had demonstrated was indeed formidable, far exceeding their comprehension. Yet, when juxtaposed with Jian Wushuang, they instinctively believed that the Sword Emperor was still somewhat mightier. Reputation precedes reality. Jian Wushuang had long since established himself as a paragon of strength in the ancient continent, a true figure standing atop its pinnacle. While Gu Yuan may possess the complete cultivation of an invincible emperor, in contrast to Jian Wushuang, they subconsciously perceived him as potentially inferior, primarily due to Gu Yuan's youth. His foundational strength was undoubtedly not as profound as that of Jian Wushuang. If it came to a sparring match with Jian Wushuang, the odds of victory appeared exceedingly slim. Casting a glance at the women, Jian Wushuang spoke, "Each invincible emperor at full circle is a peerless genius among billions, deserving of utmost respect. I possess confidence in my own strength, yet without having engaged in a spar, I cannot assert that I would assuredly triumph over Emperor Yuan." In his words, Jian Wushuang refrained from directly naming Gu Yuan, instead addressing him as Emperor Yuan, a clear indication of his profound respect. At this moment, Gu Yuan, already smiling, interjected, "I have long heard of Master S' unparalleled strength and unmatched swordsmanship. Being the foremost sword emperor of the central domain, since Master wishes to engage in a spar with me, it is my honor, and I would never refuse." Gu Yuan had already heard of the illustrious name of Jian Wushuang and was eager to gauge his strength firsthand. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's agreement to spar, a smile broke upon Jian Wushuang's face. His purpose for visiting the southern domain was to seek out the white-clad sword emperor and exchange insights on swordsmanship. Now that the other party had consented, how could he not feel elated? In his joy, he glanced at Luo Qingxue and the others, then with a sweeping gesture of his hand, unleashed a surge of spiritual energy that pushed the women back to a safe distance. Only then did he turn his gaze toward Gu Yuan and declare, "Shall we commence?" Indeed, Gu Yuan nodded. With his affirmation, Jian Wushuang wasted no further words. He suddenly stepped into the air, and a terrifying sword intent surged upward, causing the very heavens and earth to change their hue, the winds to howl, and the clouds to swirl. Under this formidable sword intent, every sword wielded by the sword cultivators within the Lingyun sect trembled violently in response. "My sword, what is happening?" The The sword cultivators within the Lingyun sect were momentarily bewildered. Unable to comprehend why their swords were acting against their will, they desperately attempted to suppress their treasured blades. Yet ultimately, they could not regain control. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Accompanied by a resonant humming sound, their swords sprang to life, soaring skyward in unison. An astonishing multitude, likely numbering in the tens of thousands, the swords coalesced, forming a magnificent sword river that circled around Jian Wushuang. As if declaring their allegiance to I in an instant, Jian Wushuang's aura transformed dramatically, becoming razor-sharp and unparalleled at that moment. He appeared as an unrivaled sword deity, a living embodiment of an extraordinary sword. The thought that a single thought could command so many swords to serve him. Was this truly the Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang? Indeed, his terror was beyond imagination. Gazing at Jian Wushuang, surrounded by myriad swords, the members of the Lingyun sect could not help but express their awe. Earlier, upon Jian Wushuang's arrival at the Lingyun sect, Mu Taiyu had hosted an exceedingly grand welcoming banquet, thereby familiarizing many within the Lingyun sect with the Sword Emperor's illustrious name. Now, witnessing Jian Wushuang surrounded by thousands of swords, he turned his attention to Gu Yuan and spoke. To unleash my full strength is a mark of respect for my opponent. I shall not hold back. If I strike with all my might, can you withstand it? Master, I am ready. Please, unleash your full strength. Gu Yuan replied with a light smile. As his words fell, an imperial might unique to an invincible emperor surged forth, and a tempestuous sword intent erupted from within him, manifesting as swirling blades of wind that encircled him. Hearing their exchange, those below were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the two figures high above were preparing to spar. Although they were unfamiliar with Jian Wushuang, they had certainly heard of his illustrious reputation as the leader of the Wanjin sect, the foremost sword emperor of the central domain. His cultivation was indeed formidable. Having reached the pinnacle of Invincible Emperor. To engage in a spar with such a person, one could only imagine that his opponent must also be an exceptionally terrifying figure. Contemplating this, their gazes turned toward the individual opposite Jian Wushuang. Upon seeing this, they were collectively stunned, with some even doubting their own eyes and instinctively rubbing them. For the person standing opposite Jian Wushuang was none other than Gu Yuan, the first disciple of the Lingyun sect's wasteland peak. Renowned as the most handsome man of Lingyun sect, what astonished them further was that in their memories, Gu Yuan was merely a disciple. Now, he had transformed into a formidable existence capable of sparring with Jian Wushuang. How could they maintain their composure in light of this revelation? Not only were they astonished, but even Mu Taiyu, the sect leader, along with other peak masters and elders, were equally taken aback. Clearly, they had not anticipated that Gu Yuan would stealthily evolve from an inconspicuous disciple into a terrifying invincible emperor beyond their reach. Our Lingyun sect has birthed an emperor. It appears we are destined to rise, Mu Taiyu exclaimed, unable to suppress his astonishment. Meanwhile, high above, the two had already made their move. Jian Wushuang raised a hand and pointed forward, sending countless swords hurtling toward Gu Yuan. As they clashed, they coalesced into an enormous sword of unparalleled size, soaring through the air with immense power, sharpness, and ferocity. The mere aura it exuded was sufficient to rend the very fabric of space, creating ripples in its wake. It was evident that the might contained within this colossal sword was truly formidable. Fortunately, amidst their battle, the two had allocated some of their power to help the Lingyun sect's members withstand the terrifying force that was being unleashed. Otherwise, the mere pressure emanating from their clash could have injured countless members of the Lingyun sect. As they beheld the colossal sword tearing through space, Gu Yuan, despite his calm demeanor, could not help but silently acknowledge its formidable power. This strike was indeed impressive. The Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang was truly deserving of his title as the foremost Sword Emperor of the central domain, exhibiting an exceptional level of terror. Without further ado, Gu Yuan also made his move. With a flick of his hand, an invincible sword intent flickered at his fingertips, and he directed a single point toward the massive sword. Though the giant sword appeared fearsome, Gu Yuan's action was executed with such nonchalance. Could he truly withstand such a colossal blade? Observing Gu Yuan's movement, many within the Lingyun sect could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. Some worried that Gu Yuan might not be able to withstand the giant sword, as his reaction seemed far too casual. The disparity was stark. Anyone would likely doubt that Gu Yuan could resist such a tremendous force. However, their concerns were clearly unwarranted. The moment the giant sword made contact with Gu Yuan's fingertip, it erupted into a dazzling explosion, instantaneously disintegrating into countless smaller swords that shot off in all directions. Did he block it? Such a nonchalant gesture had shattered the Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang's attack. Was Gu Yuan truly this powerful? Witnessing Gu Yuan effortlessly dispelling a strike from the Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang, many were taken aback. Such a spectacle had not been anticipated by them beforehand. Indeed, Jian Wushuang nodded in admiration, unlike the astonishment of the Lingyun sect members. He felt no surprise that Gu Yuan had displayed formidable prowess back in Mo City. Though he had only heard of it, he could surmise that Gu Yuan possessed immense strength. It was entirely reasonable for him to neutralize Jian Wushuang's attack. If he had been unable to, that would have truly been abnormal. It seems I must indeed showcase my true abilities, Jian Wushuang murmured softly. As his words fell, a resonant sound of a sword echoed through the heavens and earth. The long sword behind Jian Wushuang soared into the sky. With a swift motion, he grasped the sword, which surged towards him and ultimately rested in his hand. Upon wielding the sword, his aura intensified significantly. Without hesitation, Jian Wushuang unleashed a strike towards Gu Yuan. It was an exceedingly magnificent sword move, accompanied by countless sword shadows, creating the illusion of thousands of Jian Wushuang figures appearing in an instant. In that moment, it was impossible to discern the real from the illusion. Moreover, as he moved, the world around them transformed dramatically. The stars above and the plants below morphed into numerous long swords, as if the entire realm had instantaneously become a domain of swords. In that moment, everyone felt an inexplicable sense of dread, as if countless blades were aimed at them. How did so many sword emperors suddenly appear? Am I hallucinating? Why do I see so many swords? Where did these swords come from? Many in the audience were perplexed by these questions, unable to comprehend why so many Jian Wushuang figures and swords had manifested in the sky. This is one of my master's strongest three swords, the illusory sword. The illusory sword blurs the line between reality and illusion, making it impossible to discern the true from the false. Gu Yuan is in danger. Luo Qingxue recognized Jian Wushuang's technique, and her brow furrowed in concern, her apprehension nearly spilling over. As Jian Wushuang's disciple, she was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of this move. However, the next scene left her utterly astonished. Faced with Jian Wushuang's formidable strike, Gu Yuan remained unfazed, merely extending a finger. With a single gesture, the space before him shattered like glass, and the multitude of sword shadows vanished into thin air, leaving only the genuine Jian Wushuang behind. The world reverted to its original state. The stars remained stars, and the plants remained plants. My illusory sword has been so effortlessly dispelled. Jian Wushuang was clearly taken aback, unable to fathom how easily his illusory sword had been countered. In that moment of surprise, Gu Yuan's finger had already touched his brow. A flash of sword light flickered at his fingertip, and a drop of blood fell from his forehead. A tiny wound had appeared on Jian Wushuang's brow. This injury was minuscule, small enough for Jian Wushuang to heal with a mere thought. Yet he understood. He had been defeated. The fact that Gu Yuan could strike him before he even realized it meant that if Gu Yuan had wished, the wound on his brow would not have been so trivial but rather a gaping hole. Realizing this, a bitter smile crept onto Jian Wushuang's face as he spoke, his voice laced with resignation. I have been defeated. Although he was reluctant to admit his defeat, the truth was undeniable. There was no escaping it. I have been defeated. Those simple 3 words echoed across the skies above Lingyun's sect, causing an uproar throughout the crowd. What? Is it over just like that? That was the Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang. And he is lost just like that. A disciple of Lingyun's sect has defeated Jian Wushuang. Am I dreaming? Ouch, my second brother hurts. This is no dream. Countless members of Lingyun's sect stared wide-eyed, filled with shock and disbelief. No one had anticipated that the leader of the Myriad Sword sect, the first Sword Emperor of the Central Region, a being of unrivaled peak power, would be defeated. And not only that, but he was vanquished by a mere junior disciple of their sect. And so effortlessly. Who could listen and not be bewildered? Had it not been for Jian Wushuang's prior display of astonishing abilities, they might have doubted if he was truly the Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang. The speed of his defeat was so swift that it made him seem far less formidable than the legend suggested. It appears that Lingyun's sect has given rise to an extraordinary individual. Amidst the shock, Mu Taiyu gazed at Gu Yuan, unable to suppress his admiration. My disciple has defeated my master. Luo Qingxue blinked, a look of incredulity and disbelief evident in her eyes. This scene was one she had never imagined. In my view, invincible in the world, it is only natural to be defeated by me. Observing Jian Wushuang's slightly dejected demeanor, Gu Yuan spoke to console him. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Jian Wushuang's mouth twitched involuntarily. In this world, powerful individuals are as numerous as the grains of sand by the river, with many hidden masters among them. Yet not a single one dares to claim they are invincible. Now, Gu Yuan boldly declares his strength is unrivaled, that is sheer arrogance. Yet, considering how effortlessly he had bested him, Jian Wushuang felt he could not retort. He could see that Gu Yuan intended to comfort him. But this would have been better left unsaid. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, his eyes brightened with excitement as he looked at Gu Yuan and exclaimed, "I see that Emperor Yuan is empty-handed. Do you lack a suitable weapon?" As a strong individual, one typically possesses a trusty weapon that has accompanied them for ages. Yet Gu Yuan, being so young, must have acquired extraordinary opportunities to attain such prowess that it is entirely reasonable that he currently lacks a weapon commensurate with his abilities. "Indeed, I do not possess one," Gu Yuan acknowledged, but then he smiled and continued, "I am an imperial-level blacksmith. Whatever weapon I desire, I shall forge myself. However, my strength is unrivaled, and I have no need for a weapon." Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, the crowd erupted once more into astonishment. No one had anticipated that Gu Yuan was not only a peerless powerhouse at the pinnacle of invincibility, but also an imperial-level blacksmith. It is known that in the ancient continent, blacksmiths are exceedingly rare, even more so than alchemists. This scarcity elevates the status of each blacksmith, making them highly sought after and indispensable within any faction. As for an imperial-level blacksmith, they are a rarity beyond measure, with only one existing across the entire ancient continent. From this, it is evident just how elevated the status of an imperial-level blacksmith is. Enjoying unparalleled respect, now that Gu Yuan has revealed himself to be such a figure, who could listen and not be bewildered. As for the veracity of Gu Yuan's claims, no one harbored doubts. For Gu Yuan had no reason to lie. In stark contrast to the astonishment of those present, Luo Qingxno and her companions were left in a state of shock that rendered them nearly numb. They were acutely aware that Gu Yuan, in addition to being an unrivaled emperor with perfected cultivation and exceptional swordsmanship, was also an imperial-level blacksmith. Moreover, they recognized him as an imperial-level alchemist with the ability to deduce profound theories. The mere thought of such an array of talents concentrated in one individual was enough to leave anyone speechless. While they grappled with their disbelief, a figure surged forward with remarkable speed. Positioning himself directly before Gu Yuan, this imposing man, bare-chested and muscled, bore a rugged visage and was none other than the leader of the forging peak of Lingyun's sect, Duantian Dao. With a sudden thud, Duantian Dao knelt in midair, gazing at Gu Yuan, his eyes filled with indescribable excitement and fervor. He implored, "I beg you, Emperor Yuan, take me as your disciple and impart your forging techniques to me." By the heavens! The onlookers were perplexed. Was this the same Duantian Dao they knew? To bow so swiftly was astonishing, especially for one who had previously looked down upon all others. Witnessing Duantian Dao kneel before Gu Yuan, pleading for acceptance as a disciple, left the gathered members of Lingyun's sect utterly dumbfounded. They could scarcely believe that the once arrogant Duantian Dao would kneel before Gu Yuan in front of thousands, requesting to be taken as a disciple. Even Gu Yuan himself was somewhat taken aback. With a wave of his hand, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped Duantian Dao, lifting him back to his feet. Gu Yuan then shook his head and stated simply, "I do not take disciples." The three words fell like a heavy stone, and Duantian Dao's demeanor visibly dimmed. His lips quivered as he murmured, "Is it that Emperor Yuan finds my forging aptitude lacking?" "No," Gu Yuan replied, shaking his head in reassurance. "The leader of the forging peak has risen to his position in merely 3,000 years and has attained the rank of an imperial blacksmith. While your talent in forging may not be extraordinarily high, it is certainly not lacking." Upon hearing Gu Yuan's comforting words, Duantian Dao trembled slightly. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, nearly spilling over. He had spent 3,000 years to achieve the status of an imperial blacksmith, while Gu Yuan, at just 18, was already an emperor-level blacksmith. The comparison made him feel as though his entire existence had been insignificant. Despite being denied, Duantian Dao was unwilling to let this opportunity to learn slip away. If he could study under an emperor-level blacksmith, his crafting skills would undoubtedly see tremendous improvement. With that thought in mind, he knelt once more. Thud, thud, thud. He bowed his head repeatedly, his voice resonating with sincerity, echoing in all directions. "Rise," Gu Yuan sighed, shaking his head. Once again, he summoned spiritual energy to lift Duantian Dao to his feet. "Does this mean you have agreed to accept me as a disciple?" Duantian Dao's heart raced with anticipation as he gazed at Gu Yuan. Unable to conceal his excitement, he had thought that his earnestness had moved Gu Yuan to reconsider. "I have made it clear that I do not take disciples." In response to Duantian Dao's hopeful gaze, Gu Yuan slowly shook his head. The moment those words left his lips, Duantian Dao felt as though a bucket of icy water had been dumped over him. He stumbled, nearly losing his balance in midair. A wave of disappointment, sadness, and despair washed over him. Here stood an emperor-level blacksmith, and he had implored the man to accept him as a disciple, yet no matter how he humbled himself, his pleas were met with refusal. It felt akin to yearning for the unattainable. No matter how lowly one stooped, one could never reach their goddess. Such a sentiment, unless personally experienced, was utterly incomprehensible. If one were to encapsulate this feeling in a single word, it would be pain. Excruciating pain. Though I will not take you as a disciple, I am willing to impart my forging techniques to you. Observing Duan Dao's crestfallen demeanor, Gu Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking again. Not only will you not take me as a disciple, but you are also willing to teach me your forging techniques. Duan Dao's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity. It was not just him. The entire assembly of Lingyun's sect felt the shock of this revelation. It was known that teachings of such caliber were not easily shared. Many who did take disciples often withheld their true skills from them. Yet here was Gu Yuan, who, despite refusing to accept Duan Dao as a disciple, was willing to share his forging techniques. How could this not astonish everyone present, seemingly oblivious to the reactions of those around him? Gu Yuan raised his hand and pointed at Duan Dao's forehead. In an instant, Duan Dao felt an intense pressure, a throbbing pain radiating from his head. The agony was so severe that he grimaced, beads of sweat cascading down his body. He felt as though his mind was being forcibly pried open, crammed with countless insights into the art of forging. Duan Dao longed to cry out in pain, to release his suffering, but he feared that such a reaction might disturb Gu Yuan and cause him to cease imparting his knowledge. Thus, despite the excruciating pain, he gritted his teeth and endured. Before long, Gu Yuan withdrew his finger. He had successfully transferred all of the forging knowledge provided by the system to Duan Dao. While it seemed to take an eternity, in reality, it had occurred in the blink of an eye. Thank you, Emperor Yuan, for imparting your forging techniques. Please allow me to bow before you. Duan Dao, suppressing the pain in his head, spoke earnestly. Without hesitation, he knelt before Gu Yuan once more. This time, Gu Yuan did not raise him up but accepted the gesture with quiet dignity. What he had imparted was indeed worthy of such reverence. Only after Duan Dao rose did Gu Yuan speak again. I have conveyed everything regarding forging to you. However, how much you grasp depends on your own aptitude. The knowledge bestowed upon Gu Yuan by the system had been seamlessly integrated, as though he had been born with it. Yet whether or not others could learn from him depended entirely on their own talent. If someone possessed exceptional aptitude, they might grasp the knowledge in a few thousand or even 10,000 years. Conversely, if their talent was lacking, even with his guidance, they might never fully comprehend it. Duan Dao felt a pang of bitterness at Gu Yuan's words. The forging techniques imparted to him encompassed every conceivable method in existence, a treasure beyond compare. Many of these techniques were extraordinarily sophisticated, leaving him in awe. Yet, given his own aptitude, he feared he might never master them all. Reflecting on the fact that Gu Yuan had, at merely 18, acquired such a wealth of profound techniques made Duan Dao feel that the gap between individuals could sometimes be greater than that between man and beast. At that moment, Jian Wushuang spoke up once more. I never anticipated that Emperor Yuan not only possesses extraordinary power and remarkable swordsmanship, but is also an imperial-level blacksmith. This truly surprises me. He expressed his astonishment before continuing. Though you are an imperial-level blacksmith capable of forging any weapon you desire, I wish to speak of a weapon that you may not be able to create. Furthermore, once I mention it, you will undoubtedly be intrigued. Oh, Gu Yuan's interest was piqued. What weapon do you refer to? Instead of answering, Jian Wushuang posed his own question. Have you heard of the celestial sword from the God Sword Mountain? I have not. Gu Yuan shook his head. He had never heard of the celestial sword from beyond the heavens, nor had he any knowledge of the divine sword mountain. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Jian Wushuang did not express any surprise. As a swordsman himself, and one whose prowess far surpassed Gu Yuan's, it was inconceivable that he would not be aware of the divine sword mountain or the celestial sword. After all, the celestial sword housed within the divine sword mountain possessed an irresistible allure for every swordsman in existence. Gazing at Gu Yuan, Jian Wushuang spoke. 3 million years ago, a celestial sword descended from the heavens, radiating an immensely powerful aura, ultimately embedding itself atop a great mountain. The appearance of this sword stirred considerable commotion, with its formidable sword intent enveloping the entire mountain, transforming it into a realm of swords. Hence the name Divine Sword Mountain. Upon learning of this sword, numerous powerful beings flocked to the Divine Sword Mountain, eager to extract the celestial sword, each yearning to possess it. Yet, without exception, they all met with disappointment. Many formidable warriors even perished within the confines of Divine Sword Mountain, their remains becoming mere bones of the mountain. I too ventured to Divine Sword Mountain, intending to draw forth the celestial sword. But I failed. Nonetheless, despite my failure, I had the privilege of encountering that divine sword up close, and I could distinctly sense its overwhelming power. Its material is extraordinary, imbued with an unparalleled and terrifying strength, far surpassing that of any invincible emperor, a might that is simply beyond imagination. At this point, Jian Wushuang suddenly shifted his tone. With your exceptional strength, Emperor Yuan, and your profound understanding of the sword, it is entirely plausible that you could indeed extract the celestial sword from Divine Sword Mountain. Might I inquire if you harbor any interest in visiting Divine Sword Mountain? If you do, I would be honored to accompany you. Jian Wushuang regarded Gu Yuan with earnestness. Upon hearing Jian Wushuang's proposition, Gu Yuan's interest was evidently piqued, since his esteemed mentor was willing to take him along. He eagerly accepted the invitation to witness the so-called celestial sword. He too wished to see if he could draw forth that legendary blade. Shall we depart now? Jian Wushuang inquired, a flicker of anticipation dancing in his eyes, eager to ascertain whether Gu Yuan could indeed retrieve the celestial sword. Very well, Gu Yuan replied with a nod. He then exchanged a few brief words with Luo Qingshui and the others. With a subtle gesture, Jian Wushuang summoned a gleaming sword light that tore through the fabric of space, revealing a spatial passage. Without hesitation, both Jian Wushuang and Gu Yuan stepped into the portal, embarking on their journey to the Divine Sword Mountain in the central domain. Upon their arrival, the Divine Sword Mountain loomed before them, its fierce sword intent soaring into the heavens, stirring the very clouds. Endless sword shadows materialized in the air, and everything within the mountain seemed to transform into an embodiment of sorts. The mountain itself was isolated from the outside world, manifesting as a true realm of sorts. Countless powerful swordsmen sat cross-legged within the mountain, eyes closed in meditation, immersed in the sword intent that permeated the atmosphere. These swordsmen hailed from various factions, including many formidable warriors. Their purpose was to comprehend the sword intent emanating from the celestial sword. Weaker swordsmen practiced at the base of the mountain, while the more adept gathered at its peak, closer to the celestial sword. Suddenly, as if sensing something, several powerful swordsmen who had been meditating abruptly opened their eyes. Gazing outward toward the mountain's exterior, their gazes seemed to penetrate through layers of space, observing events unfolding beyond Divine Sword Mountain. Outside the mountain, a rending sound echoed as a spatial passageway was opened. Two figures emerged, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, with sword-like brows and piercing eyes, carrying a long sword on his back, and a tall, elegantly dressed youth in white, possessing an ethereal beauty reminiscent of a celestial being. They were none other than Gu Yuan and Jian Wushuang, the Sword Emperor. The powerful swordsmen recognized the arrival of Jian Wushuang and cast their eyes upon him, but only briefly. They soon returned to their meditation, intent on grasping the sword intent that surrounded the celestial sword. For them, few things outside the realm of swordsmanship warranted their attention. Jian Wushuang, renowned as the foremost sword emperor in the central domain, was a notable figure, yet even his presence only garnered a fleeting glance. However, just as they closed their eyes once more, the swordsmen abruptly opened their eyes wide in astonishment. They turned their gazes toward the peak of Divine Sword Mountain, where the celestial sword stood. What they beheld was nothing short of shocking. The celestial sword, which had remained embedded for 3 million years, began to emit a series of resonant sword cries. The sword trembled violently, unleashing a terrifyingly fierce sword intent that swept through the area, causing many to change color in alarm. This sword intent harbored an overwhelmingly destructive force. Even the powerful swordsmen nearby, including many immortal and invincible emperors, felt an acute sense of crisis in its presence, prompting them to flee without a second thought. What was happening with the celestial sword? The assembled swordsmen furrowed their brows in confusion, unable to comprehend why the celestial sword would suddenly tremble and emit such a fearsome sword intent. Just as their astonishment reached its peak, the relentless trembling of the celestial sword ceased, and the resonant cries fell silent. The overwhelming sword intent dissipated in an instant. Many powerful swordsmen exchanged puzzled glances, their curiosity piqued as they approached the celestial sword to investigate. Yet, just as they moved, an earth-shattering sword cry erupted from within the celestial sword. In an instant, the celestial sword soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light that shot away from Divine Sword Mountain. The sight left the gathered swordsmen utterly dumbfounded. The celestial sword was flying away. It had remained embedded in the mountain for 3 million years, with countless powerful swordsmen having attempted to extract it, all to no avail. Yet now, it was soaring away as if it had a mind of its own. Who could remain unfazed by such a spectacle? After a brief moment of bewilderment, the assembled swordsmen sprang into action, rushing toward the celestial sword with fervor and excitement. After all, the celestial sword had resisted the might of numerous formidable beings for eons, and now it was presenting itself freely. All they needed to do was pursue it to claim this legendary sword that had driven countless warriors to madness. Who could possibly suppress their exhilaration at such an opportunity? The speed of the sword from beyond the heavens is astonishingly swift. Yet, the vicinity is not lacking in formidable sword cultivators. Among them are not only the immortal emperors but also the undying emperors. And even the invincible emperors. Their velocity is nearly beyond imagination. At full speed, they swiftly closed the distance between themselves and the celestial sword. The divine blade was now within arm's reach, tantalizingly close. Who would have thought that I, Kai Kuan, would witness such a day? Ha ha ha. One particular sword cultivator, closest to the heavenly sword and possessing the cultivation of an invincible emperor, gazed at the celestial blade before him. His lips curling into a smile that was almost as difficult to suppress as an AK-47. The expression on his face suggested he had already claimed the heavenly sword as his own. As he spoke, his body was not idle. He summoned every ounce of power within him to approach the celestial sword. With the distance diminishing, he reached out with a mighty grasp and seized the sword into his hand. The celestial sword is now mine. Joy surged across Kai Kuan's face. However, in the next instant, a beam of sword light erupted from the heavenly blade. Before Kai Kuan could react, a gaping wound appeared in the palm of his hand. Blood splattered as the pain coursed through his body, prompting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig to escape his lips. His hand instinctively released its hold on the celestial sword. With a resonant clang, the sword rang out, piercing through the air, and soared once more toward the outskirts of Divine Sword Mountain, leaving Kai Kuan standing there, clutching his hand in agony. The wound on his hand was not severe. Yet the sword light had penetrated his body, wreaking havoc within him. He needed to concentrate fully to fend off the destructive force invading him. As the celestial sword broke free from Kai Kuan's grasp and soared toward the Divine Sword Mountain. The powerful cultivators present suddenly brightened with excitement, instantly channeling their full strength to pursue it. Brother, I gave you a chance, but you proved useless. Ha ha ha. Pathetic. Just practice more. You can't even hold on to a sword. And you still call yourself an invincible emperor? You bring shame to the title. Several individuals who bore grudges against Kai Kuan as they passed by him couldn't help but hurl insults at him before chasing after the celestial sword. Ignoring their taunts, Kai Kuan focused on dispelling the power of the sword light that had invaded his body, taking a step forward to pursue the celestial sword once more. Eye in his eyes. There was only the heavenly blade. What do the myriad insults matter to me? Merely a bit of wind and frost. As long as he obtained the celestial sword, those who insulted him would ultimately become mere jesters. Outside Divine Sword Mountain, as they emerged from the spatial passage, Jian Wushuang raised his hand to point toward the peak of Divine Sword Mountain and spoke. Yuan, that sword is the celestial sword that fell from the heavens 300,000 years ago. Though they were now separated by tens of thousands of miles, one could imagine, with Yuan's mastery of the sword path, he would still be able to perceive the might of the celestial sword. Wouldn't he? Upon hearing Jian Wushuang's words, Gu Yuan immediately turned his gaze toward the summit of Divine Sword Mountain. Peering through layers of space, Gu Yuan beheld the celestial sword embedded in the peak. It appeared to be an exceedingly ordinary long sword. Regardless of its quality or appearance, it seemed quite unremarkable. Yet, from its material, the powerful sword intent it emitted, and the aura that occasionally radiated far beyond that of an invincible emperor. It was not difficult to discern that this was an extraordinary sword. After a thorough assessment of the celestial sword, Gu Yuan remarked, "This sword is indeed remarkable, despite the vast distance." He could still clearly sense the powerful sword intent emanating from it, and its occasionally overwhelming aura that surpassed even that of an invincible emperor. Right? Ha ha. Jian Wushuang chuckled, saying, Yuan, this sword has been embedded in Divine Sword Mountain for 300,000 years. Many powerful beings and sword cultivators from the ancient continent have sought to draw it from its resting place for themselves. Yet without exception, they all failed. Whether in strength or mastery of the sword path, you surpass me, and perhaps you might have a chance to pull this sword free. Gu Yuan humbly replied, while I am confident in my ability to extract this celestial sword. Whether I can truly do so remains to be seen. Indeed, Jian Wushuang agreed, nodding. However, suddenly, Jian Wushuang's gaze sharpened, and his mouth fell open instinctively. Confusion and disbelief washed over his face. The reason? He witnessed the celestial sword suddenly emit a series of ringing sounds, beginning to tremble violently. Then, to his astonishment, the celestial sword shot up into the sky, rapidly darting toward the outskirts of Divine Sword Mountain. Observing its trajectory, it was heading directly towards their location. For a fleeting moment, Jian Wushuang contemplated leaping into the air to seize the incoming celestial sword. Yet, as if recalling something, he abruptly turned to Gu Yuan, his face a canvas of shock and incredulity. His gaze upon Gu Yuan resembled one gazing at a peculiar creature. Finally, his voice quivered as he spoke. Yuan Di, this celestial sword has remained embedded in Divine Sword Mountain for 300,000 years, and no one has been able to extract it. No, not only has no one succeeded in drawing it out, but even moving it a fraction is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Now that you and I have just arrived, this sword suddenly breaks free from the earth and flies toward us. Could it be that the celestial sword seeks to recognize you as its master, as the leader of the 10,000 Swords sect, the foremost sword emperor of the central region, and possessing the perfect cultivation of an invincible emperor? He was indeed a figure of great stature in the central region. His vast knowledge, unimaginable to ordinary people, led him to understand that some powerful weapons could develop sentience. Such weapons would choose their own masters. Now, with Gu Yuan having just arrived at Divine Sword Mountain, the celestial sword was actively flying toward him. This prompted him to speculate that the celestial sword intended to recognize Gu Yuan as its master. I've only just arrived, and the celestial sword is already preparing to acknowledge me as its master. Upon hearing Jian Wushuang's words, Gu Yuan blinked, somewhat uncertain. While I possess a modicum of prowess, it should not be to the extent that a sword coveted by countless individuals would choose me as its master simply for being here. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Jian Wushuang couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. A modicum of prowess. Have you heard what others say? An 18-year-old invincible emperor at perfection, with exceptional mastery of the sword path. Not to mention being an imperial-level blacksmith. Is that merely a modicum of prowess? That's akin to a young calf riding a rocket, extraordinarily impressive, soaring to the heavens, just as the two were conversing. The sound of the sword resonated, and the celestial sword had already arrived before them. The long sword buzzed, immediately beginning to revolve around the two of them. The celestial sword was actively recognizing its master. The powerful sword cultivators who had followed them observed this scene with evident astonishment flickering in their eyes. For those present, weapons recognizing their masters was not a particularly rare occurrence. In fact, some among them had experienced weapons autonomously flying to acknowledge them as their masters. However, a sword that countless individuals wished to possess willingly recognizing its master was indeed a curious spectacle. Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang, as the leader of the 10,000 Swords sect, the foremost sword emperor of the central region, and possessing the perfect cultivation of an invincible emperor, it seemed rather reasonable that he could draw the celestial sword's acknowledgement. Someone glanced at Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang and remarked with a sense of admiration. Yet, scarcely had these words left his lips when another voice rebutted. Reasonable? What nonsense! Although the Sword Emperor possesses exceptional mastery of the sword path and perfect cultivation as an invincible emperor, he has also come to Divine Sword Mountain before and attempted to draw this celestial sword. The result was the same as ours. He exerted all his abilities and could not even budge the celestial sword an inch, let alone extract it. Should the celestial sword choose him as its master, one must ponder why it did not acknowledge him sooner. Upon hearing this, the onlookers immediately furrowed their brows, casting doubtful glances at Gu Yuan, who stood beside Jian Wushuang. If the celestial sword did not recognize Jian Wushuang as its master, who else could it possibly be? Surely, it could not be that dandy standing next to him. Could it? Such speculation prompted a chorus of headshakes from the crowd, with some audibly exclaiming, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible!" This dandy, with his delicate skin and youthful appearance, clearly had only recently begun his cultivation. How could someone of his stature ever hope to command the celestial sword? This sentiment resonated among the gathered crowd, who all nodded in agreement. Yet, sometimes, reality strikes with startling speed. Almost as soon as they had nodded, the seemingly ordinary yet undeniably extraordinary celestial sword, having circled around Gu Yuan and Jian Wushuang numerous times, gracefully came to a halt before Gu Yuan. The celestial sword had chosen a dandy. How can this be? The astonishment was palpable. What merits could this dandy possibly possess to earn the celestial sword's allegiance? Why him and not me? Such a scene left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. Clearly, they had never anticipated that the celestial sword would choose Gu Yuan as its master. In contrast to their overwhelming reactions, Jian Wushuang remained notably calm. He had already suspected this outcome. Nevertheless, despite his foreknowledge, witnessing it unfold stirred a complex mix of emotions within him. He never expected that the sword would indeed choose you as its master. I did not foresee this either, Gu Yuan replied with a light chuckle. He too was taken aback that the sword would select him so soon after his arrival. As he reached out to grasp the celestial sword hovering before him, a thunderous voice suddenly erupted. Stop! The commanding tone, bolstered by imperial might, echoed like a thunderclap, instilling fear in all who heard it. Instinctively, they turned to see a black streak racing toward them at an astonishing speed. In an instant, it materialized before their eyes, a young man clad in black, his visage stern and surrounded by swirling dark energy, emanating an unmistakable aura of menace. The sight of him caused a palpable shift in the atmosphere. With many gasping, the demon sword, Suemo, he is alive. In unison, the crowd instinctively took a step back. This young man was formidable, a legendary figure known for his invincible prowess, a consummate emperor of unparalleled terror. Most alarmingly, he was a demon sword cultivator, rumored to have slaughtered countless souls in a fit of rage, decimating half of the eastern region. Such atrocities had sent shockwaves across the entire archaic continent, culminating in a coalition of powerful beings who took 3 months to finally vanquish him. Yet here he stood, inexplicably alive and present, leaving them in shock and dread. Once again, we meet Wushuang's Sword Emperor. Suemo grinned, his demeanor resembling that of an old friend. You're still alive. This truly surprises me, Jian Wushuang responded, his eyes betraying a flicker of confusion. He had witnessed Sumo's demise firsthand during the siege. And now the man stood before him, unscathed. How could this not astonish him? No need for astonishment. My capabilities transcend the ordinary. How could a motley crew like you ever hope to kill me? Suemo chuckled lightly, then shifted his gaze to Gu Yuan, speaking with calm conviction. Kid, you cannot wield that sword. It would be wise to hand it over to me. I cannot wield it. Gu Yuan laughed, his expression laced with incredulity. If even the emperor cannot master it, then who in the world could? A thunderous declaration erupted from Gu Yuan as he revealed his true cultivation level, an invincible emperor at full circle. The overwhelming aura surged from him, distorting the very fabric of space around him, sending ripples through the air. Even the assembled sword cultivators, formidable in their own right, were taken aback, their faces paling. Incredible. How could he possess such power at such a young age? It was nothing short of astounding. The crowd was left in awe, instinctively channeling their internal energies to withstand the overwhelming pressure. Yet, despite their efforts, they found themselves pushed back, some even stumbling several steps. I never imagined you were an invincible emperor at full circle. This truly surprises me, Suemo remarked, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. Just moments prior, he had thought Gu Yuan was merely a disciple Jian Wushuang had picked up along the way. Now, with Gu Yuan revealing his true power, Suemo was indeed taken aback. However, despite his surprise, Suemo remained unruffled, his gaze condescending as he addressed Gu Yuan. Even though you are an invincible emperor at full circle, you still cannot control that sword. Coincidentally, I have returned and require a subordinate. If you are wise, surrender that sword and bow to me. I shall spare your life. Otherwise, you shall meet your end today. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from Suemo, a chilling and pure dark energy rising from him like a shroud, enveloping the sky and casting the world into shadow. The oppressive atmosphere, infused with the terrifying might of an invincible emperor, instilled a profound sense of dread among the onlookers, including Jian Wushuang. Although no blows had been exchanged, they could all sense Sumo's formidable strength, far surpassing their own. Unperturbed by their reactions, Suemo fixed his gaze on Gu Yuan, awaiting his response. Meeting Suemo's obsidian gaze, Gu Yuan smiled, a playful glint in his eyes. You wish to kill me? Do you truly possess the capability? Upon hearing Gu Yuan's retort, Suemo narrowed his eyes, sensing a challenge. It seemed he was unwilling to heed reason and was prepared to face consequences. As the tension mounted, Sumo's power surged, ready to strike. Jian Wushuang, sensing the imminent conflict, felt a wave of concern wash over him. He swiftly produced a communication jade talisman, knowing that Sumo's strength was formidable. In their previous encounter, 361 emperors, including Jian Wushuang himself, had joined forces against him, and among them were 3 invincible emperors at full circle. Such a formidable lineup could easily sweep across the entire primordial continent, let alone slay a single individual. Yet, despite their combined efforts, it took them 3 arduous months to finally vanquish Suemo. Now, for reasons unknown, he has returned, seemingly unscathed. The strength of the adversary is utterly terrifying. Even with Gu Yuan, a master of the sword far surpassing him, by his side, he still lacks the confidence to confront Suemo. He is now prepared to summon reinforcements using a communication jade talisman. There's no need for reinforcements. I alone am sufficient. Upon seeing Jian Wushuang produce the talisman and the worry reflected in his eyes, Gu Yuan seemed to understand his thoughts and chuckled lightly. You alone? Jian Wushuang frowned at Gu Yuan's words. Gu Yuan nodded affirmatively. I alone am sufficient. Arrogant. Sumo's brow furrowed deeply as he admonished in a low voice. Years ago, over 300 emperors joined forces against me, including many invincible emperors and unparalleled powerhouses. Yet they were merely played around by me, ultimately only managing to destroy one of my avatars. And now, you dare to believe that you can defeat me alone? Surely, you do not think you are stronger than those 300 emperors combined, do you? In response to Sumo's relentless taunts, Gu Yuan's reply was but a single word. Yes, that simple word provoked Sumo's wrath. How audacious! A mere youth, having gained some fortune to become a consummate invincible emperor at such a young age, dares to look down upon everyone. Today, I shall teach you what it means to be outclassed. In the instant his voice fell, Sumo vanished from sight. Gu Yuan, be careful. Jian Wushuang gasped in astonishment, instinctively calling out. Just as his voice faded, a tremendous explosion reverberated through the air. Blood sprayed into the atmosphere as a shadowy figure, akin to a cannonball, hurtled toward a distant mountain with astonishing speed. The earth-shattering roar echoed throughout the realm. The mountain struck by the shadow erupted violently. In an instant, boulders tumbled and debris flew. As a colossal mushroom cloud of dust ascended slowly, the onlookers stared, dumbfounded, at the obliterated mountain before shifting their gaze to Gu Yuan, who stood calmly, an air of tranquility surrounding him. In their shared glances, the spectators could see the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Earlier, Sumo's speed had been blindingly fast, so much so that they hardly comprehended what had transpired before he stood before Gu Yuan. Instinctively, they had assumed Gu Yuan was doomed. Firstly, because Sumo was overwhelmingly powerful, and secondly, his sudden aggression left no room for reaction. Yet, they could never have anticipated the sheer terror of Gu Yuan's strength. It was as if he had foreseen Sumo's sudden strike. The moment Sumo arrived before him, Gu Yuan had already unleashed a punch. As their fists collided, the spectators could scarcely comprehend the scene. All they witnessed was Sumo spitting a mouthful of blood, his body propelled backward like a cannonball. How could they not be astonished? Not only were they shocked, but Jian Wushuang, the Sword Emperor, was equally taken aback. Gu Yuan's explosive strength had far exceeded his expectations, almost transcending his comprehension. Had Sumo been in his position, his fate would have been sealed. Death. It was astonishing to consider that he, a consummate invincible emperor, could be slain by Gu Yuan with a single blow. The mere thought sent chills down his spine. Gu Yuan, during our earlier spar, you did not use your full strength. Did you? Jian Wushuang spoke with a bitter smile as he regarded Gu Yuan. While he had lost the previous exchange, he had believed Gu Yuan was only marginally stronger. Yet now, it was evident that Gu Yuan was leagues beyond him. Perhaps even by an immeasurable degree. Indeed, during our earlier spar, I did not exert my full strength, Gu Yuan confirmed earnestly, meeting Jian Wushuang's gaze. Since arriving here, he had rarely tapped into his full potential. Now, facing the formidable Sumo, he had no choice but to unleash all his might. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Jian Wushuang could only manage a bitter smile. You may as well refrain from calling me your master. My strength pales in comparison to yours. Gu Yuan fell silent, preparing to respond, when suddenly, a sharp sound resonated throughout the heavens and earth. A jet-black sword light shot forth like a bolt from the blue. The sword light was razor-sharp, capable of rending space itself, emanating a suffocating aura of destruction that instilled fear in many. Most crucially, the speed of this sword light was unfathomable, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky. Fortunately, Gu Yuan's reflexes were equally remarkable. He pointed his finger as if wielding a sword, an invincible sword intent shimmering at his fingertips. With a swift motion, he struck out, countering the incoming sword light. As the two sword energies collided, a thunderous explosion echoed across the land, the force of their clash distorting the very fabric of space and sending ripples through the atmosphere, causing many onlookers to retreat in alarm. It was utterly terrifying. It seems I indeed underestimated you, a voice resonated from afar. The onlookers turned their gaze, feeling a wave of astonishment wash over them. The speaker was none other than Sumo. Though he was now disheveled, bloodied, and covered in dirt, his aura unstable and erratic, resembling a completely different person. He appeared as disheveled as a beaten dog. Glancing at Sumo, Gu Yuan could not help but exclaim in surprise. I did not expect that punch would not kill you. Despite unleashing his full strength and employing the invincible fist technique, he had merely gravely injured Sumo without ending his life. This was far beyond his expectations. No wonder over 300 emperors had joined forces and fought for 3 months without managing to slay Sumo. He indeed possessed considerable strength. Humph. Sumo huffed disdainfully at Gu Yuan's comments. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us fight. As he spoke, he grasped the air, and a pitch-black long sword materialized in his hand. This was his fated imperial weapon, the Mo Yuan sword. With the Mo Yuan sword in hand, a tempest of sword energy surged forth, causing Sumo's aura to swell dramatically. In an instant, his entire demeanor transformed. resembling an unparalleled and razor-sharp divine sword. Without uttering another word, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already before Gu Yuan, raising his sword for a powerful downward strike. This strike represented Su Mo's full might, tearing through space with an overwhelming force. It was terrifying in its intensity. Most importantly, his speed was beyond imagination. Any typical consummate invincible emperor would likely have no time to react before being cleaved by Su Mo's sword. Even if they could respond, in their panic to defend, they would likely find themselves severely injured by his blade. But who was Gu Yuan? Such a being is undoubtedly extraordinary. Although Su Mo's speed is undeniably swift, and his strikes are decisive and ferocious, leaving others unable to react, Gu Yuan's response is even swifter. His speed surpasses all. With a powerful grip, he seizes the celestial sword suspended before him, almost instantaneously upon Su Mo's appearance. He raises his hand and delivers a downward strike. The celestial sword is remarkably sharp, unmatched in its lethality, coupled with the fact that Su Mo's speed cannot compare to Gu Yuan's. While Su Mo's sword remains poised in the air, Gu Yuan's blade has already descended completely. Thud. Blood erupts forth. Beneath that strike, Su Mo is cleaved in two. A gasp of astonishment ripples through the crowd. Su Mo's eyes widen in disbelief, his expression a portrait of incredulity. It seems he never anticipated the scene before him. How could you possess such overwhelming strength? Su Mo's lips tremble, and with great effort, he manages to utter a few words. Subsequently, a torrent of ferocious sword energy rampages within him, extinguishing his vitality and obliterating his soul. After uttering that sentence, he is instantly bifurcated, collapsing heavily to the ground in two halves. Until his last breath, his eyes remain wide open, as if unable to close in death. The sound of his body hitting the ground is not loud. Yet in that moment, it resonates like two heavy hammers striking the hearts of those present, causing them to tremble inwardly. Their gazes shift towards Gu Yuan, and the astonishment in their eyes nearly spills over. It is important to note that Su Mo is a fearsome individual who could single-handedly battle 300 emperors and ultimately feign death to escape. His methods are celestial and his strength incites terror in countless hearts. Yet, this formidable figure has been grievously injured by Gu Yuan's fist and severed by a single sword strike. Who could remain composed upon witnessing such a spectacle? Were it not for the fear that even the slightest noise might draw Gu Yuan's attention and result in their own demise, they would have likely erupted in exclamations of shock. Sword Wuxuang is clearly taken aback as well, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg, revealing the extent of his astonishment. Amidst the shock, he suddenly recalls something. Fixing his gaze upon Gu Yuan, he speaks. The demon sword Su Mo was similarly slain last time, yet he ultimately returned to life. He claimed that we only killed a mere external incarnation of him. Now, this corpse appears to be Su Mo's true body, but I can't shake the feeling that he is not so easily vanquished. Before Sword Wuxuang can finish, Gu Yuan interrupts. You are correct in your speculation. This body is indeed merely an external incarnation of Su Mo, although the deceased Su Mo before us is immensely powerful indeed. Even Sword Wuxuang, an invincible emperor in his own right, pales in comparison to him. Gu Yuan can distinctly sense the incompleteness of his soul from their earlier clash. Thus, he concludes that the Su Mo before them is merely an external incarnation, not his true self. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, the crowd is once again taken aback, clearly unprepared for the revelation that the seemingly invincible Su Mo was, in fact, just an external incarnation. However, upon reflection, they find it somewhat reasonable. After all, Su Mo is the sort of ruthless individual capable of single-handedly battling 300 emperors and escaping unscathed. It stands to reason that the one who was slain was merely an external incarnation. As the crowd contemplates this, Gu Yuan speaks once more. Although I have only just met Su Mo, it is evident that he harbors a vengeful spirit and is one who seeks retribution for even the smallest slight. Such a person, once made an enemy, cannot be allowed to live. As he speaks, a glimmer of murderous intent flashes in Gu Yuan's eyes. Though he does not fear Su Mo's retribution, he cannot forget that he has loved ones to protect. Should Su Mo strike at those dear to him while he is absent, he would regret it to the point of tears. To prevent such a calamity, Su Mo must be utterly eradicated. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Sword Wuxuang nods in agreement, yet soon finds himself consumed by curiosity and doubt. The demon sword Su Mo is undeniably powerful, yet he dares not reveal his true form, indicating that he is an exceedingly cautious individual. The location of his true body must be extremely well concealed. Gu Yuan, though your strength surpasses that of Su Mo, will you truly be able to locate him? At this, the crowd turns their gazes towards Gu Yuan, their expressions reflecting curiosity and skepticism. Clearly, They too are eager to see whether Gu Yuan can uncover Su Mo's hiding place. "I can," Gu Yuan affirms, nodding in response to the inquisitive gazes of Sword Wu Shuang and the others. With a calm smile, he states, "I possess some understanding of divination techniques. I should be able to deduce Su Mo's hiding place." As he speaks, he closes his eyes, forming hand seals to commence the divination. Almost instantaneously, he opens his eyes, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. "Found it. Such a concealed hiding spot. How fearful he must be." The moment the words leave his mouth, Gu Yuan raises his hand and unleashes several sword strikes. The sword light flashes through the air, vanishing in an instant, its destination unknown. Has he truly found it? Sword Wushuang blinks, skepticism evident in his gaze. Gu Yuan's swift declaration of having located Su Mo's hiding place raises his doubts. The rest of the crowd shares the same incredulity, their expressions mirroring that of Sword Wushuang. They too are skeptical that Gu Yuan could have located Su Mo's hiding spot so rapidly. Meeting the doubtful gazes of those present, Gu Yuan smiles lightly. With a sweeping gesture, the space ripples, and an image materializes in the air. Since they do not believe, he will provide them with tangible proof. Initially, the image is quite blurry, but as time passes, it gradually sharpens. It depicts an exceedingly dark and concealed location. Observing the surroundings, it appears to be within a cave. Inside the cave, a figure sits cross-legged with eyes closed, seemingly in meditation. Upon closer inspection, the crowd gasps in unison. They recognize this figure. It is none other than Su Mo. Gazing at the Su Mo in the image and then at Gu Yuan, the crowd is overwhelmed with shock. To have so swiftly pinpointed Su Mo's hiding place is a feat that is nothing short of astounding. Just as their minds are reeling, a sudden sound interrupts them. Thud. The Su Mo in the image suddenly spits out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with horror. Although the Su Mo that Gu Yuan had slain was merely an external incarnation, that incarnation housed half of his soul. The act of slaying it has resulted in a backlash. What terrifies him most is the overwhelming strength exhibited by Gu Yuan. He and his external incarnation share a connection, allowing him to acutely sense the magnitude of Gu Yuan's prowess. Strong, incredibly strong, far stronger than anyone he has ever encountered. He cannot fathom that such a formidable being exists in this world. With a sigh, Su Mo steadies his mind, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Those who cannot kill me will ultimately serve to make me stronger. One day, I shall avenge this day. The one who destroyed my external incarnation, not only must you perish, but so too shall those dear to you." As he spoke, Su Mo's gaze suddenly sharpened. An instinctive sense of overwhelming danger surged within him, striking him with an abruptness akin to being targeted by an unspeakably terrifying entity. Just as he pondered the source of this unsettling sensation, the space around him rippled with ominous waves. In an instant, the cave resonated with the crisp clang of swords, and dazzling beams of sword light materialized out of thin air, hurtling toward him with an unfathomable ferocity. The terrifying sword intent ravaged the cave, conjuring a tempest of sword shadows that engulfed the entire chamber. These streaks of light, moving at a speed beyond imagination, thrust themselves towards Su Mo with ruthless precision, awash in a tide of panic at the sudden onslaught. Su Mo felt his scalp prickle in alarm. He could hardly fathom how such a secluded refuge could be discovered. Most distressing of all was the sheer might contained within those sword lights. Each one possessed a power so fearsome it was almost beyond comprehension, rivaling the full-force attack of an invincible emperor at the pinnacle of their might, a veritable paragon among paragons. There were a total of 8 such sword lights. Who could behold this sight and remain composed? Who could escape unscathed? Yet, despite his horror, Su Mo chose not to resign himself to fate. He summoned the power within him, and an endless stream of black demonic energy surged forth, coalescing into a protective black shield that enveloped him. Sensing this was insufficient, he grasped a black flag that materialized in his hand, a weapon forged through immense effort after he had slain countless souls in the Eastern Domain, the soul-collecting banner. With a sweeping motion, he activated the banner, causing the demonic energy to swell. Accompanied by the chilling wails of tormented spirits, a multitude of ghostly figures erupted from the banner, their numbers countless and overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, these apparitions filled the cave. Only then did Su Mo let out a breath of relief. Surely, with all his measures in place, he could fend off a few sword lights. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, the myriad sword shadows descended upon the ghostly figures. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the apparitions lacked sufficient strength, and countless souls perished almost instantaneously beneath the onslaught of the sword shadows. At that moment, the sword light struck fiercely against the black shield before Su Mo. This shield, forged from the totality of his internal power, boasted astonishing defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding nearly 99% of worldly attacks. Yet, Under the relentless assault of the sword lights, it appeared woefully fragile. Upon mere contact, the black shield shattered like a soap bubble. How could these sword lights possess such formidable strength? Sumo's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the destruction of his shield and the imminent threat of the approaching sword lights. He could distinctly sense their overwhelming power. Consequently, the moment they appeared, he had not only utilized the soul-collecting banner to divert their focus, but had also called upon all his strength to form a protective barrier. Yet, he had never anticipated that these sword lights would be so powerful. The vengeful spirits within the banner were effortlessly obliterated by the sword shadows, and his shield crumbled before the might of the incoming sword lights. Disintegrating upon contact, this revelation left him utterly astounded. The sword lights, indifferent to Sumo's astonishment, surged forward relentlessly after shattering the black shield. Vivid blossoms of crimson erupted around Sumo as the sword lights pierced through him. The indomitable sword intent within those lights ravaged his being, extinguishing all life force and obliterating his very soul. In mere moments, Sumo's vitality waned, ultimately leaving him as a lifeless corpse that fell heavily to the ground. The sword lights then pierced through his lifeless body repeatedly, ensuring his demise was absolute before vanishing into the void. With Sumo's death, the scene before Yuan shattered in an instant. The formidable sword demon, Sumo, had perished thus, slain by a mere few sword lights. The ability to slay Sumo from afar was a testament to Yuan's terrifying prowess. While Sumo was indeed powerful, could he have truly been merely a projection of his true self? Strangely enough, this possibility held weight, as Sumo was notoriously difficult to kill. As the assembled onlookers witnessed Sumo's demise through the rift in space, they could not help but exclaim in astonishment. They marveled at the ease with which the once mighty Sumo had been vanquished and expressed awe at Yuan's strength, capable of slaying Sumo from a distance. Amidst their wonder, some voiced skepticism, suggesting that Yuan had merely destroyed a projection of Sumo rather than his true form. Their doubts stemmed not only from Sumo's formidable reputation and strength but also from the stark contrast between his legendary status and his seemingly casual demise, which was difficult to accept. Moreover, Sumo's cautious nature led him to create numerous projections. Not only did the onlookers harbor such doubts, but even the Sword Emperor, Jian Wushuang, shared similar thoughts. However, unlike the others, who dared not question Yuan directly, Jian Wushuang hesitated only slightly before posing his inquiry to Yuan. Emperor Yuan, the one slain just now must have been Sumo's true body. Correct. Meeting Jian Wushuang's inquisitive gaze, Yuan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, through the invincible method of deduction, he could assert with absolute certainty that the one who had just perished was indeed Sumo's true self. Upon receiving this confirmation, the onlookers collectively gasped in disbelief, though they had witnessed and speculated. Yuan's verbal acknowledgement sent tremors through their hearts. Sumo's formidable reputation made him seemingly impossible to kill. Amidst the astonishment, a figure approached Yuan cautiously, his expression anxious. Emperor Yuan, now that you possess this celestial sword from beyond, might you consider selling me the abyssal sword? At these words, all eyes turned to him. And without hesitation, others chimed in. Emperor Yuan, since you have acquired the celestial sword, could you sell me the abyssal sword? Emperor Yuan, I am willing to trade my life savings for the abyssal sword in your possession. Would you be amenable? While the abyssal sword was indeed a fearsome artifact, it also represented a weapon of immense power, a treasure that was rare in the world, second only to the celestial sword. No one could resist the allure of such an item. It was not only the onlookers who desired it, even Jian Wushuang coveted it. After a brief moment of contemplation, he extended a storage ring towards Yuan, stating, Emperor Yuan, this ring contains the fruits of my many years of toil. I wish to exchange it for the abyssal sword. Would you consider my offer, accepting the storage ring from Jian Wushuang? Yuan's heart jolted as he examined its contents. The vastness of the space within the ring was astonishing, rivaling a fraction of his own spatial storage, though a fraction may seem insignificant. It was, in truth, unfathomably expansive. Moreover, the ring was brimming with treasures, mountains of spiritual stones, various rare herbs, and an array of high-grade elixirs and weapons. The sheer abundance left even Yuan marveling at the depth of Jian Wushuang's accumulation. Truly, the Sword Emperor's wealth was beyond compare. With a mixture of emotions, Yuan returned the storage ring to Jian Wushuang. Observing this, Jian Wushuang's eyes flickered with unmistakable disappointment, yet he could only accept the ring with resignation. He initially believed that Yuan was unwilling to allow him to exchange these items for the Yuan sword. However, at that moment, Yuan's voice rang out, instantly bringing him joy. Sword Emperor, you are my esteemed master. If you desire the Yuan sword, I shall present it to you without the need for any exchange. Moreover, without your guidance, how could I have obtained this celestial sword? Now that I possess the celestial sword, I bestow the Yuan sword upon you, my master. Please do not refuse. As he spoke, Yuan summoned his inner strength, dispersing the malevolent energy contained within the Yuan sword before handing it over to Jian Wushuang. The Yuan sword was a formidable artifact of the demonic path, imbued with an intensely pure and chilling dark energy, exacerbated by the accumulation of murderous intent resulting from excessive slaughter. Those lacking fortitude who were to wield it would be influenced by its malevolent aura and dark energy, transforming into mere harbingers of death. Since he was gifting the sword, Yuan resolved to cleanse it of its dark and malevolent energies. Such energies were trivial for him to eliminate with a mere gesture, yet for Jian Wushuang, it would prove to be a daunting task. The onlookers were taken aback as they witnessed Yuan effortlessly purging the Yuan sword of its dark energy and malevolence. They had not anticipated that Yuan could so easily eradicate the notoriously difficult energies. However, recalling previous events, their shock subsided. If someone as formidable as Su Mo could be slain from afar by Yuan, then it seemed trivial for him to cleanse the Yuan sword. Thank you, Yuan Emperor, Jian Wushuang exclaimed, his eyes alight with fervor as he accepted the Yuan sword. Subsequently, he offered the storage ring back to Yuan. Preparing to speak when Yuan, seemingly aware of his intentions, preempted him. Master, this Yuan sword is a gift from me. Should you insist on offering me something in return, I shall not part with the Yuan sword. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang paused mid-motion, holding the storage ring in the air. He felt uneasy about accepting the Yuan sword without offering something in return. Yet, Yuan's words made him feel conflicted. After a moment's hesitation, he finally nodded. Yuan Emperor, if that is the case, I shall accept the Yuan sword. Upon receiving the sword, Jian Wushuang produced a token and presented it to Yuan. Take this token. It is the command token of my Wan Jian sect. With this, you can command all members of my sect to serve you. I implore you not to refuse. Although the command token held little value to Yuan, he could sense Jian Wushuang's discomfort in accepting the Yuan sword without offering something in return. To accommodate Jian Wushuang's feelings, Yuan hesitated briefly, but ultimately accepted the sect leader's token. Suddenly, a violent tremor resonated from within the sword in Yuan's hand. Instantly, he felt a terrifying force of distortion surge forth, fiercely tugging at his consciousness. This force appeared abruptly, yet Yuan sensed no hostility from it. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, he relinquished his resistance and allowed the force to draw his consciousness away. As his awareness gradually sharpened, Yuan found himself atop a snow-capped mountain. However, this was not a true peak but rather a manifestation of consciousness within the celestial sword. After 300,000 years, someone has finally gained the recognition to annihilate the heavens. A voice filled with emotion resounded. Yuan turned his gaze to see a man standing at the mountain's summit. His back to Yuan, sword in hand, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle. His presence was subdued, as though he had merged with the surrounding environment, had it not been for the man's words. Yuan might have mistaken him for an ice sculpture. Upon noticing that the sword in the man's hand was identical to the celestial sword he had recently acquired, Yuan instantly deduced the man's identity. You were the former master of this celestial sword. Indeed, the man replied. I was betrayed by treacherous individuals and ultimately perished. Unable to bear the thought of my legacy vanishing, I left this remnant of my soul within the sword, seeking a worthy successor to inherit my legacy. Alas, for 300,000 years, I encountered only the unworthy, none capable of receiving my inheritance. The man's tone was tinged with disappointment, yet it soon shifted to one of solace and satisfaction. Fortunately, heaven does not forsake the diligent. I have finally awaited your arrival, a young, invincible emperor, a paragon of unparalleled swordsmanship among the exceptional. Regrettably, after 300,000 years of waiting, my remnant soul has weakened to the extreme. Unable to bestow my entire legacy upon you, I can only offer you the strongest fragment of my inheritance. The man sighed deeply but quickly composed himself. Listen closely, young one. I shall demonstrate. Whether you can comprehend it will depend on your own capabilities. However, I have faith that you will grasp it. With unwavering certainty, the man raised his arm. In an instant, the world around them shifted, the winds howling and the skies darkening. The very fabric of reality seemed to tremble in response. The man's aura transformed dramatically, as if he were the embodiment of heaven itself. Endless sword energy materialized, flooding the realm. A terrifying intense sword into the sky, ripping apart space and causing it to resonate with a low hum. Initially, Yuan regarded the man's inheritance with some disdain. After all, he was a man who had unlocked extraordinary potential. Yet, as the man moved and the overwhelming sword intent emanating from him enveloped Yuan, His demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Though the man had yet to strike, Gu Yuan could already sense the unfathomable power coursing through him. Should the man unleash his might, it would undoubtedly be earth-shattering. What astonished Gu Yuan even more was the realization that the man's strength likely surpassed his own. Through the system, he had acquired the pinnacle of combat power in this world. Yet this man now exhibited strength that appeared greater than his own. It was evident that he possessed an immense background. Contemplating that he had acquired the man's weapon and was now set to receive his inheritance, Gu Yuan hesitated briefly before inquiring, "Might I ask your name?" "Esteemed elder, and who it was that betrayed you? Should I encounter that individual, I shall avenge you." Having accepted the man's weapon and now seeking his legacy, Gu Yuan deemed it essential to know the man's name and his enemy, so he could one day seek retribution. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, the man's deep, profound eyes flickered with sorrow and nostalgia, but these emotions were quickly concealed. He spoke softly, "Let the past remain buried. If you can escape this world, our paths may cross again. The one who harmed me is Chu Ruyan. Should she still be alive, she would undoubtedly be an immensely powerful being, one you cannot provoke. If you encounter her, it would be wise to steer clear. As for my name, I have perished. There is no need for you to know." After listening to the man's words, Gu Yuan silently nodded, mentally noting the name Chu Ruyan. Should the opportunity arise, he would seek vengeance for the man. At that moment, the man suddenly bellowed, "Young one, pay close attention. I name this sword Heaven-slaying. It shall be formidable. It shall be magnificent. It is truly captivating. One must learn it well." As the words echoed, the man raised his hand and, in a swift upward motion, unleashed a powerful sword strike. The crisp sound of the blade resonated through the heavens. Following this, a dazzling beam of sword light, imbued with the terrifying force of annihilation, surged forth, tearing through the fabric of space and soaring into the sky. This sword light was sharp beyond compare, capable of cleaving through anything, an embodiment of the might to slay the heavens. In the blink of an eye, this radiant sword light struck the heights above. In that instant, the sky was rent asunder like a fragile sheet of paper. The very realm began to shatter like a mirror. Piece by piece, a terrifying force surged forth, pushing Gu Yuan's consciousness outward. Faintly, Gu Yuan seemed to hear the man's voice resonate. "You should be able to comprehend this move, right?" Gu Yuan appeared to respond to the man's words, as if in introspection. In response to my senior, I have fully grasped this sword. He was indeed a man blessed with extraordinary fortune. The system had bestowed upon him unparalleled comprehension. What is unparalleled comprehension? It is the ability to understand any martial art or technique at a mere glance, to seamlessly integrate it into one's own knowledge. Although the heaven-slaying sword technique was formidable, being a martial art far surpassing the imperial grade, it did not belong to the primordial continent. Yet, through his unparalleled comprehension, he was able to learn it at a glance and master it thoroughly. As his consciousness returned to his body, the author, having realized it had been a while since he had added to the word count, prompted Gu Yuan to open his personal panel, intending to inflate the numbers. In an instant, a pale blue virtual panel appeared before him. Name, Gu Yuan. Age, 18. Appearance, 99 points, slightly inferior to the reader's. Physique, chaos divine body. Techniques, invincible technique. Martial arts, heaven-slaying, invincible body technique, invincible fist technique, invincible sword technique, invincible blade technique. Weapon, annihilation sword. Cultivation, invincible great emperor. Perfection, others, invincible forging method, invincible alchemy method, invincible formation method, invincible talisman method, invincible sword intent, invincible blade intent, invincible fist intent, invincible comprehension, invincible cultivation aptitude. Just as Gu Yuan was examining his personal panel, a sudden buzzing sound erupted from the storage ring on his hand. Gu Yuan focused his mind and discovered that the source of the buzzing was the communication jade talisman he used to contact his master, Luo Qingxue. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. With a surge of power within him, Gu Yuan activated the communication jade talisman. In an instant, the space distorted, and an image materialized before him. The scene contained numerous people, including Luo Qingxue, Mu Newan, Su Jiuer, Yunemo, and several high-ranking members of Lingyun's sect, such as Mu Taiyu and Duantian Dao. Before Gu Yuan could utter a word of inquiry, Luo Qingxue's voice resonated through the image. "Disciple, how is it? Have you obtained the sword from beyond the heavens?" "I have acquired it," Gu Yuan replied with a light smile, raising the annihilation sword to indicate to them. "Is this the sword from beyond the heavens?" "It appears rather ordinary," Luo Qingxue remarked, frowning as she glanced at the annihilation sword. Through the image, She could not perceive the terrifying sword intent and immense power contained within, leading her to believe the sword held no particular significance. The others around her instinctively nodded, clearly sharing the same sentiment. It was not that they were deriding what they could not attain. Rather, the annihilation sword genuinely appeared to be quite ordinary. What are you all discussing? The sword from beyond the heavens? Is it the one I am familiar with? A familiar yet foreign voice emerged from the image. Yuan then observed the crowd parting to make way for a figure approaching. Clad in a crimson alchemist robe, his gaze was deep and weathered. Though appearing middle-aged, one could discern he had lived for countless millennia. This was none other than the master of the Apothecary Valley. Yao Hua. Upon seeing the annihilation sword in Yuan's hand, Yao Hua's eyes sharpened. Though not the pinnacle of power in the central domain, he was still an emperor and had previously visited the Divine Sword Mountain. Attempting to draw forth the sword from beyond the heavens to claim it as his own, despite his failure, he had seen the sword and understood its essence. Now, upon witnessing the annihilation sword in Yuan's possession, he immediately recognized it as the sword from the peak of Divine Sword Mountain. While he did not know much about the sword from beyond the heavens, he was acutely aware of the immense difficulty in extracting such a blade. After all, for 300 millennia, countless powerful beings had failed to do so. Now, seeing Yuan manage to draw forth the sword and become its master left him profoundly astonished. In his astonishment, he could not help but exclaim, for 300 millennia, the sword from beyond the heavens remained unyielding. It has now chosen Yuan as its master. The strength of Yuan is indeed unparalleled in this world. Congratulations, Yuan, for acquiring this divine weapon. Yuan chuckled lightly, preparing to utter a few humble words. However, before he could, Jian Wushuang spoke up first. Yuan did not draw the sword. When he arrived, it flew into his hands of its own accord, choosing him as its master. As he spoke, Jian Wushuang's face radiated with pride, as if it were he who had obtained the sword from beyond the heavens. It flew into Yuan's hands of its own accord. Upon hearing Jian Wushuang's words, Yao Hua and the others in the image were visibly taken aback. The fact that Yuan could draw the sword that no one else had been able to touch was already astonishing. Now, to claim that it had willingly flown into his hands was even more shocking. Following the moment of astonishment, a cacophony of exclamations and discussions erupted in the image. Yao Hua remarked, the sword from beyond the heavens, which has resisted all attempts to move it for 300 millennia, has now willingly chosen Yuan as its master. The strength of Yuan clearly surpasses our expectations. Sect Master Mu Taiyu commented. I never imagined that our Lingyun sect would produce someone like Yuan. It seems our sect is on the verge of a great rise. Luo Qingxue added, as expected of my disciple. Truly impressive, Su Jiuer exclaimed. Junior brother, I never anticipated you would become so powerful, Mu Nanwan teased. Senior brother, now that you are so formidable, do you think Lu Rian will burst into tears when you go to meet her? As the voices of admiration and discussion gradually subsided, Luo Qingxue finally articulated the purpose of her communication with Yuan. Disciple, now that you have obtained the sword from beyond the heavens, should you not return? Yao Hua has brought many valuable items to our Lingyun sect. He has come to express his gratitude towards you, so you should return to the sect. Upon hearing this, Yuan glanced at Yao Hua in the image. Meeting Yuan's gaze, Yao Hua spoke, Yuan. The matters between the Apothecary Valley and the Alchemy Pavilion have been resolved. I have come to thank you for the significant assistance you provided to the Apothecary Valley. Additionally, I have some uncertainties regarding alchemy that I would like to seek your guidance on. Yuan had sought Yao Hua for the materials of the imperial-grade alchemical pill, the soul-condensing pill. The soul-condensing pill was a legendary imperial-grade pill, and the fact that Yuan could refine such a pill clearly indicated his profound mastery of alchemy, far exceeding Yao Hua's own skills. Thus, he genuinely wished to consult Yuan on the alchemical issues he encountered. Upon hearing Yao Hua's words, Yuan nodded in understanding. I shall return to Lingyun's sect immediately. Upon addressing the gathered members of the Lingyun sect, Yuan's mind stirred, and he severed the connection with the communication jade talisman. He turned his gaze towards Jian Wushuang and inquired, Master, I am preparing to return to the Lingyun sect. Do you wish to accompany me? After a moment of contemplation, Jian Wushuang responded with a smile. I have spent these years in Shunjian Mountain, immersing myself in the sword intent that pervades this place. Now that the sword of annihilation has been taken by you, I believe the sword intent here will soon dissipate. I have heard that you made a pact with a woman to engage in a battle of life and death after 3 years. As the date approaches, I am curious to witness her reaction to your transformation. Therefore, I shall accompany you to the Lingyun sect for a few days. Listening to Jian Wushuang's words, Yuan nodded in understanding. Without further ado, he waved his hand, tearing the fabric of space, and a spatial passage materialized. The two stepped into the passage, journeying towards the Lingyun sect. As they vanished from sight, the onlookers could not suppress their sighs. They were formidable sword cultivators from various factions, drawn here to comprehend the sword intent emanating from Xinjiang Mountain. With Gu Yuan having taken the sword of annihilation, the sword intent would soon fade, rendering this once sacred ground ordinary. Losing such a place, ideal for the cultivation of sword intent, felt akin to missing out on a fortune of $1 million. Suddenly, the space above the Lingyun sect cracked open, revealing a spatial passage through which Gu Yuan and Jian Wushuang emerged. Upon sighting the two, Yao Hua, the alchemy emperor, swiftly flew out of the main hall to pay his respects. The others, albeit a tad slower to react, soon followed suit. Offering their greetings to Jiu Yuan, and Jian Wushuang nodded in acknowledgement before descending into the throng below. MUTU hosted a grand banquet within the Lingyun sect, inviting all members not only to express gratitude for the numerous elixirs sent by Yao Hua, but also to celebrate the emergence of an extraordinary powerhouse, the Emperor of Yuan. Upon the arrival of Gu Yuan and Jian Wushuang, Mu Taiyu promptly ushered them to the seats of honor in the main hall, a gesture no one dared to contest. Mu Nanwan, Su Jiuer, and Yun Mo, having benefited from Gu Yuan's rise, found their statuses within the Lingyun sect elevated significantly. All seated within the hall. It is worth noting that only the peak masters and a select few esteemed elders were permitted to sit within the hall, while ordinary elders and disciples were relegated to the plaza outside. Emperor Yuan, were it not for your timely intervention last time, the Alchemy Valley may have ceased to exist. I raise this cup in your honor, Yao proclaimed as he approached Gu Yuan with a drink. As soon as he settled in. It was a mere act. No need for such formality, Gu Yuan replied with a light smile. To you, it may seem trivial, but to the Alchemy Valley, it is a tremendous favor, Yao said with a wry smile, reflecting on the precarious situation they had narrowly escaped. With that, he raised his cup and downed its contents in one go. Gu Yuan shook his head in resignation, mimicking the gesture and finishing his drink as well. One by one, numerous guests approached Gu Yuan to offer toasts. Fortunately, Gu Yuan had since transformed and was no longer the insignificant figure he once was. Otherwise, he would have likely succumbed to inebriation before the dishes were even served. As the evening progressed, with the feasting and drinking in full swing, a figure darted towards Mu Taiyu, sect master. Recognizing the newcomer, Mu Taiyu's senses sharpened. The visitor was none other than a disciple tasked with guarding the sect. Their presence indicated that something was amiss outside the sect. Almost instinctively, Mu Taiyu inquired, "What is it?" The disciple wasted no time in responding, reporting to the sect master, "Members of the Yushao sect have arrived, seeking entrance into our Lingyun sect. Should we permit them?" The mention of the Yushao sect caused Mu Taiyu's expression to darken. Ever since Gu Yuan forged a 3-year pact with the Yushao sect saints, their members had frequently appeared outside the Lingyun sect, and there were even some infiltrators within the sect. These maneuvers were clearly aimed at monitoring Gu Yuan's progress. After considerable effort, Mu Taiyu had managed to eliminate the Yushao spies within the Lingyun sect. Now, the audacity of the Yushao sect to appear openly was tantamount to inviting disaster. Contemplating this, Mu Taiyu's voice turned cold as he commanded, "Eliminate them." The disciple felt a chill run down his spine. Almost reflexively, he replied, "Sect Master, the Yushao sect is extraordinarily powerful, with many formidable beings at the Saint King and Saint Sovereign levels. Would it not be unwise to kill their members?" Extraordinarily powerful, formidable? Mu Taiyu raised an eyebrow, scoffing. Does the Yushao sect possess an emperor? With that remark, the disciple seemed to awaken to the reality of the situation. The Lingyun sect was no longer the shadow of its former self. Stealing a glance towards the table occupied by Gu Yuan and Jian Wushuang, he nodded resolutely. "I understand what must be done." With that, he discreetly exited the main hall. The sudden banquet held by the Lingyun sect hinted at significant developments. Yet the specifics remained elusive. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to gather intelligence, especially with the impending confrontation between the Saintess and Gu Yuan. Their sect's dignity was at stake, and she could not afford to lose. The Saintess, blessed with exceptional talent, had already reached the 6th level of the transformation realm. While Gu Yuan was merely a waste of space, there was no way she could be defeated. However, the unusual festivities of the Lingyun sect amidst the approaching duel raised suspicions that warranted investigation. Gu Yuan, perceived as a waste, would likely not command much respect within the Lingyun sect, and their agreement was likely regarded as a mere jest by the Yushao sect. Still, the overwhelming joy within the Lingyun sect today warranted a closer look to understand the underlying events. Outside the Lingyun sect's gates, several individuals clad in the garb of the Yushao sect engaged in hushed conversations. They had been dispatched to monitor the Lingyun sect's movements. Today, they noted the return of numerous disciples and elders to the sect, as well as the ongoing grand banquet, which sparked their suspicions. They promptly relayed this information back to the Yushao sect and were subsequently instructed to infiltrate the Lingyun sect for reconnaissance. Initially, they considered covertly sneaking in to gather intelligence. However, recalling the fate of the Yushao spies previously embedded within the Lingyun sect, they quickly abandoned that idea. Instead, they resolved to enter the Lingyun sect openly. Should they attempt to infiltrate and be discovered, the repercussions would be dire, leaving the Yushao sect without justification for retaliation. Conversely, entering openly would likely dissuade the Lingyun sect from taking undue action against them. Given that the overall strength of the Yushao sect far surpassed that of the Lingyun sect, at the very moment when the two were engaged in conversation, the disciple from Lingyun sect, who had previously ventured to the Grand Hall, returned with several companions in tow. They exuded a restrained aura, making it difficult to discern their levels of cultivation. Observing this, the disciples of Yushao sect exchanged puzzled glances but did not dwell on it further. Without hesitation, they approached and inquired, "May we enter Lingyun sect now?" The leading disciple of Lingyun sect did not respond to their query. Instead, he coldly uttered a single word: "Kill." The simplicity of that word left the Yushao sect members momentarily stunned. In an instant, they questioned whether they had misheard. The disciples from Lingyun sect paid no heed to their bewilderment. As the command to kill was issued, the powerful presence of the Lingyun sect disciples became apparent. No longer concealed, they were indeed formidable warriors. With a swift motion, they drew their weapons and launched an assault upon the gathered Yushao sect members. Their strikes flowed seamlessly, decisive and ruthless, devoid of any hesitation. Under the night sky, blood splattered as several Yushao sect members fell before they could even react. Only the leader of Yushao sect managed to respond in time, drawing his weapon to block the attack. Though he sustained injuries, he survived as a result. "Damn it. Do you know what you are doing? Do you not fear the wrath of Yushao sect for daring to strike at us?" The leader, witnessing the fallen Yushao sect members lying in pools of blood, could not contain his fury and shouted, "Wrath!" The Lingyun sect members erupted into laughter, their expressions filled with amusement and disdain. "Our Lingyun sect has produced a great emperor who has slain the dragon emperor of the North Sea within the Forbidden Sea. The other 3 sea dragon clans do not dare speak of revenge. Their emperors have even come to pay respects to our emperor, fearing retaliation. The dragon clans of the Forbidden Sea do not dare act recklessly before our emperor. And you, Yushao sect, wish to threaten us. Surely, you do not believe that your Yushao sect is more powerful than the dragon clans of the Forbidden Sea." After Gu Yuan's return from the northern region, tales of his exploits had already spread throughout Lingyun sect. They were thus aware of the truth. Lingyun sect produced an emperor. He even killed the dragon emperor of the North Sea. The other 3 sea dragon clans did not retaliate, but instead, they sent representatives to express their gratitude to our emperor. Your claims are no longer mere fabrications. They are absurdly ludicrous. The leader of Yushao sect fell silent, his expression one of utter contempt. Lingyun sect does not even have a saint. Suddenly proclaiming the emergence of an emperor is utterly ridiculous. There is not a shred of credibility to it. The dragon clans are exceedingly proud and value their reputation above all else. If the dragon emperor of the North Sea were truly dead, how could the other 3 sea dragon clans refrain from seeking vengeance? Yet you assert that the dragon emperor's death prompted the others to come and apologize to your Lingyun sect? Who would believe such nonsense? The leader of Yushao sect dismissed their claims with disdain. "I cannot be bothered to explain myself to a dying man," he scoffed, as the leading disciple of Lingyun sect casually laughed and initiated the attack. The remaining Lingyun sect members swiftly joined in. The surviving member of Yushao sect possessed commendable strength. However, one does not become a guardian disciple without skill. Thus, within mere moments, another lifeless body lay on the ground, the very Yushao sect member who had previously survived. Consequently, all the Yushao sect members who had come to Lingyun sect met their demise. In the southern region of the ancient continent, within the imperial state of Yushao sect, the sect leader, Qin Changshu, was otherwise occupied in his chamber. Suddenly, a series of violent knocks echoed through the door, accompanied by a hurried voice. "Leader, something terrible has happened." "Leader." The sudden commotion startled Qin Changshu, causing him to jolt upright, earning an annoyed glare from the woman beside him, which pierced his heart with pain. That feeling. "Oh, the pain. You insufferable fool." Qin Changshu cursed darkly, hastily dressing before stepping outside. As he opened the door, he found a young man clad in a gray robe standing before him. Noticing the attire specifically tailored for the guardians of the Soul Lantern Hall, Qin Changsho furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Upon seeing Qin Changsho, the gray-robed youth immediately bowed. "Greetings, leader." Qin Changsho nodded before inquiring, "What is it?" Though his voice remained calm, it sent a tremor through the gray-robed youth that he could distinctly sense the seething fury beneath the leader's words that Yuan, swallowing hard to steady himself. The gray-robed youth finally managed to speak. "The individuals responsible for monitoring Lingyun sect's movements are all dead." "What? All the watchers are dead? Are you certain?" Upon hearing the gray-robed youth's words, Qin Changsho's brow furrowed deeper, disbelief creeping into his tone. "I assure you, leader, this information is absolutely true," the gray-robed youth affirmed. After a brief pause, he continued, "Leader, the sudden demise of those monitoring Lingyun sect must be the work of Lingyun sect. They are utterly brazen. First, Yuan, that good-for-nothing, publicly annulled the engagement with our sect's saintess, arrogantly daring to set a 3-year agreement with her. Now, Lingyun sect has the audacity to kill our Yunxiao sect members. They have repeatedly provoked us without a hint of respect. Lingyun sect is courting death. Leader, should we gather the powerful members of our sect to teach Lingyun sect a lesson?" The gray-robed youth's gaze was filled with anticipation as he looked at Qin Changsho. However, upon hearing the gray-robed youth's words, Qin Changsho's eyes turned cold. "Are you instructing our sect on how to act?" As he spoke, the overwhelming aura of his 9th-level saint realm emanated, causing the gray-robed youth's face to pale significantly. Thud. Weakening at the knees, the gray-robed youth fell to his knees, hastily murmuring, "I dare not." "Humph." Qin Changsho snorted coldly, a contemplative look crossing his face. After a moment, he spoke again. "You are to notify all powerful members above the Saint Realm to gather in the assembly hall." Lingyun sect, emboldened by the presence of Luo Qingxue, the unparalleled disciple of the Sword Emperor, dares to repeatedly provoke Yuxiao sect. This is intolerable. This time, I will not tolerate it any longer. I intend to teach Lingyun sect a lesson. Due to Luo Qingxue's identity, we cannot act against her directly, but we can certainly deal with the others from Lingyun sect. As long as we do not harm her, I do not believe that the Sword Emperor will intervene. And as long as he does not, Lingyun sect shall be easily subdued. Understood, leader. The gray-robed youth nodded in response to Qin Changsho's instructions. He immediately rose to inform the powerful members of the sect. "Wait." Seemingly recalling something, Qin Changsho called out to the gray-robed youth. Although uncertain as to why the leader had called him back, the gray-robed youth quickly steadied himself and respectfully asked, "What further instructions do you have?" "Leader, deliver these cultivation resources to the saintess for her training. She must strive to surpass Yuan, that good-for-nothing, when the 3-year agreement approaches." Qin Changsho spoke up, retrieving a storage ring from his sleeve and handing it to the young man in gray robes. "It is from the sect master." The gray-robed youth accepted the storage ring and promptly set off to attend to his tasks. With his departure, Qin Changsho also made his way to the council hall. Shortly thereafter, numerous formidable figures from the Holy Realm within the Yuxiao sect gathered. A flicker of confusion passed through their eyes, clearly indicating their bewilderment at being summoned by the sect master at such an hour. Upon hearing Qin Changsho declare that those responsible for monitoring the movements of the Lingyun sect had all perished, they reacted with indignation. They collectively expressed their outrage at the Lingyun sect's repeated provocations, deeming such behavior a path to certain doom. Thoughts of annihilating the Lingyun sect filled their minds, though they were somewhat apprehensive about Luo Qingxu, given her formidable background with the unparalleled Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang. Destroying the Lingyun sect would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Nevertheless, after deliberation, they resolved to take action against the Lingyun sect. Scheduling their strike for the day Yuan was to arrive at the Yuxiao sect. They unanimously believed that as long as they did not harm Luo Qingxu, Jian Wushuang would remain uninvolved. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan, the saintess of the Yuxiao sect, had already received the storage ring from the gray-robed youth, which Qin Changsho had entrusted to her. Observing the storage ring brimming with cultivation resources, Lu Ruyan smiled, her expression tinged with disdain and mockery. Her cultivation had already reached the 6th layer of the Transcendence realm, while Yuan, that worthless fool, likely hadn't even broken through to the spiritual sea realm yet. Should he dare to come to the Yunxiao sect for their appointment, he would find himself easily crushed by her current strength. Without even needing these cultivation resources to enhance her power, time flew by, feeling as though an eternity had passed, akin to flipping to a new chapter in a novel, as if only a fleeting moment had elapsed. The long-awaited 3-year agreement between Yuan and Lu Ruyan had finally arrived. Set sail. With a thunderous roar from Mu Taiyu echoing throughout the Lingyun sect, massive flying boats ascended into the sky. Heading straight for the southern domain's Yunxiao sect, the decks of the flying boats were filled with people, including the sect master, peak masters, elders, and numerous key figures from the Lingyun sect, as well as many exceptionally gifted disciples. In the past, Mu Taiyu would not have made such a grand display, even when supporting Gu Yuan. He would have only brought along a handful of people, but times had changed. Gu Yuan was now a terrifying existence at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. As the time for his appointment with Lu Ruyan had come, as sect master, Mu Taiyu had to ensure they made a grand entrance, as the flying boats departed from the Lingyun sect. The protective mountain formation was activated. With the capable members of the Lingyun sect having left, the formation was set in place to guard against any attempts by rival factions to invade. Watching the flying boats grow smaller until they vanished from sight, many disciples of the Lingyun sect couldn't help but exclaim, 3 years in the east, 3 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Today is the day Lu Ruyan faces the Abyss Emperor. Regrettably, we ordinary disciples cannot accompany them and witness the moment when Lu Ruyan regrets her choices. It is indeed a great pity. Who says we cannot see? I have already asked my brother Wang Ting to bring along a recording jade. He will capture the scene and bring it to me, though not witnessing it firsthand. I will still see it. Wow, Brother Cohen, you thought of that. Of course. If everyone wants to see it, I can replicate the footage from the recording jade and sell it at a low price. We are all from the same sect, so I will charge everyone 1,000 spirit stones for each piece. 1,000 spirit stones. Wow. Why don't you just go rob someone? Am I not doing that right now? If you don't want it, I won't force you that I want it. How could I not want it? That is the scene of Lu Ruyan confronting the Abyss Emperor. If I miss it, I will regret it for life. Exactly. Don't say 1,000 spirit stones. Even if it costs 10,000 spirit stones, I will sell everything to buy it. Did I price it too low? Should I sell it for 10,000 spirit stones? Damn. Ah Cohen, you are courting death. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan and his companions were on the flying boat, enjoying barbecue. Their faces bore an indescribable ease and comfort, devoid of any tension or anxiety about the impending appointment. It was understandable. He now possessed the pinnacle combat power of this realm. Facing merely a minor saintess of the Yunxiao sect was trivial, even if he were to confront the entire Yunxiao sect. The Emperor State, or the entire southern domain, he would remain unfazed. This confidence stemmed from his unparalleled strength. His might rendered him indifferent to anyone in the world. In such circumstances, he felt no trepidation. Regardless of who stood before him, the barbecue they feasted upon was no ordinary fare, but rather the meat of powerful sea beasts or dragons. During their journeys in the central domain and northern domain, Gu Yuan had slain numerous formidable sea beasts and dragon entities. The flesh of those sea beasts and dragon warriors was a significant supplement, although these delicacies held little value for him. He still collected them, for he had a sect and cherished companions. Moreover, the meat of sea beasts and dragons was a rare delicacy that Gu Yuan greatly enjoyed. After returning to the Lingyun sect from the Divine Sword Mountain, Gu Yuan first assisted the Medicine Emperor in resolving various issues related to alchemy. Subsequently, he distributed most of the cultivation resources he had acquired to his master, senior sister, junior sister, and the little maid. Yuan he had also contributed significantly to the Lingyun sect. Thanks to these resources, the overall strength of the Lingyun sect had notably improved. Not to mention, the sect now boasted 2 holy sovereigns. One was Luo Qishu, and the other was Mu Taiyu, the sect master of the Lingyun sect. With the cultivation resources brought back by Gu Yuan and the medicinal pills provided by the Medicine Emperor, they had managed to break through the stagnation that had plagued them for some time at the 9th layer of the Holy King realm, achieving the Holy Sovereign realm. Most astonishingly, Su Jiuer and Mu Nanwan had both reached the 9th layer of the Holy King realm. Their rapid advancement was astonishing, akin to having been granted a cheat. However, upon reflection, it was indeed understandable. Su Jiuer was the 9th princess of the Northern Domain's Fox clan, possessing extraordinary cultivation talent. The addition of the blood-cleansing spiritual ginseng had greatly enhanced her abilities. Now, with ample cultivation resources, her strength surged dramatically, which was entirely reasonable. As for Mu Nanwan, while her prior cultivation was modest, one must not forget her identity. She was the reincarnation of the Azure Lotus Empress of the Tianwu continent. Her damaged soul had been restored thanks to Gu Yuan's soul convergence pill. Her cultivation speed defied all common sense. Now, with sufficient resources, her power had skyrocketed, which was quite logical, just as they were enjoying their barbecue. Mu Taiyu, who was controlling the flying boat, suddenly spoke. We have arrived at the Emperor State. Have we arrived? Upon hearing Mu Taiyu's words, Everyone turned their gaze towards the sky beyond the flying boat. This glance sparked evident surprise in their eyes, for in front of their flying boat, numerous other vessels hovered in the air. Each of these flying boats bore the insignia of their respective factions, such as the Black Tiger Gate with its Black Tiger Head and the Black Dragon Gate with its Black Dragon Head. It seemed these vessels were all headed for the Yuxiao sect. After observing for a moment, a sense of curiosity arose among the gathered individuals. What business did these factions from the Emperor State and the 13 states of the Southern Domain have at the Yuxiao sect? Upon hearing this, Mu Taiyu could not help but cast a speechless glance at Luo Qing's. Noticing Mu Taiyu's incredulous gaze, Luo Qing's blinked in confusion, utterly bewildered as to why he would regard her in such a manner. Yet, at that moment, Mu Taiyu spoke. Luo Peak Master, do you recall the incident in Mo City where you extorted various factions? This simple statement instantly illuminated Luo Qing's understanding as to why so many factions' flying vessels were converging upon Yunxiao sect today. Clearly, these factions were eager to witness the renowned figure who, in Mo City, commanded 100,000 swords with a mere thought, effortlessly dispatching countless vengeful spirits and monstrous beings. Reflecting on this, anticipation welled up within Luo Qing's heart. One could only imagine the expressions on these factions' faces when they discover that the formidable white-clad emperor is, in fact, her disciple in the ancient continent. In the southern region, in the imperial state, Yunxiao sect sprawled over a vast expanse of 10,000 miles. Within its confines, clouds and mist intertwined, adorned with numerous pavilions and ancient halls, towering trees, and fields of medicinal herbs scattered like stars. Occasionally, celestial cranes would circle above, bathed in resplendent rays, creating an ethereal ambience reminiscent of a realm beyond. At this moment, countless disciples of Yunxiao sect congregated in the Grand Plaza, where Qin Changshu sat in the principal seat atop a high platform, surrounded by formidable individuals, each exuding a steady aura. None among them weak. They were unequivocally the high-ranking powerhouses of Yunxiao sect. Will that useless Gu Yuan truly arrive? Lu Ruyan murmured, her gaze fixed upon the horizon beyond Yunxiao sect. In her eyes, Gu Yuan was nothing more than a complete failure. Although 3 years prior, he had boldly divorced her before the assembled multitude of Lingyun sect, and audaciously proclaimed a 3-year pact, this did not alter the fact of his inadequacy. To her, Gu Yuan's actions 3 years ago were merely a fleeting moment of bravado, emboldening him to sever ties with her and establish a 3-year agreement, now, with the time of the pact upon them. While she yearned to crush him at Yuxiao sect, she firmly believed he would most likely not appear. After all, he was far too incompetent. His presence would only be a humiliation, a path to his own demise. Had she been in his position, she would undoubtedly have chosen not to come. As she contemplated this, she felt confident that Gu Yuan would likely not show. He will come, Qin Changshu remarked coolly. The 3-year pact with you is already spread throughout the southern region. If Gu Yuan fails to appear today, Lingyun sect will become the laughingstock of the entire southern region. Lingyun sect will lose all face in the southern region. Should this news reach Wanjian sect in the central region, its master would likely, in a fit of rage, expel Luo Qing's from the sect. Similarly, if the news reaches the Fox clan in the northern region, they would swiftly distance themselves from Luo Qing's. Without the backing of Wanjian sect and the northern Fox clan, Lingyun sect's enemies will undoubtedly seek vengeance. In such a scenario, Lingyun sect would face annihilation. Thus, even if Gu Yuan is a complete failure, he will undoubtedly come. Even if he harbors reluctance, those from Lingyun sect will surely compel him to attend. Upon hearing Qin Changshu's analysis, those present nodded in silent agreement. Finding his words quite reasonable. He's here. Suddenly, an elder of Yunxiao sect narrowed his eyes and gazed keenly towards the exterior of Yunxiao sect. Subsequently, the eyes of all present followed suit. As they looked, they beheld numerous flying vessels approaching from outside Yunxiao sect. These vessels, as colossal as mountains, exuded an air of grandeur and magnificence. The unexpected sight of such imposing vessels startled the disciples of Yunxiao sect. While they too possessed flying vessels, theirs paled in comparison to those currently arriving. Clearly, Lingyun sect had spared no expense to bolster Gu Yuan's reputation, having procured such an impressive fleet. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the grandeur of the moment would soon give way to their utter disgrace when Gu Yuan, that failure, would be defeated by the Saintess. An elder of Yunxiao sect emitted a displeased snort, evidently dissatisfied with the ostentatious display from those in the skies. They are not from Lingyun sect. Glancing at the flying vessels, Qin Changshu spoke slowly. Not from Lingyun sect. Upon hearing Qin Changshu's words, the disciples of Yunxiao sect were momentarily taken aback. Today marked the day of the 3-year pact between Gu Yuan and Lu Ruyan. With flying vessels arriving, who else could be bringing Gu Yuan to fulfill the agreement if not those from Ling Yun's sect? Just as their confusion deepened, a calm voice resonated from above. Having heard that today marks the day of the duel between the saintess of Yun Xiao's sect and Gu Yuan of Ling Yun's sect, I, from Beixian Holy Land, have come to spectate. The voice, though soft, was imbued with spiritual energy, allowing it to resonate clearly in the ears of every disciple of Yun Xiao's sect. Upon hearing this proclamation, the disciples of Yun Xiao's sect were taken aback in unison. Beixian Holy Land, one of the 4 great holy lands of the southern region, represented a true hegemonic force. Its strength and heritage far surpassed that of Yun Xiao's sect. The arrival of such a force today was beyond the wildest expectations of Yun Xiao's sect. Yet, despite the surprise, Qin Changshu quickly led the high-ranking members of Yun Xiao's sect to extend their welcome. Having heard that today marks the day of the duel between the saintess of Yun Xiao's sect and Gu Yuan of Ling Yun's sect, I, from Nanxian Holy Land, have come to spectate. Hearing that today is the day of the 3-year pact between the saintess of Yun Xiao's sect and Gu Yuan of Ling Yun's sect, I, from Dongxian Holy Land, have come to spectate. As one prominent faction after another from the southern region arrived, the disciples of Yun Xiao's sect transitioned from shock to a state of numbness. Although they were at a loss as to why so many powerful factions were arriving in quick succession, they were genuinely overwhelmed. After welcoming these great powers into Yun Xiao's sect and arranging for their seating, those present resumed their way. As her gaze swept across the various factions gathered, Lu Ruyan straightened her posture. Today, with the convergence of various forces from the southern region, even representatives from the 4 great holy lands were present. She knew she must put forth her best effort. Ideally, she would crush Gu Yuan entirely. If she succeeded, there would be a chance for her to be recognized by these holy lands. Should she gain their favor and join their ranks, her cultivation would surely ascend to new heights. Becoming a formidable powerhouse would be just around the corner. Just as she entertained these thoughts, a voice reverberated from the distance, Ji Yuan, here to fulfill the 3-year pact. As the voice fell, massive flying vessels appeared in the skies above. Although these vessels were not as grand as those of many great factions, the mere sight of them caused a collective gasp among the gathered crowd. The reason for their astonishment was the immense stature of the individuals aboard the vessels. One was the sect master of Wan Jian's sect from the central region, the Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang. The other was the master of Yaodi Valley and the Grand Master of the Dan Pavilion, Yaodi Yaowa. Each of these illustrious figures, when mentioned individually, commanded tremendous respect and fear. Now that both were present simultaneously, who could maintain their composure? While many were astonished that these 2 prominent figures had arrived aboard the flying vessels of Ling Yun's sect, the leaders of numerous great factions had already taken action. Swiftly, they moved towards the flying vessels of Ling Yun's sect, bowing respectfully towards Jian Wushuang and Yaowa within. I am the Holy Master of Dongxian Holy Land. Honored to meet the Sword Emperor and the Medicine Emperor. I am the Holy Master of Beixian Holy Land. Honored to meet the Sword Emperor and the Medicine Emperor. Observing the procession of powerful figures bowing before Jian Wushuang and Yaowa, the expressions of the disciples of Yun Xiao's sect grew increasingly grim. Not only them, even Qin Changshu, the sect master of Yun Xiao's sect, found his countenance darkening to an extreme. Today marked the day of the 3-year pact between Gu Yuan and Lu Ruyan. The presence of the Sword Emperor and the Medicine Emperor aboard the flying vessels of Ling Yun's sect unequivocally signified their intention to support Gu Yuan. With 2 such renowned emperors backing Gu Yuan, even if he were the most abject of failures, Lu Ruyan would find it impossible to triumph. Should she manage to defeat him, it would be tantamount to striking the face of Jian Wushuang and Yaowa. The consequences of offending the 2 great emperors are dire. Merely contemplating it is enough to send shivers down their spines. It is likely that henceforth, the entire southern region will offer no sanctuary for the Yu Xiao sect. If these 2 emperors were to take offense, the Yu Xiao sect could face instant annihilation. Moreover, should their sect's saintess concede defeat to the worthless Gu Yuan before the powers of the southern region, the Yu Xiao sect would undoubtedly become a laughingstock. With such thoughts, their expressions could hardly be described as pleasant. After a long period of contemplation, Qin Changshu appeared to have aged several decades in an instant. With a low sigh, he turned to Lu Ruoyan and spoke. In the upcoming battle, you must suppress your cultivation and ensure that Gu Yuan is not harmed. At a critical moment, you must intentionally reveal a flaw, allowing Gu Yuan to claim victory. What? Upon hearing this, the members of the Yu Xiao sect were collectively taken aback, clearly astonished that their sect leader would utter such words. Sect leader, you want me to deliberately expose a flaw, thereby allowing that worthless Gu Yuan to win? Lu Ruoyan's eyes widened, filled with disbelief and incredulity. After 3 years of arduous training in the Yuxiao sect, what was her purpose? Was it not to crush Gu Yuan today, making him rue the humiliation he had inflicted upon her years ago? Yet now, her sect leader was instructing her to intentionally lose to that worthless Gu Yuan. How could she possibly accept this? With another sigh at Lu Ruoyan's reaction, Qin Changshu sought to comfort her. Ruoyan, I understand that this is difficult for you to accept, but there is no alternative. Who could have anticipated that Luo Qingxue possessed such formidable abilities? Capable of summoning her master and the medicine emperor, our background pales in comparison. Even with some strength, we can only endure humiliation. You must heed my command and suppress your power, intentionally allowing Gu Yuan to win. At this point, Qin Changshu's expression grew notably serious. He admonished her in a hushed tone. This is not a discussion. It is an order, a notification. Do you understand? Upon hearing these words, Lu Ruoyan trembled slightly. A veil of tears began to form in her eyes. Her clenched fist betrayed the turmoil of indignation and anger that threatened to overflow. After 3 years of rigorous training, she had elevated her strength to an impressive level. Yet, in the face of such a powerful background, even her abilities could only lead to a forced defeat. This sense of helplessness, one cannot truly understand it without experiencing it firsthand. I am speaking to you. Do you hear me? Are you deaf? Noticing her silence, Qin Changshu's impatience flared, and he could not help but rebuke her. The moment he chastised her, the already aggrieved Lu Ruoyan felt even more wronged. Tears streamed down her cheeks, overwhelming her resolve. She was crying. Ruoyan, I know you feel wronged, but given the circumstances, we have no other choice. A large hand gently wiped the tears from Lu Ruoyan's face. And he spoke softly in comfort. Rest assured, one day I shall make Gu Yuan regret his actions today, and he will find himself in a position where he cannot seek life or death. For now, please endure this hardship, will you? Glancing at the young man who spoke, Lu Ruoyan nodded slightly. Yet, disappointment flooded her heart. The young man was none other than Qin Kuan, the saint son of the Yunxiao sect and her betrothed. It was thanks to him that she had gained entry into the Yuxiao sect. It was also his companionship that had given her the courage to confront Gu Yuan and seek a divorce. During that fateful moment, Gu Yuan had humiliated her in front of thousands, binding her to a 3-year agreement. This event had stripped her of her dignity, while Qin Kuan, as the esteemed saint's son, had not dared utter a word. She had been utterly disillusioned by him since that day. However, due to his remaining usefulness, she had chosen not to dwell on it. Now, Gu Yuan, that worthless fool, had come to fulfill his promise. The only difference was that he was flanked by 2 powerful emperors. Qin Kuan and the others were practically trembling in their boots, suggesting that she intentionally lose to Gu Yuan. This idea had left her utterly disheartened. A flicker of determination sparked in Lu Ruoyan's eyes. She had resolved to rely on herself, no matter what. Today she would unleash her full power to crush that worthless Gu Yuan, showcasing her prowess and potential to the southern region. If she performed brilliantly enough, it was not impossible for the Sword Emperor, Jian Wushuang, to take notice of her. Moreover, she refused to believe that a dignified emperor would stoop to retaliate against her for eliminating Gu Yuan. With these thoughts, Lu Ruoyan lightly sprang from the ground like a dragonfly skimming the water, soaring into the vast square at the heart of the Yunxiao sect. As she opened her lips, her melodious voice, enhanced by spiritual energy, echoed throughout the entire sect. Gu Yuan, the 3-year agreement has come to fruition. Since you have arrived, let us dispense with pleasantries and engage in battle, a battle of life and death. The victor lives, while the vanquished perishes. Upon hearing these words, Qin Changshu's brow furrowed deeply. He sensed that Lu Ruoyan had slipped beyond his control. It appeared she had no intention of following his instructions to throw the match, but rather was prepared to unleash her full strength to defeat Gu Yuan. Realizing this, his expression darkened. However, it was now too late to persuade Lu Ruoyan otherwise. After all, the presence of powerful factions from the southern region was palpable. While covertly allowing Lu Ruoyan to concede could foster goodwill with the Sword Emperor and the Medicine Emperor, openly permitting her to lose would undoubtedly provoke their ire. Some matters can be conducted in secrecy, but when laid bare, they become untenable. Ironically, at this moment, he found himself hoping that Gu Yuan was not a mere fool, but rather an extraordinary talent capable of defeating Lu Ruoyan. Very well. Gu Yuan's voice rang out. And in that instant, his figure appeared before Lu Ruoyan as if materializing from thin air. This sudden occurrence caught the attention of all present, as none had witnessed how Gu Yuan had arrived so swiftly. Lu Ruoyan's heart raced with astonishment, bewildered by Gu Yuan's sudden appearance before her. Nonetheless, despite her internal shock, her exterior remained composed. Playing tricks. With a dismissive snort, Lu Ruoyan declared, I am Lu Ruoyan, at the 9th level of the transformation realm. Please enlighten me. As the words left her lips, an aura unique to the ninth level of the transformation realm surged forth from her being, thanks to the training resources provided by Qin Changshu and her relentless dedication. She had successfully ascended from the sixth to the ninth level of the transformation realm. Her tone brimmed with pride and self-assurance. At merely 18 years of age, she had already attained such remarkable prowess. This level of mastery was enough to overshadow her peers. Indeed, she possessed ample grounds for pride. The onlookers, upon hearing Lu Ruoyan's declaration, could not help but express their admiration. To have achieved the ninth level of the transformation realm at such a young age was a testament to her status as the saintess of the Yushao sect. Though her past actions had drawn scorn, they could not diminish her status as a prodigious talent. With her overwhelming strength at this level, Gu Yuan appeared destined for defeat, despite Gu Yuan's past fervor. The reality remained unchanged. Today, he was in peril. Unless Gu Yuan possessed the same ninth-level prowess, he would surely fall. In a moment of astonishment, those present began to analyze the impending great battle. Their assessments, surprisingly, were remarkably uniform. None believed that Gu Yuan would emerge victorious, all unanimously predicting his defeat. This was, after all, an unavoidable conclusion, for Lu Ruyan shone too brightly, rendering Gu Yuan relatively mediocre by comparison. Listening to their discourse, the disciples of Lingyun's sect could not help but chuckle, their smiles tinged with an air of peculiarity. Unbeknownst to them, the Gu Yuan they deemed destined to fail was, in fact, a terrifying existence. An unparalleled emperor at the pinnacle of his power, seemingly oblivious to the reactions around him. Gu Yuan spoke the moment Lu Ruyan's voice fell silent. Gu Yuan, the invincible emperor at the peak. Please bestow your guidance. As his words echoed, a formidable aura of an invincible emperor surged forth, piercing the heavens. The overwhelming imperial might radiated from Gu Yuan, sweeping in all directions, wherever this imperial might passed. The very fabric of space twisted and rippled, an utterly terrifying spectacle. Imperial might. He is an emperor. An invincible emperor at that. How could this be possible? Wasn't he supposed to be a waste? How could a waste transform into an emperor? Am I dreaming? My sister hurts. This is not a dream. But if it is not a dream, how does he possess the cultivation of an invincible emperor? A waste becoming an emperor is utterly absurd. A level of absurdity that is simply outrageous. To challenge an emperor at the transcendent stage is akin to courting death. Is Lu Ruyan not a waste? It seems there is no suspense in this battle. Feeling the terrifying imperial might emanating from Gu Yuan, everyone present was left in stunned silence, their expressions akin to that of a dog staring at the sky. This reaction was entirely understandable. After all, they had long believed Gu Yuan to be a mere waste. Now, confronted with his unveiled power, they were astonished to discover he was, in fact, an emperor. The contrast was so stark it resembled a beggar who had been begging on the roadside, suddenly transforming into the world's wealthiest person. Who could remain composed upon such a revelation? Lu Ruyan, too, was rendered speechless. She blinked, confusion evident in her eyes. The Gu Yuan she had always considered a waste was actually a terrifying existence at the pinnacle of invincible emperor. An invincible emperor. Such beings truly stand atop the ancient continent. To now learn that Gu Yuan is such a figure is far too great a disparity from her preconceived notion of him as a waste. This realization was simply insufferable. Gu Yuan was undoubtedly a waste. Even if he had received some fortuitous opportunity, it was inconceivable that he could now be an invincible emperor. Lu Ruyan murmured softly, unwilling to accept the reality before her. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Lu Ruyan glanced at the figures of Jian Wushuang and Yahua aboard the flying vessel, before redirecting her gaze back to Gu Yuan. A glimmer of shrewdness flashed in her eyes as she spoke, seemingly with an air of omniscience. Though the imperial might emanating from you is indeed terrifying, it does not alter the fact that you are still a waste. The imperial aura you possess must be the result of some external manipulation. 3 years ago, you relied on the influence of your master, Luo Qingshan, to humiliate me before the thousands of disciples of Lingyun's sect. Today, do you still wish to wield power through the influence of others? I tell you, your schemes have come to naught. While others may have used means to grant you imperial might, you are still undoubtedly a waste. Now, let me expose your true nature before all the factions of the southern region. Behold my sword. With a sharp cry, Lu Ruyan's wrist flicked, and a verdant longsword appeared in her grasp. Instantly, she gathered her inner strength to propel the sword forward. As the green radiance erupted from the blade, she lightly stepped, propelling herself directly towards Gu Yuan. Witnessing this scene, those present could not help but shake their heads in unison. Deeming Lu Ruyan reckless, to strike against an invincible emperor was tantamount to courting death. The imperial might radiating from Gu Yuan was unmistakable. They had already accepted that he was indeed a terrifying existence at the pinnacle of invincible emperor. Moreover, as Gu Yuan displayed his overwhelming power, Many from the major factions had begun to deduce his identity. He was none other than the White Emperor, who had once, in Emo City, summoned 1,000,000 swords to obliterate countless vengeful spirits and monstrous beings. The reasons for their deductions were threefold. First, he had a close relationship with Luo Qingshan. Second, he was clad in white. And third, his strength as an invincible emperor indeed allowed him to annihilate countless vengeful spirits and monstrous beings in an instant. To know one cannot win yet still choose to fight to the bitter end is a folly born of passionate blood. Watching Lu Rian swiftly approach, Gu Yuan could not help but shake his head. Amidst his words, he made no move, yet ripples began to form in the space before him. These ripples, transitioning from formless to manifest, ultimately transformed into blades that surged towards Lu Rian. Some may grow in strength and expand their capacity for forgiveness, inexplicably choosing to overlook those who had once humiliated them. Yet, Gu Yuan was not one of such magnanimous nature. He was a person of small-mindedness, once humiliated by Lu Rian before countless disciples. He would not spare her now that he had grown powerful. He intended to make her regret her past actions, to ensure she paid the price for her former deeds, and that price could only be one thing: death. Could he truly be an invincible emperor? As she beheld the blades conjured from the rippling space, feeling the terrifying aura of destruction emanating from them, Lu Rian's countenance shifted dramatically. The power contained within those blades was extraordinarily fearsome. Capable of effortlessly slaying 99% of all cultivators in existence, she could not possibly withstand such an onslaught. Realizing this, her perception of Gu Yuan underwent a profound transformation. He was not merely a waste. He was a terrifying existence at the pinnacle of invincible emperor. As this thought crossed her mind, tears began to shimmer in her eyes, tears of regret. In that moment, she felt remorse, regret for her actions 3 years prior. Had she not annulled their engagement, she would now be Gu Yuan's wife, a wife to an invincible emperor, with access to any cultivation resources she desired. It would merely take a word. Why would she need to compromise for resources? As these thoughts consumed her, tears began to stream down her face, and for a moment, she forgot to resist, just as the blades formed from the ripples of space were about to strike her down. At the moment when all present shook their heads, believing her doom was imminent, suddenly the jade token at her chest erupted with an unbearable radiance. In its wake, a terrifying aura, enough to send shivers through one's heart, enveloped the area. This aura coalesced, ultimately manifesting as an enormous hand. With a swift motion, the colossal hand grasped, causing the blades aimed at Lu Rian to explode in unison. This unforeseen turn of events stunned everyone present. Their gazes abruptly fixated on the spectacle. Clearly, none had anticipated such a development. Not only the onlookers, but even Gu Yuan was taken aback. As he turned to look at Lu Rian, he noticed a figure had appeared before her. It was a robust man, exuding an air of authority, emanating a potent aura of an upper-tier being. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a resemblance between him and Lu Rian. His entire being was shrouded in swirling black demonic energy, a fearsome aura ascending into the heavens, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. This was an aura that surpassed even that of an invincible emperor. From the figure before him, Gu Yuan inexplicably sensed an aura of danger. Despite possessing the pinnacle of combat prowess in this realm, this man still exuded an unsettling sense of peril, leaving Gu Yuan perplexed and bewildered. In his confusion, Gu Yuan concentrated his thoughts and immediately activated the system panel that allowed him to view others' information. In an instant, a pale blue virtual panel materialized before his eyes. Name: Luo Tian. Physique: chaotic demon body. Cultivation technique: heaven-swallowing demon art. Martial arts: heavenly demon palm. Phantom carefree, demon god fist. Heavenly demon seal. Abyssal demon domain. Weapon: none. Cultivation level: perfected divine emperor realm. Note: the opponent is currently merely a shard of divine soul, possessing only 1/10,000th of his true power. The realms above the emperor level are categorized into 7 major stages: semi-god, true god, great god, god king, god emperor, and god sovereign, each further divided into early, mid, late, and perfected phases. Upon reviewing the man's brief information, Gu Yuan couldn't help but feel a jolt of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the individual before him was a perfected divine emperor. Such cultivation was a staggering 7 major realms above his own. Fortunately, the adversary was merely a divine soul shard with a fraction of his true strength. While this individual did evoke a sense of danger, it was not overwhelmingly potent. Should the true body descend, that would indeed spell real peril. Even with his enhancements, he would likely be no match. Who is this person? Why do I feel he surpasses the Yuan Emperor by a margin? The Yuan Emperor stands as an invincible perfected emperor, among the few who occupy the apex of the ancient wilderness continent. Is this individual even stronger than the Yuan Emperor? Could it be that his cultivation exceeds that of the invincible perfected emperor? Well, it's possible. I suppose that I can't help but notice a resemblance between him and Lu Ruyan. Could he possibly be her father? But if that were the case, who then is Lu Wufeng? Upon encountering Luo Tian and sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from him, those present began to speculate about his strength and identity in unison. Just as they were pondering, Luo Tian cast a dispassionate glance at Gu Yuan and slowly uttered a single word. Die. With the utterance of this simple word, the heavens and earth were suddenly transformed. A colossal handprint, obscuring the sun and sky, materialized instantaneously. Dark demonic energy surged atop the handprint, tearing through space and descending with a terrifying power that sent shivers down the spine. Rapidly crashing down upon Gu Yuan, the very essence of this attack distorted the surrounding space, causing many to change countenance in alarm. From this single strike, they felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, as if the apocalypse were upon them. Could the Yuan Emperor withstand this blow? Sensing the formidable might of the strike, all those close to Gu Yuan involuntarily felt a pang of anxiety for him. Gu Yuan's strength and prowess were beyond question, yet the force behind Luo Tian's strike was exceedingly formidable. Whether Gu Yuan could withstand it remained an open question. Quite interesting, Gu Yuan mused. Feeling the considerable pressure of the attack, he could distinctly sense its magnitude, yet despite its potency, he harbored no fear. Instantly, he mobilized his internal power, activating the invincible palm. With a swift motion, he unleashed a counterstrike. As he raised his hand, an enormous golden handprint materialized in an instant. This strike drew upon the forces of nature, with golden runes manifesting upon it, enhancing its power to unprecedented levels. The strength of this attack was not to be underestimated. In mere moments, the two massive handprints collided violently. Boom! The earth-shattering sound echoed throughout the Yushao sect. The cataclysmic force of their collision swept in all directions, creating ripples in the space around them. This collision was extraordinarily terrifying, obliterating everything in its path. Instantly, numerous structures within the Yushao sect were destroyed, and the plaza was riddled with countless fissures. Many of the less powerful cultivators were caught off guard, spitting blood and sustaining severe injuries, with some even succumbing to death on the spot. Only those with higher cultivation levels could withstand the sheer force of this devastating clash. As the onlookers gazed upon Gu Yuan and Luo Tian, fear resonated in their eyes. These two were truly formidable. The destruction wrought by this seemingly simple exchange was beyond imagination. Impressive. You managed to neutralize my attack, Luo Tian remarked in admiration. Shortly thereafter, he made another move. Heavenly Demon Seal. He formed a hand gesture, and a mysterious aura began to emanate. The sky tore open, and a black demonic seal, as immense as a mountain, erupted forth. Endless black demonic energy enveloped it, and in the blink of an eye, the dark mist shrouded the heavens and the earth, plunging the realm into darkness akin to the night. The seal descended, annihilating everything in its path. The terrifying aura of destruction emanating from the seal instilled panic in countless hearts. Even invincible perfected emperors like Jian Wushuang felt an overwhelming pressure, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. Can you withstand this strike? Luo Tian asked Gu Yuan, his tone indifferent yet brimming with confidence. Although he was currently just a shard of divine soul, capable of exerting only 1/10,000th of his true power, he was still a perfected divine emperor. The disparity between his cultivation and Gu Yuan's was akin to that between a novice cultivator and an emperor, a chasm almost unfathomable. Thus, he held little belief that Gu Yuan could endure this strike. Why not? Gu Yuan replied with a light chuckle. A typical perfected invincible emperor would undoubtedly struggle against such a technique. However, he was no ordinary perfected invincible emperor. He was a perfected invincible emperor with enhancements. Regardless of the techniques or martial arts he employed, he was unmatched. For him, receiving Luo Tian's strike was far from difficult. As his words fell, Gu Yuan ceased to engage in further dialogue. Instantly, he mobilized his internal power. A colossal sword, the Annihilation Sword, appeared in his grasp. With a flick of his wrist, he activated it. In that moment, a terrifying aura surged forth, forming a storm of razor-sharp blades around Gu Yuan. With a decisive motion, he executed a sword strike from below upwards. This strike was fluid and seamless, executed with unwavering determination. Clang! As the sword was drawn, a clear, resonant sound reverberated through the heavens and the earth. A brilliant beam of sword light shot upward, soaring into the sky. This strike was peerlessly sharp, capable of cleaving through all in existence. Its power was immense, almost unimaginable, and its speed was equally unparalleled. Akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, vanishing in an instant. Before many could react, the sword struck directly against the descending black demonic seal, which was imbued with tremendous might, though the seal was indeed terrifying. Gu Yuan's sword embodied the essence of Invincible sword intent and the full might of the Annihilation sword. The power within it was simply beyond what the seal could rival. As soon as the two forces made contact, the colossal seal, akin to a mountain, was effortlessly cleaved in two, obliterated in an instant. The mere perfected Invincible Emperor managed to shatter my heavenly demon seal. Luo Tian exclaimed in instinctive shock. In his mind, the use of the heavenly demon seal should have been sufficient to annihilate Gu Yuan. Yet now, the seal had been effortlessly dismantled. How could he not be astonished? However, despite his astonishment, he quickly regained his composure. Humph! A dissatisfied grunt escaped from the tip of his nose as Luo Tian declared coldly, "My methods are far from limited to this. You may have managed to counter 2 of my attacks in succession. But can you withstand my abyssal demon realm? Abyssal demon realm, arise." With that final, thunderous shout, the world around him shifted dramatically, the skies darkened and the winds roared. The surrounding scenery began to transform at an alarming pace. As boundless black demonic energy surged forth from Luo Tian, radiating in all directions. Do you truly believe I would grant you the opportunity to launch another attack? Gu Yuan sneered. The sword he had long since summoned cleaved through the air with a sudden ferocity. Heaven slash. As the sword was unleashed, a dazzling beam of light shot forth, its speed surpassing that of the previous strike, its power intensified as well. What a swift strike! Luo Tian's heart raced in astonishment as he beheld the oncoming sword. He had never anticipated that Gu Yuan could unleash a blow even faster and stronger in such a brief moment. Instinctively, he sought to defend himself, but before he could react, Gu Yuan's sword had already struck him down. Without any unexpected turn of events, the sword light descended, cleaving Luo Tian's form in twain. The overwhelming tide of demonic energy dissipated like a receding wave. A sole avatar of a perfected divine emperor had thus perished. Dead? The onlookers were left utterly stunned. How could someone so powerful fall so easily? The sheer terror of Gu Yuan's swordplay was palpable. The crowd stood in shock. All the demonic energy swiftly coalesced, ultimately forming an unmistakable figure. It was none other than Luo Tian. He had not perished, however. His form appeared noticeably ethereal, clearly bearing the marks of severe injury. Casting a glance at Gu Yuan, Luo Tian spoke in a detached tone. "I concede that I underestimated you, but you are still unworthy of taking my life. Even as merely a sole avatar, a perfected divine emperor is not so easily extinguished. If one sword cannot slay you, then let it be 10. If 10 are insufficient, then 100. I believe you will ultimately fall beneath my blade." Gu Yuan replied calmly, his inner strength already mobilizing for another assault. At this, Luo Tian's eyelids twitched. As a perfected divine emperor, even a mere soul avatar possessing only a fraction of his original power had a vitality that surpassed ordinary imagination. Yet that did not imply he was invulnerable. The previous strike from Gu Yuan had already inflicted grievous wounds. Should he endure 2 more, his fate would undoubtedly be sealed. Realizing this, a sense of panic washed over him. "You arrogant little brat," he scoffed, his nostrils flaring with disdain. "Currently, I am but a soul avatar, incapable of contending with you. However, you have wounded me and sought to harm my daughter. My true self is already aware of everything, and your demise is assured. You may frolic for a while longer. When my true self arrives, it will be your end. Do not worry, it shall not be long, at most half a day, and my true form will descend." With that, Luo Tian cast a soft gaze at Lu Ruyan before continuing, "Come, my dear daughter. You are my father." Lu Ruyan, already bewildered, became even more confused upon hearing Luo Tian's words. If Luo Tian was her father, then who was Lu Wufeng? Lu Wufeng had always maintained a low profile, but upon hearing this revelation, he could no longer contain himself. "You are the father of my daughter. Then who am I?" Luo Tian merely glanced at Lu Wufeng without responding. Yet, a voice filled with playful mockery reached Lu Wufeng's ears alone. "Your husband, quite charming." Luo Tian did not recognize Lu Wufeng, but in his pursuit of power, he had traversed various realms under numerous identities and had thus encountered countless women. From courtesans to maidens, from married women to those who were willing or unwilling, the number exceeded 8,000. If not 10,000. He could scarcely recall who Lu Ruyan's mother was, having indulged with so many women. For each of these women, he had left behind a jade talisman imbued with a fragment of his soul. If the bearer of the talisman found themselves in peril, he would sense it and appear to assist in overcoming the crisis. It was only because he sensed Lu Ruyan, who bore the talisman, was in danger that his soul avatar manifested. He knew Lu Ruyan was his daughter, not merely one of his past conquests. Purely by the resonance of bloodline, strong individuals could sense the presence of their kin. "You bastard!" Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Lu Wufeng erupted in fury, unable to suppress his rage. What man could remain calm when faced with an affront to his dignity? "Wretch, Luo Tian scoffed in response to Lu Wufeng's tirade. As he spoke, a terrifying wave of energy surged towards Lu Wufeng. With a resounding explosion reminiscent of a bursting balloon, Lu Wufeng was obliterated into a cloud of crimson mist, utterly lifeless. Father. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan's pupils constricted, her face paling to that of a ghost as she instinctively gasped in horror. Furrowing his brow slightly, Luo Tian admonished, I am your father. As he spoke, a dreadful gust of energy surged around him. Rippling through the space, he was clearly enraged. Though he had countless women, the rarity of offspring among powerful beings meant he had few children. Now, having finally gained a daughter, the thought of her calling another father was infuriating. As Luo Tian's wrath surged, Lu Ruyan instinctively recoiled. Just then, a crisp sound of a sword ringing through the air echoed in the heavens. Both Lu Ruyan and Luo Tian turned to see a brilliant beam of sword light. Imbued with terrifying power, tearing through the fabric of space, racing towards them. It was Gu Yuan, seizing the moment of their exchange to unleash another strike, feeling the overwhelming force contained within the sword light. Lu Ruyan trembled uncontrollably. Even before the light reached her, it instilled a sense of dread, akin to facing the specter of death. If the sword light were to arrive, her fate would be sealed. There would be no escape. Realizing this, fear gripped her. In contrast to Lu Ruyan's terror, Luo Tian remained unfazed, as if he had anticipated Gu Yuan's strike all along. My daughter. I shall take you home. He uttered this to Lu Ruyan before raising his hand and touching the jade talisman on her chest. Suddenly, the talisman erupted in a dazzling white light, enveloping both of them in its brilliance. As the light dissipated, their figures vanished from sight. Boom! The sword light struck the very spot they had occupied moments before, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion. In an instant, billowing clouds of dust rose, revealing a gaping chasm stretching for countless miles. The power of this sword strike was utterly overwhelming. Yet, it had ultimately come too late. The sword light failed to harm the departing Luo Tian and Lu Ruyan in the slightest. In the demon realm, atop the 10,000 demon mountain, within an immense palace, a robust man, exuding an air of authority, sat cross-legged at the center of a formation, his upper body bare and adorned with shimmering black runes. This man was none other than Luo Tian, possessing the full power of a perfected divine emperor. The surrounding runes pulsed with a frenzied energy, emanating an exceptionally pure and terrifying aura of demonic power that continuously surged forth from Luo Tian. Suddenly, Luo Tian abruptly opened his eyes, a fierce and intense killing intent flashing within them. You have harmed my soul clone and dared to threaten my daughter. This child has already chosen the path to death. Furthermore, despite his youth, he possesses the unparalleled cultivation of an invincible emperor. Such talent is simply defiant against the heavens. Since we have become adversaries, he must not be spared. He must be eliminated at the earliest opportunity. As these murmured words fell, Luo Tian had already vanished from within the palace. When he reappeared, his figure was unmistakably outside the demonic realm. Then, he vanished once more. Luo Tian was not only a being of perfect divine emperor realm, but also the sovereign of the demonic realm. And every move he made could potentially alter the cosmic landscape. He was a figure of immense significance, attracting the attention of countless powerful beings within the divine realm. Now that he had departed from his domain within the demonic realm, it inevitably drew the notice of numerous divine realm experts. Why would Luo Tian, who should remain within the demonic realm, venture forth? Was he planning to strike at the surrounding great worlds? Or perhaps he aimed to assault the primordial ancient realm once again? Regardless of his intentions, he must be closely monitored. In the primordial ancient realm, within the Gu clan, one of the 8 supreme ancient clans, Gu Junlin was diligently cultivating in a secluded chamber adorned in a black brocade robe. Suddenly, a resonant buzzing sound emanated from his storage ring. Gu Junlin opened his eyes and, with a flick of his hand, retrieved the communication jade talisman from within the ring. The earlier commotion was indeed from the talisman. Activating it promptly, a voice emerged. Clan leader Gu, it has come to our attention that Luo Tian has left the demonic realm. We are uncertain of his intentions. Please be prepared and remain vigilant against any potential actions he may take towards the primordial ancient realm. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise clearly crossed Gu Junlin's eyes. He had evidently not anticipated that Luo Tian, who had remained in the demonic realm, would suddenly depart. Of course,